our voices and every tool of the city to prevent it in the first place, but I know we're all committed to that. There's no telling what's been allowed to accumulate there, just piles of metal, ice boxes, old fuel tanks, you name it, and then thousands of tires. But these firefighters that some of our friends criticize just don't know what they're talking about. In over 100-degree weather, their protective gear being what it is, it's just amazing. They're wearing masks, finding shade best they could, but they were going into the middle of the fire. So I thank them on all of our behalf, and certainly Houstonians. At least 200 were there at one time with their equipment. Yes, it was using overtime because many were not allowed to have their normal shift. They actually had cadets there, making it a learning, training process. So thank you to Houston Fire Chief Minos, who's been on the job for 2 years. The morale's at an all-time high. He started a cadet class this week of 128. It's back to where people stand in line to apply for Houston Fire. My first cadet class I spoke to 2.5 years ago had 30 cadets, and when you visit with them, they were just getting their certification from Houston Fire so they could go to work in other jurisdictions. All that's changed. But yesterday, I witnessed their commitment and exposure. I truly believe my voice is got a little scratch in it today from being there. I know my eyes were hurting after I left there. So just across the street, around the corner from residential Houstonians, houses, parks. Thank you to Kenneth Allen for shutting down Mason Park as quickly as possible. HPD there was controlling security. We've learned that the owner probably can't meet his obligation of cleanup, so we authorized this morning for finance to find the funds for the fire department to contract with a cleanup crew. But it should have never been there in the first place, and that ought to be something that we don't forget anytime soon. In charge, which brings us to our robust discussion yesterday in council. Thank you to the speakers. Thank you to the communities they represented. I certainly kept the speakers list and the list of civic clubs, which I'm not surprised that you could ask any Houstonian about, is it reasonable or should it be acceptable to build a gas station just a few feet from a residence? The location on Washington probably is going forward due to its current status in construction, but we've got the health department, legal, and public works looking at all of our tools to, I would say slow down, but I won't say slow down because some lawyer will quote me. But we're asking them to use their due diligence and take all the opportunity to let the health department come up with some recommendations for a citywide regulatory issue. So that's something that came out of that meeting, and I know many of you, Councilman Castillo, and certainly his district, and the at-large council members, Salinas, Alcorn, all of us, we're aware. We've seen it in 3rd Ward months ago. We did everything we could to the point of condemning the site and making it a detention pond, working with the tourists. So we're all hands on deck. I know I'm speaking for all of us. And also, if you haven't been to Fan Fest, let me strongly recommend Mexico plays tonight. Chia. It's amazing how my world geography is getting better with the World Cup exhibits. But that's quite an experience, and people are still raving about the city's cooperation with the Orange March last Saturday. Yeah, it's unbelievable. I know many Houstonians participated, but the march went through residential areas that were wrapping their yards and trees in orange and providing water. It was really remarkable. So thank you to, again, our first responders, but thank you to the organizers, the host committee, Chris Canetti. You know, I've already told him, after the World Cup, we got to find a mission for him because he's truly a city asset. The Sports Authority are performing as we expected. Juan Garcia, Ron Walsh, and just all the stakeholders and the city servants are making it a really good experience, and people are still buzzing about it. And we're not there yet, but we're talking to FIFA, and we're very encouraged to attempt to get the Women's World Cup in 2031. When I visit with Mr. Gianni and others in his office, they say our Fan Fest is the best. We haven't broken it up into smaller venues like other cities. We've held our costs down, and they encourage us to apply and seek the Women's World Cup for 31. So I'm very, very optimistic about that, and we all should let people know this is a positive experience for Houston. Our hotel occupancy is up 11%, sales tax are up, the Houston brand name has improved, and we're being encouraged to seek other sports and entertainment events. And of course, you know how strongly I feel about the doubling of the George Brown. It was released yesterday that we're the 5th favorite city for conventions and events in our nation. So thank you to Michael Heckman and the Houston First Board, and really just everyone involved. I watched Dr. Tran yesterday deal with the hazardous air at Mammoth Recycling. So the health department, energy, and I could go through all of our departments. I'm just really pleased with our city operations. Can we do better? Oh, yes. And are we going to do better? Oh, yes. But right now, if you go through our departments, Ms. Gal over the library kind of quietly does such a great operation. So thank you. That's my mayor's report. I look forward to coming to work today, and appreciate all of you. The partnership on council has probably never been better. And I know we all have our base of support and constituencies, and I can also sense most of our bases are widening and getting better, and that just comes from collaboration, kind of leaving the politics out in the hall. With that said, Mr. Secretary, thank you for the job you do. Between you and Marta, I don't think we could operate without you. So thank you. You want to start with the consent?
Under the miscellaneous category, item 3 has been pulled, will now be considered. Need a motion for items 1 and 2.
Heck move.
Thomas seconds.
Motion made and seconded. All in favor say yes. Those opposed nay. Motion passes.
I'm in the queue for item 1.
Beg your pardon? Councilmember Thomas.
Good morning, everyone. Our Mayor Pro Tem is not with us this morning as she travels on behalf of the city, but I did want to acknowledge Mr. Rashid and Mr. Teamer. Are you here in chambers? Can you stand, please? I'm following her instructions, and I want to make sure that as she watches, that she knows just to extend her appreciation to your service. And what we always say is that public service is not limited to those who are on the ballot. It's also individuals like you who are willing to use your industry experience to advance our city. So thank you. She wanted to extend her support and appreciation for your service. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I assured the Mayor Pro Tem we had her covered. She's representing the city, but we know she's still here.
Under the accept work category, item 4 has been pulled, will now be considered. Need a motion for items 5 and 6.
Peck move.
Vice Mayor Pro Tem Peck moves and seconded. All in favor say yes. Those opposed, nay. Motion passes.
Under the ordinances category, since your list was distributed, all items have been received. Items removed for separate consideration, 7, 8, 9, 10, 18, 19, 20, 23, 29, and 32. Again, those numbers are 7, 8, 9, 10, 18, 19, 20, 23, 29, and 32. Need a vote on the balance.
All in favor say yes. Those opposed, nay. Motion passes.
Panzarella after the vote. Go ahead.
Councilor Panzarella?
Yeah, I know I had squared 18, but I don't need to make any comments on that, so just want to let that be known.
We'll do it. The foundation, sure.
It's square. It's square.
Yeah. We got you covered.
Evan Shabazz?
Councilor Evan Shabazz.
Thank you, Mayor. And I know that item 11 was not squared, but I just wanted to make a comment. I want to thank you, Mayor, Chairwoman Thomas, Director Nichols, and the Housing Community Development Department for bringing this item forward and for your continued work to preserve affordable housing in Houston. The Mariposa at Reed Road is an important senior living community in District D, serving residents who deserve safe, stable, and affordable housing as they age with dignity. And this action protects the city's original investment, allows the property to receive new financing for rehabilitation, and extends affordability for an additional 10 years beyond the current city affordability period. And I especially appreciate that no additional federal or city funds are being provided, while the city's loan documents, liens, security interests, and affordability restrictions remain protected. And that is responsible stewardship, and it reflects the kind of housing policy that keeps residents in place while improving the quality of life and the quality of their homes that they rely on. And this is a win for our seniors, which is always great, and a win for District D, and a win for the city of Houston. And I was so very, and thank you, colleagues, for supporting this item.
Thank you.
Next item.
Next item.
Item 7 is an ordinance. Just need a vote.
All in favor say yes. Those opposed, nay. Motion passes.
Great job.
Item 8 is an ordinance. Just need a vote.
Ramirez tag.
Councilmember Thomas?
Oh, he's on the tag.
Will you release for discussion?
It's fine. You don't have to release it. Yep.
Okay. Tagged by Councilmember Ramirez.
Ramirez. Councilmember Ramirez tags. That'd be 8. Next.
I'll tag 9 as well, since it requires passage of 8.
Thank you, sir. Tagged by Councilmember
Tag
Ramirez.
9 is tagged by Ramirez. 10?
Item 10 is an ordinance. Just need a vote.
You all right, Ramirez? Number 10, all in favor say yes. Those opposed, nay. Motion passes.
Item 18 is an ordinance. Just need a vote.
All in favor say yes. Those opposed, nay. Motion passes.
Item 19. Item 19 is an ordinance. Just need a vote.
Councilman Salinas, I know you're going to recommend a substitute of a 1-year period, which I think is good government. And I yield to you, or you want to just...
We've changed it out.
I just wanted to thank you, Mayor, for your assistance. I completely agree with you. As folks know, this contract and the next contract determines how much Houstonians will have to pay in legal fees if they are delinquent. As many of us know, that impacts more often than not those that have the least among us, and it's important that we evaluate these contracts, and I so appreciate your leadership and guidance, and I'm grateful for the amendment to a one-year contract. So I just wanted to thank you, Mayor.
Very good. Nothing wrong with accountability. I think the 3 years was to collect additional data, but we'll just expect the data to be collected quicker and do some comparisons.
Alcorn.
Very good. Councilmember Alcorn.
Thank you, Mayor, and I appreciate the 1 year, and just want to say, as you recall, Mayor, we really dug into this, right at the beginning of this term, and really have enjoyed working with both vendors. I think the competition is good. I have asked some specific questions about the data and how it is collected, timeframes, and also on various other aspects of the contract. And I want to thank Eric Wynn and the legal department who's gotten back to me with some pretty thorough answers on those, and look forward to analyzing this again in a year.
Councilor Davis.
Thank you, Mayor. Just wanted to lift up the question concerning the reduce the 1 year contract. Is that going to be for both or?
Vendors, we've already made them aware this morning, and
We just got the third.
truth is they didn't have much of a choice. We told them the consensus that was built around the 1 year, and they understood.
Got it.
Yeah,
Yep.
they're all,
All three have agreed and signed.
they've agreed.
Yep.
Next.
So we just need a vote on 19.
All in favor of this substitute, say yes. Those opposed, nay. Motion passes. Good job. And thank you, Councilman Alcorn. You really led on this when we got additional vendors involved, which we thought made it more competitive. And now Councilmember Salinas is saying, let's move the timetable up. So it's a good move. Next.
Item 20 is an ordinance, just need a vote.
Say yes. Those opposed, nay. Motion passes.
Item 23 is an ordinance, just need a vote.
All in favor?
Councilmember Evans Shabazz.
Councilor Evans Shabazz.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mayor. I want to thank you and Director Leal, the Houston Arts Alliance, the arts community, and my colleagues on council for the thoughtful work that brought this agreement forward. As chair of the Arts and Culture Committee, I believe this is a strong and meaningful step toward a more transparent, accountable, and inclusive arts ecosystem in Houston. This agreement reflects real engagement with the arts community, careful work by the administration, and collaboration with council to produce an outcome that is responsible, fair, and beneficial for the entire city. Houston's arts are not extra. They are part of who we are. They drive tourism, support jobs, strengthen neighborhoods, tell our stories, and help make Houston a world-class city. This contract is a win for our artists, our cultural organizations, our residents, our visitors, our economy, and Houston taxpayers. I especially want to thank Mayor Whitmire and Director Leal for engaging directly with the Arts and Culture Committee, members of council, and the arts community to help shape an agreement that is a win for all parties. And today, we are not just supporting the arts, we are investing in Houston's identity, creativity, economy, and future. So thank you so very much.
Totally agree. The grantees are excited, and this gives ample opportunity to involve everyone, and Director Leal is doing an excellent job.
Thank you.
Councilor Alcorn.
I just also wanted to shout out this important contract. I'm so excited we have an Arts and Culture Committee, Mayor. That was a great call and great leadership by Councilmember Evans Shabazz. It's fun to come to I'm on that committee. It's fun to come to those committees. It's packed house. They all come. All those arts districts come. They're all coming to see Carol. No, all the arts districts comes. Everybody really is making a big effort to make sure this stays at the forefront, that you know, it's the soul of our city, Mayor Turner used to say, and arts are so important, and Michelle has just been an unbelievable choice. She's just energized, and I know it was supposed to be on last week. She had planned to be out this week, but she's really just elevated it in my eyes, and really thankful for her leadership and for the Arts Alliance leadership, and having a committee that really is taking a deep dive into, you know, the arts.
Energized the subject, and sounds like it's energized Councilmember Evan Shabazz.
We just need to vote on 23.
Let's don't spread that energy around too much more. Thank all of y'all.
Just need to vote on 23.
All in favor, say yes. Those opposed, nay. Motion passes. Next.
Item 29 is an ordinance, just need a vote.
Ramirez tag.
Tagged by Councilman Ramirez.
Item 32 is an ordinance, just need a vote.
All in favor, say yes. Those opposed, nay. Motion passes.
Item 35 is a motion to set a public hearing date.
Beck moved to set the public hearing date for Wednesday, July 8th at 9:00 a.m.
Motion made and seconded. All in favor, say yes. Those opposed, nay. Motion passes.
Item 36 is the CIP amendments.
Very good, members. For item
36.
36, we're going to use the CIP matrix and consider all the amendments in order, beginning with Councilmember Salinas on 4.01. So once we get to the matrix, we'll call the main item, which is before us, 36.
Thank you, Mayor. As I previewed last week, our amendment is to move up the spending from 2031 to 2027 for the acquisition of more trash trucks to help with heavy trash pickup. I think we all agree and know this is a very important issue. Very grateful to the administration for your support. There was a request to make some changes to the language, to change it from rear loader to trash trucks to give solid waste a bit more flexibility. Thought that was a great suggestion, and I hope all the colleagues will support this important amendment. Thank you again, Mayor, for the support.
Very good, and thank you for continuing to lead us in heavy trash, illegal dumping, and I also want to emphasize we're not where we want to be or where we're going to be, but the calls to the city on trash, certainly recycling, and heavy trash have, the calls of complaints have dropped significantly. We're monitoring them, and I think, want to thank Director Hassan and Public Works Randy and their team working together. I know purchasing new equipment is part of their agenda, and they're certainly taking all models under consideration, and there's been significant improvement in the last 2 years, partly because of Mr. Hassan, and I would encourage anyone that's never experienced going out there at 6 in the morning and watching them roll the equipment out. And the first time I went there, literally up the road, they were breaking down because of the condition of the trucks, and that's no longer the case. We purchased 50 new ones. We'll go ahead and add, we didn't paint them the city blue, we left them white to save $3,000 per truck. But now with your amendment, they're going to get even more additional resources, and look to your recommendation to look at all models, which I've heard that discussion about going to rear loader trucks, and I think we'll see that element through your recommendation. Anyone
Just need to vote on the,
vote on the substitute? All in favor say yes. Those opposed, nay. Motion passes. Thank you. Next.
601.
Councilmember Pack, 601.
Thank you, Mayor. 6.01 is for the evaluation of a full reconstruction project of Gessner Road from Newens to Clay. Several years ago, we did Gessner Road from I-10 to Newens and would like to extend the project all the way up to Clay Road. I understand that Public Works is going to work on a design concept report for this project. So in light of that, I will withdraw this amendment since they're already working
And
on it.
thank you, and I'm very familiar with the condition that starts north at Clay Road. Somebody didn't allow that Memorial Management District go farther enough over maybe to Hempstead and get Carverdale in some of the areas that have been neglected for years. But I know of your commitment, and this will go a long ways. Next.
602.
6.02 is for the allocation of funding for the Sherwood Oaks Drainage and Paving Project. This is for our portion of the local match for this. This has been going on many, many years. This was when Commissioner Cagle was in office, and he actually applied for this grant, and we were able to negotiate at the time that the city would pay for half of the local match and the county would pay for the other half. And we are at that point now, finally, where it looks like it might happen this fiscal year that we need to allocate that funding. So I just wanted to make sure that it's in the CIP and that the funding is there when we're ready to execute that contract.
Very good. Administration support. Next.
Mayor, do we need to take a vote on it, or?
Just a vote on
I was
602.
just seeing if you were paying attention. All in favor say yes, those opposed nay. Motion passes.
Thank you, everyone.
Next.
6.03 is $1 million allocated for the Agnes Moffett Park pool improvements. This is not city funding. This is state funding through Representative Lacey Hull that she was able to get us in this last legislative session. This is for pool improvements. The pool at the park is very outdated, needs a lot of improvements, and we are also working with both HPD and HFD for the improvements at this pool for them to be able to use it for their water training in the off hours when the community isn't using the pool. So we're very excited about that and just wanted to make sure that it is moving forward this fiscal year.
Just need a vote.
Very well, and great collaboration with the Representative Hall. All in favor say yes, those opposed nay. Motion passes.
604.
Thank you, everyone. 6.04, this is for the valuation for a conservancy at Cullen Park. In case you aren't aware, Cullen Park is actually the largest park in the city of Houston. It's over by I-10 and Barker Cypress, and there's so much that I think that we could be doing at this park that we're not currently doing. A lot of it's for flooding mitigation, but there's other areas of the park that we could be using. So would just like to look at the feasibility of doing a conservancy at this park. I understand, Mayor, that you'd like to refer this to the Quality of Life Committee, and I'm happy to do that.
Please, I think we'll get some results.
Great. I will withdraw that amendment.
Thank you.
6.05 is for a comprehensive study of the assessment of the White Oak Conference Center to identify other ways of utilization. So this is actually a city facility in the Inwood area. We are doing the Inwood Forest Detention Basin project there. It's a former golf course, and the city purchased this property, including the building, in 2010. And so right now, the Near Northwest Management District has been leasing that building, and we just want to see, if there's other ways that maybe we can maximize the use for the community in partnership with the Near Northwest Management District. And Mary, I understand that you would like this item withdrawn, withdraw this item to work in committee on this instead.
Yes, I think that would be beneficial. And I'm very familiar. It was Inwood Country Club prior to the management district. And if you drive that area, go down Tidwell off of Antoine, their paths and detention ponds and sidewalks are really impressive. So, yes, government operations will review it. Next.
Yep, 606.
6.06 is to facilitate moving the Turkey Creek tributary to Harris County Flood Control District. This is something that has been in the works for a while. This is in the Sherwood Oaks neighborhood, and it's a tributary that we're only mowing once, maybe twice a fiscal year. We've put in service funds to do additional maintenance on this, but as we are looking at open ditches, moving over to Harris County Flood Control District where they might have the availability to maintain it more often, would just like for them to do all the necessary work that the county is asking for us to do to move that over for their maintenance. And I understand that, Mayor, you support this, and it's happening, so I will withdraw this item.
Okay, and we'll certainly look to the Harris County Flood Control District for collaboration.
Thank you.
Next,
Councilmember Jackson with 701.
701.
Thank you, Mayor. 701 amendment is the reconstruction of Lakewood Neighborhood Library, to add that to the HPL Harvey restoration projects. The Lakewood Library was destroyed during Harvey. The reason that, I know you requested I withdraw it, the administration requests a withdrawal because we don't have the funds to construct a new library, but this is not a new library. This is a reconstruct, and so I will withdraw, but this is something that the community has been asking for since Harvey, to have their library back. So whatever the administration can do, if we can look for additional resources outside of the city, that will be greatly appreciated, but I will withdraw it. And 702 is the construction of the new regional library located at 3100 Victory Drive. This will be a full-service library, similar to what they have in A-Leaf. And so we broke ground on it. We're trying to get there, so hopefully, Mayor.
We're working with you. We're working with you.
Yeah, the prayer is we can get, catch up to what's happening on the, is it the west side? Yeah, the best side, but the B is the best. So we need to get something for B. So with that being said, Mayor, I will respectfully withdraw it, but.
Thank you. No, I know the priority it is.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next.
She's verbally agreed.
Yes. Speaking for the Mayor Pro Tem, she's agreed to the substitute. All in favor of the substitute?
On this one, Councilman?
On the Mayor Pro Tem's, yes.
Did you want?
Just on the record, she just wants y'all to know that she is fighting for Alameda Plaza. For everyone in District K, that is still on her list, and she's been in direct conversation with our Public Works Director.
Sure.
And they have come to an agreement and a plan, so folks in District K should have some good news coming soon.
Very well said. All in favor say yes. Those opposed, nay. Motion passes.
And then,
You want to, Councilman Thomas, you want to announce that she's withdrawing the next one? I'll do. Representing the Mayor Pro Tem, she's agreed to withdraw 1601.
1602, she's withdrawing 1602.
No, 1602 is withdrawn as well.
Okay, and that takes care of the amendments. Now we're back to the main item.
Main item, members. All in favor say yes. Those opposed, nay. Motion passes. Thank y'all for your hard work.
And we start with Jackson for pop-off. Oh, Councilmember Thomas is in the queue.
Yes, after the item. Right.
After CIP?
Yes.
We just did.
Right, so I can.
Yes.
Wonderful. Okay, so just for residents, our CIP items were in alignment with what we've been discussing. We've been working with the Houston Public Works Department to make sure that the Bissonnet Safe Streets, that $28 million project that remains on track, that includes 3 council districts, a 7-mile stretch. We are moving forward with that. I believe we're looking for probably a late fiscal 27, 28 construction around that. Our Gessner project, which is shared between District G and F. We have a fiscal year delay based on the community input of the residents in District F on the lanes on Gessner. And so we are in the process of working with TxDOT to make sure that we meet those deadlines, but that construction project is still moving forward. In addition to that, our Hackberry and Boone project, you should see a council action this fiscal year, this calendar year, fall 26. 6. That's close to a $20 million detention project at Hackberry and Boone Park. I want to thank the Parks Department and Houston Public Works for diligently working with us to get this across the line, and the team with Engage Houston for hosting a series of community meetings for the community. So we are excited about our projects. We are moving forward with our third-party partnerships, funding with Harris County Precinct 4, some federal funds. So please stay tuned to the newsletter. And so it was a win, not just for the city, but especially on the west side. Our projects are moving forward. Thank you.
Popoff, Councilmember Jackson.
Thank you, Mayor. One announcement. Today we have our Service Delivery Committee meeting at 2 p.m. We have Public Works discussing the dish reestablishment projects. And so come on out so that you can get your questions answered about this, the program. We've had a lot of discussion during budget about the dish reestablishment program. And so this is an opportunity for us to get up to speed on where they're at in the process, what the projects, how the projects are moving and what the calendar looks like in the future. So join us at 2 p.m. here in Chambers. Thanks.
Good. Next, Councilman Hubb.
Pass.
Councilman Ramirez.
Thank you, Mayor. So I think this is the last meeting before July the 4th, and this is kind of a special July 4th, I think. This is our 250th anniversary of the Declaration of Independence, and I can remember the bicentennial, the 200th anniversary. I'm that old, and I was a boy at that time, and a big deal was made about it. The country really got behind it, and I don't sense that this time around, unfortunately, because it is a milestone, and I would encourage everyone to reflect on the freedoms that we enjoy in this country and the work that went into ensuring that we have those freedoms. The folks who signed the Declaration of Independence really went out on a limb, putting their lives at risk and their livelihoods at risk as well. And it was an uncertain thing as to what would happen and how it would turn out. And we know how it's turned out and how many lives have been lost to protect our freedoms. And I hope we take time during the holiday to appreciate all that has been done for us, and hope we recommit ourselves to protecting the freedoms that we all enjoy, including the freedom of religion. But we work hard at our jobs here and do our best for our constituents. And I think everything we do here can be traced back to that action and the actions that followed in writing a constitution and so forth. And so I would just encourage Houstonians to reflect on this occasion and recommit ourselves to making this country great. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Councilman Jackson.
Thomas.
Calibrating. Okay. So although Councilmember Ramirez tagged the item during June's home ownership month and hurricane season, I want Houstonians to pay attention to the $50 million allocation that should come before this council after July 4th. This $50 million is dedicated to single-family home repairs. Many of you have been waiting since 2024, if you were impacted by derecho or Beryl, to receive these funds. This program is in high demand. And just to give you context, DR 21, which was our winter Storm Uri $50 million allocation, we have 1,200 applications in the queue, right? So we are already on schedule to serve over 135, 40 Houstonians. With this particular program, you can qualify up to $100,000 in rehab and up to $300,000 in reconstruction. Many of you came to Chambers saying that you cannot wait, so you will wait 2 more weeks. But I want you to know that this is a good action on behalf of Houstonians. We've already approved our multifamily $50 million that NOFA closed a couple of weeks ago. We should see those projects moving forward. So this is one of the few early allocations of the $314 million disaster recovery in response to Beryl, and we're moving and getting this money to the street. Looking forward to this item coming back to council, and to couple Councilmember Ramirez's remarks about the 250. A part of that has always been, that American dream has always been home ownership, right? And and which is almost out of reach for so many people in our country, especially in Houston. And I recall Mayor Whitmire's early comments during his inauguration when he talked about public safety, and he also talked about how Houstonians are unable to afford and that they cannot afford a home and they cannot wait. So this action, when it comes back, allows us to celebrate the 250 year in the American dream for so many Houstonians. Thank you.
Thank you. On my mind is, as you articulate your knowledge, I'm reminded why you're chair of our housing committee. So thank you for your leadership. Vice Mayor Pro Tem Peck.
Thank you, Mayor. First, I'd like to announce that Hope City is doing their Days of Hope distribution in District A, where they will distribute food and supplies. The first one will be July 11th. It will be at Spring Spirit at 8526 Pittner Road, and that will be at 10 o'clock a.m. And then their next event will be on July 18th at the Carverdale Community Center at 10 o'clock a.m. So please join us for both of those distributions. And if you know of anyone in need, please send them to either of those events. And then wanted to wish everyone a happy 4th of July next week, and to my constituents concerned about fireworks and celebratory gunfire to please continue to contact HPD if you hear anything in your neighborhood around July 4th. Thank you.
Alcorn.
Councilmember Thomas, I was in Pleasantville the other night, and they were passing out a bunch of information about the recovery money, and people were excited. Also in Pleasantville, Councilmember Jackson, you had a staff member there too. There's a street in Pleasantville, Burndale, that the mail doesn't even get delivered because of the stray dogs. I've got Bart going out there. There's a big problem in parts of Pleasantville with the stray dogs, so we got to pay attention to that. I did do the Orange Parade. Oh my gosh, it was so much fun. I don't even have any Dutch relatives or anything, but we got on the orange. It was hot, but it was just so much fun. And we were around a bunch of Dutch people. One guy walked in his wooden shoes the entire way. I mean, they must have been really comfortable. They did not look it. And it was so fun visiting with the people from the Netherlands. I mean, they just couldn't say enough about Houston. They were, it was I don't know, stuff like that just gives me faith in everything. It's been a great World Cup. The Fan Fest has been really fun. It's just a great thing for our city and for the country, I think.
Totally agree. And Metro was proactive with 4 cooling buses along the route. And while we're discussing and doing shout outs, I should mention Elizabeth Brock and the Metro team. The first game, the heat became an issue as people in large numbers, thousands wanted on the trains. So they were proactive and learned from that and put the waiting lines inside NRG. Of course, a little pushback from FIFA because that wasn't their plan, but through some friendly persuasion, that system got worked out, and water and waiting in NRG became a successful model. So, you know, it's just, you get frustrated in this, in our jobs when the critics just want to criticize and not get out there and witness firsthand the joy and the benefits of FIFA. It's been, and can't say enough about the Sports Authority, Ryan Walsh, Juan Garcia. I mean, they're just really doing a great job. So thank you for your comments. Councilmember Salinas.
Thank you, Mayor. I also want to echo what Councilmember Alcorn was saying yesterday. I had the chance to go out to the Fan Fest for the first time, and we were interviewing people from around the world and asked them to describe Houston in one word, and the word they chose over and over again was friendly.
Friendly, yes.
And I thought that was just absolutely wonderful and spoke to just what a great job the city has done in welcoming people from all over the world in the way we've always done. So I hats off to all the organizers and the folks that have been doing the hard work behind the scenes. And I'd like to just take a moment to recognize this summer's policy fellow, Bianca, if you can stand up. Bianca Ramos is my summer policy fellow, joins us from Rice University. She's a Houston native, first-generation college student, is doing an excellent job, working very hard to write some legislation that we'll be bringing to you all in the coming weeks and months. But just want to commend her for her work, her dedication. She's very passionate about the city, wants to pursue a career in public service, and hopefully this is a good start to her bright future. Thank you, Mayor.
And before we get too far away from the Fan Fest and FIFA, I've got to share with y'all. First, I met Freddie. I didn't know who Freddie was. And in fact, there was a scheduled meeting with Freddie, who was traveling the U.S. at 4:30 last Wednesday. And I just didn't have time for a casual visit with a guest named Freddie. But I went to the ball game that night. In the middle of dinner, some Astro officials brought me Freddie. I said, Freddie, what is so special about you that I needed to meet you this afternoon? He said, I'm special because I'm not special. Didn't want any photos. Had a twin brother there. We got to talk about what a great experience I've had visiting Germany. And that was a delight of another individual that brought so much attention to Houston. Then, fast forward, the next day, I'm at Fan Fest, and somebody had mentioned me, have I ever met I.C. Speed? Well, y'all know I probably hadn't, but I got to work and Googled him, not expecting to meet him that evening. He was at the Fan Fest. He was more, everybody was supposed to be watching the video camera screens or watching Speed. So someone took me over to meet Speed. And he said, and you're the mayor of the city? I said, well, I think you are tonight. So what an experience. And I had done my research, and I told him that I had learned that his grandfather was the first African-American fire chief in Detroit. And he was so impressed that I'd done my homework. But he says he comes to Houston fairly often, so, you know, on my thinking cap, we'll attempt to get him down here because he showed a lot of interest in Houston. But folks, I'm sure you probably know, but since that experience and he got on social media, darn near everybody, including my grandsons, know who I.C. Speed is. He's got like 500 or 600 million followers. So anyway, yeah, that's a pretty, I think I know how many zeros that is. So I.C. Speed, and he's been out at the ball games, and so another opportunity for Houston to be recognized by two folks who have millions of followers. Great experience. Councilor Carter?
We're all too old over here. We're trying to figure out, is it I see Speedy, I show Speedy?
You know what? I'm just doing the best I can.
We don't know over here either, so we're
Everybody calls him Speed.
Speed, okay.
And
Yeah.
that's what I ought to stick to.
I saw Freddie, but I didn't see Speed. I also want to give a shout out to Metro. I actually rode the rail from Texas and Maine to the game. And of course, I'm hyper-focused on the homeless going through Midtown. And Metro Police was at every stop. We did have an individual get on our car, and of course, we're packed in there like sardines. But in the Houston way and spirit, you know, everybody just kind of stepped aside, no issue, you know, and it was a gentleman, obviously homeless, and rode for about 4 stops, and then off he got, and everything was fine. And certainly it was a little wet that day I went, so we all were like drowned rats. But anyway, great experience, and hats off to Metro and Metro Police for stepping up to help with that situation. And it's just a great experience. Additionally, wanted to put a plug in for the Heritage Society. They have the Texas America 250 exhibit just next door. Family Day is July the 1st. It's free, so if you don't have anything to do on the 1st, hop over and see the exhibit. The Heritage Society is that little well-kept secret in our city that's a wonderful park and wonderful asset, and they've got great exhibits and great goings-on, family-friendly, so stop by and check it out. Thanks.
And as you mentioned, the homeless circumstances, I should do a shout out for Mike Nichols and Souter White and Harris Health and Harris Center. The Emancipation site is doing exactly what we designed it to do. They've had 250 people come through. This morning there's 220. with about 30 folks who have already been referred to a more permanent location. So we're headed in the right direction there, and I know you've played such a lead role in that, so let me give you a shout out. But Midtown, Montrose, and the adjoining Central District communities are going to be next on our priority list.
Absolutely.
Because
Thank
we have
you.
a lot of work left to do.
Thank you, Mayor. I conversation with Larry on a regular basis, talked to him yesterday morning about Midtown, but, and I'll be over at Emancipation this afternoon and working closely with the Harris Center Foundation, and we're bringing potential supporters in on a weekly basis, and so I'm looking forward to making good progress, continued good progress over there, and have been excited to see what's actually happening and getting the folks off the street and to the resources that they need. So thank you for your support.
Well, we keep getting good reports out of Washington that HUD and others are going to send us monies. There's a new fund, Model Cities. But I tell Josh and all of them when they come back from Washington, we don't want love, we want money. And so hopefully they're hearing our call. I know the HUD secretary will be here next week, so hopefully with some good dialogue, we're going to get some help. Councilor Evans Shabazz.
Thank you, Mayor. And I want to take a moment to recap and recognize the many Juneteenth celebrations that took place across District D. Juneteenth is not just a holiday, it is a sacred reminder of freedom, resilience, faith, and the strength of our people. Across the district, we saw families, seniors, young people, artists, churches, civic leaders, and community partners come together to celebrate our history and our future. That is what makes District D so special. We are rooted in legacy, but we are also building forward. I want to thank you, Mayor, for coming out. You were out there and just all casual in your white, and that was good to see. You let your hair down. And Director Allen, I want to thank him for his support and the continued commitment to making sure these important community celebrations are seen, supported, and valued. I also want to thank Councilmember Willie Davis, who joined us on stage as we recognize this important moment. His presence and partnership were appreciated, and it meant a great deal to the community. Certainly want to acknowledge that we had Congressman Christian Menifee, Congressman Al Green. We had the Harris County Attorney, Abby Kamen. And I want to give a special shout out to the board chair of the Emancipation Park and Service, Ramon Manning, along with Veronica Horn, and they did a fantastic job. And also the Yates family who joined us. Jacqueline Bostic's stage was unveiled. Well, there was a ribbon cutting so that her name and the Jack Yates family will also always be a part of the celebrations. Certainly got to recognize C. Anderson Davis from the NAACP, Al Green, excuse me, not Al Green, Al Edwards, and Sheila Jackson Lee for their efforts in making sure that this was a celebration that would be commemorated. I also want to acknowledge the celebration and the ribbon cutting at the Miller Outdoor Theater. And I'm not going to pronounce the name, but they're the Child Foundation Plaza. Miller Outdoor Theater is one of the Houston's most treasured cultural spaces, and it continues to be a place where families from every background can experience the arts community and joy together. Certainly a thanks to Claudia de Vasco, such a beautiful person, for her leadership, her hospitality, and her continued dedication to making Miller Outdoor Theater a welcoming space and a beautiful space for all Houstonians. Certainly we had entertainment that was stellar. We had Shantae Moore, and you know, I think I can sing a little bit, but I had to let her go with some of those notes. Oh my God, the lady is phenomenal. I had to just back up and make sure nobody was recording when we got to some of those notes that she sang. And certainly Maze, featuring Christopher Walker, they were so fabulous. And then we had the wonderful MCs, Funky Larry Jones and Donna Franklin. And certainly my shout out to Ernest Walker, who is the manager of KTSU. And so it was a wonderful celebration. And as we reflect on Juneteenth, we are reminded that freedom must be celebrated, protected, and carried forward through service. District D is proud to honor that legacy, not just in words, but in the work that we do every day for our communities. Upcoming events, the Houston Area Urban League Advancing Opportunity Luncheon will be on Friday, June the 26th from 11:30 a.m. to 1 p.m. at the Hilton Americas, and the EEDC Resilient Ready Resource Fair for emergency preparedness, resilient and ready, so that we'll be ready because preparation is very important. Will be Saturday, June the 27th from 9 a.m. to noon, and that will be at the Resilience Hub at 2805 Winburn Street. The fair will provide free resources, health services, hurricane preparedness tools, emergency planning information, wellness screenings, housing and disaster recovery support, climbing resilience and weatherization tips, and family-friendly activities and giveaways. And thank you so very much, Mayor, for bringing forward the 2027 CIP. And thank you to my colleagues for supporting the item and amendments. And certainly, I want to thank the Chief of Staff, Cynthia Wilson, Stephen David, Randy Mackey, David Wardlaw, and the HPW CIP team and the finance team for their work, responsiveness, and continued partnership throughout the CIP process. And finally, District D appreciates the collaboration and the continued commitment to moving critical infrastructure priorities forward for our residents to provide better quality of life, which is what this is all about. So certainly, hopefully you all will have a wonderful week. Certainly next week we will be out, and I just hate that, but I'll do the best I can. But certainly, just a wonderful week and a wonderful, safe time for everyone. And that concludes what's going on in the District of Destination. Thank you.
Thank you for the shout out for the reunion at Emancipation on Juneteenth. Certainly it's the shout out for Sheila Jackson Lee, Sylvester Turner, Al Edwards, who served in the legislature and every year was able to get money in the budget for the Emancipation celebration. But let's not forget Opal Lee. That's Opal Lee out of Fort Worth. One of the real special people I got to meet on the Senate floor. Her picture is there, only the second African-American woman after Barbara Jordan to have her photo hung in the Senate chambers. So it was a real delight to get to meet this sweet lady that through determination and passion made it a national holiday. And so there's so much to celebrate. I was very honored to be the honorary chair of the event. Thank you to Ramon Manning and the TERS and the CEO and really the community. It was hot. But we all put that aside and had a great reunion. So thank you.
I always say I wish we had gotten the news in the winter.
Yeah.
But we got the news.
Yes, we didn't get to pick the date. It was handed to us. Councilmember Davis.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to take the moment and acknowledge the leadership of Councilmember Carol Shabazz and her passion and compassion for Third Ward, Texas, as we both have held in that community. Emancipation, the Juneteenth at Emancipation Park was phenomenal. It was an outstanding representation. But there are several reasons what makes me proud in all of the celebration. I went to the Jubilee celebration in the Be United, District B, attended most of the activity there, as well as the Juneteenth parade. So there's several reasons why it's so important to me, because one, Juneteenth is a national recognized holiday that has been recognized by all across this country. And I'm proud not only to be a Black American, but to know that Texas was the state that initiated this. And Mayor, you spoke about State Representative Al Edwards, who attended my church congregation for many, many years at the St. Paul Church. So I followed this for a very, very long time. And so it's just good and proud to be a Houstonian and a Texan that would recognize the contributions that our heritage represents. Secondly, I do want to acknowledge, as others has echoed, what has gone on during Fan Fest and FIFA. I want to first thank you, Mayor, for your leadership in that, but I want to also thank HPD and the fire department for their service to this city and how they have well represented not only our visitors, but those who are here in the city. FIFA has been such a great success. That was the doubters, and people were addressing the fact about whether or not this was going to yield what it was supposed to yield, and it's proven to be just that. I've had the chance to not only attend the FIFA game, but also in the Fan Fest. I was there on last night, believe it or not. Of course, it wasn't the fact that in my position, it wasn't just an offer, it was a command for me on last night to be at the Fan Fest because Colombia was playing Congo. And so I was there. It really enjoyed the game. Thank God Colombia won because I would have had a rough night at my house if they hadn't, but they did. And so it was great. People attended. It was well organized. People were very kind and peaceful. So thank God for that. But also in closing, I would hope that we do not leave the fact on what was talked about in council on yesterday regarding service stations that are being in our communities, presenting very unsafe conditions. But I want to echo again that the service stations are not the only thing that is put into our community that we need to circle the wagon on. Because what we need to do is look at all communities in this city and some of the things that are being put in our communities. I think it's responsibility as at-large people that we focus on all of the city and not just on a certain item. So I'm great to hear the speakers who came, people who are pushing it, and I would hope that we take a very serious look at that and keep our minds upon it. So other than that, we wish everybody to have a safe and happy 4th of July.
And thank you, and certainly your shout out for HPD during these crowded conditions. I've witnessed HPD handing out water along the trail. I just think it's so unfortunate that we have critics of Houston Fire and Police when they demonstrate every day their commitment and the morale, the growth of the departments. The two chiefs are outstanding, Munoz and Diaz. Now, are we requesting and demanding more efficiency? Yes, but our city's growing. Both these chiefs have only been there 2 years, and they got some very challenging times when they took over, but the departments are some of the best trained and diverse, and it starts at the top. So thank you to Chief Diaz Munoz. This misinformation, the Third Ward, is one of the more dangerous sections of the city. When we went to the dedication ribbon cutting of Columbia Tap, one visual I have is just police officers were everywhere on bikes patrolling the cap, but it is a challenge, as this public safety is a challenge across the city. But I just don't understand the critics of our fire and police departments, but they're there, and they're being dealt with as we talk. But the two departments are retaining the veterans that would have gone to other agencies in previous years. The recruitment's at an all-time high, the morale's at an all-time high, and we're still collaborating with other agencies. The DPS has been a good partner in traffic enforcement, but we still have a lot to do with the crime rate, response times at an all-time high, the department numbers at an all-time high, but we need to continue to use technology and collaboration and work with the leadership of both those parts. And how can we go any further without giving Brian Mason a shout out at the emergency center and his employees that bring their sleeping bags in. Certainly when we opened the center during week before last, challenging rains, Brian Mason is just one dynamic leader. So everywhere you look, Dr. Tran's out there energized at the health department, and I could go on Cynthia, making certain everyone has an opportunity. And I shouldn't start naming people because it really covers the entire city operation. Solid waste, for instance. Joe, welcome to council. I know you're working hard in the, what's about 3 weeks now?
I think this is my 4th week today. Yeah.
Remember how hard you worked to get here?
My gosh, yeah, I'm doing double time for sure.
I always say in the legislature, after serving many years, you really, really only have that first door-knocking campaign in you. Now, you have to do more as you get reelected, but I know I can look at Councilman Salinas, it's probably still fresh on her mind. There's nothing harder, there's no more hard work than doing a campaign right, leading, and knocking those doors in this kind of heat. So congratulations again.
Thank you. Appreciate you.
I yield to you.
Yeah, I want to thank you as well for your leadership with the World Cup going on right now. I want to give a shout out to Chris Canetti and the host committee. It's not easy to host 7 Super Bowls in one summer, so what y'all are accomplishing right now is really quite remarkable. And I want to echo Councilmember Carter's sentiments towards Metro as well. Their extended services have been a real boon and help for all of the guests coming into Houston, but also just regular Houstonians. And so I hope that we can look at these extended services and continue to have them year-round so that we continue to encourage the growth of a great metro system. So thank you.
Thank you. Members, we don't.
Evan Shabazz, one more time.
Councilman Evan Shabazz, energized.
I'm sorry, Mayor. I just needed to say a couple other things. I didn't give a shout out to Chili Bill, who is the DJ for the Emancipation, and I mean, he does such a phenomenal job to keep us shaking the tail feather, and I appreciate that. And certainly to MC7, who does a wonderful, I mean, he's just an awesome young man. I also want to say that Brian Courtney Wilson is my absolute favorite male gospel singer, and I did post a picture on Facebook, and everybody, that's your new man? Well, no, he's not my new man, but he's my spiritual uplift man. Brian Courtney Wilson, oh my God. Anyway, and shout out to his wife, thank you. And so certainly I want to lift up the honorary mayor of Sunnyside, Sandra Hines. She always does such a wonderful job, not just for the community, but for a wonderful celebration for our seniors. And so I want to give her a shout out as well. And I think that concludes what's going on in the District of Destination. Thank you. Oh, I'm sorry. And happy heavenly birthday to my mother, Catherine Evans. Her birthday would have been today, and we would have been celebrating. So, and we are going to celebrate just because of who she is. Thank you.
Thank you. Members, on July 4th, be safe. There'll be parades all over the city. Then there's a FIFA game at noon. Fan Fest will be open because at 4 o'clock there's a FIFA game in Philadelphia recognizing the country's 250th birthday. And then Freedom Fest should be outstanding this year. We anticipate a lot of our guests to the FIFA events to pour over into Freedom over Texas. So going to be exciting before we meet again July 7th at 1:30. So everyone be safe and enjoy the 4th. Be safe. Bye. We stand adjourned.
The urban fabric of Houston is woven from the ambitions and traditions of people and ideas.
Come on.
We are a city of collaborators who build on one another's inspirations, strengths, and cultures to shape a future we all can share.
Come on.
Together, we are more than 7 million ingredients that make something that cannot be discovered, tasted, or invented anywhere else.
Come on.
A movement, a moment, a future.
Come on.
Together, we are reshaping the culinary landscape.
Come on.
Come on. Cultures combine to create a powerful, flavorful taste of things to come. Louisiana crawfish becomes via Cajun crawfish and noodles. Asian flavors meet Texas-style barbecue. Japanese tapas, Korea Mex, and Nigerian jambalaya set the table for a creative, inventive, cooperative scene.
Come on.
The power of together is creating public-private partnerships that are shaping an ecosystem of businesses in orbit around the Earth, taking us to the moon and beyond.
Come on.
Our together is rocket-fueled.
Come on.
The power of together is the power to heal.
Come on.
We are developing the world's most advanced research campus at the world's largest medical city. The greatest minds in medicine, science, academia, and commerce collide here, speeding research and breakthroughs.
Come on.
Together, we are powering the future, evolving the energy supply and science, leading the global transition to a more efficient, sustainable, low-carbon future.
Come on.
Houston welcomes you to say hello to the incredible power and infinite possibility of together. We cannot wait to make tomorrow together.
Come on.
City Hall Annex. It's the Planning Commission meeting right here on HTV.
My name is Lisa Clark, and I'm the chair of the Houston Planning Commission, and I'm calling this meeting to order at 2:33 p.m. on Thursday, June 25th, 2026. This is an in-person meeting taking place in the City Hall Annex at 900 Bagby. You may also monitor the meeting by viewing via HTV. Speakers, if you wish to address the commission on an item, please fill out the speaker's form before the item is called and turn it into staff near the front door. Consent and repeat speakers are allowed for 1 minute. New speakers are timed for 2, and speaker rules are found on the top portion of the speaker sign-in form attached to your agenda. Council members speaking on an item are not timed. Applicants have their allotted 2 minutes time as well as rebuttals, and non-applicants and general speakers are allowed 2 minutes time. There's not an option for rebuttal, even if you did not use your full 2 minutes, and you will not be allowed to speak again nor allot your time to another speaker. To establish a quorum of 11, I'll call the roll. Chair Clark is present. Vice Chair Garza.
Present.
Commissioner Baldwin.
Present.
Commissioner Ballard.
Present.
Commissioner Carroll.
Present.
Commissioner Heisch.
Present.
Commissioner Hines.
Hines present.
Sorry, getting to the next one where I have some. Commissioner Naranjo.
Present.
Commissioner Pham
Is absent.
is absent. I was looking, I thought I saw, okay. Commissioner Pierce.
Present.
Commissioner Sirim.
Present.
Commissioner Shepard.
Present.
Commissioner Sigler is not here. Commissioner Sykes.
Present.
Commissioner Victor.
Present.
Commissioner Jones.
Here.
Thank you. Commissioner Mandapaka.
Present. Present.
And our Secretary Von Tran.
Present.
I count 16.
We have 16, so we've met our quorum of 11. And now I will call for, oh, wait a minute. Let me tell you, we've got 2 withdrawals. The first one is number 83, which is FMU Kaywood Collection, and number 92, Southland Place Partial Replat number 6. Both of those have been withdrawn, so we'll not hear any presentations or take any action on these items. And now I'll call for the director's report.
Good afternoon, Chair Clark, Commission members, and staff, and the public. I am Von Tran, Secretary of this Commission and Director of the Planning and Development Department. Welcome. I have one announcement today. A public hearing on the proposed amendments to Chapter 42, Division 7, Parks and Open Spaces will be held on July the 8th, 2026 at 9 a.m. at City Council Chambers. The address is 901 Bagby Street, 2nd floor. To reserve your speaking time before council, please contact the Office of Secretary by 3 p.m. on July 7th, 2026. You may call 832-393-1100, email speakers@houston.tx.gov, or register online, or visit City Hall Annex, 900 Bagby Street, room P101. In closing, for assistance, please call the Planning and Development Department at 832-393-6600. To reach a planner of the day, please call 832-393-6624. You may visit us online at houstonplanning.com. This concludes my report. Thank you. Yes. Secondly, actually, I have something exciting to do. We do this the beginning of every summer. We have many interns that have joined the planning department as well as Public Works. We have, I don't even know how many are in the audience, but at this moment, I would love for our interns to please stand up so we can acknowledge you and welcome you officially to the Planning Commission. Thank you. Hope you'll learn a lot today.
Yes, welcome you guys. Okay, now I need to have everyone someone make a motion to approve our minutes of our last meeting, June 11th, 2026?
Motion Sykes.
Motion Sykes, second Ballard. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Now we'll move on to item A, plating activity.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the Planning Commission. My name is Adisa G. Adesioju. Sections A and B are presented as one group, which includes consent and replat items not requiring notification. Sections A and B are items 1 through 80. Sections A consent items are numbers 1 through 42, and Section B replat items are numbers 43 through 80. No items need to be taken out of order, and there are no changes to staff recommendation. Madam Chair, if there are no individuals signed up to speak on these items, the Planning and Development Department requests the approval of all staff recommendations for consents and replat items not requiring notification.
Thank you. I do have a speaker on item 31, so we'll pull that out of this motion. And I know I have some abstentions. Commissioner Heisch?
Yes, Madam Chair, I'm going to abstain from items 1, 2, 3, and 52.
Thank you. Commissioner Sykes? Thank you. Commissioner Shepard?
2, 4, and 65.
Thank you. Are there any others? Okay, so I need a motion for items A and B, save and accept items 1, 2, 3, 10, 4, 31, and 52, and 65. Do I have a motion?
Motion Garza.
Motion Garza. Second Victor. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
Presentation mode, please.
Okay, I'm going to take a motion for the save and accept items. So I need a motion now to approve items 1, 2, 3, 4, 10, 52, and 65.
Motion Jones.
Motion Jones. Second Naranjo. Thank you. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. And now if you'll do a presentation on item 31. Cut the mic on for me. Please cut the mic on. Thank you, Ms. Poole. That's okay.
Better than that.
No worries. I know better a lot of times too when I mess up, so don't worry about it.
Well, I've had a little experience. Yeah, I'm Jennifer Poole. I'm rising in support of item 31. I just wanted to be available to answer any questions. I've dealt with staff. They are in support of this, and I hope y'all are too. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And I guess the question to staff is, I believe this is a shall approve. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Do we want to do a small presentation?
Yes. Good afternoon, everyone. Suvida Bandi, Planning Department. This project is proposing an unrestricted reserve. It's a Class 3 final plat located along Richmond Avenue, and it's a shall approve item. Staff recommendation is to approve.
Thank you. So we have item 31 in front of us. Do I have a motion for approval? Motion Baldwin. Second Victor. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Moving on to C, replats requiring public hearings.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, the members of the Planning Commission. My name is Araceli Rodriguez. Item 81 is covered residence. The subject site is located in the city limit west of Scott Street and south of Weed Road. The purpose of the replat is to create one multi-unit residential MUR reserve. The applicant is requesting a variance to Section 193 to change one single-family lot into one MUR reserve. Staff is in support of the request. The applicant proposes to redevelop the lot with a triplex or fourplex as a small-scale residential infill project. The site is located at the corner of Carver Street and Tangerine Street in an area with a combination of residential, commercial, religious, and institutional uses. Although the immediate neighborhood is mainly single-family, the proposed MUR development maintains a compatible residential scale. Also, a letter of support from the adjoining neighbor has been provided to staff. So review by legal indicates the plat would not violate restriction on the face of the plat or those filed separately. The applicant has met all the notification requirements, and staff did not receive any public comments in advance. Staff recommendation is to grant the requested variance and approve the plat subject to the CPC 101 form condition. Madam Chair, it's a pleasure of the commission, you may continue the public hearing for this item at this time.
Thank you. The public hearing for item 81 is continued. I have no one signed to speak. Is there anyone that wishes to? Hearing none, I'll close the public hearing and seek a motion for staff recommendation.
Motion Garza.
Motion Garza.
Second Ballard.
Second Ballard. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Item 82.
Item 82, Flowerdale Court. The site is located in the city limit east of Witt Road and south of Long Point Road. The purpose of the replat is to create two single-family residential lots. No variances are being requested with this item. The applicant has met all the notification requirements. Review by legal indicates that the plat will not violate restriction on the face of the plat or those filed separately. Staff did not receive any public comments in advance, and staff recommendation is to approve the plat subject to the CPC 101 form condition. Madam Chair, it's a pleasure of the commission, you may open the public hearing for this item at this time.
Thank you. The public hearing for item 82 is open. I have no one signed to speak. Is there anyone that wishes to? Hearing none, I'll close the public hearing and seek a motion for staff recommendation. Motion Victor.
Second Carroll.
Second Carroll. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. And I failed to make note that Commissioner Porce-Pirtle. Okay, thank you. Moving on to item 83.
Withdrawn.
Oh, yeah, withdrawn. 84.
Item 84, Hazard Oaks. The site is located in the city limit north of Westheimer Drive and east of Shepherd Drive. The purpose of the replat is to create two single-family residential lots and two open space landscape reserves. The applicant is requesting a variance to not provide a 5-foot right-of-way dedication along Hazard Street, and staff is in support of the request. Hazard Street is a local street platted with a 50-foot right-of-way, and the applicant is required to provide a 5-foot dedication to expand the right-of-way to 60 feet. However, multiple redevelopments along the block, including one granted variance in 2012, did not provide right-of-way dedication. Therefore, the existing right-of-way along this block now ranges between 50 and 55 feet and will not reach the full 60-foot width. Right-of-way dedication from this single lot will not create a continuous functional right-of-way width. The property will remain in residential use, and Hazard Street, aside to two commercial corner properties at Westheimer, will continue to function as a residential street. The review by legal indicates that the plat will not violate restriction on the face of the plat or those filed separately. The applicant has met all the notification requirements, and staff did not receive any public comment in advance. The staff recommendation is to grant the requested variance and approve the plat subject to the CPC 101 form condition. Madam Chair, it's a pleasure of the commission, you may open the public hearing for this item at this time.
Thank you. The public hearing for item 84 is open. I have no one signed to speak. Is there anyone that wishes to? Hearing none, I'll close the public hearing and seek a motion for staff recommendation.
Baldwin.
Motion Jones, second Baldwin. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Item 85.
Item 85, Hooper Landing replat number 1. The site is located in the city limits south of Anderson Road and north of Beltwood 8. The purpose of the replat is to create one landscape and open space reserve. No variances are being requested with this item, and the applicant has met all the notification requirements. Review by legal indicates that the plat will not violate restriction on the face of the plat or those filed separately. Staff received one public comment in advance. addressed the concern, and concluded that the issues raised were not related to the project. Staff recommendation is to approve the plat subject to the CPC 101 form condition. Madam Chair, it's the pleasure of the commission. You may open the public hearing for this item at this time.
Thank you. The public hearing for item 85 is open. I have no one signed to speak. Is there anyone that wishes to? Hearing none, I'll close the public hearing and seek a motion for staff recommendation. Motion, Porras-Purtle.
Second, Hines.
Second, Hines. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
Can I ask a question?
Yes, you may.
What is the purpose of that? What can you do on that tract of land now?
Can you repeat the question?
What's the purpose to replat into the landscape reserve? What can you do on that?
They're planning to use it as a small pocket park, like a trail and a dog park.
Okay, perfect, great.
That's typically what they do with those. Yeah.
I didn't.
Yeah. And it is nice to have these little dog parks here and there. Yeah. Okay. I took a vote, right?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Moving on to item 86.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the Planning Commission. My name is Ken Calhoun. Item 86 is Joanna Grove. The subject site is located within Houston city limits, east along Joanna Drive, between Janik and Flowerdale. The applicant is proposing to create 2 single-family lots. There are no variances requested with this item, and the applicant has met all notification requirements. Review by legal indicates that the application will not violate restrictions on the face of the plat or those filed separately. Staff's recommendation is to approve the plat subject to CPC 101 form conditions. Madam Chair, if it pleases the commission, you may open the public hearing for this item at this time.
Thank you. The public hearing for item 86 is open. I have no one signed to speak. Is there anyone that wishes to? Hearing none, I'll close the public hearing and seek a motion for staff recommendation. Motion, second, Victor. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Item 87.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the Planning Commission. My name is John Phillips Cedillo. Item 87 is Madera Village. The subject site is an over 11,000 square foot property located in the Houston city limits at the southwest intersection of Madera Road and League Road, north of Tidwell and east of Mesa Drive. The replat is to create 2 lots on a shared driveway. There are no variances requested with this item, and the applicant has met all notice requirements. This is a replat of Lot 116, Block 5 of Kentshire Place, Section 1. Review by legal indicates that the plat does not violate restrictions on the face of the plat or those filed separately. This item was deferred last cycle due to a computer glitch that caused the items packet to be missing from the full agenda packet, but that full packet has been provided today. Staff recommendation is to approve the plat subject to CPC 101 form conditions. Madam Chair, if it pleases the commission, you may continue the public hearing for this item at this time.
Thank you. The public hearing for item 87 is continued. I have no one signed to speak. Is there anyone that wishes to? Hearing none, I'll close the public hearing and seek a motion for staff recommendation.
Motion Shepherd.
Motion Shepherd.
Second, Pierce.
Second, Pierce. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Item 88. Thank you.
Item 88 is Mason Condo Association. The subject site is located within Houston city limits at the intersection of Mason and Stratford. The applicant is proposing to create 1 unrestricted reserve. There are no variance requested with this item, and the applicant has met all notification requirements. Review by legal indicates that this plat will violate separately filed deed restrictions, so staff's recommendation is to defer to allow legal to further review newly provided information from the applicant. Madam Chair, if it pleases the commission, you may open the public hearing for this item at this time.
Thank you. The public hearing for item 88 is open. I have no one signed to speak. Is there anyone that wishes to? Hearing none, I'll continue the public hearing and seek a motion for staff recommendation.
Motion Ballard.
Motion Ballard.
Second Garza.
Second Garza. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Item 89.
Item 89 is McClendon Grove. The subject site is a nearly 7,000 square foot property located in the Houston city limits, south along McClendon Street, east of Kirby Drive, and north of Holcomb Boulevard. The reason for replat is to create 2 front-loading residential lots. There are no variances requested with this item, and the applicant has met all notice requirements. This is a replat of portions of lots 6 and 7, Block 1 of Carolina Place. Review by legal indicates that the plat does not violate restrictions on the face of the plat or those filed separately. We have received advanced comments regarding drainage and maintaining existing trees and landscape. Staff recommendation is to approve the plat subject to CPC 101 form conditions. Madam Chair, if it pleases the commission, you may open the public hearing for this item at this time.
Thank you. The public hearing for item 89 is open. I have no one signed to speak. Is there anyone that wishes to? Hearing none, I'll close the public hearing and seek a motion for staff recommendation.
Motion Garza.
Motion Garza.
Second Carroll.
Second Carroll. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Item 90.
Item 90 is Montrose Heights. The subject site is a nearly 20,000 square foot property located in the Houston city limits at the northwest intersection of Fairview Avenue and Commonwealth Avenue. The reason for replat is to create one unrestricted reserve. There are no variances requested with this item, and the applicant has met all notice requirements. This is a replat of Reserve A, Block 1 of Hyde Park, partial replat number 2, recorded in 2014, and Lot 5, Block 19 of the original Hyde Park subdivision. Residents have provided additional deed documentation at the beginning of today's meeting that requires further review. We have received advanced comments regarding deed restrictions and property maintenance. Staff is changing the recommendation to defer the plat for 2 weeks to allow legal further time to review the newly provided deed restriction documents. Madam Chair, if it pleases the commission, you may open the public hearing for this item at this time.
Thank you. The public hearing for item 90 is opened, and I do have a few speakers. Our first speaker is Lori Thompson. Good afternoon. If you wouldn't mind stating your name for the record.
I'm Lori Thompson, live at 1515 Maryland Street, and I agree with waiting 2 weeks for the legal department to be able to look over the documents. I've lived at this property with my husband since 2009, and my greatest concern, well, I have more than one concern, is my foundation. I think this property, 6 floors or 7 floors up, is going to jeopardize my property and put me at risk, our home at risk for a great deal of foundation property issues. There's a school that's 1 block from this property, and they use Fairview for their pickup line. So I'm concerned that all of this is going to be disrupted. That's Ella Baker Montessori School. My third is the crime is going to come, and parking. This is a highly congested area anyway. We have no parking on our street, none. It's just really bad with the school, then the townhomes across the street. So I don't know where these residents are going to park. I haven't seen any of these conditions that they've listed that need to be brought to our attention.
Thank you very much. Commissioners, do you have any questions? Okay. Our next speaker is Catherine Simpson.
There she comes.
Okay. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Where are you? Okay. Hi. My husband's son and I live in Hyde Park at 1509B Fairview, directly across the street from 1506 Fairview. We are concerned about the developer's plan to ignore deed restrictions in order to attempt another large multi-unit dwelling that will negatively affect the neighborhood. There is a history of failed attempts to combine this property in order to build high-rise apartments on a small lot overlooking the small intersection of Commonwealth and Fairview. 2 different developers attempted to build luxury apartments with no success. We have lived in our house since 2014. The lot that the current developers want to combine with 1506 Fairview was vacant then. And after an attempt to build a high-rise luxury apartment building, the home of the original owner was occupied by vagrants, including a known sex offender with an outstanding warrant. This was a block from Baker Elementary, where many students walk, and the carpool lane is located. Not long after that, the home burned to the ground. 2 developers have tried and failed to build high-rise, multi-unit luxury apartments. Not enough people want to commit to high-end luxury apartments on a street with much more modest dwellings. People who can afford units like this are choosing to live on Montrose Boulevard in buildings like the Column d'Or or Hanover. After I spoke at the last city hearing about the second failed attempt, we had a lot overgrown with weeds, bushes, and fire ants. It has been a homeless encampment and illegal dumping ground. Children walk to Baker Elementary School in the street, past the unsafe, overgrown sidewalks and giant anthills. My husband and other neighbors have made multiple contacts to the various owners and City of Houston and have led to only a handful of mowings. Okay?
You can wrap up really quick if you have one more sentence to say. Go ahead.
Okay, this is my last thing. We would love to see single-family homes that fit the neighborhood and comply with the deed restrictions. We need for the city to honor the deed restrictions and take into account what yet another failed project will do to damage the neighborhood's homes, and endanger children. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. We appreciate it. Our next speaker is Sarah Frazier. Good afternoon. If you wouldn't mind stating your name, please.
Document camera.
Hi, good afternoon. I'm Sarah Frazier. I'm the president of Hyde Park Civic Association, where these lots are. You've already heard from 2 residents, and we have several more to come.
Document camera.
Gives you a feel for just how strongly people feel about their deed restrictions in Hyde Park, and about the fact that we do not know what would be built here, and that this is an application for an unrestricted reserve, which could be a gas station, which could be a tower. People are guessing when they're telling you, and that is part of the problem. We do have a deed restriction on this property at 1506 Fairview. Can we see it? Okay, it's not up yet. And I will show it to you in a moment. I can't anticipate exactly why it hasn't come up before, but we have defended it successfully before, as you heard allusions earlier. As I said, their deed restrictions are very important to Hyde Park, which is quite an assailed neighborhood at this time. Folks are feeling very much in danger of being built on top of, and that is a very real thing for many of us. Our land is in very high demand. The particular property owner since 2023 has been difficult for us to deal with. We have had consistent problems with overgrowth, with dumping, with people just all in there and leaving their garbage everywhere. And we have tried successfully many, many times to deal with this owner and to have effective maintenance of this property. So this causes us to have a limited good faith towards them, and again, to be concerned about what's about to be built there. If unrestricted access, is it up?
So I need you to speak into the mic, and your time is up, but come up and make your point on your document there.
With that mic, I can do that?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, as long as you're speaking in a mic. Thank you.
Thank you. This is our deed restriction as kept by the Hyde Park Civic Association and various adjacent neighbors who are under the same deed restriction. Here, it is limited to residential and more or less to single family. And if I go to the end, whoo, my fingers. There's 1506 Fairview. That's the property addition. It makes sense that Commonwealth was not restricted. It's sort of more of a thoroughfare. But Fairview is a quiet side street on this block. And there is just there's sort of an almost Victorian bungalow right next to it on the western side. So it's a big deal for it to be pulled into a commercial development, for instance.
Okay, we appreciate you coming in and sharing that with us.
So thank you for deferring, and we look forward to talking to you about this more.
Great, thank you so much. Our next speaker is David Taylor.
Return to presentation, please.
Good afternoon. If you wouldn't mind stating your name for the record.
Good afternoon. My name is David Taylor. Thank you, Madam Chairman. Thank you, Planning Commission. I live at 1511 Maryland. I share a property line with 1506 Fairview. So I am as directly impacted on your plat. I am the north, well, that vanished. I am just north there. I share my entire 62.5 feet with 1506. I am bound by deed restrictions. 1506 is bound by deed restrictions. I want the city to do everything they can to help us maintain those deed restrictions. My view is the replat is just an attempt to get those deed restrictions buried in a plat that has two other properties that are not deed restricted. And I think the damage to me and to my neighbors will be huge. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you so much. And our legal will be looking at those during the deferment. Our next speaker, who I appreciate very much, is Rocky Neaton. Thank you for spelling that out so I didn't tear you up there. I've seen you before, and I think I messed you up last time, so thank you.
Document camera.
Is this hot already? Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Rocky Neaton. I'm a 30-year homeowner in the Hyde Park subdivision of Montrose, and I'm also on the board of directors of our civic association. I'm here today to urge the commission not to approve this proposed replat. The lot known as 1506 Fairview is protected by our duly recorded deed restrictions and is limited to one single-family dwelling. I also want to point out that the ownership has been a poor custodian of the land at the expense of the safety and aesthetics of our neighborhood. They have been cited by the City of Houston as neighbors have filed many 311 tickets for code violations. Neighbors report slow or no response from property ownership. Let's look at some photo evidence. Number one, please. Document camera, please.
While they work on that, you might want to keep talking because your clock is still ticking.
Okay. The first photo, this is an eyesore of dumped furniture in January of last year. The decaying furniture remained there a long time. Next one, please. These lots were cited on September 23rd of last year for violation of high grass over entire property. I took these photos on November 1st, so weeks had gone by without remedy. The Fairview Avenue sidewalk, next please, was impassable. More illegal dumping had occurred on the site as well. Now, the next one, please. To January 6th of this year, a homeless encampment popped up and more graffiti. And next one, more illegal dumping. In summary, I urge the Commission not to approve this replat in order to honor our existing Hyde Park deed restrictions, as well as to protect the safety and integrity of our neighbors' property and the quality of life. With the ownership's negligence of the law, I can only imagine the problems they would create with a large construction project. Additionally, this replat could allow any development that is out of scale with the neighborhood and diminish neighboring property values. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. We appreciate your comments. Mr. Brown, you knew I was going to call on you, I'm sure. But after, we've got two more speakers, and would you go out with the group after we're done and talk to them about the high grass and the dumping and the encampments and all of that, please? Thank you. Our next speaker is Mary Martin.
Return to presentation, please.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. I live at 1513 Maryland Street. My husband and me, we've been here for over 20 years. We've watched developments. We are completely opposed to any 5-, 6-, or 7-story building because it will impact the whole area. If it's a commercial property or something that's being built, there are too many people that are homeless that congregate to something like that. Our street is a brick street. It's narrow. We've got multiple cars parking on it now. There would be other overflow because there's no place for people to park. Even if they have a garage, they've got 2 or 3 cars. But the problem is the building, the foundations, the flooding, and we are all opposed to having something major. You know, a house, a single dwelling, which one of the lots is only geared for, a single dwelling, or even a small high-rise would be better than a 5-, 6-, or 7-story building, or something commercial. So all I can say is we are completely opposed to having this replatted. Thank you.
Thank you. We appreciate you coming in today. Our last speaker is Ms. Villarreal. I know you say you're here for questions. Did you have anything you wanted to respond to for us, please?
Thank you, Board. Mary Villarreal with the Interfield Group. Just with help with a little bit of information, just so the neighbors are aware of what they're planning. It's going to be, the development's going to be an apartment building. It's going to have a half level down, half level up on the garage, 4 stories above. So they don't intend to go 6 or 7 stories. I'm just trying to clarify that. They are still in the beginning plans, the beginning stages of the plans, and so I've taken some notes that I will pass on to the architect. When our client, according to his title commitment, when we received it, for some reason, this document that they've submitted is not listed. Therefore, we requested a city planning letter, and the city planning letter, again, did not bring up anything about any kind of civic association. So, yes, we understand that there has to be a 2-week to review the documents, because, of course, we wouldn't want to be in construction and something come up.
Right, yeah, it's the worst time to find out.
Yes.
Well, I would ask maybe when Mr. Brown goes out, you go out with the group.
Sure.
And maybe you can give them your contact info. And probably a meeting with the neighborhood is probably not a bad idea.
Wouldn't mind it.
Okay, great, thank you. Commissioners, do you have any questions? Commissioner Baldwin?
John, can you give us the history of that plat? I mean, when was it replatted into this current deal? I assume at some point it was a bunch of little residential lots or something.
Correct. This was a residential neighborhood as seen on the left-hand side, which was Hyde Park, all residential. In 2014, the 2 lots to the east, which were 6 and 7, were composed into an unrestricted reserve. And this plat is intending to absorb that lot number 5 into the property for the full width of that unrestricted reserve.
And most likely the 2 that were on Commonwealth did not have any restrictions?
That would have to be a determination from legal. That's why we are deferring. We're not sure if this was part of the documentation that was reviewed or not, but we want to make sure that we cover all those aspects. So we are requesting deferral at this point to allow and make sure that legal does review those documentation to confirm that they are applicable to the site.
Any other questions?
I do.
Yes, Commissioner Ballard?
Yeah. So did it go from residential, single family, or townhome to apartments? Is that what's the transition here?
That's the intent at this point.
It's becoming apartments. Do we know how many?
I do not.
Okay.
If this were a variance, we may go more into the actual count, but this is a public hearing where there's just referencing the legal viability of the project. So we have not, we don't have a site plan or a unit count.
Okay, great. Any other questions? All right. Will you restate what your recommendation is? It's deferral, I believe.
Our current recommendation is to defer the plat for 2 weeks to allow legal more time for review of newly submitted deed restriction documents to confirm the viability of the application.
Great, thank you. So I'm going to continue the public hearing and seek a motion for staff recommendation of deferral.
Motion Ballard.
Motion Ballard. Second Baldwin. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you so much. Item 91.
Madam Chair, I need to recuse myself.
Thank you. You got that? Okay, thank you.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the Planning Commission. My name is Dorianne Poflem. Item 91 is Shermandale Pedestrian Crossing. The site is located at the northeast intersection of Broadway Street, Galveston Road, and Harding Street within city limits. The reason for replat is to create an unrestricted reserve, to construct a pedestrian bridge that will connect pedestrians from Galveston Road across Broadway Street, that will provide a safe crossing for students at Milby High School and pedestrians traveling to and from the campus and surrounding areas. To accommodate the pedestrian bridge, including its structural supports and ADA accessible ramps, portions of the structure will encroach into the building setbacks along Broadway Street, Galveston Road, and Harding Street. The applicant is requesting a variance to allow an encroachment area of 1,825.70 square feet into the building line along Broadway Street, Galveston Road, and Harding Street for the portion of the bridge that will be built. Staff is in support of this request. The site is a partial replat of Shermandale Addition, partial replat number 1 and extension subdivision created in 2017, the site of Milby High School. The property is owned by Houston Independent School District. The intersection of Broadway Street, Galveston Road, and Harding Street is a very busy intersection connecting 2 major thoroughfares. The owner proposes to construct a pedestrian bridge spanning the adjacent G.H. railroad tracks to provide a safe crossing for students and pedestrians traveling to and from the campus and surrounding areas. The site is adjacent to active railroad tracks and heavily traveled roadways, creating safety concern for pedestrians. The proposed pedestrian bridge will provide grade separated crossing over both the railroad and nearby streets, improving safety and accessibility for students and the surrounding community. The pedestrian bridge will enhance the ability for pedestrians to cross a very busy intersection, minimize pedestrian and vehicular conflicts, and enhance pedestrian safety in the area. Legal review indicates that this plat will not violate restrictions on the face of the plat or those filed separately. The applicant has met all notification requirements. Houston Public Works have no objection to the request. Staff's recommendation is to grant the requested variance and approve the plat subject to the conditions listed. Madam Chair, if it pleases the commission, you may open a public hearing for this item at this time.
Thank you. The public hearing for item 91 is open. I have no one signed to speak. Is there anyone that wishes to? Hearing none, I'll close the public hearing and seek a motion for staff recommendation.
Motion Garza.
Motion Garza. Second Porce Pirtle. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. 92 is withdrawn, so we're going to 93.
Item 93 is Welch Street views. The site is in Houston corporate limits, south along Welch Street, east of Dunleavy Street. The reason for replat is to create 2 lots and 2 landscape and open space reserves. Legal review indicates that this plat will not violate restrictions on the face of the plat or those filed separately. The applicant has met all notification requirements. Staff's recommendation is to approve the plat per the CBC 101 form conditions. Staff has not received any advance comments for this plat. Madam Chair, if it pleases the commission, you may open the public hearing for this item at this time.
Thank you. The public hearing for item 93 is open. I do have a speaker, Ms. Vanita Stamey. I hope I got that right. Please correct me if I'm wrong. Thank you.
Absolutely. Hello. Good afternoon, commissioners. My name is Vanita Stamey, and I live at 1529 Welch Street, the property that I guess is the subject of this application. I understand that the Planning Commission's role is not to resolve private lease disputes, and I understand that development is a part of how Houston grows. I'm not here to oppose growth, and I'm not here to ask anyone to stop progress. I am here because behind this application is a home, and behind that home is a person or persons. For the developers and investors involved in this project, this property may be a parcel of land, a lot split, a survey, or a future investment. For me, it is where I live. It is where I sleep, where I keep my belongings, and where I have built my daily life. I signed a lease that runs through December 31st, 2028. I entered into that agreement in good faith and with the expectation that I would have stability and a place to live for the term of that lease. Today, I find myself in a difficult position. I have limited financial resources, no significant savings, and no immediate alternative housing arrangement. The prospect of losing my home is not simply an inconvenience, it is frightening. I recognize that this commission cannot decide what compensation, if any, should be offered to tenants. I understand it is outside of your authority. What I respectfully ask is that you consider the human consequences of this project and encourage the applicant to work fairly and responsibly with the people who will be directly affected by these plans. If this development moves forward, I hope the applicant will commit to meaningful communication, adequate notice, and a fair relocation solution for any tenant whose housing may be impacted. Development should not come at the expense of people who are simply trying to keep a roof over their heads. I'm not asking for special treatment. I'm asking for fairness, dignity, and recognition that real people live in the properties being discussed today. I think that's it. Before approving the application, I ask that you at least acknowledge the impact this project may have on existing residents and encourage the applicant to engage with us in good faith. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for coming in. Ms. Poflem, do you know if the applicant is here?
I believe so. Yes.
Would you mind speaking with the tenant? And are you one of the applicant? I mean, you the applicant or owner? Okay.
I'm a tenant.
Would you like to address?
I'll try. I don't really know what to say. But she's my neighbor. I live upstairs.
Okay.
And I moved there in good faith that I would be able to have my lease. And one day I come home and there's a sign in the yard. And it scared me to death. I wasn't even sure when the house sold. And honestly, I'm not sure who owns the property. But none of us are. And if you need something done, it's not going to happen. I mean, I had no electricity. It was horrible. They don't get back to you. They don't do anything. And I am 76 years old, and it's hard on me. And if I had to call somebody to come and the electrical boxes are new, and I had to call someone to come over there, I thought I was dying. You can't raise the windows. And I said, I've lost 2 of my animals. We're burning to death. They won't get back to us because we don't know who they are. And I've even sent a certified registered letter to the address where I send my check. And again, I don't know who they are. But
we're going to try to get you all in touch with the ownership. I need you to state your name, though, because I don't have a sign-in form. That's okay.
I'm C.C. Sherry Knight. And she's at 1529, and I'm at 1531, so I'm upstairs. Okay. And we're good friends. It's our home. And I have a lease. They keep saying, we don't have any leases. We do.
Well, unfortunately, this is not a court of law. So we can't help you with the lease, but we can try to help you get in touch with the owner. And I believe, sir, are you representing ownership? Okay. Could you talk to these 2 nice ladies outside after we finish with this and see if you can't get them some help and some answers?
Thank you so much, because they don't respond.
Well, this is the person that submitted for the ownership, so hopefully he can help you out.
House, because I'm sleeping in my car at night. I'm hot.
We're very sorry to hear that.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. Yes, Commissioner Baldwin?
Could I just recommend maybe Google Lone Star Legal Aid? They might be able to help in this matter. Lone Star
Legal Aid.
Okay.
Okay, good. Thank you. Any other questions? Okay.
Madam Chair, I just wanted to add that
yes, ma'am.
The applicant is only proposing 2 dwelling units, 1 dwelling unit on each lot.
Okay.
Existing, there is 1 dwelling unit.
Okay.
Question.
Yes, Commissioner Ballard.
Yes. So you're taking a single lot and dividing it to put 2 homes on it?
Yes.
And is this lot size correct? Mm-hmm. It is?
Yes.
That's really small.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions?
101.
Okay. Anything else, Ms. Poflem?
No.
Okay. All right. So we have a recommendation. We're on 93, right? A recommendation to approve the plat. Did I close the public hearing? No. So I'm closing the public hearing. Staff's recommendation is to approve the plat subject to the conditions listed. Do I have a motion?
Motion Garza.
Motion Garza. Second Jones. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Opposed.
Please note Commissioner Ballard is opposed. Okay, motion carries. Thank you. And I appreciate you getting with those ladies. That's always very helpful, so thank you. Okay, moving along to D, subdivision plats with variance requests, item 94.
Madam Chair, I'm going to recuse from items 94, 95, and 96.
Thank you.
And I will recuse from 94.
Okay. Did you get all of that? Okay, thank you.
Who are the recusals?
This is a new speaker form.
Okay.
We had it written down.
Okay.
Who are the recusals?
The recusals, Commissioner Heisch is 94, 95, 96, and Shepherd is 94.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the Planning Commission. My name is Tammy Williamson. Item 94 is Bridgeland Creekland Village GP. The site is located within Houston's extraterritorial jurisdiction in northwestern Harris County, along the western side of State Highway 99, the Grand Parkway, and the eastern side of Katy Hockley, north of North Bridgeland Lake Parkway and bisected by Jack Road and Peak Road. The applicant is proposing a 2,000-acre general plan and is requesting a variance to allow more than 150 lots to have a single point of access. Staff requests to defer the application for 2 weeks per Harris County Engineering's request for further coordination with the applicant. Staff has not received any public comments in advance, and this concludes staff's presentation.
Thank you. Commissioners, do you have any questions? If not, I'll seek a motion for staff recommendation.
Motion Mandapaka.
Motion Mandapaka.
Second Saram.
Second Sarim. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Item 95.
Items 95 and 96 are Grand Mason General Plan and Grand Mason Detention Reserve A. Like to be taken as one item.
Yes, please.
The detention reserve was granted a 30-day extension last cycle and cannot be acted upon today. The general plan and detention reserve are 1,100 acres and 14 acres respectively, located in Harris County extraterritorial jurisdiction, east along Grand Parkway 99 and south of West Road. The applicant is proposing a general plan intended for single-family development along with amenities, drainage, and detention. They are requesting a variance to not extend nor terminate with the cul-de-sac Stockton School Road along its western boundary. The eastern half of the right-of-way stubs into the general plan boundary, while the western half stubs into privately owned lots shown in pink. Stockton School Road currently exists as a dirt trail that gives maintenance access to the pipeline and Centerpoint power line corridor that intersect the right-of-way. The applicant was deferred last cycle per their request to allow them to look into discrepancies in the legal information regarding the status of the right-of-way and whether it is publicly dedicated in part or in full. They have requested another deferral as they research the issue. Staff recommendation is to defer the plat for 2 weeks per applicant request to allow the applicant to coordinate with Harris County Engineering and confirm right-of-way information. The Grand Mason Detention Reserve A, again, cannot be acted upon today as part of its 30-day extension, but upon deferral of the general plan, both items can be considered at the next commission meeting date. Madam Chair, this concludes our presentation.
Thank you. Commissioners, any questions? Okay, hearing none, do I have a motion for staff recommendation?
Motion Sykes.
Motion Sykes.
Second Garza.
Second Garza. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you.
Okay, so we're moving along to item 97. Oh, wait a minute.
Did we skip 96?
I think I skipped. Mr. Grissom wanted to speak. Okay, thank you. Sorry to skip you there. Okay, 96 is no action, so we're moving to 97.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the Houston Planning Commission. My name is Devin Criddle. Item 97 is Lofts at Wayfarer. The site is located within Houston city limits, west of Black Hawk Boulevard between Fuquay Street and Alameda Genoa. The applicant is requesting a variance to not extend the public street nor terminate the public street with the cul-de-sac. The applicant has requested a 2-week deferral to discuss their options with their clients. Staff's recommendation is to defer per the applicant's request, and this concludes my presentation.
Thank you. Commissioners, do you have any questions? If not, I'll seek a motion for staff recommendation. Motion Victor.
Second Garza.
Second Garza. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Item 98.
Item 98 is Lonesome Oak Business Park. The site is located in the ETJ of Harris County, north along Balkans Road between Becker Road and Roberts Road. The applicant is requesting a variance to exceed intersection spacing by not providing a north-south or east-west street through the tract. Staff is in support of this request. The site is a vacant 18-acre tract intended for business use. The tract is located in the center of the block and is required to address north-south and east-west intersection spacing. The Brighton GP adjacent to this tract was recently approved and is in the process of being developed. It includes a public street system that helps distribute traffic in the northern and eastern direction within the block. Due to the close proximity of the adjacent street system, their street dedication will satisfy intersection spacings along the block of Balkans Road between Becker and Roberts. Staff has worked closely with Harris County regarding the request and has voiced no objections, and staff recommends granting the requested variance and approving the plat subject to the CPC 101 form conditions. Madam Chair, we have not received any opposition to this request, and this concludes my presentation.
Thank you. Commissioners, any questions? If not, I'll seek a motion for staff recommendation. Motion Jones.
Second Shepherd.
Second Shepherd. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Thanks. Item 99.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the Planning Commission. My name is Petra Shaw. Item 99 is Poundberry Section 2. The site is located within Houston city limits, Harris County, south of Holmes Road and west along Fannin Street. The applicant is proposing 301 lots and 7 reserves restricted to compensating open space and landscape and open space, and is requesting a variance to allow select lots to have sole frontage and access from a private alley. Staff is in support of the request. The applicant is proposing lots that take vehicular access from 20-foot private alleys, eliminating curb cuts along the pedestrian realm and enhancing safety and walkability within the community. This approach is consistent with the city's broader goals of improving public safety, enhancing connectivity, and promoting sound public policy. Similar development patterns can be found along Fannin Street, including the built Fannin Station development located to the east, and a similar variance was granted to Poundberry Section 1 to the north. Staff's recommendation is to grant the requested variance and approve the plat subject to the CPC 101 form conditions. This concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioners, if you have no questions, I'll seek a motion for staff recommendation. Motion Baldwin.
Second Garza.
Second Garza. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Item 100.
Item 100 is Shekinah Life Center. The site is located within Houston city limits, Harris County, south along Holman Street, east of Nally Street, west of Tierwester Street, and north of Winburn Street. The applicant is proposing an unrestricted reserve for a community center and is requesting a variance to allow a 5-foot building line along Nally Street in lieu of the required 10-foot building line. Staff's recommendation is to defer the plat per the applicant's request. This concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioners, if you don't have any questions, I'll seek a motion for staff recommendation. Motion Porce-Purtle. Second Ballard. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Item 101.
Item 101 is Wildcat Industrial. Madam Chair, this application was deferred at the previous 2 Planning Commission meetings and must be acted upon today. The site is located within Houston city limits, south along Holmes Road between Harlem, Clark, and Buffalo Speedway. The applicant is requesting a variance to exceed intersection spacing along Holmes Road. The applicant is requesting a variance to exceed intersection spacing along Holmes Road by not providing a north-south or east-west street through the property. Staff is in support of this request. The applicant is developing a vacant 22-acre property into an industrial site. The site is bounded by a CenterPoint Energy Corridor to the south and a Harris County flood control ditch to the west and light industrial uses to the north. These existing conditions make it difficult to make a valuable street connection in either direction. The transmission corridor does not require any local street crossings per Chapter 42, and crossing the drainage ditch requires approval and coordination with Harris County Flood Control. In addition, the majority of the undeveloped tracts to the east are under common ownership and has the ability to address intersection spacing in the future if needed. Staff has received opposition at the previous Planning Commission meetings, and there's a representative of the council member's office here to provide comments. However, staff's recommendation is to grant the requested variance and approve the plat subject to the CPC 101 form conditions. Concludes my presentation.
Thank you. Yes, we do have Ms. Perdita Chavez. She's the Chief of Staff for Mayor Pro Tem Castix Tatum. Good afternoon. Good to see you.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the Commission. I am Perdita Chavez, Chief of Staff for Mayor Pro Tem Martha Castix Tatum, Council Member of District K. I am here just to make a correction for the record. During the hearing at the last Planning Commission meeting, I referred to the property adjacent to this plat application as a sunset property. Is actually a Superfund site. So I wanted to make that correction for the record. And then also to acknowledge the Planning and Development department staff for working with the residents and getting some answers to some questions that were posed regarding this. But thank you.
Great, thank you so much. We appreciate that. Okay, commissioners, if you have no questions, I'm seeking a motion for staff recommendation. Motion Baldwin.
Second Hines.
Second Hines. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. E, there's nothing under E, so we'll move to F, reconsideration of requirements.
Item 102 is Woodland Lakes Detention Smith South. The site is located within Houston's corporate limits in northeastern Harris County, west of East Lake Houston Parkway, north of FM 1960 Atascocita Road, and east of Lake Houston. The applicant is proposing 4 reserves, detention, drainage, and lift station, and requesting a reconsideration of requirement with a variance to allow the reserve restricted to lift station to have frontage on a right-of-way of insufficient width. Staff is in support of the request. The variance being requested is to allow the proposed lift station reserve, which is the location of an existing lift station facility that is not currently within a recorded subdivision plat, to have its frontage and access from Smith Road, where the existing right-of-way width is approximately 35 feet, with pavement within that width. The ordinance requires frontage along at least a 50 feet wide public street. The San Jacinto Bay on Lake Houston recorded subdivision dedicated 25 feet for widening entirely along the north side of Smith Road, adding to the existing 35 feet width. Although the plat has been vacated, the dedication for widening remains, making this portion of Smith Road east of the subject site a 60-foot wide right-of-way. In order to maintain the centerline alignment, the remaining dedication for the widening of Smith Road should also come from the north side of the street. Woodland Lakes Detention Smith North was approved in 2023, but has since expired while the applicant has been coordinating with multiple agencies. This property north of Smith Road will be required to dedicate the remainder of the right-of-way for an ultimate width of 60 feet. The ordinance does allow infrastructure-related reserves to take temporary access via a minimum 30-feet access easement until the public street is dedicated. However, technically, the subject site doesn't qualify for this exception because it's already a public right-of-way, and it actually is greater in width than what is required by the exception. Also, the street is not part of the general plan because it was already a dedicated public right-of-way. Additionally, this segment of Smith Road is not intended for access for any property except infrastructure-related uses. Houston Public Works has voiced no objection to the request. Therefore, staff's recommendation is to grant the requested variance and approve the plat subject to CPC 101 form conditions. Staff has not received any public comments in advance, and this concludes staff's presentation.
Thank you. Commissioners, if you have no questions, I'll look for a motion for staff recommendation.
Motion Pierce.
Motion Pierce.
Second Carroll.
Second Carroll. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. G, extension of approval.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the Planning Commission. My name is Matthew Hilburn. If it pleases Commission, staff would like to take sections G, H, I, and J as one group.
Yes, thank you.
Section G, extensions of approval, consists of items 103 through 116. Section H consists of name changes, which has no items. Section I consists of certification of compliance, has no items. And Section J is administrative, has no items. The Planning and Development Department requests the approval of all staff recommendations for sections G, H, I, and J.
Thank you. I think I have a couple of abstentions. Commissioner Shepard.
Yes, items 103 and 108, please.
Thank you. And Commissioner Heisch.
Yes, 103 and 109.
Okay, any others? Okay. So I'm looking for a motion for staff recommendation.
Motion Garza.
Second Hines.
Second Hines. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Moving on to K, development plats with variance requests, item 117.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the Planning Commission. My name is Ramon Jaime Leon, item 117, 4210 Fulton Street. The site is located along the North Light Rail at the southeast corner of Fulton Street and Cody Street. The applicant is requesting not to dedicate 5 feet for the widening for Cody Street. The current right-of-way width is 50 feet. The applicant proposes a live-work development consisting of 460 square feet of spa on the first floor and 620 square feet of residential unit in the second floor. The project is considered non-single-family development, therefore 60 foot of right-of-way is required. Staff recommends approval of the requested variance for the following reasons. In 2011, the property dedicated right-of-way along Fulton Street for the light rail, which substantially reduced the available buildable area. A variance request is the variance request is project specific, and any other development will trigger right-of-way dedication. Cody Street is 1 block long and consists of mostly residential development. The dedication for the right-of-way will be out of character for the block. Vehicular access to the development will be provided via Fulton Street only, a designated transit corridor. And before I conclude my presentation, I would like to respond to a question brought up on previous Planning Commission by Commissioner Baldwin. Regarding parking, yes, the site is taking advantage of the transit-oriented requirements. That allows the reduction in parking requirements. And to iterate, the Planning Department recommendation is to support access not via the local street, variance specific to this project, and 1 block in length and primary residential. This concludes my presentation.
Thank you. Commissioner Baldwin, did that answer your question? Okay, great. Any other questions? If not, I'm going to start with speakers. Okay, our first speaker is James Fernandez. Okay. Okay. Maria Traver.
Good afternoon, Chair and members of the Commission. My name is Maria Traver, and I am the owner of 3 lots adjacent to 4210 Fulton Street. I oppose this variance request. The requirements under Chapter 42 are not being met. There is no undue hardship. The lot dimensions and the right-of-way have been known since 1930s. And even it could be found at the time of purchase. The claimed hardship is self-created. The applicant's business and residence development design on a very small lot is why they need a variance. Their design is self-created, and the business and residence can easily be developed, but both is the problem. The intent of 42 is to do ordinance, the intent is to build buildings that are in line with the neighborhood. I maintain that this does not. We are told that the variance is in the interest of public interest. We maintain that it does not. The immediate public does not want this development there. They have signed petitions in that regard. The proposed development increases traffic and on-street parking onto Cody Street, a very narrow adjacent street. It does not have sufficient parking for residents, employees, customers, even delivery people. A 2-story structure with a 5-foot overhang towards a very busy corner at Fulton and Cody Street will make it very hard to see traffic coming around that corner. I go that corner all the time. Since the building will be sticking out towards the street, it's going to be difficult to see things coming down that narrow street. And it will also change the character of this quiet neighborhood. Economic optimization of the site is not a qualifying hardship under the ordinance. The ordinance are put in place to ensure that developments are in line with the surrounding neighborhoods and the best interest of the public. This development is not. There are other questions regarding this particular property development. My own family owned this property since the 1930s. We sold it to Metroid in 2008. We know what we sold, and their survey is inaccurate. Please reconsider your recommendation for this variance. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Jose Vega.
Good afternoon. My name is Jose Vega. I am here to respectfully oppose their proposed mixed-use massage therapy parlor and residential development being considered for the property located at 4210 Fulton Street. I am one of the 3 owners of the adjacent properties at 311 Patton Street, the Taqueria Laredo restaurant. We feel that allowing this development to move forward as designed will greatly impact our restaurant. The proposed 2 open parking spots is not sufficient for a mixed-use establishment. With our parking lot on the southern line of 4210 Fulton, any parking overflow from the mixed-use building will likely come into our parking lot. We feel that we should not be put in a position of having to monitor our parking lot at all times and inconvenience our customers just because the adjacent property does not have sufficient parking for their residents, customers, employees, visitors, and others. I respectfully request that the City Council deny the proposed mixed-use therapy and residential development proposed for this property. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. We appreciate you coming in. And our last speaker is Tim Traver.
Hello, Commissioner.
Good afternoon.
First, I'd like to thank Bill Baldwin for trying to educate me on this process. It's very confusing. My name is Tim Traver, owner of 306 Cody Street, the property immediately adjacent to 4210 Fulton Street. The applicant seeks relief for the right-of-way established by Chapter 42. Granting the relief facilitates development, reducing infrastructure protections intended to benefit the surrounding neighborhood. As the adjacent owner, every adjacent owner has opposed this. The restaurant, as well as the property owners, as well as the people across the street, both commercial and residential. I'll bear the direct impacts of the increased traffic, parking pressure, potential safety, reduced residential compatibility. The variance relates to Cody Street, not Fulton. It faces Fulton, but the impact is going to be on Cody Street. It's perfectly fine for being by Metro, but it's killing Cody Street, which has something like 10 houses on it. My concern is not merely speculative property value loss. My concern is what's called external obsolescence, loss in value and marketability caused by external conditions imposed by neighboring properties. That is this property, the variance you're talking about. Without that 5 feet, they're not going to be able to do this. They're going to have to reimagine what they've wanted. It's impacting everybody on the street. We do have a petition that everybody on the street opposes it, not only the abutting properties, but everybody on the street, because there's not going to be any parking. You park in front of our house, you're not going to be able to get out of the driveway. Trucks are allowed to park in the street for deliveries. They have to leave 10 feet. Well, coming out of a driveway, backing out, how are you going to back around and turn in 10 feet? The hardship is self-created. The Commission must find the circumstances supporting this variance as the result of what they're trying to put on this property, not the result of what the existing variances were. Please don't allow this variance. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Fernandez, I know you're here as the applicant. Did you want to respond to any of these questions or concerns? Okay, thank you. Commissioners, do you have any questions? Okay, so we have a recommendation in front of us of approval. Do I have a motion?
I have a question.
Yes.
Yes, so again, it's for a 5-foot right-of-way, correct?
They're
not going to dedicate
not to
the 5
dedicate,
feet.
correct.
Okay, that's what we're talking about.
Yes.
Not going to. So my question is, and for the people who are here speaking to this, if we say no to this, they'll redraw and build anyway.
Option 1 would be to redraw. Option 2 would be to request a variance to reduce the building setback.
Mm-hmm.
It's 460 square feet. How many people are going to visit?
This is...
that's kind of where I'm going, as a matter of fact.
Just to clarify, this is only roughly around 1,080 square feet.
Mm-hmm.
And it technically, it is it's not mixed use, it's technically a live work. So you can submit an application at the City of Houston to do live work usually live-work situations are somebody that is a hairstylist or
Sure.
tax office, and they have, your commercial can't exceed more than 50% of your habitable. So it is, yep.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioners, any other questions? Yes, Commissioner Sykes?
How did we determine it's not a self-imposed hardship? How did you determine it was not a self-imposed hardship?
The recommendation from the department was due to the right-of-way taken in from Metro, which substantially reduced the building setback, which project is infeasible due to the existing and unusual physical characteristics of that affect the property in question. So.
That's based on this existing plan that was submitted. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
I mean,
yeah, the site plan that was submitted was designed based on the restrictions that they were imposed.
Okay. Director Tran, would you like to weigh in here?
Sure, yes, Commissioner Sykes. Your question is, how did staff determine that this is not self-imposed? And the condition of the site being narrow rendered it not feasible to develop it in any other way. Really, there are not too many options to develop this, render it unbuildable. And so this is the best that the landowner can build. Did I do okay, staff?
Yes. Did that answer your question, Commissioner Sykes?
yeah, thank you.
Are there any other questions?
Just one more question.
Yes.
So the variance being requested is having that setback from 5 feet to 3 feet. Okay.
To not dedicate 5 feet on Cody Street, because we're never going to get the 5 feet from any other track owner. It's one block long, and it only impacts 12 property owners.
Mm-hmm.
There's no benefit to taking the 5 feet. We're never going to use it.
Mm-hmm. That's all I wanted. It wasn't quite clear on the drawing. I just wanted to look at it.
The property only fronts 18 feet on Cody Street.
It's so narrow.
The other properties are not dedicated? No.
Do you want to ask that question?
Well, let's ask that question. The other properties on Cody Street, they have not dedicated this right of way?
No, because they're residential, they meet the requirement of 50 feet.
There, yeah. Okay.
Okay, is that clear? Any other questions? Okay, you have a recommendation of approval in front of you. Do I have a motion?
Motion Garza.
Motion Garza.
Second, Saram.
Second, Saram. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Item 118.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the Planning Commission. My name is Malcolm Oliver. Item 118 is 2600 Pemberton Drive. The site is located south of University Boulevard at the northwest corner of the Kirby Drive and Pemberton Drive intersection. Kirby Drive is a City of Houston-owned right-of-way, but the lot itself lies within the West University Place city limits. Because the subdivision is at the border between the two jurisdictions, a new home was permitted on the lot through West University Place. After the home was approved and construction began, a project was submitted to the City of Houston for a new driveway along Kirby Drive. This project was rejected for trying to take access from a major thoroughfare. The home was approved by West University Place to take access from the major thoroughfare and is currently under construction. The applicant's request is to match the approved plans and take driveway access from Kirby Drive, rather than taking from the local street as would be required under Chapter 42. The strict application would require the home to be redesigned and may result in the removal of the existing oak trees along Pemberton Drive. The proposed layout also features a vehicle turnaround to prevent cars from backing directly into the major thoroughfare. The existing home also had driveway access along Kirby and was demolished in preparation for this new project. The site is located in a mostly residential neighborhood with the commercial shopping center north, about 2 blocks from the subject site along University Boulevard. There are multiple residential lots on both sides of the city limits line that take access from Kirby Drive in this area. Staff recommendation is to approve the variance request, and this concludes my presentation.
Thank you. I do have a speaker, Ms. Jennifer Poole.
I'm the applicant here for questioning.
Okay, commissioners, any questions? Okay, you have a recommendation to approve in front of you. Do I have a motion? Motion Jones? Second Naranjo. Yes, Commissioner Baldwin?
Can we work with the City of West University Place in the future so that this doesn't happen? I mean, is there a way to coordinate? We've been trying to eliminate these curb cuts off Kirby for a long period of time on our side. It's just frustrating that they get that far. I mean, I don't want to deny this applicant, but it is
I know what you're saying.
frustrating.
I'm sure that the director and staff hear what you're saying and their request. And
Noted.
okay, so I had a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Moving on to, yes, Roman numeral 2, establish a public hearing date of July 23rd, 2026 for Kaywood Park replat number 1, East End on the Bayou Trails, Fisher's Point at Waverly partial replat number 1, Fringewood Views, Fringewood Villas, Garage Ultimate Westview, Iviba Estates at Snowden Street, Laurel Place Reserves, Mansfield Manor Preserve, Martin Development Design, McDaniels replat number 1, Telge OST Development, and Warwick Place partial replat number 2. Do I have a motion?
Motion Garza.
Motion Garza. Second Ballard. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Moving on to Roman numeral 3. Public hearing and consideration of a hotel at Richmond located at 6510 Richmond Avenue.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The site's located within Houston city limits. The site's located within Houston city limits with frontage along Richmond Avenue and Fairdale Road, just west of Chimney Rock Road. This is a hotel-motel application for a 47-room hotel and is requesting 3 variances. The first variance is to allow the hotel to take access from a 2-lane local street. The second variance is to allow the motel to take access from, the second variance is to allow the motel to take access, I apologize. The second variance is to allow the motel to be located within a residential area of 88%, and the third variance is to allow the motel to be located within 750 feet of multiple protected uses. Staff is not in support of the request. Staff has identified 3 establishments that fall under the protected use category within 750 feet. The first is the Bilingual Education Institute located just 450 feet away along Fairdale. The second establishment is a Learning Center Daycare, and the third is the Mariner Montessori School. All 3 of these establishments house young children and kids throughout the majority of the day. The most important factor is that the motel is designed with an exterior rooms, which reduces the ability to regulate foot traffic from guests and visitors. Also, staff has suggested that the applicant provide support from these establishments, and staff has not been provided that just yet. At this time, staff's recommendation is to deny the requested variance. We have not received any opposition to this request. Okay. And I believe we do have one speaker signed up to speak on this item. This concludes my presentation.
You do have a sign in. Is it Ms. Poole? I don't have it, but go ahead and come on up.
Signed in enough. I'm Jennifer Poole again. I'm representing the applicant at this time. We were unaware of the information for the denial. We'd asked for a deferral at this time so we can address the questions brought up at this time.
Thank you. Commissioners, any questions? If not, you've got a request to defer by applicant. Yes, Commissioner Victor.
I mean, I've had concerns about these kind of hotels. Have you had any conversations with the establishments, because that's part of the Chapter 42 as well, right? So I'm assuming.
At this time, we haven't had any responses back from them. Okay. And there has been a discrepancy on the footage from the various locations. And we want to verify the distances. There were 3 locations, 3 schools, learning centers that we were concerned with. But at this time, to answer your question, we haven't had feedback from them as yet. We've reached out to them, but haven't gotten it yet.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Carroll.
how long ago did you reach out for them, and have you given them a chance?
It's about 2 weeks.
Can she reach out
I made
to
several
them?
phone calls, and we sent letters. The only thing we haven't done is physically gone there to meet with someone. But I wanted to make the phone call to make an appointment to meet with someone, not just a cold call.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Baldwin, did you have a question?
Oh, I'll just comment. I have great respect for Ms. Poole, but I'm not likely to vote for this, deferral or in 2 weeks from now. We have this rule, we have these set of rules for a reason, and this is 88% residential. If these were single-family houses, we wouldn't even be having this conversation. We shouldn't treat those in the rental units any less than single-family. And the fact that there are 4 learning institutions, and the fact that it's designed such that it could harbor ill will in the future. I'm a firm believer in this ordinance, and I'd like to make a motion to deny.
Okay. Okay, so we have a motion by Baldwin to deny, a second by Victor. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Okay, moving along to Roman numeral 4, public hearing and consideration of a special minimum lot size for the 2300-2400 block of Bartlett Street in Greenbrier subdivision.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the Planning Commission. My name is Eric Glenn. The Planning and Development Department received an application for the establishment of a 5,000 square foot special minimum lot size block for the 2300 through 2400 block of Bartlett Street, north side between Greenbrier Drive and Mellon Streets. The block is located in the Greenbrier neighborhood in Council District C and University Place Super neighborhood. The application area consists of 15 single-family residential lots representing 68% of the lots in the application area and 7 commercial lots representing 32% of the application area. A minimum lot size of 5,000 square feet exists on 16 lots in the application area. The application is within the Greenbrier subdivision, platted in 1938. The earliest house was constructed in 1939. The applicant provided evidence of support from owners of 11 of the 22 lots, representing 39% of the total area. Notification was mailed to all property owners in the application area, and no written protest from property owners was received by staff. This concludes my presentation. Staff recommendation is to forward the application to City Council for approval.
Thank you. I have no one signed to speak on this item. Commissioners, if you have no questions, I'll seek a motion for staff recommendation. Motion Baldwin.
Second Hines.
Second Hines. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. And please note that Commissioner Victor left the meeting. Thank you. Moving to Roman numeral 5, public hearing and consideration of a special minimum building line for the 1700 block of Milford Street in the West Edgemont and Ormond Place subdivisions.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the Planning Commission. My name is Jacqueline Brown. The Planning and Development Department has received an application proposing the establishment of a 27-foot special minimum building line block for the 1700 block of Milford Street, the north and south sides, between Dunleavy Street and Woodhead Street. The block is located in Council District C and is in the University Place super neighborhood. The application area consists of 22 single-family residential lots, representing 100% of the lots in the application area. A minimum building line of 27 feet exists on 21 of the lots in the application area, which reflects a similar building line pattern within the boundary. The application is in the West Edgemont and Ormond Place subdivisions, which were platted in 1923 and 1924. The applicant provided evidence of support from owners of 15 of the 22 lots, representing 64% of the total area. Notification was mailed to all property owners in the application area, and 1 timely written protest from a property owner was received by staff. This concludes my presentation. Staff's recommendation is to forward the application to City Council for approval.
Thank you. Commissioners, if you don't have any questions, I'll seek a motion for staff recommendation. Motion Baldwin, second Jones. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Roman numeral 6, public comment. I have no one signed to speak. Is there anyone that wishes to? Okay. Roman numeral 7, adjournment, 4:01 p.m. We're adjourned. Thank you, everyone.
I'm Lex Frieden. I host Focus on Abilities on HTV. Please tune in to HTV at 8 a.m. and 8 p.m. on Tuesdays to watch the show. Thank you for watching Focus on Abilities, and thank you for watching HTV.
Houston's Power of Together takes your event further.
Come on.
Meeting in Houston is a richer experience. Let's get to work. Let's make tomorrow together.
Hi, welcome to Craft Time with the Houston Public Library. I'm Caitlin, and today we are making this paper plate fox. This craft is intended for ages 5 and up. You will need the following for this craft. Two paper plates, paint, whatever color, or markers, a paintbrush, a black marker, glue stick or regular glue, scissors, a pencil. Okay, let's get started. So first things first, you're gonna get your paintbrush and whatever color paint you chose, and you are going to paint a triangle on the paper plate. It doesn't have to be perfect, and it's going to look something like this, okay? Then we are going to, you're gonna wait until the paint is dry, and you're going to fold it together just like this. Then you are going to grab your glue stick or regular glue, and you're gonna glue everything together. Just like this. Okay. And it won't hurt to use a lot of glue for this, because trust me, you're going to want a lot. Okay, so there you go, and just make sure you press on it so that it stays. All right. Next, you're going to grab your black marker, and you're going to draw the nose and the eyes. Just like that. Okay. Now the eyes. And you can make it as big as you want or small. It doesn't matter. However you want to do it. Okay. Next, you're going to put that aside, and you're going to grab the other paper plate, and you are going to draw 2 triangles. That will be the ears. Okay. Next, you will paint the ears. It doesn't have to be perfect. Okay. All right, so you're going to let that dry. And when they're dry, you will grab your scissors and you will cut them out, just like this. So you will grab the head again and the glue, and you're going to glue the ears on to the head. Just like this. Okay. And there you go. You got yourself a fox. So thank you for joining us for craft time at the Houston Public Library. Make sure to share your photos of your completed craft online and tag us using hashtag #ILoveHTL. See you next time.
Abracadabra, and welcome to Craft Time at the Houston Public Library. I'm Miss Jolie, and today we're going to be learning how to do a little magic. All right, so this activity is intended for ages 5 and up, and all you're going to need today is a couple of pieces of paper, some tape, and then some sort of small piece of fabric, scarf, handkerchief, something like that. Okay, so we're going to start by making a cylinder with our first piece of paper. So I'm going to roll it so that the length of it is the length of the shorter end of the paper, not the longer end. For this first cylinder, you actually want both ends to be about the same. So you want kind of a perfect cylinder. You're going to take your second piece and you're going to make another cylinder, but this time you're going to make one end slightly smaller. Right? Do you see how that's kind of more of a cone shape than a full-on cylinder? Right? Then you're actually going to take and you're just going to slide them together with the one with a smaller end on the inside and let them line up. Once you've done that, one end will have a secret compartment and the other end will look like just one piece of paper. Right? If you're having trouble with it sliding about, you can take a couple of other pieces of tape and put them on the edges to help stop that. On the one I used at the beginning, I've already done that, right? So here comes what for me is the trickiest part of this trick, and that's getting your scarf in there and making sure that you're going to be able to grab it, but that other people can't see it. So I like to start by kind of folding my scarf up neatly, and then I gently start to work it in to that open edge. Now, when I first start, you'll notice we've got like a major lump there. So you're going to have to work a little bit to get that to sit right. You might have to smush it around, play with it, reach in there with your fingers, whatever you need to do to get it to look like it's round rather than has a bump in it. All right. So once we have it so that the audience sees the round and can't see your scarf, even though you can see it from the back, right? Now all you have to do is practice pulling that scarf out smoothly. So I practiced using a mirror so that I could see what my audience saw as well as what I could see, which was the scarf itself. And so you just wave your hand so that they can see that it is in fact a hole, there's nothing there. And then you just grab the scarf and pull it out as you say your magic words. I used abracadabra. You can use whatever words are best for you. Thank you for joining us for Craft Time at the Houston Public Library. We hope you have fun perfecting your magic trick for your friends and family. Please post pictures or videos on social media and tag us with the hashtag #ILoveHPL. We hope to see you guys again soon. Bye.
Moments shared with loved ones are precious. Joy, enchantment, connection. It's why we travel. At Houston Airports, we know the magic of flight begins the moment you secure your parking spot and embark on your journey. That's why we work so hard to bring you the most convenient parking solutions that are the best fit for your trip. If you're traveling for business or leisure, whether your voyage starts from Bush Intercontinental or William P. Hobby Airport, our parking team at Valet Parking, Eco Park, Eco Park 2, or Terminal Parking is here to give you a first-class experience with a big Texas smile. We're here for you to ensure this moment and every moment in between will be filled with great memories that will last a lifetime. So travel smarter, park smarter, and get more of the moments that matter.
Welcome to Craft Time at the Houston Public Library. My name is Caitlin, and today I'm going to show you how to make a flower crown or a flower headdress. This is a nice simple craft that you can use as a costume piece or just for fun. It's really pretty, but it's not that hard to do. So let me show you the supplies we need to make it. We'll need a headband. We'll need tissue paper and pipe cleaners or a stapler to make the flowers. You can also use store-bought flowers, and I'll show you how that looks as well at the end. And then you'll need the hot glue gun with glue sticks, of course, and a small piece of felt. So you see I have my supplies here for the headband. It's nice if it's a kind of a thicker headband like this, and also thin this way. It can be any color really. You can get one that matches your hair. You won't really see the headband very much once we're through, so not too picky on that. Here are the pipe cleaners we're going to be using. And then we've got a little piece of felt. You see just a little thin piece of felt I cut out. But before we actually make the headdress, we need to make the flowers. So let me show you how to do that with the tissue paper. So you'll need to stack several sheets of tissue paper. Here I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And it's nice to get a variety of colors. So these colors are what made these flowers. So you see I have kind of a turquoise in the middle, pink on the outside, and then the very outside I have the green, kind of just to make it look more floral. So I'll have the green stacked with the pink on top, and then the kind of turquoise at the very top. So what you do is you stack your papers. Mine are cut out maybe about the length of your hand, and then a little shorter on this side. And then we're going to accordion fold starting on the short end here. So maybe fold it about an inch, maybe a little less than an inch. And it doesn't have to be perfect or line up perfectly. And then you flip it over, accordion fold like that. You keep doing it to the end. Here we go, so I've got it all folded up. I'm gonna take my scissors. You will also need scissors. Surprise. And I'm gonna trim the edge there. That just helps make it look like petals once you unfold it. So Go to the other side, trim it, just trim it so it's round on either side. You see that, how it's rounded? You could also make it pointy if you like and have kind of pointier flowers that way. So now that we've gotten our tissue paper folded and cut, we're gonna take the pipe cleaner and wrap it around the very middle of the tissue paper. And you kind of want it to cinch up. You kind of want it to squish the tissue paper. Make it tight, I guess is what I'm saying with the pipe cleaner. So just do it a couple ways around, a couple times around, and then we're gonna snip it. Okay. And now we have our flower ready to unfold. So we're going to take each side and flatten it back out again. Oh gosh. Does not have to look perfect. Believe me, mine rarely do. And then we're going to take each individual piece of tissue paper and pull it up. This is kind of delicate because they will rip, and if they do rip, that's okay. It's the flower. It's supposed to look natural and organic. So you can see you just kind of pull it up towards where the pipe cleaner is, gently, so that kind of stands up on its own. See how it's doing that? So now we're going to do the second layer, the pink layer here. Pull it up towards the middle. Do the next layer, if I can. Pull it up. See, I ripped a little bit. That's fine. And so on and so forth. So you keep pulling them up, and even that last one you can kind of just flip and fold. So you see you've done half, and then you just do the other side. So when you're done, it looks like this. You can see if you pull it apart, it's both sides. There's this one I stapled actually. So you can, if you don't have pipe cleaner in the middle, instead of wrapping it with the pipe cleaner, you can staple it. So you can see this one was just stapled. And then when it's all unfolded, it looks like a pretty flower. So once you have a collection of these, you can start to make the headdress. So you can see that these are different sizes too. So we started with a tissue paper that was about the length of my hand. These were made with tissue paper that was cut out into a slightly larger rectangle. So you can play around with it if you want a giant flower headdress. You can make bigger ones, or if you want it to look more delicate and small, you can make smaller ones. So you can play around with that. So now that we have our flowers, we're gonna get our headband ready. So the first thing we're gonna do is take our little piece of felt. I like to glue the felt onto this because it just gives us a little more area to work with on the headband at the top. And it also kind of protects your head on the bottom from getting stuck with pieces of dried hot glue. So we'll take the felt and we'll make a little line of hot glue down the middle and line it up with the middle of the headband and just stick it on like that. Okay, so once you have that sort of stuck and dried, thank you hot glue, we'll take our flowers. So I'll do these two bigger flowers in the middle here. And so you can see with our finished one here, it looks nice on both sides. All angles it looks good. And that's because instead of just gluing the flowers straight on top like that, we glue them kind of on the side and make make it two-sided like this. So let me show you. So again, not an exact science. I just put a bunch of hot glue on one side of the very top of the headband, a very healthy amount of hot glue, and then I stick my flower onto that hot glue. You can kind of find the middle of the flower and poke your finger down there and kind of squish it, put some pressure on it so that it glues nice and tight onto the felt like that. And then you might need to re-fluffen your flower if you squished it a little bit. And then we just do the same thing on the other side. So I'll come on the other side here, glue, 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 and then squish, squish, squish. So you can see I have the flowers glued on either side of the headband now in the top. And I started with the biggest ones. If you are going to use different size flowers, I recommend using the biggest one for the middle and then doing smaller ones on the side. So now we'll just keep going. For this one, I just did 2 on either side, and then 1, 2, 3, and 4 are on the sides here. So I'll do the same thing. Let me show you. Just stick it in this gap here. Glue, glue, glue. Flower. And glue. Flower. And there you have it. Pretty simple. So if you kept making flowers, you could glue them along the sides and make it even more big and spectacular. Let me show you some other ones I have made in the past. So this is one with store-bought flowers. So if you don't want to make your own paper flowers, you can just go buy a bunch of a flower. You see I have the felt on the bottom, and then I just glued a bunch of flowers, some on the back, some on the front, and even put a little bird in there, put a bird on it. You can also use the same concept and get creative. This is one I made for a mermaid costume. So you see I glued a starfish on there with some fake seaweed and glitter. And same thing, I just kind of made a felt bottom for it and put a bunch of hot glue on it. So you can get creative with glitter, with lace. You can do bits of lace. There's so much you can do, and I would love to see what you create, and just have fun and be creative with it. So let me end it with an invitation. If you do make something, you can post it on social media and tag it with I love HPL. We'd love to see your work, and you can follow us on social media on Instagram, Twitter, and Facebook. Thank you so much for joining me today, and I hope to see you again soon. Bye.
Hello, my name is Guadalupe Hernandez. My work deals a lot with going back and revisiting these places of my childhood in Mexico and documenting them.
The influx of so many different people arriving here in Houston from around the world is very impactful on my palette as well as my canvas as an artist.
Mainly for me, just all the art that was in Houston was a big influence on me. It really got me serious about making my own.
In Houston, we make tomorrow together.
But first, we make dinner together. We mix ingredients and cultures. We create excitement that you can taste.
And experiences to savor.
Join us in Houston.
Let's make tomorrow together.
Throughout the COVID-19 pandemic, Metro has been there for you, getting medical center employees and other essential workers to their jobs during lockdown. We're also improving your customer experience, from more frequent cleanings to security monitors on vehicles. We've launched free Wi-Fi and installed over 3,000 new accessible bus stops, all to make your ride better. Visit ridemetro.org to learn how you can drive less and do more.
Welcome to the Houston Public Library. My name is Celeste Diaz, and today we're going to do some hand lettering. The tools you'll need are paper, a pencil, you can either use mechanical or not, and a really good eraser just in case we make any mistakes. So today we'll be focusing on lowercase script. So I just wanted to give you guys a visual of what it's going to look like. So script is very similar to calligraphy or cursive, but I want you guys to think about it, instead of doing calligraphy, I want you guys to think about it as drawing letters. So it's a little bit less intimidating that way. And it's actually very therapeutic, very fun, and I promise you, I am not an artist of any kind. So if I can do it, you guys can definitely do it too. Okay, let's get started. So we will start with the letter A, of course. And what you do first is you're going to draw the A. You're going to draw the structure, just like that. You're going to come over here and you're going to draw a line from here to the bottom, a curved line like that. And so what you're going to do now is you're going to fill the gap like this. And then after that, you're going to come here and parallel this line right here the same way that you did with the other part. Like this, fill the gap. Now what you're going to do is you're going to go to the thinner parts of the letter and you're going to go over it and make it a little bit darker so that it matches the rest of the structure. And that's it. That's the basic concept of hand lettering. So you can start playing with different letters. So let's do a G. That's the structure right there. The line. Do the line here. Fill in the gap. Let's do, and it's really all about how you want it to look. So there you go. I like drawing the G's and the J's and the Y's because of the little curve. And then if you want to form a word, so let's do yay. So let's do Y. Line. Close the gap. And do that here. Darken. And go back. So please don't be intimidated by any mistakes. You're not going to get this on the first try. It's okay, that's what erasers are for, right? Darken. and then another Y. Line, fill the gap. Line, fill the gap. Darken. And there you go.
Position 1, I want to welcome everybody to this month's Quality of Life Committee meeting. We will be joined, I understand, virtually by our Vice Chair of the committee, Vice Mayor Pro Tem, Councilmember Amy Peck. We're joined in the chambers, we're joined in person by Councilmember Willie Davis. We have representatives from the staff of Councilmember Tiffany Thomas, Councilmember Mary Nan Huffman, Councilmember Mario Castillo, Councilmember Mayor Pro Tem Martha Castex Tatum, Councilmember Twyla Carter, Councilmember Alejandra Salinas, Councilmember Sally Alcorn. And we also have staff from my office working to produce this meeting, and staff from Councilmember Peck's office as well. So we have a few items on the agenda this afternoon. We're pleased to have with us our Director of our Housing and Community Development Department, Mike Nichols, along with Assistant Director Melody Barr, and some representatives of Harris Health as well. So without further ado, we'll go ahead and get started with the agenda by hearing from Director Nichols and Assistant Director Barr. Y'all can take it away.
Start off with Melody Barr's presentation about upcoming ordinances that are coming through council and that are important for this committee to hear.
Good afternoon. For item 2A, the department is presenting before this committee a recommendation for council approval, an ordinance that authorizes a contract between the Texas Department of Housing and Community Affairs, commonly referred to as TDHCA, and the City of Houston. Whereas the City of Houston will accept an award of Homeless Housing Services Program, HHSP funds, for both the general set-aside and the youth set-aside funds. This ordinance will authorize the Housing and Community Development Department Director to represent the city for the HHSP award and provide signature authority to execute the contract and authorize amendment changes. Next slide. The fiscal year 2027 HHSP award amount consists of a general allocation in the amount of $1,280,055 and an additional set-aside amount of $409,258 to address youth homelessness, for a total award amount of $1,689,313. Per TDHCA, the general set-aside funds must be used by the city on activities eliminating and/or preventing homelessness. Specific allowable activities include construction, development, or procurement of housing for homeless persons, rehabilitation of structures targeted to serving homeless persons or persons at risk of homelessness, provisions of direct services and case management to homeless persons or persons at risk of homelessness, and other homelessness-related activities as approved by the Texas Department of Housing and Community Affairs. Next slide. The youth set-aside funding must be used on activities eliminating and/or preventing homelessness in youth-headed households. Specific allowable activities include essential services, street outreach, and transitional living for persons experiencing homelessness in youth-headed households, provision of direct services and case management to persons experiencing homelessness in youth-headed households or homelessness-related activities as approved by TDHCA. The youth set-aside is restricted to serving individuals ages 18 to 24 years. Next slide. The state provides HHSP funding to 9 largest cities in Texas in support of services to homeless individuals and families. Cities currently served through HHSP include Arlington, Austin, Corpus Christi, Dallas, El Paso, Fort Worth, Houston, Plano, and San Antonio. Ordinance is allocating the accepted HHSP funds for use by local nonprofit organizations will be presented to City Council for consideration within the coming months. And that concludes that presentation. Shall I go on?
You can, right. Thank you.
Okay, now we're on item 2B. So for item 2B, our department is presenting an ordinance authorizing a lease agreement with Harmony House Incorporated for the city-owned facility located at 2903 Jensen Drive. Under this agreement, Harmony House will operate a 24/7 shelter serving individuals currently experiencing unsheltered homelessness. This site will function as a bridge to housing with on-site partnerships, including Harris Health, who provides clinical services, and Harris Center, who provides behavioral health services, both who assist in supporting pathways into stable housing. Harmony House was selected through a notice of funding availability process. The lease term is 36 months beginning August 1st, 2026 through July 31st, 2029. Harmony House has received funding from the City of Houston since 2006 on various agreements, and it should also be noted that Harmony House is the current operator of the Navigation Center. Next slide. And we can actually go on to item 2C. Okay, item 2C, the department is presenting a subrecipient agreement with Harmony House in an amount up to $10,467,337, utilizing both Community Development Grant Disaster Recovery 2024 funds, or DR24, you'll hear us commonly refer to it as, and the in-street homelessness funds. These funds will support the administration and operation at the city-owned facility located at 2903 Jensen Drive, where Harmony House will operate a 24/7 facility for individuals currently unsheltered. The facility will provide up to 100 beds and is expected to serve a minimum of 150 individuals this year. On-site staff, along with partners like Harris Health and Harris Center, will work to connect individuals to housing and the services they need to become stably housed and not return to homelessness. This funding supports full operations of the site, which includes staffing, case management, meals, security, pet care, and maintenance, and is a part of Mayor Whitmire's strategy to end street homelessness, as well as a part of the broader Houston-Harris County homeless response strategy. Services offered at this location include the operation of the facility 24 hours a day, 365 days a year, including during declared emergencies and disaster events. Implementation of security protocols that prioritize de-escalation and crisis response while demonstrating the ability to triage individuals with complex needs to appropriate levels of care. Accept referrals from system partners, meal services 3 times per day, including snacks and beverages. Implement diversion and rehousing strategies, including reunification when appropriate. Complete coordinated entry assessments. These are just some of the services that will be offered at the facility. Harmony House, again, was selected through a NOFA process, and the agreement term is 36 months, beginning August 2026 through July 2029. And today we have Preston Witt, Chief Executive Officer, here in the audience. And that's the end of my presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Melody. We'll go ahead and take questions, if there are any, from those present at the Horseshoe this afternoon on these 3 items that you presented. But just going back over them, the first item is merely to accept money from the state to help us with our homelessness program. Is that right?
That is correct.
And this is a type of funding that we receive on a regular basis, on a yearly basis.
Yes, we receive this annually. I will say that when we first received this money, it was supposed to be a one-time allocation, and there were some very strong persuaders, and so we have been able to receive this money, I think, over 10 years.
That's great, and we appreciate the administration in their efforts to continue getting this funding from the state. And so this is not any city revenue, this is money that comes from the state.
And it's actually Texas general revenue.
Okay. And the second item is a lease agreement, which is essentially a renewal, is it not?
No, so this is the first time the Harmony House will be leasing the Navigation Center from the City of Houston. Prior to this year, the Coalition for the Homeless was the leaseholder, and they contracted with Harmony House for the operations.
Okay, and this is a 3-year agreement, is that right?
That's correct. It's a 3-year. There is an option within the agreement to extend for an additional 2 years at the city's request. If we were to extend, that would probably require more money, and we would have to come back before this body to do that.
All right, and Harmony House has provided services there for quite a while, as you mentioned, right?
I believe for the last 3 years.
Last 3 years, okay.
Is it 3 years?
And
That facility has been 4 years, and then the temporary.
So 4 years at the Jensen location. Prior to the Jensen location, they operated a hotel where they offered services, and that was to bridge them into the facility.
okay, appreciate that clarification and what Harmony House does to help us with the homelessness issue. And then the third item is a subrecipient agreement that does outlay some funds that the city has, and some of those are coming from the DR24 that we've discussed recently. Is that right?
Correct.
Do you know the breakdown?
I do know the breakdown.
Okay, between the DR24 and the N Street Homelessness Fund?
Right. So the DR24 funds, it comes out to over the 3-year period, $7.5 million. And the Fund 2012 funds come out to a little under $3 million. It's $2,967,309.56.
All right, and the N Street Homelessness Fund comes from where?
That comes from a variety of different revenue sources. I don't know if you want to.
Sure, that comes from Metro, Houston First, philanthropy, and there will be some TERS monies that will go in there over time.
Okay, variety of sources of that funding as well. Okay, thank you for that. And just curious to know, Melody, on the first item, so the award from the state of $1.69 million roughly, at the conclusion of that, is there some sort of reporting that we might have access to see how many people were helped and how they were helped and so forth?
Sure. So we currently are closing out our current agreement, and so we do submit a final report to the state. With all that information, we're happy to send a copy of that to you.
Great. Thank you so much. We do have Councilmember Willie Davis in the queue.
Thank you, Brother Chair. Thank you all for the presentation. Question, at the Harmony House, what is the capacity?
Right now, the capacity is 100 beds.
100 beds?
Yes.
Okay. And is that also an additional, are there going to be expanding with that facility? It's just, that's the max to where they are, right?
Correct.
Okay, good. Also, second question, under that appropriation, is there additional, if other facilities, and I know Brother Director and others that are looking for other facilities, does that fall in the line of that same allocation of dollars? It doesn't. Okay. I just wanted to be sure, because we get asked all the time. People are asking questions, so I just want to make sure we're clear. Okay.
Thank you.
2 points on this. One is when we mentioned Harmony House, they are a major support in helping individuals who are experiencing homelessness, individuals coming out of prison, a number of things. They have a workers' dorm that the city helped with financing on that, and it's really an exceptional place for people who are working and working themselves out of homelessness and destitution. They've done a great job with that, and they've done a great job with this. The hotel that they were running was a very difficult situation in Councilwoman Peck's district, and we ended up, it was okay. It was okay because of the way they did it. They did a really great job. They've got very experienced people. The second part is that if you look at the amount of dollars that are spent at home per person at Harmony House versus those at 419 Emancipation, it is less because there's less acuity, less severe acuity for the clients at Harmony House. Those clients are ready for housing and ready to move on. And that's one of the big distinctions. Again, Harris Center and Harris Health provide services there, but not to the level that they provide services at 419 Emancipation.
Okay. That was going to be my question. Also, Brother Director, is that they're doing a different program, or are they doing the same that Harris Health is doing at Emancipation?
Different kind of program.
It's similar. So,
similar program.
So the individuals ideally at 419 have more needs than somebody who's coming to the navigation center. And so there's not the same level of care, the same level of services. But when you're about ready to go on to your next housing situation, many times from 419 in the last 30 days, many times from 419, you're then moved over to the navigation center. So it's a leveraging piece.
Very good. Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
So if I could just follow up on that. Services to the homeless are offered in both facilities, but they serve largely different clients, although they do have things in common.
Correct.
I would say they sometimes serve the same clients at different times.
Okay. Mm-hmm. Okay.
Yes, they're similar. So, you know, as somebody gets more stable, but they may not be ready to go into housing yet, but they have less needs, they would probably then go to the navigation center. So there's still homeless individuals who don't have a secure or stabilized housing plan yet, but they may not need the intensive services that you would get at 419.
All right, and we're going to talk about the hub on emancipation here shortly.
Yes.
So thank you for that, Melody. I don't see any other questions in the queue.
Any questions for Mr. Witt, who's the CEO at Harmony House? Comments?
I don't see any, but I do want to thank you, Mr. Witt, for everything that Harmony House has done to help the city. Melody mentioned that this was a NOFA process, and I think I asked last week in preparation for this meeting whether there were any other applicants for this particular.
Yeah, so we had one application, which was Harmony House, but what I will say is that we had, as part of our NOFA process, we also had an invitation to tour the navigation center before putting the proposal together, and we had, I think it was over 85 individuals that had RSVP'd for the tour, and at that point we had to go ahead and cancel the tour because this is an active facility. So not to harm the residents there, we canceled the tour and said we would do a tour after applications were in. And so we had a lot of interest, but it's a very complex project that we only did have one applicant apply.
Mm-hmm. And that was Harmony House.
It was Harmony House.
Great.
Yes.
All right. Again, thank you. Thank you all for being here. And seeing no other questions, we'll go ahead and move to our director's report.
Thank you.
Director Nichols, I'll turn it over to you.
I'm going to ask Wayne Young to come stand with me, if you will.
Certainly.
Wayne is the outgoing CEO at Harris Center, and we're glad to have him here. And he'll speak to that too. They have a new CEO in Keena Pace, but we're glad to have Wayne here for this presentation. And I'm looking to see if Chief Satterwhite was here. He's in another meeting that he's running on a major Department of Justice grant that they're working on. That looked like about 40 people in that meeting when I left.
So. I appreciate that. There's a lot going on, but I too want to welcome Director for Director Harris for your work there at the Harris Center. We've worked with you guys and have always been impressed by the professionalism and the service that the Harris Center offers. And so we welcome you as well. Sorry to see you go, but as you were telling me before we started, you're leaving it in the capable hands of Keena Pace, right? Okay, good.
What I'd
Thank
like
you.
to do, if possible, Mr. Chairman, is just go through this presentation, and then there are a few extra questions we'll try to answer, and I'm sure Wayne Young will add to this, because it's very much his dream and his vision that has done so much.
That's great. I have a hard copy in front of me, but I see it's up on the screens as well for the audience to follow along, and for those present at the Horseshoe as well. So go ahead and proceed when you want.
Thank you. Again, 419 Emancipation, often called the Super Hub, which I hate that name. And so I used the long name, which is the 222-bed Residential Homelessness Resource Center. Although that's a long name, that's a much better description of what it is. Next slide, please. Again, under the leadership of Mayor Whitmire, 419 is a critical step in strengthening the city's service-driven response system to street homelessness and connecting individuals to care, stability, and a clear exit to pathways out of homelessness. It's a 24/7 facility, and again, the key to this that's helped me so much understanding what we do there is triage, transition, and treatment of supported people, individuals experiencing homelessness. Let me say there's some key words there. One is individuals, because all the folks who are dealing with homelessness are different, with different issues and different ways of solutions. And every time we do a broad brush of that, it's a step to failure. So the individuals is key. Triage is all about finding what they need, finding what's going on with them, assessing them. A lot of times you've heard assessments in the past, and it's been about housing assessment. These assessments are psychological, physical, and other items that really make up the whole person who's experiencing homelessness. Transition is what happens next. Again, some of the folks, as we said, we could go to the Navigation Center if they're ready for housing and have housing available. Some may go to more acute facilities like 6160 or the Dunn Center. And again, there'll be treatment there too, which Wayne Young will discuss in a moment. Next slide. Again, I'm just going to go through that, and then Wayne can come back about all the basic and enhanced services. Again, safe temporary housing is the first step. There'll be intensive stabilization support, trauma-informed therapy, ongoing treatment will be there, peer and recovery support, which I know Wayne's going to speak to, linking to communities resources, case management services, substance use services, assistance in application for social services, clothing, healthy meals, employment support, pet care, medication management, psychiatry, and physical care. This is a broad range of services, but when you go through it, it meets those needs of the people coming off the street. Next slide, and Wayne, I'm going to let you talk a while after I finish. 419, purpose and reporting context. Again, the purpose operated by the Harris Center in East Downtown. 419 is that residential care and diversion facility designed to provide immediate and coordinated support for people experiencing homelessness. I'll keep saying it. It's not a shelter. It's not a super hub. It is a 222-bed residential support services for people experiencing homelessness. We had an opening on May 27th, and when you see some of the things that are going on, it was a quick opening. I mean, it's remarkable. I talked to my daughter who came from Salt Lake City, and they're still 3 to 5 years out from opening their homeless services center. We did this very quickly, and we're still in the middle of making some things right. When you go into the building, the place where the pets will be still has a hole in the floor as we're fixing the foundation and also doing some cleanup in there. There are other issues that are going on, but we wanted to open as quickly as possible and get residents in there. We originally thought we'd get 20 and 30. It filled up almost immediately. A tremendous need, tremendous desire for people experiencing homelessness to be there. I'll say the data today that we share today reflects very early operational activity, not long-term performance. The outcomes will be assessed over time as the operation stabilizes and we have system-level patterns emerge, and we'll have all the numbers. Currently, the numbers we have, about 331 people have walked through the doors of the center. Almost all of them have been law enforcement drop-offs as we discourage walk-ins until we can get the focus, have something as we begin moving people out of the facility into other areas and to other transitions, and also as we make sure that the neighborhood immediately surrounding this facility is supported. Again, animals have always been a big thing. We had 3 dogs admitted and sheltered. We did shelter them elsewhere. I think they were sheltered at the Navigation Center as we got the rooms appropriated. It turns out that in this first group, animals have not been a major issue. We don't know over time. We saw a lot of animals during the freezes, but we think that that population will grow as there are more walk-ins. We've had some successes. Guests have found temporary and full-time employment. Some have reconnected with families and others in their personal network after they got stabilized. Some have transitioned to other service based on their needs. Again, if somebody was looking to have a program on sobriety, there were great facilities for their women and children. Some of them got transitioned to Salvation Army, and some gained individual permanent housing. I'm disappointed today that I don't have those numbers for you. Wayne may have some better numbers. And at this point, I'll turn it over to Wayne. The next slide's about real stories. Have you seen these? Mm-hmm. All right, because they came from your group.
They did come from our group. Good afternoon, everybody. I appreciate the opportunity to be here, and we are really excited about the launch of this program and its impact thus far. As you can see, there are a couple of individual stories. I will say 6 weeks is where we are. That's the point from when we admitted the very first person. It is very difficult to get data-driven outcomes in a 6-week period. We certainly think that the numbers are important, but at this point, probably the individual stories are the best reflection of the things that are going on there. As you can see, we've had everything from people who came in kind of needing basic services, basic supports, footwear, clothing, that internet access, who now have secured full-time employment and been able to begin the process towards self-sufficiency and ending homelessness. We have had individuals that we involved other service agencies, Adult Protective Services being one, where there was some real concern about potential abuse and exploitation with that individual. Partnered with them, ultimately decided that there was a different facility that would be a better option that could handle the more kind of long-term nature of the needs of that individual. They were successfully transitioned out into a place that could provide that supports. We've had individuals that have transitioned within the Harris Center services. One of the things that is great is that we do operate, particularly those with more mental health focused concerns, other beds in our community. Today we operate about 700 of those kinds of beds, different levels in acuity and need base. So some have transitioned to other places, some have stayed there while they waited. Another gentleman was able to be connected with the VA. The VA have programs and services that could help him transition into a stable living situation, and another program that we have that they fund. And so we were able to get him through that VA connection into a different placement. So it is full. We have been full now for a little while. But that's not a static situation. We continue to try and assess individuals that can transition to other programs. We don't want to do it at their expense. We don't want to do it too early. We want to make sure that we're able to meet their needs. But I think we all understood from the very beginning that 222 beds was not going to meet the full community need, on at least an immediate basis. Over time, it certainly can serve many. I will point out that I think the projected number served was 750. And so we, in 6 weeks, have impacted about half that number that was expected to be served over the course of the year, and are excited to be able to continue. We will do an external evaluation of the program. I believe in data. I believe that data is how we can provide information to decision makers like you to decide what programs should be continued and what programs might not be meeting their intent. But it does take a little bit of time. I believe jail diversion is one of the first innovative programs we did, and it took about a year for us to publish that data and outcomes, because right now something that looks like a success next week might not be so successful, and something that looks like it was a tough transition might end up being very successful in another month or two. And so it is early to draw conclusions on what that looks like, but we're excited to be able to provide that when the time is right for that.
Thank you for that information. And just following up on some of the numbers here, and I don't have a slide number, unfortunately, but Director Nichols, in your part of the presentation, you mentioned a total of 331 folks have been admitted. A capacity is 222, right? So doing the math, about 109 folks have gone through or came in but are no longer there. Can you give us an idea of what has happened to those 109 folks?
Answer. Sure. So, part of it is it did happen very quickly. We're still cleaning up a little bit of the data. We do know, at least anecdotally, that it goes across a broad range from individuals who've said, you know what, this isn't what I thought it was. I'd rather not be here. Respectfully, okay, that, people are free. They're agents of themselves, and they can leave if they would like to. And many of them are, as we described here, transitions to other programs. Harmony House does an excellent job at Navigation Center. I've been there. I've seen it. We've worked closely with them. Individuals transition there. Individuals transition to some of our other transitional housing options. People have transitioned to other programs we operate. So I don't have a data where I can say this number went here or categorized in that way, but it represents a broad range of outcomes and dispositions for those 109 that have transitioned out.
Okay.
I can imagine there's some disappointment that we don't have the data at 6 weeks, but I will tell you, a decision was made, and I will take responsibility for that decision to open this as quickly as possible, knowing that there were going to be things that were going to not happen perfectly. What I'm excited about is that a number of people have handled or are being housed safely. We've not had major incidents, so I always think that was great news. We've got a staff that's been trained and are getting better and better at their work every day. And the expectation is that this data will be forthcoming. We just don't have it at this early day.
I understand. And doing the math, it's actually less than 6 weeks, Director. So we appreciate you coming this early and giving us an update on how things have been going. I'm curious to know, because as you pointed out, almost all of these are law enforcement dropouts, although 6 walk-ins have been accepted. If somebody comes to the front door and tries to walk in, but right now you're at capacity, you don't have room, what are they told? How is that handled?
Yeah, so fortunately, I think most of the individuals we've been able to accommodate a couple that walked up. We are prioritizing law enforcement drop-offs. Part of that is to maintain the commitment to the neighborhood, that they would not do anything detrimental to it, that we would try and serve those that are already experiencing homelessness in their community and immediately adjacent to the facility. We would typically talk with them about what other resources might be available. While we're very proud of this, and this is a large investment and opportunity, It is new, and we have been serving individuals unhoused in our community for a long time. So we talk about other shelter options that are available. We talk about if there are behavioral health needs, other behavioral health programmatic options that are available, other partners in our community who are serving those who are unhoused, and try and get them connected to some service. If they say, no, I don't want that, if I can't be here, then I want to go, then certainly we'll respect that, and that's what will happen. But we will do our best to try and connect them to something else in the community if they are willing and able.
Mm-hmm. And it's been mentioned that service providers do come into the facility and engage with the folks who are staying there or have been accepted. Can you give us an idea, mention some of the service providers that do come in and engage with the folks who are there?
Yeah, so many of the ones that you typically have seen, we've had partnership already with Search. I know that the Navigation Center folks have been there at times. We've tried to focus at least the early partnerships on those facilities that have locations that people need to transition to, allowing them to come on site and doing some of those assessments and for their program component. The physical health piece, Harris Health is delivering the physical health care services. They are building out a space to provide the normal clinic environment that they do, but they're great partners. As an interim solution, they literally pull their mobile clinic up and it's in the parking lot. So they got to walk outside to get there, but there are on-site physical health services that are there. We do have a law enforcement presence that's there. We appreciate the partnership of Harris County Sheriff's Office. They're providing on-site law enforcement support. We know that there are other HPD and Metro as well have some on-site officers who are officing or will be officing out of there. So it's a broad range of service providers, and we are actively trying to outreach and engage others. We just want to make sure that it's not, we don't create kind of an overwhelming situation with it. We do it with some order and sequence to it.
Okay, appreciate that. And so since we met last week, Director Nichols, we have had a few questions submitted from the public, and if I can ask a few of these. So one person has said they've seen an increase in the unhoused population in East Downtown Edo since both this facility opened and simultaneous with the Fan Fest associated with the World Cup that's been going on. Any data on that or a reaction to that?
We don't have that data about untreated individuals leaving the facility. That's obviously something that's going to be very important to us as we go forward. I do not have any anecdotal data on Edo. If Chief Satterwhite may, that's the question I had for him, and I apologize that he's not available right now. I know we've spent a lot of time and effort in that area with overtime law enforcement in that area, make sure Saturday, Sunday evenings that those areas are covered, and if we get calls about someone who's experiencing homelessness, we're there immediately. But again, I don't know if in the whole area of Edo there's an increase in homelessness. There is, we do see it in Midtown. We'll say that that's where I see it the most. But I have not heard that about Edo, but maybe the chief has.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you for that. And as we mentioned, the vast majority of folks have come in with a police escort. Is the hope that in the future you'll be able to accept folks who aren't necessarily accompanied by an officer?
Absolutely. And again, I like the way Wayne Young said it earlier. He said it is a thrill when people walk through the door and want to be helped. That's very exciting. And we never want to discourage that. So this idea of going with the police escort, I think what I've heard anecdotally is that people have waved down some officers and said, I really want to go. Another big news is people want to stay. And that's the most positive I can say.
Okay. Let me ask you about a different issue. Folks from the east side have reached out in regards to a plan that is being talked about to take over a parcel of property that's behind the the Emancipation Facility at this time. Can you speak to that?
Sure. There was an empty street that went nowhere that had been blocked called Preston, and we made I think council may have already approved it even, agreement with the other person who's abutted that street that he would give that street to the other half of that to the city. And what we're planning to do is use that for additional space for the navigation center, not a space for extra building, but a space simply for people to go outside more. It will be gated, it will be fenced, and it will be fenced where you can't see through it. It's not a place for tents or any place else. It's for the individuals who are residing at the navigation center to have a place to walk around, to walk their dogs, just to have more outdoor space. Again, what the neighborhood is wanting, and which we've all wanted, is we wanted people to stay in that facility. And having that outdoor space will be very meaningful. We're raising funds right now to fill in the space with dirt, use the fencing, put grass out there, and it, again, will not be a place for people to have tents or for other people to hang out. It is simply for the people who reside at that facility to have a park-like location.
All right, and some folks on the east side have told us that at one time that parcel included an underpass below the railroad, if I'm understanding correctly. And given the mobility challenges for folks who live on the east side, there was hope that they might one day be able to open that underpass back up to allow for folks to move more freely and with less difficulty, east and west. Are you familiar with any of that?
I've heard comments about that, and then in my conversation with HPW, they have said that's not in the future or an idea that had any real legs going forward. It's just something that some folks had said, what about doing this? Of course, they've had significant problems going east and west, but that was never an idea that had any study or reasonable, from my understanding with HPW. So they were happy to just turn this into something usable instead of what it was now. It was just a place for people who are experiencing homelessness to go hide and be in that culvert.
And what is the status of that abandonment of that parcel, if you will, and acquisition of that for use at
As I said, I think the other owner has signed the release, and I thought it had gone to council already. I apologize if I'm not sure. Is that right? It has gone to council, was approved by council.
Okay. All right. I do see we've been joined by Chief Satterwhite. How are you doing? No, I understand you were in an important meeting before, so we're glad you're able to come. Do you want to?
Come stand. They had a question for you that I couldn't answer, and Wayne may have been able to answer. I just don't know. Sure. Now, this was a very important meeting that the chief stood in. The question was that there's been a noticeable increase in unhoused people in Edo. This may be the result of the Fan Fest and not 419. Do we have any data on untreated individuals choosing to leave the facility? And we've answered that. And do we have anything that we can share publicly about increased people? And I answered the question about your staff that's been there.
Sure, thank you. So we're spending a lot of effort and a lot of resources to ensure that the area around 419, is actually safer and better off than it was. As you all know, that area was already a really challenged area, especially along 59 and Chartres. But the whole area, even the park right behind it, Settegast Park, was continually having people sleeping in the park, things of that nature. So we've had a concerted effort with teams going out every evening and on weekends, ensuring, making sure nothing goes south and goes the wrong way, getting people, out of those areas, getting them to the help that they need. And I'm sure Wayne and Director Nichols, Mike Nichols have said what we've already been able to accomplish at 419 with over 300 people off the street, which is huge, given who's in there right now and the people that have already moved on to other facilities. Am I correct in that number? So we are still being very diligent. Now, FIFA, I can't say it's FIFA. I don't know. I mean, there's been a lot of people in that area suddenly now, as you all can imagine, because we've had all the activations over there. So there's a lot of people in general walking around. And does that mean there's been an increase in homeless? We aren't seeing that. We're making every effort to engage everybody over there. And whenever law enforcement has been engaging on a regular basis, anybody outside the property, is trying to make sure that the area continues to be as safe as possible and everybody is taken care of as best as possible. So I can't speak to an increase. I know that our teams are talking to the community because I'm directing them to do so. And so they're reporting back. They talk to this neighbor, they talk to that neighbor. And generally the response has been very good. But certainly somebody might have seen somebody or might feel that way, and I can't dispute that.
I appreciate that, Chief Satterwhite, and thanks again for rushing from that meeting to help us out here. If I could ask one more question related to the parcel behind the hub, did I hear that the item council voted on pertained to a lease or something of that parcel?
Are we talking about the
next door? What it pertained to is acceptance of the neighbor next door giving that property to the city.
I see. And who was the neighbor next door? Just curious.
The company, his name is Mr. Swearin.
Swearin.
Yeah, so the name is Mr. Swearin. So it's the old Preston Street. So it's actually not giving as much as it is that when you abandon a street, and I am way out of my my line here. I just want to tell you that right now. I'm over my skis. But as I understand it,
thank you.
When we abandon a street, the property that abuts that, on both sides, the property owners can say, look, I have some control of what should happen because the street was abandoned. And it gives them some rights. And so there's different ways to deal with that, but the easiest way is to get the property owner to waive any kind of dispute on that property so that we can go ahead and we can move forward and use that in the manner we see best right now. And that's what we're looking at, that parcel. It's not an acre, it's about a half to 3/4 of an acre. But what we see for that property is that an additional space to expand the courtyard behind at 419 to actually even create a little bit more of a nicer seating area and of course a place for them to walk their pets. That would also be fenced. It would be a part of the overall 419 site. So it's just more accommodating for the people that are there for the periods of time that they're there. It also, a lot of the individuals that we are working with, they have different degrees of mental illness and other issues going on. And this type of serene environment is more helpful to them in terms of during their time there, in terms of accommodating, so that they are less likely to have some of the issues. They like to go to the parks. Well, we obviously would rather have them with us where we can treat them. And this affords us that opportunity to create a space that can do that at a, low cost.
I appreciate that. Anything else you want to add?
I think, no, sir.
Okay.
Questions for sure, if you have
Thank you. Sure. And we have staff from Councilmember Mary Ann Huffman's office in the queue.
Thank you much, Chair. Just a couple quick questions. So do you know, I know it's only been 6 weeks, but how many individuals have been brought to the facility by law enforcement? Or sorry, how many individuals brought by law enforcement have been turned away, if any, as of right now?
321 of the 331, 325 of the 331 were brought by law enforcement. We know that.
Okay.
Again, when I say turned away, I think they're assessed first, and they could again be sent to 6160, which is another facility or to another place, but we do not have that data at this point.
Gotcha. And are there any instances of county law enforcement bringing individuals to this facility?
Yes.
And if so, do you know what the makeup of that is? Is it 50%, 30%, 25%?
No, sir. I don't have that number. But this is a facility that, we have a lot of partner agencies. We actually have right now, and council has approved, we have Harris County Precinct 1 working every evening and on weekends, and Metro Police Department working evenings and weekends right now to go out and engage and create a safer environment and bring people in. So yes, I don't have an actual number, but we are about to come back to council with a larger ILA that will cover them all, because we're going to need everybody in this effort if we're going to be successful. And all law enforcement agencies and their respective jurisdictions and the communities that they serve are telling them this is a major challenge or a major issue they won't resolve, which is homelessness and all the challenges that come with that. So again, we're about big tent, everybody working together, and we need their buy-in.
If I'm reading into your question, though, the focus of those folks who work nights and weekends is the surrounding area.
Gotcha.
Yes.
So individuals, there's not an instance of an individual being brought from the unincorporated part of the county to this facility, or,
That's not the current design or
Okay.
plan. I can't tell you that's
Okay.
not happened. I wouldn't want to say
Okay.
that. I'm just telling you that overwhelmingly the people that are coming right now are from that area out within a distance, couple, 3 miles.
Okay.
Has been the primary focus, and really our real focus has been around the facility to start with, because we made promises to that community because of that's where we stood it up.
Gotcha.
Just to even clarify it further, not just now, but for years, people have been brought to the 6160 facility by law enforcement, or to the Houston Recovery Center by law enforcement, and including all sorts of law enforcement. So it's they're used to bringing people who have a mental health problem, alcohol problem, to one of these facilities.
Gotcha. And I know Councilmember Huffman has been hearing a lot from residents in District G that they feel like there's been an uptick in homeless activity on the west side of town. How are we making aware the DRT teams that this facility is able to accept? Well, maybe not right now because it's at capacity, but this is an option for them to utilize so that we can get these folks the help that they need. Are they aware of it? Are they able to utilize the facility?
No, they are. We've sent out guidance. We've sent out emails and information. We've talked to leadership of all the agencies. This is an option. We have said our strategy, which is focusing where we are to start, but we do intend to expand out and as quickly as possible. This is a great facility, and we've helped a lot of people. We will help a lot of people, but capacity is still a challenge. It's a good thing that we've gotten as many off as we have, but off the streets as we have. But we certainly are going. Hopefully, we'll be able to transition them to their next stop, which will be good for them. And along the way, that we'll be able to create more bed space and go and engage more folks in District D, and quite frankly throughout the city, and then on into the county.
Let me answer one other thing before Stephen Woods may be able to answer your question on Preston Street in detail. As people make these decisions to help folks, instead of bringing them to jail, bring them to one of these other facilities, that's still the key to doing this going forward. As far as going further away, the more we can move people through these facilities, and you'll see some announcements in the near future about other groups, including Harris County and other groups, who are going to help us do quick resolution for people who can be moved to another facility or to jobs. So that's still the key, is this collaboration of working together to move folks out of 419, out of the navigation center to housing. That's still the key. And the quicker we can do it, we'll be able to move some more people in, including the people on the west side.
Gotcha. And just one last question. So I know you're prioritizing folks in the general area there. Is there a prioritization of where in the city, we're accepting folks from, or where we're targeting across the city, or?
So the whole strategy is built on, capacity. What do we have, and it's really just expanding out as kind of it's not perfect, but just kind of outward from the facility, half mile, a mile, 2 miles, that's the idea. And so, yeah, if we have more capacity, we are certainly going to, we're going further and reaching as far as we can, like Director Nichols was saying. But it's really not, it's just out from there. So nobody's really being put in front of anybody else. It's more geographically speaking, just how we're doing the approach. But, I do know that the West Side, I do have those meetings. I know the council member, she's not wrong. There are challenges out there. There are challenges everywhere. Homelessness, I will say, across the nation is up. We are doing a better job here, thankfully, than some of our sister cities across the nation. But we're not going to rest on that. We have a lot to do.
Thank you.
And certainly appreciate that, Chief, and appreciate everything that you guys are doing. I do have kind of a follow-up question.
Excuse me, did you get your answers on Preston Street? Because Stephen Woods has negotiated that with the swear-ins.
Okay, let's go ahead and hear from you, Stephen, if you would like to give us a status update on that process.
Sure. Well, the status is that it's done. The city council approved the property rights agreement a month or 6 weeks ago or so. Mr. Swearin, through his entity, has signed over the quitclaim deed to the property. We've signed the memorandum of right of first refusal. All of that's recorded, and it's done. We've now initiated the abandonment process through the JRC, and that is ongoing, and it's scheduled in the next couple weeks.
All right. And does that JRC process involve a vote by council when it's done at the JRC or not?
I don't know.
Okay.
I believe so.
Okay.
But the in a couple weeks is the internal, city engineers and so forth who analyze the request.
Okay, great. I appreciate that.
Thank you.
Thank you. So wanted to follow up. When someone is admitted to the facility and they decide, hey, this isn't for me, I want to leave, or when someone walks up but they're at capacity and so you can't really take them, are those folks in those two categories offered a ride somewhere else in the city, or are they just released at that point?
So I'll let Director Nichols.
Look inside.
Wayne, Dr. Young, sorry.
No, Wayne's great, actually preferred. Yes, so those individuals are offered a ride. A part of our component of the service there is transportation. We recognize that that's a challenge for many of these individuals. And frankly, if they show up and want to engage, I don't want to just send them down the street and hope that they get there. So if they will allow us to transport them to a next resource, we would happily do that. We would not ask law enforcement to do that typically. We would prefer to do that ourselves so law enforcement can be back doing what they need to do.
Great, glad to hear that. Okay, we do have a couple of folks in the queue. We'll go to Councilmember Davis.
Thank you, Brother Chair. Thank you guys again for your reporting and information. Let me just say off in the interim that you guys have done an excellent job, and I do believe that Houston is doing a better job than most major cities in following that. So, question, we up to now, Brother Satterwhite, we at what, nearly 300, a little over, what is it, about?
So, I'm going to get in trouble giving you a hard number, but I think we've lifted probably about 320 people off the street so far.
Correct. So,
yes, sir.
So to my estimation, that for us in Houston, that's 300 some people that would have been out there that are not out there, which is a credit to the success that you and Brother Director Nichols have done in this process, and the mayor,
yes,
I say, in his
well, the mayor's
efforts.
leading it. Yes,
absolutely, and the mayor leading this. The thing is, we have we went on a break with the Ministers Advisory Board in terms of the churches that want to participate in that, as we're leading that group, and several of them. We've been kind of like a sabbatical for 2 months, June and July, and we're going to be meeting again to come back, because you know many of the pastors that you all have come and made presentations to have become very interested in how we help in that process. So we're going to look forward to having that discussion in August, coming around, which is our next meeting, and there beyond, so that we can adjust what our participation could do to help it. The other thing I want to bring forth is, as I spoke to you and Director Nichols before, and that is some people who have stepped forward, because facilitating these homeless people, we know is a major challenge and a goal that we're trying to do. But we got to have dollars. There has to be some finance that has to follow this process. Yes, and so we are having a couple of groups that I've interacted with that want to do these fundraisers in order to get these dollars, because that's what it's going to take. It's easy for us to make the complaints about the numbers. And naturally, it's summertime, and people are going to be transitioning back and forth. People are coming in from different places, and so we'll see the numbers go up of people showing up around the facilities. So, but I just want to commend what you guys are doing, and this is an undertaking that I think all of Houston has to step up and do to help out in this matter. But thank you for the work that you guys are doing. Excellent.
Thank you, Councilor.
Thank you, Council Member, and I'll second that. The fact that you're full up, less than 6 weeks into this, just speaks to the size of the issue that you're dealing with. And so I applaud everything that you guys are doing. And I just was wondering, Director Young, there were a couple more slides in your presentation. I don't know if you wanted to go over them. Councilmember Davis was speaking about the challenge with funding, and you have relied on philanthropic donations to support, and maybe this was part of,
I think it was Mike.
Director Nichols.
Thank you. We have a very early fundraising efforts, and I want to thank Wayne Young's staff, who's been very instrumental in that, and Chief Satterwhite, who's been instrumental. The first major funding that we've received is $250,000 from Quick Trip, which is a service station properties that have come into Houston. They're going to be quick building in Houston. They wanted to do something that helped homelessness, because that's an issue that their employees deal with regularly. The facility that we visited was near NRG Stadium, which has a significant population of people experiencing homelessness nearby. They put their money where there was. They put $250,000 into the city's coffers into 2012 to help strengthen Houston's coordinated response. Very appreciative of that. Other funds have gone directly to the Harris Center Foundation, which is chaired by Bob Urey, and that has had some funds coming into that. They received their first $100,000 grant as a result of this effort. Again, many thanks to the mayor for that, and to Chief Satterwhite, who personally made this Quick Trip happen.
Yeah, thank you for that. Appreciate that. So we do have staff from Councilmember Carter in the queue.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Mr. Young, now Ms. Pace, and Director Nichols and Director Satterwhite for the hard work that you are all putting in to ensure the success of 419 emancipation. Councilmember Carter remains focused on ensuring the success of 419 emancipation as well, and she agrees that these partnerships are key to making it happen. She personally meets weekly with the leadership of the Harris Center Foundation, who has put together and established a strategic plan, and together they continue to build upon and establish these new partnerships. And these public-private partnerships, they create long-term investment in improving the quality of life for all Houstonians, especially the unhoused. So we just wanted to take the time to thank you, and thank you again for your work on this, and Councilmember Carter is happy to support.
I was remiss when I mentioned that other folks. Councilmember Carter has been often the fire in the engine to make sure that we are asking people for funds, that they know about this facility. She's brought people there, and she's worked hand in glove with the Harris Center Foundation and their team, and all of us are indebted to her for her effort on that part.
All right, thank you for that. Was there anything else, gentlemen?
Just the next slide is just, again, the ways to support 419 emancipation through the Harris Center Foundation, which is a 501c3, or through the City of Houston, which is municipal giving pathway. Again, one of many ways to support homelessness and making homelessness rare, brief, and non-reoccurring. The 100 nonprofits who raise money for the city, around the city for homelessness, are great. Coalition for the Homeless, very important organization. But again, this has been will continue to be a major effort. And I think we'll see Houston once again be celebrated for their innovation and their commitment to making homelessness rare, brief, and non-reoccurring.
Well said. Thank you, Director Nichols, and thank you to everyone in the administration, Department of Housing and Community Development, and Wayne Young, thank you for being here, and all of our partners in the community as well. Thank you all. So we'll go ahead and move to our public comment portion. We have several folks lined up to speak. And we will start with Joetta Stevenson.
Excuse me. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Joetta Stevenson, and I'm the president of the Greater Fifth Ward Super Neighborhood. I want to begin by saying that I'm not so sure, after I was hearing bits and pieces of what the people that were previously sitting here were saying, because it was information that the super neighborhood of Fifth Ward had no idea about. We don't know all the details. You see, the Homeless Navigation Center was basically, just to give you some background, it was literally forced into my community against the will of hundreds of residents. Nearly 800 residents signed petitions saying, don't do this to us, we need help. And it literally started during Winter Storm Uri, where we had busted pipes and still had houses that needed repair. And we couldn't understand why people wanted to bring homeless on top of us. So that being said, it is what it is. Due to certain entities that were hell-bent on putting it in the Greater Fifth Ward, they won out. It's there. Now, I can say that at the time, Fifth Ward only had about 18 unsheltered, 18 people unsheltered. Now, we got a whole Google, that's not really a number, but Google of homeless people that have been pushed into my community. I recognize that the Navigation Center, because this was the argument, that one of the things that they said, that, oh no, we're not going to have people just roaming the streets. They're going to be vetted. They're going to be some sort of vetting of some sort, where they'll be brought in by HPD. They're not just going to walk off the street and get into the facility. And as far as I know, that was exactly the way it was. But I thought I heard one of the gentlemen say that they took walk-ups. That's news to me, if that's what I heard him say. What was agreed upon during the battle was that at the time, I believe, the man who is now over the City of Houston Housing Department, Mr. Nichols, he was over the Coalition for Homelessness. And And at the time, he promised that he would provide data for what was going on at the facility. In other words, it was kind of strange that we had homeless people all over the city, especially downtown, midtown, and we couldn't understand why they were now saying, oh, we could take this homeless person and move him within 45 days. It's like, well, where have you been? How come you haven't done this all over the city? So one of the things they promised to do was to provide us with data of the successes. How many homeless people were you able to move into homes, into housing? And we've yet to get that. And one of my ask is that I did get this, I saw the email, sadly, just Friday, and just before I could sign up to speak. So it kind of blindsided me in a way, because I know that the facility is there, and I see the amount. I know that the Harmony House was I know they were one of the original entities that was helping with that facility. I recognize that, and they're looking for money, and that's fine. I actually got triggered by the third item you had on the agenda, which was the 10-point-something million to just homelessness. But before I get to that, I just want to ask, if this facility is sitting in a community and they're communicating with everybody except for the people in the community, because see, one of the things that they tried to lure us with is said, well, there's this park next to it. We're going to improve that park. Then I can say that park has mowed grass.
Oh, okay, Ms. Stevenson.
No bleachers, no nothing from my community. And we would like for them to do something about that with any money that you provide to them.
Thank you for your comment, ma'am. Your time is up, and we'll move on to some other speakers. But I'm happy to meet with you after this meeting is over.
That would be a good thing, because that would prevent me from coming to as many city council meetings with a whole bunch of people to scream about this.
Joetta, you're welcome to come anytime.
Okay. Yeah, let's make an appointment so you and I can talk about this.
Thank you. Thank you. Next up, we have Karen Rust. Go ahead.
Right. Good afternoon. I'm Karen Rust. I'm a board member of the Memorial Figure Skating Club of Houston, and I'm here about ice in Houston. We have one rink in Houston, which closes on July 31st after 23 years in service. For this city, it's not just a rink, it's a community asset, and once it's gone, replacing it won't be cheap and it won't be easy. It can take 3 to 5 years to build a single ice sheet facility, $25 million and up, 2 ice sheets, 5 to 10 years, $50 million and up. An ice rink does something no other facility can, and we host Theater on Ice, Learn to Skate for kids, figure skaters, hockey players who compete at international and national levels. And there's a place for everyone, all people, all ages, all abilities, and all range of skill. So it's a safe indoor place for families and those of every age and ability to recreate, especially in the long, hot Houston summers. This February, we won gold in hockey, in women's, in men's, in women's figure skating, and the interest in ice sport is huge. It's booming. Houston is even now under consideration and evaluation for an NHL hockey team. When Dallas, for example, got the Stars in hockey, it led to a boom in skating, and the metro area up there has 23 ice sheets. Houston, in comparison, is about to lose one of the 5 rinks that are currently operating. All of the rinks in Houston are privately owned. It puts them at risk of sudden closure at any time. There are no publicly funded rinks. Many other cities like Chicago, Glenview, Cleveland include ice rinks as part of their parks and recreational facilities and offerings to their communities. And the skating community wants to stay. The rink itself, even though it's closing, draws 3,000 people a week. That hasn't dropped even since the closure was announced. There's a petition for 9,016 with verified signatures, 5,000 shares, and 198 comments of support, and it's climbing. I think this shows a huge interest in having ice sports available within Houston. Thank you very much.
Thank you for coming. Appreciate the comment. Margot Fendrich. Margot Fendrich. Lindsay Williams. Good afternoon, Lindsay.
Hi. I don't usually get to sit at the table.
That's
Usually
it.
I stand, sorry. So my name is Lindsay Williams. I am president of Super Neighborhood 64 and 88, which is Greater East of Lawndale and Wayside. And I wanted to make a comment about the St. Charles Preston Street underpass. This isn't a new idea, actually. This has been going on for some time. This was an HGAC TIP project that came back in 2017. Multiple engineering firms have the documents, and the East End District identified it in their East-West connectivity study, which has been funded and has been active. Councilmember Carter said after searching for 6 months, 419 Emancipation was selected because it had everything, but I guess not. Like Ms. Stevenson said, residents in the East End didn't want this project, but were told by Councilmember Davis that someone has to sacrifice for the greater good, and I guess that's us again. This isn't just about the trails. Edo is a food desert, and this underpass is the connection that could give residents a walkable, bikeable route to a much-needed, hopefully coming soon, HEB, along with linking Edo to 2nd Ward to downtown, and tying into the Columbia Tap Trail across railroads that continually wall off our neighborhoods. We already lost Polk Street. The North Houston Highway Improvement Project is closing more. The proposed UP merger is projected to add 40% more trains, and they've admitted that they will block more crossings, further hindering connectivity. And I'll say this plainly, the people at Public Works saying that this project has no legs are the people who were never in contact with it or no longer here. This is what happens with turnover. Institutional knowledge walks out the door, and a project that the city itself was involved in simply gets forgotten. That's not the same as a project having no merit. So I'm asking, please let's talk before this happens. Can we find a solution that suits both needs? Don't let staff turnover erase 5 years of the city's own planning. Thank you.
Lindsay, just a question. Thank you for the history. What was HGAC's involvement?
It was just a tip. They had been running different ideas during, I think it was a TERS 15 project, and I actually think I know where that tip came from. During our research on the trains, as you know, we research the trains all of the time. And one of the things that we learned is with the underpass that happened right there at Harrisburg, when that one opened up, this one closed. So they just filled it in for safety reasons. It's structurally sound from what I understand. So the engineering firm just thought, okay, since we have this railroad yard or the Congress yard that the trains move through between the Galveston Sub and the West Belt, this would allow a connection underneath. Now, it wouldn't be for vehicles. It would be for pedestrians and cyclists. But this has been a conversation for 5+ years. We've been so excited for this, like so excited for the ability that like residents from 3rd Ward can come up the Columbia Tap Trail 2 blocks over, connect this, and they would actually get under the railroads and drop right into 2nd Ward's concept neighborhood. And with the proposal of HEB potentially coming in, that connects 2 food deserts between Edo being able to access a new way to get to this potential location. So it's just a lot. It's just a lot. Sorry, I'm very passionate about these things.
All right, I appreciate that.
Sure.
Thank you for the comment.
Cool.
Lindsay. Dominic Mazak.
Okay, I'm in the council chamber.
Okay.
Got my 3 minutes. Okay. The tunnels y'all talking about, okay? I do agree you won't be able to put cars in them. I remember those tunnels when I was a child. Those tunnels were actually designed not for automobiles, but for the Houston Electric to get their trains, get their trolley cars from downtown into the East End without being blocked by trains. So those tunnels are very, very narrow, but for bike pedestrian, it's possible. One thing, though, you're talking about this new facility or a facility on Jensen Drive, or any facility that we have. And Willie, I'm going to go to you because you seem like you're a transit-oriented person. You come to Metro Board meetings, and I appreciate that. When, like say, this Jensen thing came on the pike, did anybody from the housing department actually got on the Metro 6 and rode Metro out there? These homeless people do not have cars. And once you get to this place, are the sidewalks up to snuff for wheelchairs or mobility devices? And, you know, when you do this, you got to have a holistic approach. And part of it is, you're talking about Harris Health, that's a good thing, the health department. But Metro has to be part of the equation. And this is what I'm saying. You or the chair here, you need to ask the chair to have somebody from the Metro PD and something from Metro operations or that inside of Metro to be ex officios of this committee. Because I've seen too many times they put in something for housing or something of that nature, and then 6 months later, somebody's presenting before the Metro Board, oh, we got this up, now can you change your service? Do the changes now so you don't have to do things later. Also, too, as a transit rider, I think this is probably going to have to go through maybe this committee, maybe the Proposition A committee. We need to have a zone around bus stops that are, you can't bother bus passengers. Most of our bus passengers are 1 or 2 levels economically above the homeless. These people this becomes poor on poor crime.
All right. Thank you, Dominic. We appreciate the comment. We appreciate the comment.
My time's up.
Pretty much.
Okay.
Do you want to finish up?
Yeah. No, and the other thing too is the people who are homeless. Some of them are getting more and more aggressive, and they're actually going into businesses and asking for help. So I think that needs to be looked at.
All right.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Dominic. So those are all the folks who have signed up to offer public comment. Is there anyone else here who would like to come forward and offer some public comment? Okay, I don't see any hands. All right, so thank you all for being here. Appreciate everybody who's participated and all the information that we've heard, and we'll go ahead and adjourn the meeting. Look forward to our meeting next month as well. All right, have a great day. Thank you all.
Trying to manage a particular fish is a 5-step process. First, you have to figure out what fish are out there and if their numbers are growing or declining.
The Parks and Wildlife Coastal Fisheries Sampling Program has been in place since the mid-70s, and we've been using a variety of sampling gears, including gill nets and bag seines and bait trawls, to monitor populations of marine species. We do that by keeping everything consistent over time so that as the catch changes, it reflects changes in populations.
204.
By tracking populations, we're able to make recommendations for the harvest of various marine species about how many can be caught and the size of fish that can be caught.
The Texas Parks and Wildlife Commission considers these recommendations when it makes any changes to game and fish regulations. This is the second step in fisheries management: regulation and enforcement of those regulations. Game wardens also have the responsibility to check fish markets and restaurants.
So in looking at this commercial fish house, one of the things that jumps out is he's got redfish, labeled redfish here. In this particular case, what I'll be looking for is whether or not he has the appropriate license, because it is a commercially protected fin fish, and that this is farmed raised in Texas with the appropriate documentation. Excellent. Thank you very much. That's exactly what we were looking for.
A third component of fisheries management is a hatchery program that enhances existing fish populations and advances research efforts. Texas Parks and Wildlife operates 3 marine hatcheries along the Texas coast.
Every year, our fisheries managers give us a quota on the number of fish that we're to produce. And for instance, this year we're producing 24 million red drum fingerlings and release them into our Texas bays.
Inside the hatchery, biologists manipulate the daily hours of light and change the water temperature to mimic the spawning conditions the fish naturally experience in the wild.
Not all the rooms spawn at one time. This room will spawn for about a month and a half or 2, then we'll stop it from spawning. We can collect each morning anywhere from a couple of 100,000 to 6 to 8 million eggs.
we find on average somewhere between about 1 and not quite 10% of all the red drum in a bay are going to be hatchery fish. There are a lot of fish in Texas bays and estuaries, which tells you in terms of numbers that there's quite a few fish out there that are hatchery fish, and so the hatchery program is effectively doing its job.
While redfish populations in Texas are doing fine,
493.
Sampling surveys indicate a decline in the numbers of southern flounder.
30.
Up and down the coast, population of southern flounder has been diminishing. You know, it's more so down in the lower coast than upper coast, but overall the population is going down. For the past several years, we've been working on developing methods and techniques to grow southern flounder.
The hatcheries have only been raising flounder since 2008, so it's still a process of discovery.
Flounder are totally different from redfish and trout. It's a whole new ball game, so we're at the beginning stages of learning how to culture this fish. And so what you're seeing right now are some of the first spawns that Parks and Wildlife has done in this manner.
What we're going to do is release some of these fingerlings into this nice estuarine habitat. We've got a really good incoming tide and really good shoreline with a lot of grass, a lot of cover and protection for these fish.
The survival of any kind of fish depends upon habitat. That's the fourth component of fisheries management, habitat protection. With the increasing number of boats on the water, these critical habitats are threatened by boat propellers that gouge out scars in the shallow bays. At the Redfish Bay State Scientific Area, biologists are conducting research on the impact of prop scars.
We have a set of scars. We revisit on a monthly basis and collect measurements such as width, depth, percent of coverage, the different species that are in the scar, as well as in the surrounding area that was not disturbed. So we want to compare this disturbed area of the scar to the adjacent non-disturbed area.
This research will help evaluate the regulations in Redfish Bay. But most seagrass in Texas is unprotected, and its health depends upon the support and awareness of the public. This is the fifth and probably most important aspect of fisheries management. Without public support, compliance, and participation, fisheries management would be impossible.
That's why I want to make sure that you still had the option to rip that red drum tag off.
One grassroots organization of private citizens that has grown into a major force is the Coastal Conservation Association. What they started here has extended well beyond our shores.
CCA is now in 17 states, started in Texas and grew rapidly all the way up the Atlantic coast and now to the Pacific coast, and nearly 100,000 members and volunteers. So it's been an incredible story of growth and an incredible story of accomplishment.
CCA has partnered with Texas Parks and Wildlife in virtually all aspects of fisheries management. They have supported the ongoing assessments of fish populations and championed laws to protect red drum, spotted sea trout, and many other species. CCA has helped build and equip all Texas marine hatcheries, and they've also donated funds to coastal law enforcement. One of the most important ways CCA has impacted conservation has been through an evolution in the attitudes of anglers.
Wading the long flats and seeing redfish that you throw your fly out in front of and they snatch that fly. I just love to be outside. I love to see the sunrise and just enjoy being out on the water. Plus, I just never get tired of pulling in a fish and looking at it and letting it go.
We've changed what it takes to make an individual satisfied with their experience in nature, with their experience on the water. They don't just go catch a fish, they look at the birds. They worry about the brown tide. They worry about the red tide. They worry about the freshwater inflows. They worry about the dam in the rivers, the flood in the timbers. So, yeah, we do some good. We can't do it all by ourselves, but we do some good. Oh, no, no. Well,
there you go.
Good job.
Thank you.
Most of the time, the Gulf of Mexico is a healthy ecosystem that endures in a delicate balance. Sometimes conditions change and create an environment where little survives. One situation occurs every summer off the coast of Louisiana. It's known as the dead zone. The scientific term is a hypoxia zone, an area depleted of dissolved oxygen which suffocates marine life.
The hypoxic zone off the Mississippi can reach to about 7,000 square miles in size each year, and it can have a direct effect on Texas. But we also have hypoxic zones that have formed off of Galveston, off of Corpus, and in different bay systems because of the same thing, and that is too many nutrients.
These nutrients come from a variety of sources. One is fertilizer routinely applied to crops. When rain falls, excess fertilizer washes off the fields and drains into the surrounding watershed. Cities and towns contribute their share, especially from over-fertilized suburban lawns. As the river approaches the coast, it is charged with the combined nutrient load from all of the human activity upstream.
Basically, it's like a garden hose. It just sprays those nutrients out right in the nearshore waters. And when the conditions are right during the late summer, you get these tremendous algal blooms, and they begin that whole process of dying off, decomposing, and using up the oxygen and creating these hypoxic zones. Of course, these creatures can't really get away very easily.
41% of the continental United States eventually drains into the main body of the Mississippi River. 12 million people also live in urban areas throughout the drainage area. Most of this land is the heart of America's agriculture industry. Over the past 150 years, the channel of the Mississippi has been lined with levees to control flooding. These levees keep the water and the nutrients flowing straight to the Gulf. Each summer, the hypoxia zone off the Mississippi is bigger than the summer before.
If that zone continues to expand as it seems to be doing, it doesn't expand like a balloon. It expands toward Texas. And so imagine, if you would, the entire upper Texas coast from Galveston to Sabine Pass having water with no oxygen in it for all the summer. That's a real possibility. That's why we all have a stake in what happens in this country, in the Midwest and so forth, to try to deal with that nutrient over-enrichment.
Sometimes it's not the lack of oxygen in the water that kills fish. Sometimes it's a certain kind of algae that is itself toxic. These are called harmful algal blooms, and the most common on the Gulf Coast is red tide.
It's very common during a red tide to see dead fish littered all along the beaches, and they can stretch for miles and miles and miles. Red tides are typically going to occur during the late summer or the early fall, once the Gulf of Mexico has had all summer to get nice and warm. And typically we will see blooms begin, give or take, around September. Red tide specifically is caused by a species of algae named Corynea brevis, and when these algae reproduce very, very quickly, they turn the water red or a reddish brown, and so that's what we here on the Texas coast know as a red tide.
Red tide is not a serious threat to most people, but can be irritating to the skin and lungs.
If you're out on the beach, you might find yourself sneezing or coughing. The toxin can cause allergy-like symptoms. Some people can get a rash if you have sensitive skin and you swim in the water, others don't. If you're out on the beach and you are bothered by the symptoms that you're experiencing, they should subside fairly quickly once you leave the beach. One thing I would definitely caution against is do not, under any circumstances, let your pet eat the dead fish that are on the beaches. We do have evidence now that those fish remain toxic and can cause serious illness, if not death, to animals who consume them.
When reports of a fish kill or algal bloom come in, the Kills and Spills team of Texas Parks and Wildlife investigates. The team collects water samples to determine if indeed a red tide bloom has occurred. The best place to find out the most current information is online.
Texas Parks and Wildlife has a page on our website devoted to harmful algae. When we're having an active event, we try and update it every day as we can.
At some locations across the coast, you may notice signs about fish consumption advisories. These are posted by the Department of State Health Services.
In an advisory, it's up to the public to determine whether or not they wish to consume the fish. Our advice may give amount of consumption for certain species within a water body. For instance, you may run across a sign in Galveston Bay and it says there's a fish consumption advisory on this body of water. The advisory only applies to catfish and spotted sea trout. All the other fish are safe to eat. So it's our intention to give the public enough information so that they can choose whether or not they wish to eat fish from a given area where we found a potential problem with the seafood. It depends really upon the compound that we find, whether it's mercury or PCB. The developing fetus is the most sensitive in the population. Therefore, we have special advice in many cases to women who are pregnant or women who are even of childbearing age. And we give those in our fish consumption advisories.
Monitoring overall water quality is the responsibility of the Texas Commission on Environmental Quality.
The TCEQ samples water in stations all over the state. We monitor lakes, streams, rivers, estuaries, and the streams that go into the estuaries. The TCEQ collects a lot of the samples ourselves, maybe a third, but the other 2/3 are collected by Clean Rivers partners, which would include river authorities and some cities. And they do a lot of monitoring on their own, and we're able through the Clean Rivers program to bring all those data together so that we can get the most use out of sampling that was usually going on anyway. So that data is a big part of what we use for assessment. All right, you ready?
Over 40 years of data collection offers a sober evaluation of water quality.
We have trends in both directions, both good and bad. But overall, the trends have been pretty good in the last 30 years. For example, nutrients have gone down in a lot of local water bodies since the 70s. We've also seen that oxygen levels in the Houston Ship Channel have gone up dramatically in that same time period. But on the other hand, we've also seen some areas where bacteria levels have gone up over the last 30 years too, which is not what we want.
With the population in Texas expected to double in the next 40 years, bacteria could be an ongoing problem.
We think that the bacteria levels are going up in a lot of areas because we're increasing urbanization and we're creating more pavement and more runoff. So there's less filtering of the water into the ground. It's just running straight off and carrying all the pollutants with it.
As our population grows, it becomes more important than ever that our bays receive freshwater inflows from rivers and streams to maintain the system's balance.
Freshwater inflows are very important to the bays and estuaries. Freshwater is critical to maintain the proper salinity gradient in the bays. Freshwater brings in sediments, and all those things are vital for the proper functioning of the whole bay ecosystem.
Along the beach, especially during the summer, bacteria concentrations can be a concern. The General Land Office operates the Texas Beach Watch program, which collects water samples at 167 locations. Bacteria counts are posted on their website. For a link, visit texasthestateofwater.org. Our use and enjoyment of the Gulf of Mexico has risks. Some we have created ourselves, and it's up to us to take responsibility for them.
Problems are arising because of what we take out of the ocean, the Gulf of Mexico, and what we're putting into it. With every breath you take, every drop of water you drink, you're connected to the existence of the blue part of the planet. And the United States is blessed with this big blue chunk called the Gulf of Mexico that delivers so much to us that we have in the past thought of as free and infinite in its capacity to recover no matter what we did to it. But we're learning that unless we take care of our actions, we're going to lose some of those special values of such great importance to us. Understanding that this is a shared ocean and that we need to work together to understand it and to take care of it and to use it, but to use it in a responsible fashion. Use it, but don't use it up.
What will Texas look like 100 years in the future? What are we doing now that will have the greatest significance then? Where will our most basic resources come from? Food, water, energy? One thing we know is that the climate will be different. We also know the sea level will be higher. We know it because it is happening right now, right here in Texas. You just have to look very closely and be very, very patient.
Based on tide gauges that we've had out there since the early 1900s in some cases, we're seeing about 1 to 2 feet in 100 years. That translates into about 2.5 millimeters per year up to 6.5 millimeters per year. So it's a substantial rate, a bit higher than the global rate.
Depending on where you are in Texas, the sea level is rising at different rates.
There's higher rates on the upper Texas coast. Rates decrease down into the Corpus Christi area and decrease even further down in the Padre Island National Seashore and increase a little bit down near the Rio Grande Delta area.
In March of 2010, the Hart Research Institute for Gulf of Mexico Studies and Texas A&M University in Corpus Christi hosted an international conference on sea level rise in the Gulf of Mexico.
This is a one-way street. Sea level doesn't just suddenly go down again. It will continue that upward trend and continue rising for the foreseeable future. The question is, just how much is sea level going to rise? Antarctica and Greenland hold a central position in the sea level rise debate because the ice sheets hold a great deal of ice that could melt and become part of the oceans and would raise the ocean. And this is the biggest uncertainty that we have about sea level rise. There are other contributions to future sea level rise, which are the thermal expansion of the oceans and the contribution from mountain glaciers around the world. But those things are relatively predictable compared to the uncertainty that we have over Antarctica and Greenland, the big ice sheets.
Antarctica and Greenland are a long way from Texas. What's going on here, right now?
Summers are just as hot as they've always been. What we are seeing is changes in winter temperatures. Our winters have been getting warmer since about 1991. Almost 6 to 7 degrees warmer in the winter. That's pretty significant.
These temperature readings come from the routine sampling that Texas Parks and Wildlife has done since 1974.
With our net samples, they gather number of species caught.
I get a fin clip also on that one.
The size of the species.
It's over 1 meter long.
And they collect environmental measurements along with the sample.
Temperature's 27.8.
It's one of the most comprehensive monitoring programs in the world.
With climate change, there are winners and losers.
Flounder have declined. They're winter spawners. They seem to require cold winters to produce more juveniles. The warmer the winter, the fewer flounder juveniles we see.
There goes.
Other species are increasing.
We're seeing more tropical species, in particular gray snapper. They'll die below about 50 degrees water temperature. And since about 91, we've had almost no winters get that cold, and their population has increased exponentially.
We are also seeing changes with the migration of plant species.
Black mangrove. Rockport used to be the northern limit, but since these warmer winters, they have moved northward along the coast. They're as far up as Palacios now. There's a red mangrove, which is characteristic of the Caribbean, and we're starting to see some areas become populated with red mangroves.
What will climate change and sea level rise mean for Texas in the future? Scientists predict that in 100 years, the sea level could rise 3 feet. That would significantly alter our coastline.
The current sea level rise is not a situation that humans have faced in modern times. That is, since we started to create built environments, cities and bulkheads and things along the coast, sea level has never been rising in that period. Sea level is going to rise between 1 meter and 2 in the next 100 years. We actually can't change that at this point. So what we're going to have to do is adapt to it. And there are 2 ways to do it. One is to try to defend, the way the Netherlands has historically over the last 1,000 years. Or you can move and retreat from it. And I have to say that we're not going to defend most places on the coast because it's simply going to be too hard and too expensive. So we will defend some places, but we will in fact retreat from most places at the coast over the next century. Historically, sea level has gone up and down over geologic time. Before people built cities and bridges and things, the natural environment just moved, but now we're in the way. If we're going to have natural environments like fringe swamps and marshes and lowland forests, where are they going to move to? We're going to have to plan that. And the question is, what are we going to do with the stuff we leave behind?
I understand it's difficult for people to put a lot of faith or trust in things that they can't put their finger on.
The temperature is 27.1.
And so that's why I often fall back to the actual measurements. Don't emphasize the computer modeling or the projections or the theory. Just look at the facts that we have actually observed to have occurred over the last 100 years. And it's obvious that we need to do things differently during the next 100 years, and that takes planning.
I was a little kid. I used to ask them why there's so much trash on the beach. They said, because it keeps coming in, it's too big a job, we can't get it off. Then they flew to the moon, and the trash was still on the beach. And that didn't suit me. Good morning to you, and thank you.
Thanks for getting us here.
This is the annual Big Shell Beach Cleanup on Padre Island National Seashore.
What's broke on that trailer?
Fishing guide Captain Billy Sanderfer organized this grassroots effort in 1995.
I know that we're working over 400 now.
Since then, a lot of folks...
We decided we wanted to. Why not? You know, help out.
...have picked up a lot of trash.
So we now have 2,036,000 pounds of trash removed from our beach.
The Big Shell Beach Cleanup on Padre Island happens every March. There are other opportunities for you to volunteer and make a difference. The Adopt a Beach program, organized by the General Land Office, cleans up beaches along the entire Texas coast twice a year. For more information on beach cleanups, go to our Texas the State of Water website. Another type of cleanup targets Texas bays.
We're out here picking up crab traps. We've got a whole bunch of volunteers.
These traps can be a hazard to boaters and are also especially harmful to wildlife that become imprisoned or entangled in them.
These abandoned traps attract crabs and fish, plus they can wind up in people's propellers. It adds up over time. If you don't get out here once a year and get these traps out of here, you have a lot of abandoned traps that are out there.
There you go. Perfect.
At this point in time, we picked up over 124 crab traps.
It's a shame that much waste is getting left behind just because someone doesn't care or doesn't want to put the money or effort or time into going back and retrieving them. If we weren't doing it every year, it's a mess.
They know that their hard work is paying off. They can see the visual evidence. They've had fun getting wet.
Protecting habitats is an important part of coastal conservation. Creation of habitats is another.
The Rigs to Reefs program gives the oil and gas companies the opportunity to take the existing platforms in the Gulf of Mexico, which are reefs as they exist right now, donate them to the state as an eternal reef for the Gulf of Mexico.
The platforms are obsolete. Rather than being cut up for scrap, the underwater structure is left in place.
These are platforms that have reached the end of their economic life. The reserves have been depleted. There's no more oil and gas production.
These structures provide a habitat that teems with life.
The fish really go to that structure. They're just covered in fish all year long. There's about 4 different user groups that use the platforms. There's recreational divers, recreational fishermen, charter fishermen, and commercial fishermen all use the platforms after they've been left in place.
Hey, that's keeper.
Over 100 oil rigs have been donated to the program, allowing all parties to benefit.
We believe that there are ways for industry and environment to coexist and benefit, and the Rigs to Reef is just a marvelous example.
The structure the rigs provide benefit many creatures.
Oh, man.
One in particular is red snapper.
There's a fish on there.
Red snapper certainly is one of the species that has been impacted by artificial reefs. Artificial reefs and oil and gas platforms have played a role in their expansion as well as their rebuilding.
You need some help with that? No, that's okay. If I can't get them in, I don't deserve them.
Since the late 1980s, when red snapper was probably at its lowest level, we've probably seen abundance increase from 200% to 300% now.
Oh, look at that. Gorgeous fish.
It's his birthday.
Oh, yeah.
My birthday.
Where's the party at?
I don't know.
There are many things that you can do to help our bays, estuaries, and the Gulf of Mexico. It doesn't matter if you live right on the coast or 400 miles away. Your actions do have an impact.
We can all be part of the solution. When we use native plants, for example, in our landscapes, we reduce the amount of herbicides and pesticides and fertilizers that we put on our landscapes. And those chemicals go through our rivers and our streams and ultimately reach the ocean. All that trash that ends up on the beaches and in our oceans, it came from somewhere. So when we drink from plastic bottles, we need to be responsible with that plastic and either recycle it or use reusable containers so we don't contribute to that trash that's in the ocean.
The choices we make, the actions we take, all have real consequences far beyond what we often imagine.
We hope you'll come join us to come steward your waters. We have state parks and wildlife management areas where you can help volunteer. Come join us as we clean up a beach with the General Land Office. Join a conservation organization, the CCA, Ducks Unlimited, Audubon, the Nature Conservancy. All of those opportunities are there for you to help support your Gulf of Mexico.
Individuals are really the key to changing the world. Individuals acting first with their own ideas, but then joining forces with others and make big things happen.
We got to worry about the next generation. If we don't be concerned about what happens down the road, then what happens down the road won't be anything.
Never before have we had the need to understand that we now have, because we're on the edge of so many great issues. Never again, perhaps, will we have such a good chance to solve these problems. This is a moment, not just as never before, but maybe as never again, to have hope to make the world a better place.
The State of the Gulf, America's Sea, is a presentation of the Texas Parks and Wildlife Department. To order a DVD copy of Texas, the State of the Gulf, America's Sea, or to view this program online, visit us at texasthestateofwater.org. You'll also find tips on water conservation, links to volunteer opportunities, and additional information on water issues affecting all Texans.
In Houston, we don't just wait for the moment. We show up ready for it. And when the world comes to our city, you'll see it in the way the city moves and the people who keep it moving. All across Houston, something's been taking shape. You can feel it. Making space where it matters, creating places that connect, opening the city in new ways. Not one thing, everything, moving forward.
A city working together, investing in Houston's future.
Across Houston, in every direction, something big is underway. Before the World Cup kicks off, the City of Houston, parks organizations, community associations, and other public agencies will complete more than 200 projects benefiting Houstonians for years to come. Nearly $500 million is being invested for a stronger, safer, and more welcoming Houston. Over 400 lane miles of streets resurfaced, $100 million for drainage projects to improve flood control, $84 million for safer, more walkable sidewalks and pathways, $29 million for brighter street lighting along 135 miles of road, $15 million for neighborhood parks, field upgrades, and lighting, more than $7 million for landscaping and beautification, 7,000 new trees to add shade and comfort, 5,000 improved bus stops, and 2,000 new bus shelters for more accessible and comfortable transit. Plus, millions more for public art, signage, and projects celebrating community identity. The world is coming here, and what they'll experience is something that belongs to all of us. We came together to make Houston even better, for the world
and for us.
The lights are bright. I'm Tiffany D. Thomas, Houston City Council member. I want to welcome you to District F on the west side, the best side, and the A-Leaf Neighborhood Center. If this is your first time at the center, I want to welcome you, and this is an example of how efficient and effective government can be. We have 3 departments here: Houston Public Library on the 2nd floor with our state-of-the-art tech link, the Houston Health Department, and the Parks Department. As you can see, this took 32 years, $60 million, and so we're here. It's the one of the kind in the city. So hopefully after this, you'll take the time to walk down the hall and see the activity, as you can see. I also serve as a chair of Housing and Affordability Committee, so we want to welcome you to the first community meeting related to the apartment inspection ordinance. We know many of you have heard about this for some time in media and also in the Horseshoe. And so today we're taking some firm next steps to engage with the public, landlords, operators, property managers, so we can make sure that we have the most perfect, most holistic, most impactful, common sense ordinance on the books. And this meeting tonight and the one on Thursday, March 5th, is really an opportunity for us to reverse what we've done in the past of just having things on the books without enforcement. So we are intentional about public engagement, hearing your feedback to the proposed language. Down the hall, we have enlarged the proposed language for your viewing. For those that speak Vietnamese, Mandarin, and Spanish, we have this translated in a QR code so you can consume on your time. And so we can make sure we have your input included on this. Before I introduce Mayor Pro Tem, I want to acknowledge my staff, the District F team. Y'all put your hands together for them. When the administration asked Mayor Pro Tem and I to get this to the finish line, that meant that our teams had to work doubly hard to support this effort in addition to the effort. So I just want to publicly thank you for your commitment to this and standing this up. And so I've used my word count for the rest of the day. And so I'm going to pass this over to Mayor Pro Tem Martha Castex-Tatum. She'll give us instructions for tonight.
Thank you, Councilmember Thomas, and I say this all the time, she definitely is the best housing chair that the city of Houston has ever had. So. I'm Martha Castex-Tatum, the Mayor Pro Tem of the City of Houston, also the council member of District K. I am also the chair of our city's Economic Development Committee. So we are jointly trying to make sure we get this apartment inspection ordinance over the finish line. So consequently, there are 2 community meetings. You are here at the first one. Like Councilmember Thomas said, we will have another one. If you know of other tenants, operators, operators, landlords that want to participate, they will have another opportunity on March the 5th at the Harris County Department of Education building. So spread the word, and let's make sure that we have a comprehensive inspection ordinance for the city of Houston. Tonight, what's going to happen, we will have some presentations from departments, and they will talk about their part of the habitability and the inspection ordinance moving forward. And then we will break out into 2 rooms. If you are a tenant, you will be in the first room with Councilmember Thomas and her team and a representative from each of the departments. If you are a owner-operator or a landlord, you will be in the second breakout room with me and our team. And basically what we'll do is do a little work session. We want to hear your feedback. We want to see what you would like to see change or added to the draft apartment inspection ordinance, so that when we take this to our joint committee at the end of March, we have something comprehensive that we can present to our colleagues on City Council. And with that, I do want to recognize Councilmember Sally Alcorn, who is here. She's your at-large council member. I did see staff from Councilmember Amy Peck's office is also here. So thank you to our colleagues who are making sure that they are participating in this process as well. The departments that will be participating today, the first we will hear from is HFD. So if you will go ahead and come down. The second presentation we will hear will be from HHD, and then HCDD, and the fourth will be from HPD. Then the 5th presentation you will hear is from DON, the Department of Neighborhoods. And then the final presentation before we go into our breakouts will be with HPW. Once we complete the presentations, we'll go into the breakout rooms, and then we will reconvene around 7:30. Unless y'all just get everything done really fast and you say, hey, we're ready to reconvene. We are flexible. We'll move at the pace of the feedback that we are given. We do expect Mayor John Whitmire to pop in if he can. He's coming from another event, but just to show the importance of this for the city of Houston, he does want to participate and be a part of these conversations. So we are going to ask each of our presenters if you will speak slowly. We do have translation services this evening. If you will speak slowly so that we can make sure that anyone utilizing our translation services can understand exactly what's being said here tonight. So again, thank you all for being here. Welcome to the incredible A-Leaf Center. And she was not joking when she said it took 32 years for this to come to fruition. So this is a crown jewel in the city of Houston. We're very excited to be here tonight. Our first presentation will be from HFD. So I'll ask HFD if you will come forward, introduce yourself, and share your comments for tonight as we talk about our apartment inspection orders. Thank you so much.
Wow. Well, good evening. My name is Jim Clark. I am a chief inspector within the Houston Fire Marshal's office. I oversee the residential team, which encompasses apartments, condos, and townhomes. Currently, we have 18 inspectors on our team, not including me and our senior inspectors. We work roughly on a 4-year inspection cycle. That inspection cycle is managed by our record of management system called N4, which actually manages, or I keep saying the same word, manages our cycle, sorry. We also have a couple other systems that we work out of. We work out of what's called a Brycer system. This covers our life safety system, so it tracks that for us, which has been a huge help for us, but it also increases the amount of extra work we have to do, and I'll come back in just a minute. Our inspections are based on the Houston Fire Code, which is the International Fire Code amended for Houston. We also work out of the LSB standards, which are internal standards that we base off of the Fire Code, but it kind of condenses it and covers the gray areas that the Fire Code doesn't cover. And lastly, we also work out of what's called Chapter 42. It's an ordinance for access roads for apartments. and that's pre-construction, but we want to make sure that we have much better access for our fire personnel to get into the structure. Now, we also handle about 500 complaints per year just in the apartment team. It's not the division as a whole. And then the Bricer team, the Bricer system I explained a while ago, gives us about 1,000 red tags on sprinklers, fire alarms, fire pumps, things like that. So on top of our inspections, we're going out there and handling that as well. The complaints come from you guys, the residents of apartments and or condos. And we go out there and we try to handle those within 24 hours to make sure everything is okay and safe, and correct that as fast as we can. And then lastly, we do work very closely with the other departments in the city, HPW, HPD. We will form sometimes a task force, go out there to try to handle things together. Or if we have a problem with getting something solved, we can call them in for backup, basically, to help us through that. And that's about all I have tonight. Thank you.
Well, good evening, everyone. My name is Roger Seeley. I am an assistant director with the health department. One of the areas I take care of is our habitability program. Of course, it is the mission of the Houston Health Department to protect the health and well-being of all Houstonians. And part of that is making sure that every Houstonian has a right to not only safe, but a healthy living environment. What our habitability team does is runs complaint-based inspections. So if a resident has a complaint, they should call 311. And some of the things that we can help with once it's routed to us, in the interior of a multifamily dwelling, AC and heat issues. AC and heat should be in well working order. Pest infestation, no one should have to live with that. Ventilation, if the AC isn't working, screens should be in place in all units. Hot water should be working and available. No water intrusion, leaks, cracks, holes in the ceiling, anything like that we can help with. But also, we do some work on the outside of dwellings as well. Harborage for rodents, overgrown grass, overflowing dumpsters, sewage overflows, sanitary sewer overflows. All of those things can be routed to health, and those are things that we can help with. If we find a severe violation, we will issue a notice of violation to that responsible party, and they'll have about 24 to 48 hours to get that rectified. We want to be fair and balanced in that, but if it's not rectified, we will issue a citation, and it will go to court. I'll keep my remarks brief. We're happy to help, all Houstonians, and I just can't say enough. Call 311 if you have a problem, and we will show up. So thank you very much.
Hi, good evening. My name is Amy Connolly. I'm an assistant director in the Housing and Community Development Department, and with me is our Deputy Assistant Director, Ryan Bibbs. Obviously, housing is in the name of our department. It's very important to us, but our role is going to be supportive and informational to the apartment inspection ordinance team. Mostly that's because our department is largely in charge of providing financial incentives, passing through federal and state funds to affordable housing developments and encouraging affordable housing developments. So while we don't have an enforcement activity, we want to make sure that if any development is identified as high risk, that we will make sure that if there is federal or state money in that development, that we will bring to bear the federal and state resources to help us further the enforcement actions. Many people don't know if the development has had a tax credit or if the development has housing vouchers, that there are federal resources and state resources that we can bring to bear in addition to what the city is additionally doing to make sure that those apartments are habitable, to make sure that they're safe, to make sure that the residents are taken care of. And that's also part of the reason why we want to do more affordable housing in Houston that has incentives that are passed through from the federal and the state government so that we can have those additional enforcement mechanisms. So we'll also work with the housing finance corporations, the Houston Housing Authority, public facility corporations, and any of the other types of affordable housing developers that are there to make sure that Houston residents are taken care of. Also, if any residents have concerns about their apartments and the condition of the apartments, we do take calls from residents throughout the city and make sure that we're connecting those residents to resources that they may need, whether that be U.S. Housing and Urban Development complaints or whether that be state agencies. So we're here to help and we're here to support the entire ordinance, and we've been a part of that team from the beginning, and we look forward to working with our other city departments to make this happen for you. Thanks.
Greetings. Matthew Simon. I'm assigned to the Houston Police Department's Field Operation Office probably about 10 months ago. One of my assignments was I took over the department's apartment enforcement unit. As many as y'all know, their tasking was significantly realigned to more performative field product. As such, this or the previous ordinance, it's time for an update. I myself and the Houston Police Department wholeheartedly support the change in the ordinance. Personally, I believe it's going to hold property owners more accountable for the condition of their property, and if needed, the tenants more accountable for their behavior on that property. I think I'm the only one here from HPD, but I'm going to be with the, I'm sure I'm going to get a lot of questions from the owners and the managers, so I'll be in that breakout session. Again, Matthew Simon, thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm Veronica Hernandez, Senior Community Liaison with the Mayor's Assistance Office, Department of Neighborhoods. And Department of Neighborhoods has received various concerns from tenants in the neighborhoods and also landlords. So our department, prior to the creation of Department of Neighborhoods, the Mayor's Assistance Office would handle a lot of the concerns and work with their various departments to resolve tenants' concerns. We always tell the community to call 311 to log in their complaint, to make sure it is logged, and that the departments that handle each individual violation can go out there and inspect. So with the last 20-something years with the City of Houston, we have built a relationship with some of the managers and landlords in the community also. So we have held the landlord and tenant rights meetings, and we try to bring a lot of the community that does not speak English to let them know what their rights are, and then we bring in different legal assistance and other resources to the community. So we also work a lot with DRT, our DRT officers in the neighborhoods, because they receive a lot of people that come into the storefronts or the police stations to complain about different things within the apartment complexes. And we are the point person to work with the Health Department, Public Works, now that the inspections division has gone under Public Works. And we also assist with coordinating some of the sweeps that are taking place in some of the apartment complexes. So with the different experience that our department has with different departments, and prior to the creation of Department of Neighborhoods, we would do a lot with the neighborhood protection when they were under that. And then also during different administrations when the creation of the multifamily. So we've been through all those different pilots. So we're here to assist, and we'll be here. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Christopher Shanahan. I am an assistant director with Houston Public Works, serving as the building official. Regarding why we're here tonight is to talk about the habitability ordinance and some of the efforts that we're taking as a group to make the ordinance a bit stronger. I think it's important to know that within our building code enforcement team, we have roughly just shy of 300 inspectors that perform inspections across the multiple trade inspections. We have investigations division, our occupancy and specifically a habitability inspection team that came on board in 2009 after this ordinance was initially crafted. Within that team of the habitability inspection team, we have 12 inspectors, 3 supervisor inspectors, an assistant chief, and overseen by a division manager, ultimately reporting up through me, the building official. I know that there are the frustration I see with some of these tenants and some of these apartment complexes. When I came to the city of Houston, I did serve as an inspector and investigator in the field. I was firsthand on these sites, met with property owners, met with residents, and I heard the concerns and I witnessed it firsthand. And you know, our goal is to issue notices, let these owners and managers know what needs to be done to get the buildings into compliance. Our building code enforcement, we focus on code compliance. We're enforcing the international codes, so building code, fire code, various plumbing and mechanical codes, our code of ordinances. In March of 2025, Veronica did allude to it that Houston Public Works took on the Inspection and Public Services group out of the Department of Neighborhoods. That is that code enforcement leg dealing with dangerous buildings, your nuisances, weeds, high grass, trash. We have molded that team of inspectors into our operation, and we've rebranded them, known as Community Code Enforcement. So I'm sure you've probably seen some of our inspectors out in various parts of town. You see the yellow placards if there's violations. But we are certainly here to work with you guys and take any input and feedback that you guys may have. I'm glad to listen to your thoughts and give some direction so that we can make this ordinance meaningful, give us some more teeth, and so that we can enforce and make these properties safe. It's important that these apartments from ground up construction are issued a certificate of occupancy, and a certificate of occupancy is telling us that that building is life safety compliant. It's compliant with all aspects of the code. We know that over time, 10 years, 20 years, 15, 30 years, some of these buildings, 60, 70, 80 years old, they degrade, they fail, they start falling apart if they're not maintained. A 100-year-old building can be top-notch if it's maintained regularly and you have a property owner who's willing to step up and put a little bit of money back into the property. So it's also of value to know that these apartment complexes that we see time and time again, they change hands in ownership. That creates a challenge. Certificates of occupancy may get lost, destroyed. They are no longer able to produce them, and then they start this process over again to get a new certificate of occupancy, which is it's a cumulative life safety inspection of the interior and exterior components of that structure. Our habitability inspection team that enforces the habitability ordinance inspects the exterior of the buildings, given that the building has already been issued a certificate of occupancy. So we're inspecting the exterior of the buildings for life safety violations, mechanical, electrical, plumbing, structural code violations. The team identifies that, produces a list, produces it, gives it to the owner, and sometimes they may have to purchase permits to make corrections. And then we follow up and perform routine follow-up inspections until we have verified that they are code compliant. And then we move on to the next one. There are approximately 4,800, just shy of 5,000 registered apartments, multifamily rental buildings throughout the city of Houston. So you can understand that the task at hand, especially when I have 12 dedicated inspectors to this initiative. However, all of these different teams that are here tonight, HPD, Houston Health, Department of Neighborhoods, Housing, we work with these folks every day. We're in constant communication, a great group of individuals. We get our teams together, we put our heads together, and we tackle these problems head on. So again, I can reiterate what other folks have said here tonight, call 311. That is our preferred method of reporting. Our team, our investigations team, in regard to habitability complaints, receives well over into the thousands of complaints every year, and we respond to those as soon as we possibly can. So again, I look forward to working with you guys, and I look forward to hearing from you tonight. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for those presentations. That's a great prelude into the work that we're going to do tonight. I do want to kind of take a pulse of the room. We have it set up to do 2 breakout rooms. Councilmember Thomas, you want to kind of look and see how many folks are here representing tenants, or if you are a tenant and you want to talk about tenant issues. Okay. And how many folks are here representing owners, owner-operators, landlords? Okay, so we could still do the breakouts. Yeah. We are expecting Mayor Whitmire in about 15 minutes. I do want us to go ahead into our breakout sessions, but before we do that, I do want to recognize that County Judge Hidalgo does have staff here, as well as Commissioner Briones. So thank you for your partnership in this work, and we look forward to hearing from you as well. So if you are a tenant representing tenants and are interested in the tenants portion of the apartment inspection ordinance, you can go with Councilmember Thomas and her team and the representatives from the departments into the first breakout session. If you are an owner-operator, a landlord, or property manager, will be in the second breakout room, and look forward to hearing from each of you, and then we will reconvene approximately 7:30. Don't be shy.
Don't be shy. Be shy. Come on.
Daryl, give us some walking music.
Wonderful. So we're going to go ahead and get started. This is an active session, so this isn't the typical town hall. I hate these podiums. The typical town hall. I do want to introduce Julia Orduna with the Texas Housers. We have partners that are co-creating this with us. The Texas Housers were involved in feedback of the original item and how it's changed. And then next door, the Houston Apartment Association is that representative there in the room, because they also influence. So tonight's interactive. We really want to hear your feedback about some of the things that you are experiencing. It is a guided discussion because we want to maximize your time. And then more importantly, we want to get something to our special call. We want to get something to our departments after the March 5th meeting that has your feedback in mind, the things that you're witnessing and experiencing as tenants, or if you're working with leaseholders. So we're going to work through that conversation today. And then we're going to start. Anything else I need to mention before we get started? Yeah? Okay, so number one, who's ever called 311? We've called 311? Yeah, maybe not, okay. So when you've had a complaint about your multifamily unit, did you call 311 or your property manager first? That's important. Let's go ahead and start. So part of this is also education and training, so we can get a kind of level set on making sure that y'all are aware of the resources that are available to you as a tenant. And our intention and ultimate goal is, one, this ordinance won't be a cure-all, because we know issues will still happen at multifamily developments. However, the ordinance will provide clear guidance as to what is available. You need to know as a leaseholder on what is the responsibility of your property management or your landlord, and then they need to be clear about if there's a fine or a timeline and when to resolve, right? So that's what we're working towards. So 311. So when you did call 311 and you made a complaint, what was the complaint that you made about your multifamily unit? Okay. So you had mold in the room, so you had a ceiling fall. Was it due to a rain or disaster? Rain, so the ceiling came out, there was a leak. Ultimately came out, damaged your clothes. So the first person you called was the property manager or 311? Property manager number one. So then you called 311, like, let me get this on the books. And then when you called 311, how were you communicated? Did they follow up with you? And then, do you recall how long it took for them to follow up? What's immediate? Okay. Okay, that's good to know. That's good to know. So then when you made the call to 311, when were you informed if your issue was resolved? How did you know your issue was fixed? So how long did that take? So it took a week and a half from when you called 311 and the property manager for them to resolve the issue in your unit. Okay, and you had ongoing communication. That's really good to know. Thank you for that. And then, right, but during that time, you had to get out of that unit, right? Okay, so did they offer to get you to another unit, a replacement unit? What district do you live in? Right, but tell me what's your, do you have a city? 56. You're about 6, you're about Galleria. Yeah, so you're probably G. You're north of Westheimer, or you south of Westheimer? But like north of the Galleria or south of the Galleria? Are you closer to Grand Lux? Are you on the Grand Lux side, or are you on the Galleria side on Westheimer? Okay, that might be Jay. That might be Jay. Okay. And I want to get your address, and I want to make sure that we track with the city representatives to make sure where we're at in the queue. So then when that happened and they said, oh, we're going to get you to, in your lease, does it say that they have to get you to a replacement unit? There's no communication around that. Okay. So this is still a huge habitability issue with mold, rodents. And that was a week ago? Okay. It's 2 weeks. To the property manager or to a city inspector? So a city inspector contacted you, you shared information related, okay. Who's in here from the health department? Yeah, I manage the department. You got it, okay. So you taking notes. Okay, okay, got it. I was just making sure we got ears. Okay. No, I got you. I want to make sure that we have additional ears so they're tracking at the same time. So with they're at the health department as well. They're going to follow up with you tonight, but I needed that information. Does anyone else have a similar experience? When you called 311 on your multifamily issue related to what was the issue? Anyone else? She's the only one with the issue. I think that's a good thing. No, I understand. I understand. And we see it on the news, we see it on social media, we see it all the time. Mayor Whitmire, thank you. Come on up. Mayor Whitmire is joining us. We can put our hands together. He could be anywhere in the city. His administration has signaled that this is something that they support. One, it reaffirms the city's commitment to quality, affordable housing, but then also to make sure we take care of Houstonians. So there's such a demand on everyone's time, but he wanted to make a point to be here in front of you. We're just talking to residents, and they talked about how they called 311. There was mold, there was a leaky roof, working through the process, and some of the things that we're hearing about. They called, they did get a response because 311 followed up via text, periodic check-ins, they did all of that. In the health departments here, they're taking notes, they're following up, and so we're just getting a sense of how we can improve that, so the department representatives are here. Anyone else in related, so when you talk about your engagement with your property management company, tell me about, is it the same level as 311?
No.
311's more responsive than your deal? Okay,
Yes.
That's good to know. That's good to know. We get a lot of critique around 311, so it's good to know that that has improved and you're getting more feedback around the city service and the inspectors. Anyone else around issues around multifamily? Before I tell you what I see, go ahead, Tammy. Hold on, Tammy, let her get you the mic, and if you can tell us your name and then your district.
Okay, my name is Tammy Rodriguez. I am a resident of A-Leaf, but I'm also speaking on behalf of Gulfton Citizens Advisory Council,
Sure.
where we receive complaints, and I work closely with Veronica on apartments. Our main calls to us are the crime, the rodents, the upkeep, the structural damage, elevators not working. And they call, and their fear of reporting it is the retaliation. And we know firsthand the retaliation is real because the upper management is not overseeing the lower management on hand. So that's when they come and reach out to Veronica or they reach out to me. But that is mostly our complaint. And a lot of them, you know, they've even had bats in their walls. It is ongoing. And being in the apartment, I didn't know which side to sit on.
You can flex.
So being in the apartment industry for 35 years, you know, I know the inside of that trade. But for them to get, you know, a sense of, you know, a quality of life in their apartments is kind of hard. And one, you know, they report to us to keep quiet, you know, and see if we can go in sneaking wise and go into a health and not, you know, saying that they were reporting it because of the chance of retaliation. Another one of the main issues that we have too is that when the residents that are immigrants and they're not knowing their rights, they're being locked out of their apartments and they're not given like they're supposed to give their keys within, once they contact them, they're supposed to release those keys back to the resident and they are supposed to stay, you know, be able to go in. Point of lockout is to get that resident face to face with management to tell them, hey, you know, I'm going through a hard time, I'm going to pay or whatever. Some of these
If they're late on rent.
Yes.
Okay.
But some of these managers, they lock them out and they just, you know, if they don't know their rights, they leave them out in the parking lot.
Sure.
Then a call goes to Veronica or a call comes to me.
Sure. So a couple of things that I want to share, and Julia, feel free to jump in here. What we are asking Public Works to do, and they're working on providing this information, right, is identifying our top 25 in the city. So we have the top 25 in the city that have structural issues from Public Works, but we also have the top 25 from HPD, calls for service. District F, I have the second highest one, right off of Ashford Point in Dairy Ashford, right? So when you talk about crime, let me back up. Are y'all familiar with SEPTID? Have y'all ever heard of a SEPTID? I see Sergeant DeLeon in the back from West Side. They hold us down. I want to thank you for your work. So, oh, yes. Crime prevention through environmental design. Whew, we love an acronym. And so essentially we deploy HPD to do a SEPTID. And they go into multifamily properties and they audit. They look at if the street lights work, they look at if the shrubbery needs to be cut, if the pool needs to be drained because it's dangerous, if you need to board up, you know, units that have been open and exposed. And our overtime is dedicated to West Side to do those things. How many of you have ever heard of that? Have you ever requested that? Do you know that that even exists? Most people don't even know that that exists. So HPD does that. You heard from the sergeant that sits on the ASEC team, that they have an apartment inspection unit. When we're thinking about this ordinance, those are some of the things, the things we need to consider making sure we have. So as a tenant, when you talk about safety, we just left a property, the gate didn't work, the doors both busted open, the lights don't work. That's a safety issue. So when we think about that ordinance, would you feel comfortable if a SEPTID was completed on your property and to know those results? So when HPD goes in and they swipe and they offer the recommendation as a tenant, would that be helpful to know my apartment complex may not be in compliance? Would that be helpful to know? Go ahead. How would we know what? Right, those are some of the things in terms of the communication piece that we need to think through once we get to the March 30th, because, you know, so I own a home, right? But even before I purchased a home and when I lived on an apartment complex, anytime there was a major update, the property manager would tape something on my door. Even when I vote for my HOA board members, they tape it on my door saying there's a vote. So there's a mechanism and there's a way that already exists, but I don't think most Houstonians and residents know that that's a tool that already deploys, that is a public safety tool to move these properties down the line, and they provide the recommendations openly.
Just a follow-up.
Sure.
If this is a problem property, like, how do we ensure that, like, if it has accepted, like, how do we ensure that the thing goes on the door? Because if it's already a problem property,
Right, we have.
how do we know that?
Yeah, we do
it?
septics on private properties. Like,
Okay.
yeah, we do. Yeah.
No, I'm saying if it's a problem property, it's a property that's already, like, so is the police doing the taping or is the ownership doing the
It
taping?
would be ownership. I'm not declaring that will be. I'm just saying.
But you understand the
I
gap
do.
that I'm trying to
no,
get at.
I do.
Okay.
And I think we have to continue to work through that in terms of once this ordinance goes live with all complete feedback, what type of communication tools and things that need to be embedded in that so residents are aware of the status of their property. Because most residents are not aware of the conditions of their property, right? They may see it on the news or Instagram reel, someone takes a video, and then that's how they find out. So in order for a couple of things, for residents to know that the city of Houston and those departments are on it and have identified the following things, right, restores credibility for us, and so they know that our eyes are on it. And then secondly, management has to communicate that to residents. And hopefully that's some of the feedback that we'll capture. I don't want to color in the lines for tenants, but in my mind, because I know as a council member, I deploy septics on properties. And then when we get those recommendations, we share that publicly, and then they know our eyes are on it. And HPD works directly with the property manager, the owners. They're consistently in conversation with them to get these issues resolved. So there are successes. And Sergeant DeLeon, is there something you would like to share around that? In addition to? Can you come over here with the mic, please?
So really quick, my name's Sergeant Edna DeLeon. I'm with the Houston Police Department West Side. So with the SEPTEDs, I work for the differential response team. So what it is, it's quality of life. I do the SEPTEDs, my squad and myself. It's an education. We bring forth and educate the apartment complexes. These are your problems. These is how you prevent crime. It could be any type of location, type of living, apartments, condos, everything. Once the education part passes, and we have given them allocated enough time, talk to the managers of the property, the management companies, even all the way up to out-of-state owners, and we're not getting enforcement done from those levels, enforcement happens on the HPD side. So that's where the citations come into play, and we look at everything. We can issue any and all tickets that you can imagine, and it can go up to the thousands of dollars. We can issue them daily. Do we issue them daily? No, we need to afford them the opportunity to correct it once enforcement starts happening. But yes, we do follow up, we do go back. And we get in with all of the other agencies that are out here. Building enforcement, fire marshal, everyone that we can think of. Yes, ma'am.
Annual permits that they have to get. Once they get those permits, you know, if they, I don't know if anybody in here has heard of the Blue Star program, which has gone away, but if we were to improve the properties and hold them accountable to the SEPTED, you know, ordinance and everything, then once they're inspected, if they maintain that level, then they can get their permits. So I would say for the properties to be inspected and then for them to get the actual Blue Star appointment, you know, to their property. But to me, I think it would hold them accountable once they're not. Other than that, you know, every single property, and I know that there's several properties that are not registered online that need to be, and it's part of the ordinance, but as to also, you know, put, you know, like if you have the 4 stars next to it, then you know that they're in compliance. If they have no stars on there, or, you know, then they know that that's not a good property. But I know that they have to be registered.
From Public Works. Public Works, is there something that you can speak to that in terms of the permitting piece?
Actually, we actually had a big meeting.
Use the mic.
So in that meeting, we discussed a lot of the Blue Star and everything else. So right now with the permitting, we're going to be like I said, we're already working through that ordinance. I can't really talk a lot about it because I'm actually one of the chairs for the ASEC board as well. So the enforcement piece, there's going to be a lot of enforcement that happens over the next, once we get to this trial period. I know you had mentioned, Councilmember, that you said it was 25. When we run that pilot, it's gonna be the 13 that we have. So we have the 13, that's gonna be the pilot.
Right, I'm aware of that, but in terms of her question is more about the public-facing communication. Once they have their permit and they meet building standards, at what point will residents know that they're still in compliance?
Every 4 years.
Every 4 years.
So every 4 years, that building should be going through a habitability inspection.
Hold on, let's just get your mic. Hold on one second. Thank you.
Sorry, I was just trying to say, does that include when there's a change in ownership? Do they start from zero or like?
When they change ownership, they should be coming down. They have 30 days to come back in.
Okay. Okay.
That's good.
They'll get another inspection.
Okay, good.
Good
'Cause,
question.
yeah, we see that a lot.
Lots of change of ownership. Lots of yeah. Okay.
I had a problem in my apartment complex, and I was wondering, when you said you have a lot of, a lot of things that you look at, are you talking about just external to the apartments, like things that are outside, like the elevators, the pool, or, like all the things like that, or is it also inside?
Both. It's inside and
Oh, you can look at both.
Yeah, so mold happening inside the unit, habitability, if their ceiling is falling out, if there's a structure issue. I see our A-Leaf trustee, our board chairs here. When many of the family engagement specialists do home visits at these apartment complexes, my office receives a lot of updates. We've had where the staircase the patio was detached and falling through, and we've had to work with Public Works to get that situated. So absolutely, it normally starts with 311, but more folks they typically just call their property management, and sometimes that doesn't make its way to us. So if there's an issue inside the unit, backed up sewage, mold, any of that can all be reported, and there's a representative at the city department that can address that.
Is that all septed or different?
Septed is different.
That's what I was asking.
Yes, septed is distinctly different. That's a different function. So
is that just the exteriors section?
Yeah, they do exterior. It's the exterior function, right, from a safety perspective. Right, but if there's mold, water backup, all of that's inside the house, we have the health department, we have Public Works.
And the problem that I heard from the other people who are present, and as well for me, was we have a lot of flooding in Houston. We have a lot of water issues. When these climate events happen, and then we have water coming in, typically the problem we're worried about is mold. But do we even have mold inspectors? This is what we keep hearing, is the inspectors are not certified for mold, so they can't declare this is mold or, do any mitigation on that. It feels like.
Good question. Is there clarity on that?
I don't believe any city municipal has mold inspectors throughout the whole country, because you have to test out the mold, take it to the lab. We don't know if it would be safe or not. I mean, there's so many different variables. That's why there's no mold testing in the city of Houston.
Sure. So then when there's an incident of mold and they call 311 and the health department comes out and then an inspector sees mold, their recommendation will be?
Perfect example is, so if, like this young person was saying, she was explaining that she called 311 and then it goes to CRIS system, to the health code. Yep. And we received the complaint, and one of our environment investigators goes out there. We do not test for mold, but if there's any water intrusion, leaks, or cracks, the management, the ownership has to fix those issues.
Sure.
And if they don't, enforcement happens. Sometimes we could talk to management, ownership, say, hey, this is a very unsafe environment. Is it possible that they could move to another unit, or can you help them? And sometimes they say, okay, we could even get them out the lease without any termination, but it just really depends on the ownership and the management, because a lot of times owners don't even live in Texas. They live in New York, different places, and then there's always change of management all the time.
And it depends on who's in management and what their appetite is and the flexibility, but that's not sustainable. So then if an inspector gets there, then mold is present, they communicate to the leaseholder.
Well, we can't see, we cannot say if it's mold or not.
So you can't even say this is mold?
Yes, you have to really take it to the lab to really determine.
So then the inspector's communicating to the leaseholder.
Yeah, the management and ownership, hey, this is sheetrock, this needs to be replaced. So usually when you replace the whole thing, it's, it cleans out whatever material or particle.
Sure, so it's
Yes.
not explicitly saying mold, it's saying you need to remove this sheetrock.
Yes, remove the sheetrock, fix the leak and crack. And then sometimes management will try to do a rubber band and just clean it up.
Paint over it.
Yeah, and we don't, that's unacceptable.
That happened to me when I lived in an apartment.
Okay.
They did that too.
But our team really takes it on ourselves to make sure to enforce. If you're not compliant, we will issue citations. We'll keep coming back and issue citations. But usually we try to get resolution and try to get the tenant to be moved. So I just really want to know about her case.
Sure.
So we could, our community involvement coordinator is here too, the health department, so we could definitely help her. But there's many cases like her case, and the tough situation is the ownership. Sometimes they will say, I'll take the citations.
Yeah.
I don't care. We'll pay it instead of fixing
And
the
what's
issue.
the amount, do you know off the top of your head, the amount of the citation?
The max, it depends. It could be up to 1,000 to 2,000. It really depends. We have a couple of owners who have hundreds of tickets. Hundreds, or maybe even close to 1,000 tickets. And they get their lawyers involved and push back the date and try to, so it's a lot of things that we're trying to help and comply. But if we have a good relationship with the management, they try to comply, but it's true. Like they do, a lot of times tenants do go to the management and say, get this fixed, and management doesn't do anything. So they contact 311, and when the health inspectors come, oh yeah, well, they never put in a ticket or never called us or a portal. I don't see any information. So they try to get it, complied because they know we're going to keep coming back and back. Yes.
I'm sorry. Someone else has.
Right, and then Julia has.
Oh. Can I go? Okay. So the other thing is when you guys brought up the question of, there's a retaliation. I don't think people necessarily understand what retaliation is, because for a low-income person or anybody who's in this situation already, the landlords have the choice of moving you to another unit, or simply just saying, okay, well, we'll let you out to your lease, like that's their big benefit to you. But then you have to eat the moving cost. Even if you're moving from this apartment on the second floor to another building that doesn't have the mold, that is a big expense. Sometimes if you don't have family members to help you, it was a $2,000 move for me, which was not covered by FEMA. FEMA covered like $400 of it, and I don't understand. Yes, it was during Hurricane Beryl. So I applied for for the moving benefit, and because my unit wasn't fixed properly, but that is sufficient retaliation to prevent people from even saying anything. And I don't know how that could be changed, but that's why when this proposal came up about the apartment complex, I said, could we take some of these fines that you're fining them and it's not making any difference to them, and say put that in a fund to help people move if they continually don't they don't comply. This gives the tenants a lot more power. If they have money in their hands that they can say, I can afford my moving fees, then I will speak up. Thank you. I have moved right now to Katy in order to be safe, and where I was before was 77049. I'm now at 7749.
And to kind of tease on that same retaliation idea, have people felt retaliation or feared retaliation in order to not speak out?
But I guess, so I had sewage water back in my apartment, and they left it in there for till it dried up, basically. So I called the health department, and I went to them and tried to tell the manager what happened, and I forgot what I was saying, but yes. So I called the health department because I tried to go to them and tell them like my apartment is flooded, and so I ended up calling the health department. Nobody came. So I guess like they were going to let me out of my lease, but because the health department came, I'm not out of my lease now. Even though they told it to the health department that they were, and I'm still in there.
But you know what? Even somebody got shot up. Okay. You know, look, somebody got shot right next to her. The gates never be closed. And when my daughter first moved in there, she called me crying. I begged them to let her out because when she moved in, when we moved out that one apartment, she went in there. First they said they gonna fix it all up. She went in there, wires was hanging everywhere, mold, water coming about the tub, bud infested. We like, oh my God. So she was crying, said, please let me out the lease. So it's been a whole entire year, 8 months. She just now, what they do, clean the refrigerator now?
Yeah, they just gave me a refrigerator.
Just gave her a refrigerator.
June.
Just gave her a refrigerator. She ain't been able to cook there right now to this day. And I've been begging them let out. So we hired a inspector, what they call the mold. He said, this place needs to be shut down. It's the mold coming through the vents, through the windows. The windows all still dirty and mold. The dog, her poor dog, she was just crying so bad. And I said, y'all, please let her out.
Yeah. So understanding that those are a lot of the problems, and so we're hearing.
She can't live there. She hasn't lived there, what, a month now?
Understanding.
And she's still paying her rent. And we went to the owner. What was that? We found the owner. Still does nothing.
Understand. And so we hear that maybe an opportunity for enforcement or for supporting tenants is helping tenants out of their lease. And maybe that's something that the city can support or how that's been done.
I don't know if Maria wants to. Maria, the community involvement coordinator, she just started, well, she's been with the city for over 30 years, but we needed a community involvement coordinator for the apartment compliance program because of your stories. Because we really care about tenants, and we really want people to live in safe environments. And, I've been a public servant for a long time, and the environment investigators who go out there, they're like the therapists too. They are listening. They're trying to mediate. They're trying to do everything possible. So we were able to blessing to get Maria so she could explain some services that she tries to help get people.
Okay, Maria Cisneros, and I am the Community Involvement Coordinator in the Apartment Compliance Program. So basically, I'm trying to gather resources for a lot of our tenants, partner with other organizations, because with the health department, we don't offer all of those services that our tenants might need. So that's building relationship and finding resources for our tenants is what I basically do. Okay. A lot of times when the inspector goes out, basically their job is just to do the inspection, but they do listen to what the tenants are saying, and that's how they send some of the tenants to me, and that's when I reach out to them and follow up with them.
And can you share examples of services provided?
I've helped some with moving costs. A lot of times, especially our seniors don't have family members or don't have the money to move. So reaching out to churches, to different sources, and helping people move from one place to another. We've also had some people that have had to be moved out of the property itself into another property. Trying to work with housing as well, because they're under a certain housing program that has certain requirements for them or special funding. So you kind of have to call different apartment complexes, making sure not everybody's accepting housing vouchers anymore. So that becomes a problem for in our area as well.
So I want to ask a very pointed question and kind of get into a brainstorming. We're hearing about getting out of a lease. We're hearing about moving costs. How can we support tenants living in these spaces that would like to move or like to resolve the situation? Are there other ideas that could be embedded into operational in this ordinance to say, what is the enforcement or what is the support for the tenants?
If you really look at restaurants, they have pre-inspections. if we had pre-inspections of units before a tenant or resident goes through there, that could really help. I believe in preventive measures, you know, to make sure that there's no leaks or cracks. Because sometimes, you know, someone comes there excited, they might show this unit, and then they move the tenant to another unit at the end for closing. You know, it happens a lot. And then all of a sudden, there's all these issues inside that unit. So if we have something like a pre-inspection where investigators go out there, make sure that everything is a livable situation, I think that will really help the problem.
Right, but remember the liaison for public works, I think he said that there were 12 inspectors, 3 supervisors.
Yeah, for us for the health side, we're gonna have 8
right,
inspectors
so then,
throughout the whole city. But the thing is, if you have pre-inspection charging the
I don't disagree with you. I'm saying from the
Capacity.
council members' perspective, like when we get to budget table,
Right.
and it's time to make sure that departments have what they need in order to meet this demand. Because if we get to the proposed item will be discussed on March 30th. The proposed item will be discussed on March 30th, and you're absolutely right. Like, you know, this needs to happen from the federal standard, like with the Section 8, if you're on a voucher, there's a pre-inspection of a unit before someone can move in, and we need to noodle on adopting similar language at the local level, which then reduces overextending city departments because we would have had proactive measures, right? So I'm just saying that I support it, but that means that's personnel, and that means that's investment in departments, and then that means that when we get to the budget table, those are the types of things that we need to make sure that we support the ASEC team so they could do what they need to do. Because let's say we roll through the first 20. Okay, you still have another 20 you got to do. You still have to do another because this ordinance is still not a cure-all, right? This gives the departments and the collaborative team teeth to go in and address our top bad actors, to build capacity around that, to start doing more, right? So I'm with you on that. I'm just saying that's going to cost money, and that's stuff that we got to carry.
$50 per unit, I think that would, you know, try to help, just try to help, because I see tenants are like struggling, and when they say, oh, we get you off the lease, but they don't have money to move out.
Yeah. So let's hear from here, and then to the back.
So I'm an advocate for the tenants, and one other major concern you guys keep talking about safety is the crimes. And well, I read the article where they interview you, right? And I guess in the article it says something like the crime is the landlord's fault. So if the crime in the properties and the squatting problem in the properties is the landlord's fault, is the crime everywhere else the politician's fault? Because you can walk out right here. Yes, ABC 13. I read it. I can pull it up. But that was.
But let me answer your question, because that's inadequate. And I think it's inaccurate. And so we deploy a lot of public safety strategies all throughout the city to mitigate crime. Now, crime is such a broad word. Now, when you talk about squatting, that's something else, right? So squatting in this past legislature, Governor Abbott just strengthened eviction rules, particularly around squatting, so landlords have the ability to address that specifically. Now, secondarily, we have a documented list of landlords that have vacant units, that have all types of things where they have not done right with their property. The gate does not work. The doors, the units are busted open. It is clear, and I can show you those just on the west side that we deal with.
Yeah, but
on the flip side of that, we do have landlords that are proactive, that are on those properties, and that are working with us, and that are inundated with those that are breaking into vacant units because of other issues that are happening, and we've worked with them to do that, and other council members work with that to do that. So I would want to redirect your energy and your question to address an issue as an owner that you're experiencing related to crime specifically, so we can make sure that in the ordinance that we address that.
I mean, you call the police, they don't show up. We have a lot of problems of people speeding. You call 311, they don't do
speeding.
anything. People's cars
So you tell me where your property is. Tell me where your property is in which district?
Council J.
So you're in J, okay.
And
Are
they
you
have
comfortable
that-
giving cross streets? Are you comfortable?
It's on Wilcrest and South Drive.
Okay.
And I have spoke to police officers about, just last week, there was a car that flipped over because they speed there. A child was hit by a police officer vehicle while they were getting off the bus because they're speeding on South Drive.
A child was hit by HPD?
Yes. And now the bus stops
And that
have
was
to,
not in the
have
news?
to hit, have to,
Go
they
get
can't,
that
they
one.
have to do it in an angle so people
Lambda.
stop because they don't
Lambda.
stop when the children are coming out.
Lambda. Go get Deleon. Go get Deleon.
And then that's a major concern. I mean, I talked to a police officer about speeding, and they told me it's hard to prove. I can't give tickets. What do you think we should do? And I said, well, I already started a petition with the city of Houston, the neighborhood thing, to get speed bumps on South Drive. And he said, oh, don't do that. Don't do that. That's going to make my job hard. So you're telling me what should I do to protect crime? Speeding is a crime. And you're telling me there's nothing you can do, but my suggestion is a horrible idea? I mean...
Okay, so speed bumps, yes, you can do them. And I don't think that's easy to do. We do speed bumps all the Sergeant DeLeon, we have a resident that's an owner-operator off of South Wilcrest in South. That's still West Side?
Yes.
Yes. And so she's saying that there's some issues of ongoing speeding that's happening and that a West Side officer recommended not to install speed bumps on South Drive, and that HPD hit a child at the intersection. This is West Side.
So I can't tell you about the hitting of the child or that call. It would just require, obviously, for me to do some research. I'm happy to follow up on that when I can do. So you're looking for a speed bump on the property or on the city street?
That's easy.
So what we do is we hear your recommendation and we forward it to the city. We go through City Works, we forward it to them, and they do an all-out plan. I understand that.
Right, but we have the ability in the council offices to fund those, and we do that. Right. And those are used as public safety measures. Right. And so speed cushions are a tool that the council member office can absorb. And so technically, you don't even need the signatures if your council member has signaled that they'll pay for it. I'm doing $200,000 worth of speed cushions, 51 in Leawood alone. So that's something that we... We're gonna work and get that done. I get it, but yeah, but that's not accurate, and that's not accurate. The average income that I represent is like $47,000, right? And we're handling business for these people, because I live here too, around the creek. Like, this is my neighborhood. We're gonna work to get your speed bumps. I don't want you to walk out disheartened around that. Tammy is another example of how we've done speed bumps in her community as well. She, for years, was waiting on speed bumps and other issues. We can do that. Allow me to assist and facilitate to get this done, okay? Sure. Please do. And that's what, and because you have credibility with your tenants, that's why it's important that you're here so you can share with them. But I don't want you to walk out disheartened thinking all of the efforts that you're deploying are not working, because they can work, and we can get speed bumps on South Drive. Sure.
And I know exactly where she's talking about. As you get off of the Beltway 8, you can take south if you want to, avoid Kip Kipway or Bissonnet. So they take that street, and I'm witness that is the only street that doesn't flood. But the thing is that they have the bleed out of the cars that would supposed to be parking inside the property. They're parked on the side.
You got it. Because we're limited for time, I want to make sure that we have some takeaways. Sergeant DeLeon, would you mind asking aside after this, getting with her so we can just make sure we get additional feedback on the apartment inspection ordinance? And if you have not consumed it, there's enlarged examples of the ordinance all down the hallway. Take photos of that, consume that, follow up. We're not rushing this. We want your feedback on that. Anyone else have anything else to add? Because we want to be able, we can talk about some of the takeaways that I heard. One, the mold inspection piece is specific and unique that we really have to talk about, right? Yeah, very expensive. It all costs money. But number two, the financial obligation, even if you are moved out of your unit, what you have to absorb without possible planning. And then also just making sure that the process, public education on the 311 system. Julia, is there anything?
Yeah.
Else?
The other question is just about reporting the information, transparency for tenants. Is there information that you believe would be good to be able to see? Where would this live? On a website, on a dashboard? Is it mailed to people? That, mailing is a little more expensive. But if people have thoughts or ideas of what the reporting of this looks like, so there's transparency for tenants, so you all feel like you know what's happening, those ideas would be really good, because that is also part of this ordinance of how is this communicated out to the public, to the tenants. The idea of this ordinance is to create this high-risk property program to identify what properties are the ones that are being most called out for code violations or having those code issues. And so tenants need to know that information, to know where they would like to live, what owners, and we understand that ownership sometimes is a little ambiguous. There's a lot of LLCs that have different names. There might be some different owners that are into a single deal. There might be tax credits or city funding or county funding attached to that might have additional enforcement. So if there's anything on that vein about reporting or transparency that you all would like to share in these last couple of minutes that we're together also, that would be great.
On my properties where, I didn't have any turnaround on my guys. So we did the preventive maintenance, and it's usually management districts or management companies will do that every quarter. To be able to go into every single unit. As a recipient to a city inspector, to me, if the inspector were to say, you know what, I have mold reported in this apartment, can you please send me a copy? Every single management, there's not one out there that has a painter contractor that is not certified by mold. So they can call their contractor and they can get it inspected, and it is a unbiased, because they have to, state regulation has to have them do a correct mold. But if you don't ask for it as an inspector, they're not going to do it. That should fall back on the landlord for them to do that inspection and have them proof the facts to the city to provide that, that it is mold.
So what you're suggesting is that the inspector tell the property management to get an accurate mold test?
That the ordinance requires them to show proof that they have to do that.
That the ordinance requires that the inspectors tell the property management or the owner to do a mold test, that, we're talking about the financials of that, and then that would have to come back to the inspection to ensure that there is no mold.
Okay, I wanted to address a bunch of things real fast. Okay, so the pre-inspection, I was using a housing voucher and still am. And so I get the pre-inspection, but it's not a magic bullet, because again, the physical inspector can only say it's leaking if it is raining right now and she sees a leak coming right now. So even though I told her this is a leak and I saw it, since it's not leaking right now, they can't write it down, and then they can't, and when you're very rushed, because you don't have enough inspectors and you're just going in and out, this what allows the the apartment owners to say, I'm just going to paint it over every time. Because when I paint it over, nobody can tell for several months it's not going to grow out, right? So, but however, I am in favor of pre-inspections because that equalizes things. Now, one of the reasons that people always tell me they don't want the housing voucher people and to become their tenants is not because they don't even like us. They think we're fine, and they love having steady money coming from the government. But they do not enjoy all these inspections and all of the things that they have, all the paperwork they have to fill out and things like that. But if everybody had to do a pre-inspection, that equalizes things more. Regular tenants will also require an inspection. And that makes it so we are now competing on a much more fair basis. And I like that. So that's, you know, another thing is okay, back to why people don't speak up. We don't speak up because, again, first of all, we can't handle the expense of moving. And that's one of the possible remedies, is they just tell you to move, and then you feel like, well, that's just punishing me, you know, for something that happened. But another remedy is you have to go to the judge by yourself, and you have to go to the JP court. So even when you get help from people, they say, well, you have to go to JP court, and you don't get a lawyer there, you got to do it yourself. And so now you're overwhelmed because you're thinking, well, the apartment complex or whoever is the manager of the apartment complex, they know everything about the law. They know how to behave in front of the judge. We don't know anything. We're going to lose, and it's going to be so much work. Plus, you can't get your doctors to write you a note because they're not paid to do that. There's no money to pay a doctor to say, you know, make sure that this is mold related or not mold related. So there's nothing that we can, there's not enough hard evidence in our case, you know, so. Sorry.
No, I appreciate
Thank
that.
you.
I want to honor everyone's time. We do have 3 minutes before we reconvene. The work group next door, they are also wrapping up. So all of this is helpful. It's all really good. Julia and I were actually talking about some of these things. We just did, so I think we're on trend. We didn't want to color in the lines and assume that this is that we were thinking the same thing. And I think we learned some additional recommendations around pre-inspection that we weren't tracking for. We're going to take this, synthesize this, some housekeeping. I want to make sure that you signed in. Allow us to follow up with you with your email. Allow us to hang back so we can get with Sergeant DeLeon and you and with the speed bumps. And so we want to follow up with you, invite you to the March 5th location if you want to join us again. And then we're going to invite you to the March 30th special call meeting between the Housing Committee and Economic Development so we can show the proposed item with your insights included, okay? Okay. Yep.
There are also some index cards. If there's anything that you weren't able to say, please write it down and share it with us. You can write it down today. You can also email the district emails to...
Your council member, us, it doesn't matter.
If you think of something tonight or tomorrow, email it to us. Let us know so that feedback can be covered. There may also be a survey going out just to be widely, so please spread that to everybody and anybody that you know that cares about apartments and apartment conditions, whether they're homeowners too, but property managers, property owners, or tenants alike. The more information and feedback we can get, the stronger this ordinance can be, and we can support our property owners and our tenants as well. Thank you for being here. I'll pass this back.
Wonderful. Thank you. Okay, we can reconvene. Thank y'all. Thank you for your time. We're going to reconvene in the front with some recaps. Thank you so much.
All right, we're going to go ahead and just kind of jump right in. Again, I'm Martha Castex Tatum, the Mayor Pro Tem, City of Houston, also the chair of our city's Economic Development Committee meeting. Many of you have had an opportunity to look at the apartment inspection ordinance. Hopefully you've read through it and you want to come and provide your feedback to us tonight. What's going to happen is we will gather all of the feedback that we hear from the owners, the operators, landlords. In this meeting, we will have another meeting on March the 5th at the Harris County Department of Education building, and we will do the same thing. And then on March 30th, we will host a joint Housing and Economic Development Committee meeting. And then hopefully we will work through all of the concerns with the council members, and then within 30 days, we should actually see the ordinance on the city council agenda for a vote from the administration and each of the council members. Any questions about procedures, process? Clear? All right. All right, who's going to be the first person to say, I read it, and these are my concerns? All right.
There are no concerns. So, as I alluded to previously, Matthew Simon assigned to field operations. My predecessor was Sergeant Rock, assigned to the Department Enforcement Unit. Are you all familiar with that Department Enforcement Unit? The Blue Star program?
Yes.
Some of the other ideologies.
Is everybody clear about the Blue Star program?
You want to use the micro? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So, again, Matthew Simon assigned to field operations. My predecessor was Sergeant Rock, Department Enforcement program. So, if I was just to ask you, the old ordinance, what is the methodology the city of Houston uses to calculate a high-risk rental building? Anyway, I know it. It's extremely complicated. In fact, the ordinance says, section 28281 says, hey, city of Houston, specifically HPD, is going to perform a mathematical computation. It's so complicated, we're not even going to codify it and put it in the statute. You're going to refer to a manual. And then the manual, within that manual, has the mathematics that you perform. So right off the bat, as an owner or operator of an apartment complex, I put myself in y'all's shoes. Hey, you know, this convoluted equation, and then the government's coming to me and compelling me to do certain things. That was one variable. Two, on an operational standpoint, as we work together with Chris and some of our other neighbors or other departments, I questioned, officers have the power of arrest, search, and seizure. Why are officers, who again, we don't train very well in structural reports, and asbestos, and sewage? We can attest to surface level violations, but the more convoluted violations, let's leave that to the professionals. We're here to help. If we need to get a warrant, if there's a criminal nexus, we're here to help you. That leads us into this ordinance. Much easier methodology to determine if you're on a, how do I say, a naughty list. And then if you're on the naughty list, the Houston Police Department's not solely bared with it, because again, we're not experts in everything, but we can reach out to our partners on the ASEC committee. Mm-hmm. Is it a committee or is it just ASEC? I think it's a committee. Yeah, ASEC committee. We're all going to collaboratively work together and say, this is a problem apartment complex. Is it a managerial issue or is it a tenancy issue? Do we have a great manager where there is unfortunately a gang element, a narcotic element, prostitution element, that they need the help of the police department? Or is it a managerial issue where there's structural, plumbing, electrical? Okay, let's reach out to y'all. And then there's again, I'm not going to discuss the whole ordinance, but there's steps you have to perform. So during it, feel free to interject. During when ASEC meets and we said, okay, apartment A has the following issues, A, B, and C. If one of those issues, C, is crime, that's where I come in. But if that apartment just has issues A, B, and D, we'll say air conditioning, building, and drainage, let's lean out to my partners. Okay, so that's it. Just again, I've had a lot of questions as to why we don't do blanket blue stars anymore. You know, is this operational?
How many Blue Star apartment complexes are in the city of Houston?
Previously, again, don't quote, oh, excuse me. Previously, don't quote me on it. I want to say, and this is again another operational issue for field operations. Previously, I think we had 6 officers repeatedly going to anywhere from 500 to 1,000 apartment complexes, doing assessments. And again, these are just assessments. What we can ask you to improve upon. Hey, apartment owner A, we think it would be great, in our professional opinion as crime prevention experts, if you do 1, 2, and 3. If you don't do 1, 2, and 3, unless you were on that naughty list, if you don't do 1, 2, and 3, there's no repercussion. So I posed the question, why are field personnel venturing repeatedly out to a litany of apartment complexes and performing crime prevention assessments when they're not on a high risk, or they're not considered a high risk rental building? So.
Yes, sir. We have a microphone.
Oh.
Ben McFall with the Houston Apartment Association, Ben McFall. And I think that was part of one of our concerns or questions we had was when this first ordinance came out, it made many references to the Blue Star program, which was talked about. Our understanding and our recollection of the Blue Star program was that it was a voluntary program that was enrolled in by apartments who wanted to become Blue Star certified to show that they had gone through the necessary remediation so that they could be classified as Blue Star. Start yelling that I'm so that was kind of one of our initial, I guess, point, not really a point of contention, more of a point of confusion. Was what was being referred to as Blue Star was something we didn't understand as the Blue Star program. So that was one thing. And then I guess another thing I was questioning was in the what's in the habitability ordinance that was adopted in 2009. I don't believe there's anything in that ordinance that actually designates a high-risk rental building. Correct me if I'm wrong. I believe that is a new designation and a new terminology that's coming about in this new ordinance. So like so that you're to your point of the naughty list and the calculation that was determined, yeah, that would be what's in this. I think is a step in the right direction to making a clear designation of what is that high risk rental building and identifying that for the property owner. So those were just two comments. I have other things that I'll clear time in through the night.
So you're absolutely right. The Blue Star program is voluntary, and this is a new designation with the inspection ordinance.
Yeah.
Any other comments from HPD? Any things that you think that we should have in the ordinance when it comes to situations that HPD would tend to? I saw your hand up. Did you have a question?
Well,
Dee, right here. Here? No, right here.
I have a lot of questions. Okay. So I have a question about the overall procedure when somebody makes a complaint. Sorry, this cuts in and out. So my question is what happens, and the reason why I ask is there are a lot of apartment owners who have, for example, pest control, where somebody comes at least once a week, and as long as a tenant puts in a work order and says, hey, I'd like my apartment sprayed on Friday, right? Then they have the opportunity to have that done, and it's in a lot of apartments it's just like they constantly let tenants know. So my question is let's say I'm a tenant and I call 311 and complain, well, I've got a roach infestation. What's the process? Do you automatically go out and do an inspection, or do you immediately, does someone from the health department contact the apartment and find out what their procedures are?
Yeah. I have no clue.
Hello, yeah, Roger Seeley again, Health Department. So if a complaint is made, we will investigate it. But we also don't just take it at face value. We will go out in person. First, we'll make contact with the complainant, find out what the nature of their complaint is. And like I said, if they say, I've got roaches all over the place, I can't live here, we will send an investigator out to investigate it. They'll take pictures. If they don't see any evidence of roaches, if the apartment can provide evidence of the
like a weekly program or
Absolutely.
Something that they could have participated in.
We will close that out as nothing found.
Got it.
We don't just assume that it's right, but we will always investigate it. And if we do find that the pest control program isn't adequate, we will make those recommendations given notice of violation. But the opposite side of that is equally true, that if we find what's being done is adequate, we're not going to try to unduly hold you accountable for something that we don't want to hold good actors accountable for things. 90% of the apartment complexes out there are probably good actors and have nothing to worry about from the health department or this ordinance. But the ones who aren't, it's about holding them accountable.
Great question.
Do you feel like you have enough inspectors to handle the complaints?
Our inspectors work incredibly hard, and they are incredibly busy, and we get the job done. I would never say no to more inspectors because I think that it would make our job easier, of course. But they work hard and they get it done.
You're able to get to all complaints within 24 hours?
I would say 24 hours, but we get out there as quickly as possible.
Oh, I have a question about the crime, and I'm a homeowner. I own a townhome. I don't rent it or anything, but in the interview that Tiffany did on ABC 13, she said that the crime is the landlord's fault. So is it the politician's fault of the crime everywhere else? Because sometimes you call the police and they don't even show up. So why would we blame the landlords? I mean, I'm for both, tenant and landlord. I'm an owner of a townhome. And I don't think that it should be the HOA's fault. You guys fine them because a homeowner doesn't want to do pest control. That has nothing to do with the HOA. I think a crime is a personal choice, and it should be blamed on the person that's committing the crime, not the landlord. The only reason now, because I lived on my property before, and we had squatters there, and the police didn't do anything. And now it's better because of the big, beautiful bill, because now it's easier for you to kick them out. But I seen where South Drive, people speed there all the time. I talked to a police officer, and he told me there's nothing they can do about speeding. It's hard to prove. And then I said, okay, well, I called 311. They don't do anything. Kids got hit by a police officer when they get off the school bus. Whose fault that? The politicians? Because you guys are not doing anything. But you guys want to blame the landlords about squatters and crime?
Well, let's be clear. I'm not trying to blame landlords.
That's what Tiffany, I mean, they did an interview.
About anything. What we're trying to do today is have a working document that's going to be beneficial for all of us in the city of Houston. So
Right, but you guys keep saying about safety. Is everybody's safety? But we're not safe in our streets. I mean, outside is big crime. I mean, you walk over there, a homeless person doing illegal things, and they're just there. I mean, you don't even got to stop in the stop sign.
I do understand your frustration, but we want to make sure that we can hear from everyone. And if you have some specific issues about your area, I know that we'll be able
Happy to help.
I mean, I just had last concern I have is I called 311 and they always close my ticket. I just called 311 last week because there's 18-wheelers on the public street for over 2 weeks.
Where do you live?
It's on South Drive in the Beltway.
What district is that?
J.
So I tell you what, we will make sure that District J gets her contact information.
He knows. I already reached out to them because
They're very responsive. So
they're responsive. They came out maybe 3 months ago, and they came out one time, towed some vehicles to make people happy in the area, and then they never show up again. They have the J Patrol. They don't do anything.
So, and the other thing I want to make a comment that 311 is a call center. So when people call 311, if your ticket says it's closed, that means it was forwarded to the department that is going to take care of that particular issue. We have been begging 311 to change that terminology.
They should, because it makes me feel that they don't care.
Issue is closed, but that is a call center, and when they forward your issue to the appropriate department, they close the ticket. But may I suggest that when you call 311, get that service request number, and call the Director of Constituent Services in District J so that they can follow up on your issues. That's how most offices handle those situations.
I just think there's certain things shouldn't be blamed on landlords because there are tenants that they take advantage of the landlords as well.
I don't disagree. Thank you for your comments. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you for the meeting. And actually, I is a new owner for a condo about a year, moving from Brazoria County to Harris. I am in District K. The condominium where we have so much problem, everything that you guys talk about, roaches and water, but I think the basic problem is many homeowners, they do not understand the meaning of HOA. And they believe HOA and the management company, they are same, but they are different. And I think if our local government can provide assistance to the group of the residents, understand how to actually set up the HOA properly, legally, and give a guideline. Yes, everybody report to the department, and if you do the inspection, you do the fine, still come back to the owner. we were responsible to pay the fine. We were responsible.
Are you asking for education on the
I think we need enforcement and guideline, because when we're talking about the chapter and talking about HOA, there's no guideline, and when there's some wrongdoing, there's no enforcement, and it's so frustrating when you see.
Enforcement from the HOA at the particular condominium?
No, actually, no enforcement from the local government.
Okay.
That's what we need, because we have like in my condominium, we have group people. They are new in the country for 2 years. They just seek the opportunity and they declare themselves as a HOA and doing all kind of wrong thing. They are homeowner, they become a manager, they write a check to pay themselves. Right. They set up the rule, right. And fine the neighbor for no reason. And that's ridiculous.
So let me get your contact information, because it sounds like there may be some internal HOA stuff going on, and maybe we can get an attorney that can work specifically with HOA and management.
As for now, we don't have a HOA. We went to the civic court, and that's the other thing. Okay. The law takes so long, and the community is breaking up. Okay. I just.
Staff for District K, let us get your contact, and then we can dig deeper into that particular issue. If you don't mind, I do want to kind of pause the conversation. The mayor has joined us. I'll ask Mayor Whitmire if he will. He's shaking his head, but
I'm just here to start. You're doing an excellent job, and thanks for being here. Together, we're going to really go off with great ordinance. But I'm here just to lend my support. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor, for being here. Many of you know that Mayor Whitmire has sent the charge to Councilmember Thomas as the chair of housing and to me as the chair of economic development to try to get this ordinance over the finish line. So we're very grateful for his support and the administration's support in making sure that we have something that we can all be proud of as Houstonians. So, Mayor, thank you for letting our owners and operators know how important this is for the city of Houston. Okay, and I saw we had another comment in the back. Yes, sir.
Thank you. So, I'm with Ashford Court, with Gemstone. I hear you talking about accountability in regards to the bill or whatnot, but is it both ways? Because when I call the police at 8 o'clock in the morning for assistance, I'm getting a call back at 10 p.m. asking, do I still need assistance? When I call 311 for assistance with lighting on the streets flooding, you name it. I mean, 311 is here, you can verify. I've been calling since September for a lot of things. As I've been calling the police, the response time is poor. Closing tickets is ridiculous. No one follows up. I recently called to find out who handles missing manhole covers, because who steals a manhole cover? You know, and then that was a big to-do. They kept closing the ticket. I was persistent. Someone finally came out. When I finally got assistance, then I'm getting a citation. I mean, where's the accountability? If we,
what was the citation for?
So the citation was for the missing manhole cover. It was also for the overflow, which I called the city of Houston for assistance because it's a manhole. So I'm thinking it's city of Houston. So I'm trying to sort that out. And then I'm speaking to the people, both guys, and they explained everything, what I needed to do, what I needed to get, which I got. It's resolved. But where's the accountability? If I'm doing everything that I need to do, aside from advocating for my residents, feeding them, helping them find jobs, dressing them for said jobs, giving back, helping them with their mental health, which but my pay grade, where's my assistance? When is somebody gonna come out? I'm in F. Yes. And we face A, B, and C, as you said, and when police don't come, I'm out there kicking in doors, putting people out, myself, because they don't scare me, but where's my assistance? Where's the accountability? If you're gonna speak on it across the board. I think it should be fair. What you're doing is good, but I think it needs to go hand in hand for the people that are out there trying to make a difference, because a little soundbite that you put on TV with me not being aware, I don't appreciate that. That brought on a lot of stress, but I feel like I'm here to speak on behalf of the people that can't speak for themselves.
Well, and I appreciate your comments, but let me just say that one of the speakers made a comment that 80 to 90% of our operators are doing it the right way. And this is not in any way to try to make life difficult for our owners and our operators. This is an attempt to make sure that we are holding those back actors accountable for the habitability issues that we face in these apartment complexes. It's also an opportunity for us to educate tenants. It's also an opportunity for us to make sure that they know what their responsibilities are and that this is not a magic bullet. I've been telling people that when this passes, all of a sudden the apartments aren't going to all be perfect. This is a tool that we will use as a city to make sure that, and many people, if we can help, we will do that. But there are some differentiation. There are some apartment complexes that are just private apartment complexes, and there are some apartment complexes that receive tax credits, some money from the city or money from the state. We may have a little bit more flexibility with what we can do as far as holding folks accountable. But there are a myriad of opportunities for us to educate the tenant as well as we are moving forward with this ordinance. So I don't want anyone to leave feeling like this is punitive and that we are out to try to do something harmful to those landlords. And then I would suggest that if you are calling 311, that you also please get that service request number and send it to your counselor, because that is going to be the best way for us to follow through with your issue. Because again, 311 is a call center.
Yes.
Your issue to Public Works, they closed your case and they sent you an email that said your case was closed when your case should not have been closed. And this is something I say all the time. We've been trying to get 311 to change that verbiage to say your issue has been forwarded instead of your issue is closed.
But it's just not 311, it's the police department as well. Right. From the information we receive when we call, for example, when we call, you should not have an attitude because we're trying to get assistance. If you have attitude, find another job. Right. 311, everything's documented. We shouldn't have to forward anything. Just like I get an email, it should be documented on the back end. You guys should be able to log in and look. I mean, it's not that hard.
And we can in our office, and that's why we always tell people, if you forward your service request number to our office, we can look that up. But if you don't forward that service request to our office, it's very difficult for us to sift through the thousands of people in the entire city that are calling 311. So it's a kind of two-step process. When you call 311 and get that service request number, you will then forward it to your council member. And you can even forward it, some people forward not only to their council member, but to their at-large council member. And so now you got 6 people looking at your issue and following up on that. But if you take that next step, I'm very confident that it will help you get some resolution a little quicker.
Okay.
The issue with HPD, many of you know that we have been working to hire more HPD officers. We put in our budget for more cadet classes. This administration has been very intentional about making sure we have increased the salary for our starting police officers. We now have around 5,400 police officers in the city of Houston, and we are maintaining that number as opposed to getting new officers and losing officers. So you're going to see a net gain of HPD officers in the city of Houston. So we hear you, and we are definitely working on it each and every day. Sure, go ahead.
Residents with mental health, they need assistance. When the police are called and we are asked, do they appear to have mental illness? That shouldn't be a factor. If we're calling you, you should still come. When we say yes, it looks like they have mental illness. No, they don't. They come later, hours later, especially for our property. And these people have weapons, they have, you name it, and I'm left to deal with it by myself. I don't put my girls in jeopardy, but at the end of the day, again, where's my assistance?
So we do have some CERT teams. I definitely would like to get your information because I do want to do a follow-up with HPD and the CERT team. Because if you're saying that you're calling and not getting, the service, that's something that we need to look into and see, you know, what exactly is the actual issue. Yes, ma'am? Okay.
That is for like 30 minutes for like the non-emergency.
Okay.
I have a few comments on this specific ordinance.
Let's go, Ben. Happy to hear from you. TD, can you bring the mic? Sure.
So just a few things that again, Ben McFall, Houston Apartment Association, a few things that we noticed in the most recent version of the ordinance, and a few suggested changes that we think would improve the ordinance that were pretty straightforward and I think pretty simple things. One of them is related to section 10-173, specifically the word manager. It holds owners and managers liable. We think it's bad practice to have the manager be held liable because often that person is not the one who can actually pay for or 10-173. So it holds the owner or manager liable. And so we think that having the property manager, that's not the appropriate person to hold criminally liable, I believe it is, because the owner is really the one that pays for and can actually remedy these problems. That's one. 10-171B is the section that you guys have done a good job, and I commend y'all, the mayor's administration, Mayor Pro Tem, the work y'all have done. Various departments. 10-171B does outline specific things that are going to be that are going to fall and classify a multifamily rental building as high risk. But those things really range in the time and the labor that go into repairing those or remedying those problems. And I think it's practice amongst the departments, from what we understand, that those times to make those remedies will be taken into account. I think it might be wise to maybe put something to that effect in the ordinance itself. That
says, depending on the severity of the issue, that the timing would be adequate to give the owners enough time to remedy
the problem. Yes, ma'am. So like if it's a foundation issue, clearly that's going to take longer.
The timeline for the remedies were now?
The health department for severe violation in 48 to 72 hours, and most of our things would be hard things.
Yeah.
Most things are for us are sanitary supervisor, uniform morale, pest control. So.
Maybe it may not make sense to codify in the ordinance because it is various on various departments, but something that points to, I mean, what I think I'm trying to get at is that an inspector doesn't come out and hit somebody for a citation for a foundation issue and then come back 2 days later expecting that foundation to be repaired. It's just not. Yeah. And I do think that's the policy of the administration's, y'all's departments. I'm just thinking that it may alleviate some concern for how actually specified in the ordinance.
Yes, to be reasonable. Yeah.
The time repaired.
There's a section in there that does talk about timely repair, but it's in a completely different division and a different section related to the high risk rental buildings, not to the. I'd have to go back and check. So I thought that was something that we pointed out to being we thought would be a good change to make, and I won't go through all of these. I'm happy to follow up with your officers at a separate time. I don't want to take all the time, but I will point out one more that we've, since the beginning of this ordinance and every version that's come out, we've thought was something that could be looked at is the re-registration once someone is deemed a high-risk rental building. You know, these properties are supposed to be, I think most are already registered with the city under the habitability ordinance. And so the city is, in this ordinance, they are the ones saying they're designating you as a high-risk rental building because you meet this criteria of 10 citations in a 6-month period, but then asking these owners who are seemingly already not following the rules to then go follow another rule and re-register with the city. It seems like an extra layer that may be duplicative and also may be counterproductive to ask this group to go and then re-register with the city when we already know who they are and we already know that they're going to be designated as a high-risk rental building. So
So you don't think they should have to re-register after they've been designated high risk?
That's our kind of our point of contention is having them designated as a high risk, and it's already in the ordinance that information will be made public on a city website and that the owner will be notified that they're a high risk rental building. So we've already told them they're such, they're already published on the website. Then all it would be is them just having to re-register, which it seems like something that could potentially even slow down the process if we're waiting on this person who may or may not even be registered with the city in the first place to re-register. So that's just a few of our concerns. So I'll pass the mic. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
That'd be helpful. We'll use it when we gather all the feedback for our joint.
Certainly.
Concerns from operators? I see Donald looking about, Mayor, you want to?
I was just trying to get Officer Daly on with Joan.
Okay.
She did a great explanation next door to the resident. I want to put her with the gentleman that seemed to be having difficulty with the contact with HTV.
Okay.
If that's okay.
Perfect.
Address that one. Great hand.
All right. Thank you, Mayor. Donna, I saw your hand again.
Comments from the, oh, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. I'm terrible at this. From the Youth Empowerment Association, if we could post there. Absolutely, that would be very beneficial. I wanted to first start about the inspection fees. How is the fee amount determined? How are they assessed? And ultimately, where do those fees go?
So the committee has been working on the actual amount that we will assess through ARA, coming up with the actual cost of the fees. The fees will go towards making sure we have enough inspectors to inspect the apartment complexes. So those are all issues that we're still working through. But we're looking to, if you think the fee is not enough or you think the fee is too low, we want to hear that feedback.
Is the fee on a per apartment complex basis?
Yes.
Or is it based on those that are deemed high risk, or is it across all apartment communities?
So there's a fee based on the actual apartments. I mean, you wouldn't pay it until you are deemed, you wouldn't have a citation until you are deemed high risk.
Okay, so the fee is hit, apartment complex is hit with an inspection fee once it's deemed high risk.
Right.
So it's not determined on any apartment community that's out there that pays an inspection fee to move forward with annual inspections or periodic inspections of those particular apartment communities. Wow.
The registration process is free, free.
Right. Just so we have a list of the, so there's no cost to register. You get a citation if you're considered.
All right. And then also, once you're deemed a high-risk rental building or apartment complex, what ultimately happens to those apartment communities? I mean, can you take the COs away from those?
It's going to depend on the type of apartment complex that we're talking about. If this is a apartment complex that is receiving dollars, maybe like from the tax credit apartment.
Right.
There's criteria that the state would help.
Sure.
Receiving funds from the city, we have a little bit more flexibility with how we can handle those apartment complexes. Whereas if they try to get funds for another complex, this particular owner could potentially not be qualified to receive additional funding from the city of Houston. So it depends on the type of apartment complex, and that's part of the education that we want to do during this process. It's not going to be blanket for every apartment complex in the city of Houston.
Right.
There's some variations on what we can and cannot do depending on the type of apartment complex we are discussing.
Okay. Well, I have several more, but I'm going to pass it on to some other folks.
Thank you. Any other, what time is it, Didi? Okay. Any other comments? Yes, ma'am.
I experienced similar experience related to like the HOA and owner and land, not land,
I have the experience similarly like the lady in the back, like the HOA and the homeowner. It's like and high crime in the apartment complex, and they're not doing anything. How do I go seeing getting a resolution for this issue?
So the homeowner association and the city can't, our responsibility as a city is a little different.
For tenants and the homeowners association. The homeowners association works for the homeowners. So if the homeowners association is not meeting the needs of those homeowners, they need to get together and get a different homeowners association. And I know that is, I'm not trying to simplify that process because that's not an easy process, but the city actually does not have jurisdiction over the homeowner association that the homeowners hired. Does that make sense? Now, if there are crimes happening in the property, we definitely want to involve HPD. If there are some habitability issues that are happening on those properties, we definitely want to involve the appropriate department. Do you want to add anything to that, Sally?
That's one last thing. I think, after the chapter, I think he was talking about HOA, if you look the state law.
Yes.
But the problem is, where I am, the homeowner association, people try to get involved. They don't have the knowledge, and they just have a little bit of
right.
believe that they can get two people together. First of all, they do not register the homeowner association properly, and then to set up as a non-profit. They have no knowledge. They need to do the export to get the IRS registry. Everything they do is wrong.
So let me give you Susie Rice's contact information. She is a property code attorney, and she has helped us with some communities in our district that had issues with their HOAs and their boards, and she is a wealth of knowledge. She's actually one of the authors of the property code, and maybe she can help you work through some of those HOA issues.
Cost and coming, and then the owner, the resident, they said, hey, this is someone they are regular. We need to listen to them.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Then,
well, she would be a neutral party, so she would be able to hear from, she's not an HOA person in your neighborhood. She would be a neutral party.
Yeah, that's what many communities need.
Absolutely, I totally agree. We'll definitely share that resource with you. Make sure we give her Susie Rice's number, Didi. Yes, ma'am.
I have a few concerns. One of them is that 10-173, as a property manager.
Okay.
Do you know how disheartening it was when I got a phone call and it said, "Hi, Miss So-and-so, you have a warrant for your arrest." And I said, "Oh, okay, why do I have a warrant for my arrest? I haven't been stopped, I haven't been anything." And they're like, "Oh, well, because you manage this other property." By the way, I didn't even work for that property management anymore, but I still had a warrant out for my arrest. So kind of like the gentleman was saying from HA, why are we asked for our driver's license whenever these people come onto our property to do these reports? Why is my name taken down? Why do you want to punish me for trying to help my residents try to make a better home for them? Why does that fall on me?
So I'm going to ask the health department or some of the inspectors, what's the process when you go to actually look at a property where there's been a complaint? Are you asking the actual property managers for their driver's license, or do we do that only with the owners?
We do, but our priority is always to hold the owner accountable, but and there's owners here that are probably very accountable, but in some cases it's very hard to find and get a hold of that owner, and the next step is the manager and someone we can actually give a citation to and make that happen. So that's how we end up in that. Our first choice is always to deal directly with the owner. It's just that in some cases, that's just not.
I'm sorry, but
option.
isn't the owner's name public knowledge?
But actually, giving them a citation, it can be very difficult.
So then all managers are going to be responsible. Then why do we want to do this job? How are you helping me want to continue to do this job long term? I've been doing this 20 years, and in the 20 years, in the past 2 years, this is the first time that I've ever gotten that kind of call, and it was so disheartening. I wanted to quit. And I am the person that goes and takes on these properties that get foreclosed on. They call me to go work on these things and say, hey, come fix this, come make these communities better. I wanted to quit because of that call. So you're not helping managers want to stay in this job to help you better these communities. So if you want to hold someone accountable, go ahead, but don't hold the managers, because you're wrong for that. Now, my other question is, when was the last time that you guys actually went to these communities, and who wrote this report that actually went and helped these communities get better? Because you have a 6-month period, you need to extend that. Because that work that needs to be done for these communities, for the ones and those variations that we're not going to talk about, the ones that aren't class A's or B's or even C's, those communities, the ones that fall under that, it takes a hell of a lot longer to get them back up. And I'm not talking to be able to make my owner money. I'm talking to be able to build a community for the people who live there.
And that's part of the reason we're having these meetings. So if you think that the 6-month period is too short, that's feedback that we want to get so we can bring that back before we take a final vote on the actual ordinance. So we want to make sure we capture that information as well, because you do the job. We say it all the time. The people closest to the issues a lot of times have the best suggestion. So if you don't think that the 6-month period is an appropriate time, make a suggestion so we can discuss it as well.
I would tell you at least a year, because you don't seem to understand that we can't just go and make a repair to a boiler. We have to go and get a few bids, just like you guys have to do whenever you have to fix something in the city. I know that you can't just see a water leak out there and say, okay, everyone, let's go fix that leak. No, you're gonna go bid it out. You're gonna go figure out who's the best person for the job. You're gonna go look at the reputation. You're not just gonna give that leak to just anyone. So we don't do that either. Not in these communities. It takes us time to figure out where to do it. And by the way, boilers aren't always purchased in Texas. We actually have to get them out from out of state sometimes in order to fit in these older communities.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much for those comments. Yes, sir.
Yeah, so my question just going along with that, because I've managed large complexes before, and she is right that is there not a way to cite, I mean, even if it's not a specific owner, the LLC or like the apartment complex and not so much the manager, because it is true. It's really hard to find and retain really good managers and get them trained. And so the truth is that I do understand that sometimes a manager is brought into a community that has been purchased and it's a struggling community, and that manager comes in and they're doing amazing things, and then for them to be personally cited would be very disheartening. Because I years ago managed Pines of Westbury, 940 units, and when I walked in, I immediately started working with the Houston gang unit and working with police. And after 6 months, I remember residents saying, "Wow, what you've done with this community is amazing." But there were major problems when I took over that community. And I can't imagine had I been cited personally like a week after being on the job or a month or whatever, and here I'm doing good. So
owner receives a citation, would the property manager not contact the owner and say somebody was on the property?
Correct. That's what I'm saying. Even if the complex somehow received a citation, not so much the manager,
right?
Because I am concerned about the management that might be cleaning up the property, and all of a sudden they get a citation. That is scary. So.
Okay, thank you for that feedback. Yes, sir.
So, I came from the hazmat team before I came over to residential, and I brought something with us, and I don't know if this would help, but we do action plans. So we say, like, we would say, instead of giving you 1 month to fix this boiler or whatever fire code, we would say, okay, we're going to give you this time, but if you can't make it, how about you set up an action plan? So you'll have this much time to, tell us what stage you're in, and then next, it kind of goes down a line, like submitting plans, and then I have my bid, and then I have the contractors coming in, and then we have, we build out. It could take longer. But as long as we have something in place, that kind of covers us and the apartment complex, and it's actionable. So if you're not meeting the timeline and you don't contact it, if you contact us, say, hey, we can't make the time, we're not going to make this limit, and we get a letter saying why, we can extend it. But if we don't hear from you, that's when we would take action and have fees would come in and fines, things like that. I mean, I don't know if that would be something better.
Did you get the warrant taken care of?
No, it's still in my name.
Okay, we need to get
I
it.
mean, I don't know if that would help or not.
And I can only speak for health, but and we do have a process to issue to an LLC or other. I mean, issuing an actual citation to the manager would be a last resort for us if we can't get hold of anybody else. And it always should be. Was it a health citation?
It was, yes, it was from the city, and I was there less than a month.
Sure.
I left after a few months. I wasn't even there 6 months or.
So you were already gone when you got the citation? So which means that they hadn't hired a new property manager, so your name was still the property manager of record? Yeah, so that's probably gonna be an issue too. Did you have anything else to add to that? I'm sorry that happened. We'll definitely try to help.
No, what I would say is the property managers, that's our first line of contact traditionally. And you guys being in the management field or ownership, in some of these complexes, there's a high turnover, right? I may send an inspector out today and I have manager John Smith. I give him a notice of violations and say, look, we need to get all these items fixed. We're going to come back and see you in 2 weeks, maybe 30 days, depending on the nature of the violation. And then the inspector returns, hoping to see John Smith again and have this conversation about how everything's going. And now it's Susie Johnson. Now we've changed managers. And she says, well, I didn't know anything about that. And then the cycle perpetuates, right? And then, so now we're having to educate the new property manager. And I hear your frustrations, and I'm sorry.
So in the property, is there not in the certificate of occupancy the contact information for the owner?
No, not on the certificate of occupancy.
I feel like we need to have the owner's contact information in the leasing office so that if there's any citation given, that can go directly to the owner as opposed to the property manager. So we can maybe put something in the ordinance that when you register, when you go to places of business, they have the contact. If you have a complaint or an issue, this is who you should contact. So
that's a fantastic point, because the truth is that, most apartment complexes are like Briarwood LLC.
Yep.
Right? And so you have to look up
Right.
Briarwood LLC, and it's usually registered in the name of whoever the attorney was that registered the LLC, right? And so I agree with you that it's really hard to track down an owner, but if you did require that for apartments to have contact information for the ownership, then at least you really are going where the money is, you really are going where the accountability is, and the truth is that if it is a troubled asset, then the truth is so many the management can turn over a lot because they get there and they're like, whoa, I bit off more than I can chew. This is a really rough property. And so, again, in her situation, but yeah, so it's
Okay, thank you for sharing that, because you might have just changed something for everybody. I really appreciate it. Yes, Donna.
Exactly what I was going to say. One additional comment. Management companies are third-party management companies that have management agreements between, between the owner and the management company. So that on-site manager is being paid by the management company that is being paid by the owner through a third-party property management agreement. So each of the properties should maintain at least we have to, with the TDHCA LIHTC programs, have an on-site contact information for that owner, if you will. And that can be provided through the third-party property management company that they actually are an employee of. But they're not responsible for that owner at all. It's a third-party property management company.
Got it.
So you brought up a really good point there.
Got it. All right, so it is 7:30. We're going to reconvene, but I don't want y'all to think that if you have an idea, a concern, that you can't give it to us. Please email your concerns. We'll stay after and give you our cards, contact information, because we want to make sure we get all of this information. Then that's what's going to make our apartment inspection ordinance better. Thank you. Thank you.
Good discussion was happening in the work sessions, and the discussion still happening on the steps. Thank y'all so much. We had the time went by just like that, but I think that healthy discussion on both sides. We learned a lot hearing from leaseholders. We also had operators in our session as well. Definitely, I believe that we're on trend with what we're hearing from leaseholders, departments and their capacities, and also operators. I want to just reiterate that this is an opportunity for us to co-create something that's good for all of us, for our departments to make sure that they can land their plane and deliver on the ordinance that council puts on the books, but also as an operator or a leaseholder, you know what is available, and then the expectation and the accountability, which was a couple of trends, just 4 trends that we heard in our session around inspections. What was unique to find out is that we don't have mold inspectors, right? And that's something that's citywide, nationwide. That's not unique to Houston, and that's a cost for operators to deploy. Public communication of a multifamily development that may not meet habitability standards. How would residents know that the city is working with operators to cure certain issues? From the leaseholders, we heard that if they have to move a unit and if a landlord allows them to break their lease or relocate, there's an unexpected cost that they have to incur without planning. And what we also heard, and I'm sure for operators in the room, y'all know this, there's a high turnover of certain properties. And I'll just say, because y'all are here, we're just gonna say y'all are the good ones. Right? The good ones show up. The good ones handle business. The good ones are on property. It's not the good ones are actively communicating and trying to resolve issues, working with our departments to make that happen. So on that side, that's what we heard. We'll make sure that we route up the notes from that session, and we'll include that with Mayor Pro Tem. Mayor Pro Tem?
All right. Thank you all again for being here. I think what I am taking away from our conversation with the owners, owner-operators, and the landlords, one blaring theme was making sure we have time to cure when there is a specific issue, and then also looking into who actually receives the citation was a big topic of discussion. So we'll take all of that feedback. Thank you to everyone that participated that has additional information. Don't hesitate to send that to District K at houstontx.gov or District F at houstontx.gov. And again, we are going to have our joint committee meeting on March the 30th, after we have our second community engagement meeting on March the 5th. At Harris County Department of Education building on Irvington. So if there is nothing further, thank you all for being here. We'll stick around for a few minutes. I'm happy to discuss any individual concerns you may have, but hopefully you'll come back on the 5th with some new ideas and bring somebody with you that may have some ideas. And we look forward to getting this across the finish line together. Thank you all for being here.
Thank you.
Disasters can strike at any time. Are you ready? If you or someone you care for has access and functional needs, it's important to have a preparedness plan. Planning ahead is essential. Identify you or your family's unique needs, coordinate with your doctor for emergency prescription refills, and ensure backup power for essential medical equipment. Keep a list of emergency contacts and make sure your loved ones know your plan. For transportation assistance, schedule a Metro Lift or call 211 for other transportation resources. Make sure you have an evacuation plan in place and have shared it with loved ones. Visit HoustonOEM.org for safety tips and resources. Be prepared, be safe, be Alert Houston.
The tragic events surrounding the 1900 Galveston orphanage drownings and the eerie presence of the haunted Walmart have left an indelible mark on the history and folklore of Galveston, Texas. In the 1900s, a devastating hurricane ravaged the city, claiming numerous lives, including those of innocent children residing in an orphanage. As the floodwaters surged, the nuns in charge of the orphanage made a desperate attempt to save the children, hastily tying ropes around their waists in a desperate bid for survival. However, the force of the hurricane proved too powerful, and tragically, the ropes only served to anchor the children to their doom. The floods engulfed the facility, leading to the heart-wrenching demise of many orphans. The collective grief and the lingering spirits of these lost souls has since become intertwined with the site's history. Today, an unsettling aura surrounds the Walmart built on that very location, with reports of unexplained phenomena, disembodied voices, and the inexplicable occurrence that leaves visitors with a sense of unease. The haunting serves as a chilling reminder of the tragedy that unfolded long ago, preserving the memory of the orphanage drownings and ensuring that the spirits of those lost children will never be forgotten.
This picture is on dating, the etiquette of dating. We are going to follow some of these students as they go on a date and see if their manners have anything to do with their fun. Everyone thinks that his own manners are all right, even if they aren't perfect, and that being correct only helps to spoil fun. Let us compare what these students do and don't do with what we think is right. Let's compare ourselves with Margaret, or with Helen, or with two fellows who are particularly interested in them. The junior prom, semi-formal, is the best dance of the year and is announced early. Jerry is the shorter of the two. He believes that he who hesitates must, and the time to ask for a date is now. Margaret, for her part, believes that a girl shouldn't make it difficult for a fellow to ask for a date. Fear of not being asked or fear of being refused can ruin our social lives if we let them. How do you act? Natural, at ease, graciously? Or are you shy? Like Frank, do you blurt out invitations? Actually, Helen is glad to receive the invitation, and Frank is surprised. Getting dates is not hard if one will act with a bit of courage and show himself to be sincere. A week before the prom, Jerry asks Margaret to help Frank by finding out what Helen intends to wear to the dance. But Frank isn't thinking far enough ahead to realize that he will soon be selecting a corsage for Helen, and that the corsage should harmonize the color of the dress to be worn. He should also find out the type of corsage she prefers. So Jerry steers Margaret into a discussion of corsages. She recalls the ones she likes best: gardenias, spring flowers, an orchid once, camellias. She and Jerry have been dating for a long while. She appreciates the good taste he has shown in choosing flowers that suited her dress and complexion. The wearing of flowers on the wrist, the shoulder, or in the hair is a matter of preference. When Frank finally asks Helen about her preferences, she is glad to tell him that she likes all types of corsages and all flowers except gardenias. All the other preparations for their double date are also talked over. The night of the prom, Frank is glad that the dance is semi-formal and that the wearing tuxedo is optional. But even with a dark business suit, so Jerry insists, the color of the tie should be conservative. The socks should match the tie, not clash with it. We dress according to the occasion. A dignified occasion requires dignified clothes. As a matter of convention, men wear dark clothing at formal or semi-formal affairs. Thus, perhaps they allow the ladies, by contrast, to be more colorful in their dress. This tie may not seem conservative by your standards, but it seems to be the mildest that Frank owns. Perhaps for the next dance he will buy a quieter pattern, something that won't compete with the colors he expects the girl to be wearing. In that sense, he will be showing consideration for her, a gesture of friendliness. And that is what etiquette really is, doing unto others as you would have them do unto you. Correctness in dress, like other matters of etiquette, is something which has to be learned. One needs to check on himself and inquire from those who know what is correct. Of course, women usually receive more training than men in the etiquette of dress because of its importance to their appearing always to best advantage. But girls have their problems just as fellows do, and what they think is in good taste may not be. Naturally, everyone thinks that what he or she likes should be considered correct. But most girls are inclined to overdress. Even the word of parents is not always accepted. Mother is called old-fashioned. But Margaret will take Helen's word for it that she is wearing too many ornaments. Simplicity is always the safest policy in ornamentation. Correctness of dress for an occasion includes not only the choice of gown and slippers, but the hairdo and the accessories, the jewelry, and, yes, the face makeup. The rules are simple, logical, and easy to remember, and they are very important. Frank doesn't look happy, and he isn't. But how much of his fearfulness is actually a lack of confidence in his manners? Whether he admits it to himself or not, his unsureness is painful and is already interfering with his enjoyment of the date. His wanting to blow the horn for Helen instead of going into the house to meet her parents and to escort her out is really not shyness, but a sign that his manners are weak. He hasn't taken the trouble to learn how to meet people easily. Helen tries to introduce him first to her mother, who has risen to shake hands with him. Ladies are always introduced first, and they may offer to shake hands or not as circumstances warrant. Frank forgot that he should present the corsage to Helen at home, so that she may put it on there if she prefers, rather than carrying it to the dance. Notice that Jerry acknowledges the introduction to Helen's mother with a nod, since she elected to remain seated and did not offer to shake hands. Frank shouldn't open the corsage box, but allow Helen that pleasure. Since Helen does not wish to put the flower on now, Frank should take care of it and see that it is not damaged. But give him credit for assisting Helen with her wrap. Helen's parents are glad to have met the boys with whom she is going out. And on the boys' part, meeting the parents is a minimal courtesy as well as a pleasure. Good manners never interfere with fun. They should be habits. And habits of correctness are just as easy to learn as bad habits. Correctness has the real advantage of allowing one always to be at ease. Jerry has been here often and is right at home. However, the ease with which he enters into a conversation is based on his genuine interest in other people and what they are thinking. Meanwhile, Frank is laboring to interest Helen in what is his, not her, chief interest, sports. Margaret is careful not to keep Jerry waiting. She doesn't believe that keeping a fellow waiting a long time will allow her a more dramatic entrance and thus increase his interest. Rightly, she depends on the charm of her personality to hold his attention, not upon little games. So that Jerry feels he is dealing with her true self at all times. The phone call is from one of those fellows who wait until the very last minute to try making a date. Jerry can laugh at his would-be competitor. Margaret is gracious, of course, but brief. There is no excuse for last-minute requests for a date. No girl is flattered at the idea that she hadn't already received an invitation. Besides, a lot of the fun in dating is in the anticipation. And right now, they are well along in their fun. But Frank and Margaret have problems with conversation. Margaret has tried to talk about the dates she has had with other fellows. She meant only to be entertaining, but such topics irritate rather than interest. Perhaps, she and Frank hope, the dance will furnish better topics. Now they have arrived, and all the fun they hoped for lies ahead. Dances are intended for enjoyment, and the rules of etiquette which apply to dances are, again, customs which have grown out of one person's anticipating the wishes and feelings of others. A gentleman doesn't dash off just because he sees a friend and wants to say hello. He waits as his lady removes her wrap. He allows her time to pin on her corsage and powder a bit if she wishes. He saves her any feeling of being deserted or of possible embarrassment in entering the dance unescorted. Ladies expect such courtesies, just as they enjoy the thoughtfulness shown in presenting them with a well-chosen corsage or enjoy being properly escorted. In meeting their hosts and hostesses, Margaret isn't always as aware as she should be of Jerry's attempts to escort her smoothly. And if Frank realized that his awkwardness, in contrast to Jerry, is due to his not being sure about introductions, he would learn the simple rules in a hurry. Introduce a man to a woman, to an older woman, a younger man to an older man. The name of the person to whom deference is shown is always mentioned first. The person who is to be introduced waits until the introduction is made, and then waits for the other to offer his hand. Only a few friendly remarks are made. After greeting the sponsors, The first thing that Jerry sees to is that they select a rendezvous so that they will have a definite place during the evening for meeting after dances. Then they begin filling in their dance programs. When programs are filled out in advance, and then one or two couples don't attend after having exchanged dances, the programs are left with gaps that are hard to fill. So it is perhaps to wait until dances can be exchanged, friends who are present. Then the dances that have been promised can be written in. The purpose of the program is not to exclude others, but the opposite, to plan for exchanging as many dances as possible. In that way, everyone dances with his friends and makes new friends. It is not a mark of affection for a couple to try dancing the entire evening by themselves. For after a while, they tire of their exclusiveness, and then each one fears to hurt the other's feelings by wanting to dance with someone else. It is customary, though, for a couple to reserve for themselves the first and last dance. Frank forgets it and has to be straightened out. But now that they have gotten to dancing, let's hope that their troubles are over and that the evening will work out the way they have hoped. However, let us watch to see if their enjoyment depends in part, at least, on their manners. All that they ask is that they be allowed to talk and to dance, to be with their friends, and enjoy each other's company. Frank, relax, be natural, talk. Margaret, you're going yatata, yatata, yatata. No, Frank, hold the cup yourself as you fill it, then present it. Getting jealous? They're only enjoying themselves. Keep trying, Frank. Be sensible, Margaret. Frank, you're wrong. She hasn't lost interest in you. It's foolish to be jealous. It's your own fun you're spoiling. As the dance is drawing to a close, and it is time to say goodnight to the sponsors, everyone seems to have had a good time, except Frank. The dancing hasn't worked out as he and Margaret hoped, but Jerry and Helen are at fault too. They have allowed Frank and Margaret to become jealous. Of course, they aren't justified. Margaret made the mistake of trying to be too entertaining. Frank allowed his fears to make him wooden. People never like to blame themselves, so they blame others. All that either needs to do is to learn how to be natural and talk of what is interesting to the other person as well as to himself. Meanwhile, a good deal of the fun has gone out of the evening. Even though Margaret pretends that nothing has happened and all is well. Naturally, we all learn through experience, but that is usually the long and the hard way. Being hurt so often, if we realize that our social lives are filled with problems of etiquette, and that these must be studied. We must observe our own behavior, compare it with what is proper, and be certain that our habits are correct. Jerry's example in suggesting to Margaret a dish that she might like is one that Frank might follow. As he finally realizes, since it tells Helen in a nice way how much he can afford to spend. This saves embarrassment all around. At last, Jerry is becoming aware that Frank and Margaret are not having a good time. He doesn't ignore the situation, but brings the problem out into the open. Margaret and Frank are forced to admit their own foolishness. After all, Helen and Jerry had simply been at ease during the dance and enjoyed themselves. They hadn't been any the less interested in their partners. There was absolutely no reason for jealousy. You notice that Frank is becoming more alert. He orders for Helen correctly. And maybe we can that he has decided to turn over a new leaf. This way is more fun. The meal has been happy, and now that the mistakes that have been discovered won't be repeated, and those that haven't yet been discovered will come to light as they pay more attention to their manners. But already they have learned some valuable lessons, Frank particularly. He has learned to begin with that he shouldn't let his fears stop him from asking for the date in the first place, and that he should ask right away, not fret about it. He is glad now that he learned a little more about selecting a corsage and about how he should dress. He has still to learn how to be easy during introductions and in making ordinary conversations. But you saw that he was quick to pay the bill, including a 10% tip, and that he found it pleasant to help Helen with her wrap. On the way home, there are no problems. They are happy in knowing that this is just the beginning of happy times ahead. Jerry not only sees Margaret home, but opens the door for her. And then, well, they've been going steady for some time now, and there are some customs that are very enjoyable. But now Frank has a new problem. Should he try on a first date? He makes certain that he helps Helen from the car correctly. She waited properly for him to come around the car. He sees her to her door and thanks her for having gone out with him. And he remembers to open the door for her. No, he should not try to kiss her goodnight on a first date. But he does ask her for another date soon. Helen is quite happy to accept. So their first date is a definite success. Our ending is only a beginning of other dates to follow, of a new attitude toward manners.
remember that beginning typing class as if it were yesterday. I was lucky enough to have Miss Purcell as my teacher. She taught us much more than typing. She was teaching us to get along in the business world, and typing was only a part of it.
All right, class, stop typing, please. Before we go on with the next exercise, I'd like to make one of my little speeches. This is your first course in preparing for an office job. You're starting a new career. It can be fun, or it can be hard. It all depends on the way you look at things, your attitude. For instance, you'll be working in an office. Well, don't forget the golden rule works there just as it does anywhere else. Treat others as you want to be treated. Here's how it applies to an office. First, of course, know your job. Enjoy it, but also enjoy the people that you're working with. Be considerate of them, and be considerate of your employer. Remember those simple rules of office etiquette, and you'll get along in the business world. Now then, let's do skill building practice 8. Say margin. Begin typing when ready.
It wasn't till I got my first job that I really began to understand some of the things Miss Purcell told us. I think this application is filled out all right, Mr. Arnold.
Thank you. I see you're a student of Miss Purcell's. We have a number of her former students with us. Her recommendation means a great deal here.
I enjoyed being in her classes.
You did very well on your test. Can you start Monday morning?
Monday morning? Oh, that would be wonderful, Mr. Arnold.
We're a small organization, Miss Spencer. We find that getting along with people is pretty important. Do you think you can do that?
Oh, yes, I think I can.
Fine. We'll see you Monday. I believe your coat's in the outer office?
Yes. And thank you. I was a little worried about that first job. I guess everybody is. But Miss Purcell's advice kept running through my head.
First of all, know your work. Enjoy it. And also enjoy the people that you're working with. Be considerate of them. And be considerate of your employer. Remember those simple rules of office etiquette, and you'll get along in the business world.
I planned to get there early that first day. I wore my good suit because it was plain and neat and seemed just right for an office. Good morning. I'm Joan Spencer.
Oh, yes, Miss Spencer, we're expecting you. Miss Hamilton will be your supervisor, and she's on her way in now. Won't you have a seat?
Thank you.
How do you do, Miss Spencer? Ready to go to work?
I'm looking forward to it, Mr. Arnold.
Good morning.
Good morning, Miss Hamilton. This is Miss Spencer. She's the stenographer and file clerk who's starting this morning.
How do you do, Miss Spencer? I understand you're one of Miss Purcell's students.
Yes, I was graduated last semester.
I know her quite well. I'll show you where to leave your things, and then we can get to work.
All right.
Girls, this is Miss Spencer.
Miss Hamilton and Mr. Arnold certainly set a good example of courtesy for us to follow.
This will be your desk. This book contains some of our forms and procedures. Study it a while, and then we'll start you on your first assignment.
All right. The girls took me to lunch that first day. It looked like it wouldn't be hard to follow part of Miss Purcell's advice. The part about enjoying the people you're working with. about Know Your Work was a little harder. I did a lot on my own those first few weeks. There was many an evening at home getting acquainted with the company's work and learning some of its business terms. What a long time ago that was. It hardly seems possible now there was ever a time when I didn't know those terms. But I found that I still had a lot to learn. Some of it I learned the hard way.
Thank you, Miss Spencer. Well, Miss Spencer,
Yes, Mr. Kane?
this letter that you typed this morning, I believe there was a mistake here.
Oh?
It doesn't seem to make sense. I can't remember just what word I used there, but I don't think I could have said this.
Oh, yes, Mr. Kane, that's what you said. I have it right in my book.
Well, suppose I give you this paragraph over again.
Yes, sir.
In view of our current production schedule, we think it will be necessary to curtail our order, number 3256.
I had made a mistake, of course. There wasn't anything that Mr. Kane said, but I learned then to admit my mistakes gracefully instead of arguing about them or offering alibis. I learned to ask when I wasn't sure instead of making a wild guess. And I learned not to resent criticism or to brood over it. Since then, I've learned a lot of do's and don'ts about office etiquette by watching the others in the office. I learned that Miss Purcell's short sentence, "Be considerate of your employer," could cover a whole multitude of things. One of the most important things, of course, was doing office work during office hours. I found that writing personal letters didn't help to get the work done. And who do you think we ran into? Joe. I learned that personal telephone calls interfered with business. Oh, I was so mad I could have slapped her face. No, you wouldn't think she was that kind, would you? Why, that little cat. I learned that it's only fair to plan your personal life so that you're always able to put in a full day's work. And that means working right up to the end of the day. And I learned that a date after work is no reason to break the rule about simple dress in the office. I learned, too, the importance of consideration for fellow workers. Thoughtlessness often makes for extra work in the office. And hard feelings. I learned to mind my own business by watching some who didn't.
Mr. Arnold wants to know if the insurance list is ready.
It will be in a moment. Wait for it, won't you? You know you shouldn't do that, Jimmy.
Do what?
But most of what I learned came from the people who really know their jobs. I learned the importance of neatness and organization in planning work. And even though I kept getting more things to take care of, There were times when I could help others, and times when they would return the favor. All these things became even more important when I became Mr. Arnold's secretary. His work included public relations as well as personnel, so I had plenty to do. I had more contact with people outside the company, and I learned the importance of consideration for them too, and especially courtesy on the telephone. Good morning, Mr. Arnold's office. He's in conference just now. This is his secretary. May I help you? The Acme Printing Company. Oh, yes. Yes. No, that order was for 20,000. May we expect it next Tuesday? Oh, that'll be fine, Mr. Dahlmeyer. Yes, goodbye.
Good morning. My name's Herbert Forbes. I have an appointment with Mr. Arnold.
Oh, yes, Mr. Forbes. Mr. Arnold will be with you in a moment. He asked that you fill out this application blank. You may sit at the table over there. Good morning, Mr. Arnold's office. Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Fulton. He's in conference just now. May I have him call you back? Yes. Oh, yes. Well, that's the story. As I look back on it now, it's surprising how often the things Miss Purcell talked about in class apply here in the office. You did very well on your test, Miss Collins, but I suppose that's only to be expected of one of Miss Purcell's students. Does she still make that little speech on office etiquette?
Oh, yes. I know it by heart. First, of course, know your work. Enjoy it. But also enjoy the people you're working with. Be considerate of them, and be considerate of your employer.
Those rules have certainly helped me. I shall always be grateful for them. We'll see you in the morning, then?
Yes, I'll be here early.
Fine.
Ready to spice up your day? Downtown Houston has exactly what you're craving. Swap your weekday dinner for award-winning takeout. Treat yourself to bold, unique flavors or fresh from the oven classics. Drink outside the box, from breweries to cocktail bars. There's always something new to taste when you join us downtown. Visit downtownhouston.org to find restaurants and bars for your next delicious adventure.
And if you looked at the skyline of all of the modern technology, and then if you look toward the Fourth Ward, you could go back in time. It would carry you back as to how things were at the turn of the century. And to me, that was so unique. And I enjoyed being able to look at the future and look back at the past, because it reminded me so much of my childhood growing up and the stories that my grandmother told as a child growing up in Hattiesburg, Mississippi. My grandmother was a storyteller and my father was an amateur photographer. And on most Sundays after church and special holidays, birthdays, special events, he would pull out his camera and make pictures of us. My grandmother kept a photo album of my father's pictures when he was in military service, and she had this big photo album, and she had obituaries in there, special events, all kinds of community events, and she was somewhat like the community historian. And at an early age, I began to understand the importance of documenting one's community, who we are and what we do from day to day. Then my father made pictures when he was in military service, and so did I. But it was in high school that I had a physics instructor, Professor Lewis, who was teaching us the difference between a physical change and a chemical change. And the objects that he used was a piece of paper and a match. He lit it. That became a physical change. The drugstore negative and the light box into the Dectal developer, 1001, 1002, and actually seeing the image appear. Photography, to me, at that time was born. As to how I would follow through, at that time, I did not know. But joining the Marine Corps, I purchased a small camera, the same as my father, and I began to make pictures. And the first images that I made was after boot camp. Some of the others when we disembarked and offloaded to the shores of Vietnam, down the nets, into the popper boats. I made a few pictures then. And throughout my career while I was in the military, and then coming to Texas Southern in 1968. This is the camera right here, the one I love to use. It's a Hasselblad, medium format, but I always carry two cameras, the 35 as well as the medium format. And the subject matter dictates what is best. I was working on the TSU campus for the Model Cities program under Dr. Thomas F. Freeman. And one of our jobs was to go into the community to photograph and to bring back images that could be displayed about city services that was needed and city services that had been implemented within the community. And this is how I was introduced to the Fourth Ward. The photograph I called Mr. Shine. I was working for a small newspaper during the summers, and this man was standing on a canopy when I got out of my car, and he was standing there, and where the sunlight was coming in from the north onto his face and so forth. And I took my camera and raised it, looked at him, nodded, and he nodded back, and that gave me permission to photograph him. So I went ahead and made a photograph of it. It was during the time that Alex Haley, the movie Roots, was being shown at that time. I was approaching Wheeler, coming up Scott, headed south. And these three kids were standing by the trees. And at the bottom of the trees, the roots was protruding all out. And I saw it, and I wanted to make the picture. So I was in a moving lane of traffic. So what could I do? I stopped my car in the moving lane of traffic, got out, laid down in the street, shot up, and made the picture. I have been able, very, very fortunate to travel with the debate team at Texas Southern. When the debate team would go to the International Forensic Tournament each year, I have been able to travel with them. In my spare time, in the evenings, at night, when I first went to Paris, I stayed up all night walking, shooting storefronts, the window dressings, the window displays, and so forth. The debate team went to South Africa to perform during the summers, and I had an opportunity to go along. we were staying at a hotel called the White Hotel. I come down second steps, come down the first, down the road, and as I began to approach the main street, there was this little boy sitting on the curb. It was like a ledge, a brick wall, and he was sitting there, and his head was in his lap. So I looked, and I immediately turned around. I ran back in. I said, I need to get my camera, So I grabbed 2 cameras and came back, and I made 2 shots of this little boy, one from the back and one from the front, shot in color and shot in black and white. And as I made the pictures, in time I finished, another group of kids came along, thumped him on the head, and woke him up. And the imprint of his hands was on his face. He had been asleep there for, I guess, all night. His legs were dusty, and they got up and they moved on. It was such a comfort of her that was there. Oh, excuse me, sir. If you don't mind, hold it, please, sir. Let me do this. Great. Thank you, sir. Okay. See, an instant of a moment, this to me what is important. And this is why I have to make the picture at that time.
We are a city of collaborators who build on one another's inspirations, strengths, and cultures to shape a future we all can share. We are more than 7 million ingredients that make something that cannot be discovered, tasted, or invented anywhere else.
Good morning, everyone. You can now have a seat. Before I get started, I definitely want to thank some of our elected officials that help with outreach and support. She is not here with us. Senator Carol Alvarado was able to gather other elected officials like Marianne Perez, Ana Hernandez, Armando Wally. We had a few judges jump in as well. Folks that represent this neighborhood, which is Magnolia Park. And so I want to say thank you to them for their leadership, their engagement as well, because this was not an easy process. So I want to say thank you to everyone for joining us today as we gather to celebrate the life, service, and legacy of Master Sergeant Joe Chaco Elias Ramirez. Yes, please, round of applause. I would like to thank and recognize the Ramirez family as well that's here with us. Round of applause, please. The veterans that are here from the American Legion Hall. The Barrio Boys. We also have those from the Johnny Cervantes Veterans Group that's here as well. And the rest of the elected officials. I also want to lift up Constable Silvia Trevino, who's also helped with some of the traffic management around. And of course, last but not least, Mayor John Whitmire on this special occasion. Joe E. Ramirez Sr. was born August the 8th, 1931, and raised right here in Magnolia Park. Having conversations, we know that over time, over a period of time, that we've learned that this is the greater East End. But what we cannot forget, and I think today is going to be a symbol of that as well, is that this is Magnolia Park. Yeah, El Barrio Magnolia. As I look over to Richard Cortez, one of our long-standing precinct chairs for this neighborhood. After graduating from Sam Houston High School, he answered the call to serve and enlist in the United States Army at just 18 years old. He went on to serve our nation for 22 years, including service during Korean War with the 1st Cavalry Division. His courage and sacrifice reflected the very best of who we are. A Houstonian who answered the call to serve and whose legacy continues to inspire our community. For many people, a street is simply a name on the map, but when community choose to honor one of its own, it becomes something much greater. It becomes a reminder of values, sacrifices, and contributions that person represents. Today, Joe Ramirez Boulevard ensures that his story will remain a permanent part of Houston's history. It is an honor as it honors a proud Houstonian and decorated veteran, a devoted family man, a community leader whose legacy continues to inspire generations. Before I invite the mayor to the podium, I want to thank and extend an appreciation to the mayor, Mayor John Whitmire, Houston Public Works Director Randy Mackay, who's here as well, and the planning department for prioritizing this street renaming process. Because of your partnership, Mayor, and leadership, the community had the opportunity to participate as well, ensure that this street could be named after one of its own. This is a great example of what happens when government, families, veterans, and community work together. With that, it's my honor to invite Mayor John Whitmire to share a few words.
Thank you, council member. I wish y'all could stand in my shoes right at this moment, see this great coming out of the community, a community that for so long wants to honor its community leaders, its heroes, and we don't have to wait any longer because we could not pick a better opportunity to recognize someone that has been known in the community for years and years. But now all of Houston knows of the sacrifice of Joe Ramirez, Chaco. You know, on a personal note, let me thank Mario Gallegos. Mario became my first Hispanic state senator after the districts were redrawn. I was there. Mario and I became brothers. I was at the Gallegos Elementary ribbon cutting. And I wish Mario could be here today because he introduced me to the Ramirez family, both father, son, and Brittany. So we have so much to be proud of today. I can't say enough about District I's city council member. Look at the improvements. Look at the improvements across our city. And this is because we're not going back to the old way of conducting business in the city, of only a few get recognized. No more neglect of the greater East End, and certainly not Magnolia. Thank you to Brigadier General Joe Ramirez, who was on the Senate floor shortly after being appointed as to lead the A&M cadets. Mario and the three of us went to lunch. Brittany was involved. Rick Noriega, Major General Noriega, thank you for your public service. Thank you. Thank you to so many. It's so rewarding for me, who represented the greater East End and Magnolia in the Senate before we were able to redraw the districts and create a truly Hispanic district. So there's a lot to celebrate today. It's warm, but it's something worth being warm and hot about. Thank you to everyone. This was not an easy process. because we wanted to make certain that the community was included. And there are others that were recommended. We will not forget their public service. You know, I think each and every one of us is a public servant, whether you're ever elected or on the ballot or not. Each and every one of you that can hear my voice, you're a public servant. And someday I believe we're going to be judged. What did you do with your public service? And I know Magnolia residents are going to have a great report card. So thank you. It's a great opportunity for us to rededicate ourselves to our community, Magnolia, Greater Houston, to our country, and thank you to our military veterans. Thank you for what you've done. Let's enjoy this day, and let's pay attention to this new repaved street. Thank you. Let's go to work.
Thank you, Mayor. I also want to recognize the Ramirez family for their commitment to sharing Joe's story and helping shine a greater light of his life and service. This moment did not happen by accident, as the mayor mentioned. It took dedication from the family members and community champions who understood the importance of preserving legacy. I want to especially thank the Johnny Cervantes Veterans Group, where this recommendation originated from. I want to also thank Diana Davila, who's here with us, and our very own General Rick Noriega for helping shepherd this effort and bring it across the finish line. And there's so many other folks that I want to make sure that we lift up. The American Legion Hall, the Ladies Auxiliary, who's my mom is a part of as well. As the mayor mentioned, this was ultimately a community-driven effort. There were several that could have been honored today, and all of them definitely worth the honor. But because of your voice, your action, showing up at City Council, speaking up, emails, letters, this became a unanimous vote to rename this street to Joe E. Chaco Ramirez Boulevard. So at this time, I would like to invite the Ramirez family to share a few words and reflect on Joe's life, service, and legacy. If you can please have Joe Ramirez Jr. and Brittany Salazar come up, please.
Well, good morning. Or as we say in Aggie land, howdy.
Howdy.
I know it's hot, and I'm going to try to keep it short, but I got to tell you, what a proud day for the Ramirez family to have this finally come to fruition for our family. A lot of hard work, a lot of dedicated effort by a lot of people, a lot of elected officials, Mayor Whitmire, the City Council, Council Member Joaquin Martinez, the American Legion, everybody that was a part of this. I can't say enough how much we as a family thank you for making this day possible. And when I say family, I have to say that this is a big extended family. My father had 8 sisters, so this extends far beyond just the Ramirez family. This includes the Partida family, the Rodriguez family, the Sanchez family, the Gallegos family, the Ramon family, the Hernandez family, the Mejias family, and the Fuentes family, and many, many others that are part of this family that take great pride in knowing that one of our own is being recognized today with this sign across the street. And I will tell you, as one who grew up here in Magnolia Park, my father brought us here and raised us here just like he was. We take great pride in the fact that one of our own, somebody who grew up right here in the East End of Magnolia Park, is being recognized with a street sign that all of us will be able to see for generations to come. This is a magnificent neighborhood that has produced many, many great people that span many, many careers throughout the state of Texas and throughout our great nation, to include our many veterans. One of the things I've always taken great pride of as a veteran is the number of people from this neighborhood that have gone on to serve our nation in uniform, in war, in peace. It didn't matter. They stood up and served when our nation called. A round of applause for all of our veterans that are here today. And last but not least, thank you again to all of you for being here today, for recognizing my father and our family on this great day, and the fact that one of our own has got a sign here in our neighborhood, the neighborhood where many of us grew up, that many of us remember, and that we will always be able to show that to our children, our grandchildren, our great-grandchildren for years to come. So thank you again for all of you for being here today, for recognizing my father and recognizing our family. God bless Master Sergeant Joe Ramirez. God bless the city of Houston. God bless the great state of Texas. And God bless America. Thank you very much.
Hi, everyone. That was a great speech, so I'm just going to wrap it up and just say I wanted to say thank you to, this was a joint effort from everybody, not only, the community and their Ramirez family and Mr. Noriega, and I'm sure we talk daily on a basis, so I'm sure he's tired of hearing from me, but I just wanted to thank everybody for being here today to honor such a great man. I've always known he's such a great man, and I'm so glad that everybody's going to get to know his story, learn more about him, and just know what a great man he was for his family and for his community. And I also wanted to take this opportunity to invite everybody. We're going to have another big, huge celebration on August 8th at the American Legion Hall on Avenue C, and times to be determined, so be looking out for that. And thank you, everybody. I really feel like my grandfather's here with us today, just smiling down. I really feel that. And I cannot be happier to share him with everybody. Thank you.
Thank you, General, and thank you, Brittany. Before I move on, I also, there's a few other folks that I want to recognize. As I mentioned, the community showed up, and I want to thank LULAC Council 4967, Sergio Lira. I want to thank Blanca Blanco as well at Viva Magazine for lifting up the story as well. So we're going to proceed to the unveiling because it is hot, right? For the Joe Ramirez Boulevard, and I'd like to invite the family and Mayor to join me across the street. Everyone, if you can stay where you're at, so that way, y'all can cozy up underneath the shade as much as possible. Before I do that, I do want to let y'all know what's next. We're gonna continue the celebration not too far from here with some food and refreshments at 520 Joe E. Ramirez Street at Chicano Boulevard, just a little bit south of where I'm at. It's about a block away. And I want to give a special thanks to Isaac, who is one of the gentlemen that helped run that neighborhood facility, essentially, for hosting us today. I want to thank Alex and Ramon Salazar with La Casita. Let's give it up for La Casita, who just opened up. Some of y'all might not know this, but it's a family-owned business, and they own Maria Rita's on the Gulf Freeway. So I've been able to really build a strong relationship with Alex, and they're generously contributing the food for today's event. I also want to thank Leo Flores with La Brisa Ice Cream. Y'all know where that's at on Canal. This is all about Magnolia Park today. So I want to lift them up for bringing, and again, they did this on their own in kind, right? We wanted to pay them. They're like, no, this is for the community, so we want to give this to you all. And so for those who are able to, we encourage you to walk over so you don't have to struggle with parking. Despite the heat, it's a quick walk, maybe about a minute and a half. We have a tent for shade. We have some fans over there as well. And then we just want to make sure we continue to celebrate today's day, the lift that we were able to do together. And so with that, if I can have the mayor and the Ramirez family to walk me across the street.
Just Brittany and Joe.
Join Houston Public Library and unearth a story. Kids, teens, and adults, everyone can sign up for free and start earning prizes. Registration opens May 1st, so be sure to sign up early. Summer reading program also includes amazing events from live animal shows to author talks, art classes, and more. Grab your MyLink library card and sign up today.
meeting. My name is Councilmember Joaquin Martinez, and I'm the chair of the committee. I'd like to start by recognizing my colleagues joining us today, beginning with Vice Chair, Councilmember Carter. We've also been joined by Councilmember Peck and Councilmember Ramirez and staff from Councilmember Castillo's office and Cayman. Vice Chair, if you would like to share any opening remarks.
No, thank you. And Robin, we look forward to your presentation. Thank you for being here.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you. And we've now been joined by Councilmember Alcorn and staff from Mayor Pro Tem Cassis Tatum's office, staff from her office. As a reminder for council members, please hold your questions until the end of the presentation. When you're recognized, please be sure to speak clearly into your microphone. I will let you know when your 3 minutes for questions has ended. Now switching into the meeting agenda. Today, the committee will be receiving an overview of the Office of Inspector General from the Inspector General, Robin Curtis. So let me turn it over to Robin to begin the presentation. If you please introduce yourself for the record, as well as any other members of your team that may have joined you.
Good morning. I'm Robin Curtis. I'm the Inspector General for the City of Houston. I'm going to give an overview today of the Office of Inspector General. What I'd like to do, next slide, is give you a roadmap of where we're going, and I believe you have the presentation in front of you as well, so you can have a sense of what's going on. We're going to start with the foundation of OIG, OIG by the numbers, the split up about the types of cases that come to OIG, and we're going to talk about the part that you had a special interest in, the fraud, waste, and abuse portion of what OIG does, the Ethics Commission, and then, of course, it's election season. So those are the areas that we will hit today. Next. So OIG was established by Executive Order 1-39. You might say to yourself, what does OIG have the authority to do? And the answer is it's quite broad. We investigate misconduct by city employees, officials, vendors, folks related to the city. And misconduct, as you can see from your screen, is an act or failure to act that violates basically a law or a policy. So you say that's very broad. Next. So what does that mean for everyday people trying to get a resolution when misconduct is an issue? There are 3 areas that individuals go to get resolution. Generally, they go through the chain of command, they go to HR, and they go to OIG. So the three branches of the tree as you look for resolution in a misconduct issue. And so you might say, what really does OIG do on a regular basis? What kinds of things really come to OIG? And so the OIG investigates discrimination, retaliation. Texas Whistleblower has a special act. Fraud, waste, and abuse, of course. Violations of federal, state, and local law. Referrals from the Ethics Committee. Workplace violence and wage theft and city contracts and subcontracts are among those things that we see. Next. So OIG by the numbers. The number of cases that come to OIG has risen fairly dramatically over the years. Last year in 2025, we closed 449 cases, huge number. 6 investigators. I'm very proud of them. Special shout out to each and one of them. Next. So when you think about those 449 cases, how are those split up? So in general, about 75% of the cases that OIG gets are connected to discrimination, retaliation, or related alphabet soup of employment-related matters. The laws related to employment are quite lengthy. So a single person can also make a complaint about more than one thing. So you can have folks who make a complaint about both a discrimination matter and a fraud, waste, and abuse matter. And so while the numbers are not going to add up to 100% because of that overlap, you can take a look at the next slide, and you can see that that's about 75% discrimination, retaliation, and related. And then on the next slide, you'll see those are connected to the laws that have to do with those employment-related matters. So Title VII, the Texas Texas Commission on Human Rights Act. And then here in the city, you hear people talk about Executive Order 1-50 is the policy that's connected to that. So 75% of the matters that we handle are those. Next. The next slide talks about the different areas of discrimination based on protected classes. Next. But the reason we are here today is the committee wanted more of a deep dive into the portion of the cases that OIG handles that have to do with fraud, waste, and abuse. So those are about 25% of the cases. Next. And so you'll see that with the overlap, so the inverse of the previous slide. Next, one thing I'd like to add is that OIG also directly takes referrals from federal, state, and local matters, so we get some of those, and those show up as fraud, waste, and abuse matters as well. Okay, so a number of you might have constituents who need to come to OIG, so you might say, Robin, tell us, how does a complaint get to OIG? So employee complaints, your resident, your constituent, the mayoral referrals, director referrals, the city attorney refers. We get civil service commission appeals, and then of the federal and state agencies. Next. So if a constituent comes to you and says, I have an issue and I don't know where to go with it, and you believe it's an OIG matter, of course you can always just call. We're happy to help. But another way is right on the City of Houston website is the online complaint portal. 24/7, a person with a complaint in the middle of the night can make a complaint and get an instant number. So they will get an immediate acknowledgement that they have a complaint with a number and it's going to be investigated. So the next slide will show what it looks like when you look at the portion of the City of Houston website. And then the slide currently talks about the instant receipt number. If you ever have any issues, please feel free to call us. We're happy to help. Okay, the next slide has to do with who does OIG not investigate. We do not investigate businesses unrelated to the city, and we don't investigate anyone from the police department, whether they're classified or civilian, and that's by state law. So those are the folks that we don't investigate. Next. So the portion that this committee had a special interest in had to do with fraud, waste, and abuse. So the next slide shows the 6 ways that we split it out for the ones that you see fairly commonly. So the 6 are employee standards of conduct right out of the ordinance. So 14-183 is the legislation that says how employees are supposed to behave, and it's so serious, the city put it in an ordinance. Similarly, there's one for city officials. That's 18-3. The third area is conflicts. This is an policy set forth at AP 2-22 that gives a source list of types about the many, many places that conflicts can occur and the different matters that rules that might apply. Another one that's fairly common is unauthorized outside employment, or employment that's authorized but isn't what the person is actually doing. The next one is the mayor's policy on gifts, and the last one is the mayor's policy on hiring relatives, sometimes called the nepotism policy. Next. So on Chapter 14, 183, this is the employee standards of conduct, and I'm just going to mention a couple of them that we see. Gifts shows up again, so you'll see that at the top. And unauthorized outside employment, again, shows up separately from the policy. And then the last one on there, you see attempts to use a city position for special privilege for a person themselves or for others. So when you think about those types of issues, you might think to yourself, what kinds of things might come up in connection with each of those? So if you have a question about that, happy to answer those. The next section has to do with city official standards of conduct. And the city officials are very similar. And the ones, again, that we see are connected to the same ones that happen with employees. Business and professional activities that may conflict with official duties, whether or not gifts are involved, matters of private gain or self-advantage. Use of city employees who are on duty for non-city matters. That sort of thing is what we're talking about for city officials. And next. And next. Next. I have a lot of these, but I am not going to read you the slides, so understood. Next. So the next section is the conflict list. And the reason that is so important to have front and center is you can see by the kinds of things that come to OIG that a lot of them are about conflicts, even if they show up in different places. So in the same way that an employee may be investigated for fraud, waste, and abuse, a lot of times it's some version of a conflict. And so the kinds that we see in connection with AP 2-22 about the conflicts policy that is different from those that we've already spoken about is that there is a definition in AP 2-22 about the appearance or an apparent conflict of interest. And so an apparent conflict of interest, which is sometimes called the appearance of a conflict, and you see this in the newspaper all the time, means when circumstances are such that a reasonable person with knowledge of the facts would question the impartiality of the city person and their participation in a program or receipt of a benefit. So that definition comes up in connection with let's train to not have even the appearance of a conflict of interest. And so AP 2-22 gives that list of where a conflict might go. So if you take a look at the next slide, a couple of them that may be unusual to you are the local government code has its own section having to do with public servants and whether they have a substantial interest in a business entity or real property. Disclosure of relationships with local government officials came up in a recent matter that made the newspapers where were the forms filled out correctly about who was an official who had a relationship with a local government official. Next. Another one that comes up in connection with the appearance of a conflict of interest is that right in the city charter, we have the strong statement that it is against the public policy of the city for any employee of the city to bid on, be awarded, or any contract being let by the city, or to be, and here's the magic words, to be pecuniarily interested in. That's hard to say, isn't it? It's about the money. So directly or indirectly, employees can't be involved in the money in connection with the city where the rights of the liability or the liabilities of the city are involved. So they can't be involved in a connection with a contract where they would get money directly or indirectly. Next. So the next one that comes up for us is federal money. The city is grateful to be the recipient of federal grants, and federal rules about conflicts are different. They run a different set of rules, although of course there's a lot of overlap, and they have a great interest in the conflict provisions. If a person has a financial or other interest in a tangible personal benefit from a firm, this can come up when a person owns a side business and also works for the city, or their family members do. So the federal government's very involved, and we work with them closely. On the next slide, when we talk about what should a person do when an apparent conflict of interest comes up, the answer is the policy says we have to manage that conflict through to resolution, because it may be an apparent conflict, but it may not turn out to be an actual conflict. Or it may be a real one, it may need to be resolved, and the city attorney is involved in that, all the way up to the top. Next. The next section is on the gift policy. Surprising how old this policy is. The gift policy is goes back decades, and it's EO 1-28, and before that it was a mayor's policy. A city employee shall not directly or indirectly, so as broadly as they could write this, a city employee may not accept a benefit. And so as you can imagine, we get a lot of calls about what constitutes a benefit. And the benefit includes any gift of food, goods, services, money, lodging, transportation, or any other thing of value. The reason this comes up so often is you can imagine that it's written to be so broad that a person who is working very hard digging a ditch in a constituent's front yard is offered a bottle of water, right? We don't investigate those, obviously, but you can imagine, where does it end, right? Where are the edges of that? And the answer is we want people to call so we can find out who might be offering benefits that need to be looked into. So that's a big help to us as well. So that's the gift policy. Next. Another policy that's quite old is on the hiring of relatives, sometimes called nepotism. And there's nothing wrong with having relatives that also work at the city. We have 22,000 employees, so not surprising that people might be related to each other. However, we discourage by policy the hiring of relatives into certain positions, and they're probably what you would expect. And people who are related to each other should not be deciding on their relative's business. They shouldn't be reporting to a relative, and they shouldn't supervise each other or report to the same supervisor. So that one comes up, as you can imagine. And how can that be handled comes up in connection with the individual's management situations. Okay, next. So the next system portion is the Ethics Commission. So the Ethics Commission, if you look on the next page, involves the Ethics Commission Board. The legislation around the Ethics Commission was to create a board that involved no city employees or people who might be perceived to be beholden to the city in some way. And so there are 7 positions. They come from different areas of our city: the Houston Bar Association, for the law community, the AFL-CIO comes with the labor side of our community. The Medical Center has a nomination. And then each of you as council members nominate and put on city council members onto this board. The city they don't have a prescribed meeting cadence, Rather, they retain the flexibility to convene as needed and respond promptly to matters within their jurisdiction. So as you can imagine, when they have something that has come forward to be worked on, they need to work on it in connection with that matter. So next. So that 7-member board has the duty and the power to review all allegations of impropriety. Magic word there, magic word. Impropriety by city officials. As we talked about, board members can't be city officials or city employees to avoid even the appearance, again, of impropriety. There needs to be a sworn written complaint so that it's not anonymous rumors, that sort of thing. Although the Ethics Commission can, on its own initiative, review an act of impropriety. When the commission needs assistance, they call on OIG to investigate, and that's why it's a part of this slide deck. Investigations are conducted in a confidential manner, and records are confidential to the full extent permitted by law. And of course, that purpose of that is, we call it TRR, transparency, reputation, retaliation. There is a natural tension between those things, but you can obvious about how that needs to be handled. So the next slide has to do with what the Ethics Commission actually can decide. So they can choose to find reasonable cause that the sworn complaint is true, or they can find no cause. If they find it to be true, they write a written report that comes to you as the council members, to the mayor, to the city attorney, and if appropriate, goes to, for example, to the director. That written report leaves you as the legislatures in the position to decide what to do next, what the repercussions would be. If the commission does not find reasonable cause, it is the commission's duty to notify both the complaining person and the respondent that the investigation is complete and that no cause was found. Some people have asked, well, what happens if in the midst of the investigation we determine that the matter is far beyond an impropriety? And the answer to that is, in the legislation itself, in the ordinance, the commission has a duty to stop and involve law enforcement or the appropriate matters. It's almost always, it's written carefully, but it's almost always, if it looks like it might be a criminal matter, we need to have law enforcement handle that, right? Next. So there is a specific portion of the city official rules for which it is the commission, when they decide that there has been reasonable cause to believe that a city official has used his or her position to harass or discriminate, the commission has the power, without going to anybody else, to issue a public rebuke or reprimand, or to recommend that the city official be removed and relieved of all duties related to the same. Another issue that has come up is individuals have said, what about an advisory opinion? What if we don't know enough to know whether or not we should go forward with a sworn written complaint? What if we need some advice from the Ethics Commission? In that situation, the ordinance says that the commission may also issue written advisory opinions, and that's true whether the written advisory opinion has to do with something that is existing, like a real issue, with real facts and real people in front of it, or an advisory opinion can be requested on a hypothetical matter. That gives an opportunity. Again, ethics is about stopping that kind of misbehavior before it happens. So that is an option not everybody knows about. So happy to pass that one on. If a majority of the commission determines that a written advisory opinion would be in the public interest, the commission can do that as well, but it can only do so as long as it doesn't use the name of a person who might be affected by that opinion. Again, that's TRR, transparency in connection with reputation and retaliation concerns. Right. So next. So the next section is the last part of this, and that has to do with its election season. So thank you. Folks had a special interest in making sure we had a couple of slides on election season, so happy to do that. Special reminders during the election season, obviously don't engage in business or professional activities that might conflict with campaign matters, right? Don't use city employees to perform acts or services on campaign business. Every once in a while, we get somebody who calls and said, I saw somebody putting up a sign and I think it was during business hours. I don't think they should be doing that. But I don't know who it was and I don't know when it happened, that sort of thing. So thank you guys for your wanting to have this get together to talk about these issues. Don't accept contributions in city-owned or operated buildings. City employees cannot solicit contributions for any candidate, including themselves, or participate in election or campaign activities unless they're doing so off-duty or on duly approved leave. Sounds pretty obvious, right? And the next slide, the Texas Election Code itself prohibits an officer or an employee of a public subdivision from knowingly spending or authorizing the spending of public funds for political advertising. We'd like to make sure this gets out because it's not obvious to everyone. When you say political advertising, I think people think about commercials on TV. But in fact, the Texas Ethics Commission has determined that the use of public funds includes city time, city resources, and city facilities. So that is the end of my prepared presentation. Does anybody have any questions?
Thank you, Robin, for this presentation. I think we can all agree that the mayor's priority in the health of the finances is somewhat parallel to making sure that we're getting rid of the fraud, waste, and abuse. And I think we've been talking about it around the horseshoe a lot as well. So this was important for us to make sure that it's a reminder for not just ourselves as a city council, but also to employees, whether work for us or in whether the 2,000 plus employees that we have right at the city of Houston. And so I appreciate this presentation. I wanted to ask a quick question on the Ethics Commission. Well, first, you said there's about 490 cases.
Yes, sir.
How many within your division are able to address these 490 cases? And then is it a referral to the Ethics Commission, or do they refer just to you all certain challenges or issues?
So great questions. So we have 6 investigators who work very, very hard. When you get to 450 cases a year, you're talking just huge, huge volume. The question about the Ethics Commission, it comes up, you sort of ask, which comes first, the chicken or the egg? The answer is the Ethics Commission is the boss. They call us and they say, we have a concern and we'd like to have it investigated.
Perfect. Before I pass it over to some of my colleagues, I just want to recognize staff from Councilmember Jackson's office, Councilmember Thomas's office, and Councilmember Davis's office as well. First, we have Councilmember Peck.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you so much for the presentation and for all the work that you do in your whole office. Such important work, and we don't always hear about everything that you're doing, but it's crucial, especially when we're talking about public dollars and that kind of thing. So thank you so much for that. Is there a way to report either to you or to the commission anonymously? I could see how that could be problematic, but at the same time, because you want to question the person who's, saying that there's an issue, but at the same time, I could see circumstances where someone might want to report something but not use their name. So is there an opportunity for that?
Yes, so great question. and you can understand both sides of it, because I can tell by how delicately you asked the question that there's an old saying about, throw the rock and hide the hand, right? So obviously we take anonymous complaints, and you could come out today and you could file one anonymously through the portal. I will tell you that it's pretty hard to investigate an anonymous complaint. So you can all imagine, we'll do the ends of the spectrum, right? If the anonymous complaint says, Joe Bob stole the city's money and it's buried under the tree in front of City Hall, we could go dig it up and see if that was true, right? So that's one end of the spectrum. At the other end of the spectrum is somebody who sends an anonymous complaint that says, I heard a rumor that Joe Bob did something bad. And now we don't have a person to call and ask for the details that would allow a thorough investigation. And so, can you file one, or could a person file one? Yes, you can. And you can file it on the portal. And we will take a look at it. I want to manage the expectations of the people who file anonymous complaints, because it's so hard to investigate one while being sensitive to TRR, transparency, reputation, retaliation, right? And so we're taking all that into account. But those ends of the scale are what we're working with. Did I answer your question?
Yes, thank you.
Oh, thank you.
Appreciate it.
Councilor Ramirez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Inspector, for your presentation. There's a lot in it, and I don't know how much time I have, but I did want to ask you, since you mentioned the Ethics Commission can get the ball rolling with the complaint that OIG will investigate, of the complaints that you guys have resolved, how many come from the Ethics Commission and how many come through the other process where someone comes in and files a sworn complaint?
Very few, very few. So of the 450, we don't have any current from the Ethics Commission.
Okay, so right now 0% have come from the Ethics Commission.
That is correct.
And all of them come from sworn complaints or anonymous complaints made directly to OIG, is that right?
Not sworn complaints, sir.
Complaints.
So complaints can come to us through the different ways. You might refer one, like we talked about.
Okay.
One of your constituents might refer one. We would not require your constituent to file a sworn complaint.
Okay. Okay, wonderful. Let me ask you about the way you conduct your investigations. You mentioned you have 6 investigators. Are they all attorneys or not?
No.
Okay, the ones who aren't attorneys, are they peace officers or former peace officers?
They have been in the past. Right now, they're not. So okay. I have 5 attorneys and one who's a non-attorney with enormous experience, obviously. And the attorneys not only have the training through their investigations involving matters that touch the law, but we also, big shout out to HPD for allowing us to attend their law enforcement trainings as well.
Okay, and curious to know, when an investigation is complete that OIG has done, is all of it protected by attorney-client privilege?
So there is a closure letter that goes out to the individuals who made the complaint that is not privileged. So the person, obviously, if you were a person who made a complaint, you would want to know the answer. I'll give you a real live example so it'll make more sense. We might investigate and find that a person engaged in some version of fraud, waste, and abuse, and let's, for our example, use an unauthorized outside job with a conflict of interest. That person would be notified, and then the next step would be it would go through the public process that goes all the way up to civil service. So there would be a referral for whatever the disciplinary action would be, up to and including indefinite suspension, and then that would go to the Loudermill hearing, and that would go to civil service as the person appeals, through the process. So does that give you a sense?
I think so. So apart from the closure letter, the entire OIG investigation, as I understand it, is protected by attorney-client privilege.
Yes, sir.
Under what circumstances can member of the public, media, find out what that investigation by OIG revealed if it's protected by attorney-client privilege?
If they went to the hearing, the civil service hearing, they would hear the results. I'm sure that's not what you mean. If you mean, do we hand it over to the media in spite of the fact that it's privileged, of course the answer is no. So I think I'm not answering your question. Can you help me a little bit?
You did. And if it gets to a Loudermill process, that doesn't mean the entire investigation is made public, does it?
No. Okay. Obviously, people testify, though. So instead of hearsay, I mean, a report is a piece of paper, right? So I believe you have much experience with hearsay is not very good, and so you want the real person to be at the Loudermill or civil service giving that first-hand testimony, and that's who testifies.
Right. My understanding is that not all jurisdictions do it the way we do it. In other words, protect the entire investigation by attorney-client privilege and therefore make it not discoverable by the public or the media. Why does Houston choose to protect the entire OIG investigation through attorney-client privilege?
I don't know the answer to that question.
Okay, so that is something that City Council could alter if we thought it was wise in order to be more transparent.
So OIG is neutral. We are all on the same side about ethics, and so I leave the legislating to you guys.
Great. All right, thank you for that. So while I've still got a little time, so I got this offer from the Sports Authority to attend a World Cup match and for 2 tickets. And there was a value attached to it for reporting purposes, a lot of money. Let's just leave it at that. Are there any city rules that impact the acceptance of that you can think of at this point?
As my granny would say, heavens to Betsy, yes.
Okay.
Right. So just like the World Series, it's the people around this horseshoe are powerful people, and folks would like to have time with you guys. That's just normal human behavior. But all the rules we've talked about today are for that very reason, to not even give the appearance of impropriety. So you can imagine what shows up in the newspaper is people saying, well, I wonder if that person was impartial. So that, thank you for raising that.
Well, I appreciate this training. Maybe you could offer this training to other governmental entities as well.
Well, funny you should say that. We do. We provide it to the unions. We provide it to the unions. We provide it management training and leadership training. So we do try to get the word out. And I got to say, thank you so much for your support in the realm of ethics. It is, it's easy to say ethics, but it's a lot harder to walk the walk.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Ramirez. And this is one of the reasons why, and I've said this prior to, or even at my first committee chair, as a committee chair for for ethics committee, is that prior to, there was probably had to have been at least 10 years that no ethics committee meetings have been held. We've been really trying to kind of raise the bar, make sure that folks around this horseshoe, staff, employees understand that we need to take this in high regard. We want to make sure that folks know that as elected officials that we're holding that integrity that folks have entrusted in us. So, we really appreciate this presentation, Robin. Just a reminder, because I really want to make sure that our colleagues and, of course, staff around the horseshoe we've received calls from constituents sometimes, so I really want to just highlight that the online complaint portal, if y'all have an opportunity to share on your website, on your newsletters or social media, let folks know how to be able to submit a complaint if need be, because again, this is holding us all accountable, including every employee for the City of Houston. There's no one else in the queue, so this concludes the presentation from council, and I don't think we have any public comments, and so just want to. Okay, Councilman Alcorn.
On the gift policy, I looked at it. It hasn't been revised since like Anise Parker's day, right? I'm looking at the right one.
You
okay.
are.
Okay.
I tried to mention how old some of these are. I mean, some of they just go back a very long way.
Yeah, and there's not really a monetary. I mean, some people used to say $50 or whatever. Is there?
Oh, I'm so glad you mentioned that. There is a state one that you guys may be familiar with that has money attached to it, and we have had a fair number of people think that the one for the city is the same as the one for the state. I'm making this up because I'm not looking at it, but $50 or something. Y'all know what I'm talking about, right? And so ours has zero. So we have a much stronger bar than others. So thank you for getting the word out about that.
Okay.
Which actually brings up, and Councilor Ramirez brought up a possible policy change or ordinance. And please submit those recommendations. We're happy to take those on and talk to the administration about identifying ways where we can update some of these older policies or ordinances as well.
Again, leave the legislation to the legislators. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Robin. And this concludes, of course, the public comment aspect of it as well. For any members of the public watching, you may send questions or comments by emailing my office, District I, at houstontx.gov. Seeing no additional comments or questions from council members, we'll move to adjourn. I want to thank everyone for participating, and this meeting is adjourned. Thank you.
Moments shared with loved ones are precious. Joy, enchantment, connection. It's why we travel. At Houston Airports, we know the magic of flight begins the moment you secure your parking spot and embark on your journey. That's why we work so hard to bring you the most convenient parking solutions that are the best fit for your trip, if you're traveling for business or leisure. Whether your voyage starts from Bush Intercontinental or William P. Hobby Airport, our parking team at Valet Parking, Eco Park, Eco Park 2, or Terminal Parking is here to give you a first-class experience with a big Texas smile. We're here for you to ensure this moment and every moment in between will be filled with great memories that will last a lifetime. So travel smarter, park smarter, and get more of the moments that matter.
To Focus on Abilities, a program about issues affecting the lives of people with disabilities. I'm Lex Frieden. I'll be your host for today's program. Before the end of today's program, we'll answer a question. Who will be the first person in a wheelchair to roll on Mars? Okay, we'll take a break now and come right back.
The following program is sponsored by ILRU, Southwest ADA Center, promoting compliance with the Americans with Disabilities Act.
Welcome back to Focus on Abilities. I'm Lex Frieden. I'm professor at UT Health, and I direct the Independent Living Research Utilization Program at Tier Memorial Hermann. Our guest today is Mr. Cornelius Booker. Cornelius, welcome to Focus on Abilities.
Thank you. It's my pleasure.
Now, at the top of the show, I ask who's going to be the first person in a wheelchair to ride on Mars, and I guess that's going to be you, right?
If everything works out like I plan on it, yes.
All right, you work for NASA, right?
I do.
And your job there?
I'm an equal opportunity specialist, and I've been there a little over 2 years.
What prepared you for working at NASA with all the challenges you have?
Well, one of the things I would say prepared me was working in the community in the Houston area, because in my role, I deal with a lot of reasonable accommodations and making sure that people with disabilities has opportunities at NASA. And I know there's a lot of programs to help people with disabilities find employment, but I think NASA had a real desire to make sure that people with disabilities felt welcome at NASA.
Let me back up just a little bit. Workforce Solutions, that's the group you work for.
Yes.
That they replaced the Texas Rehabilitation Agency, right?
Well, what they did was they started a partnership with the Texas Workforce Vocational Rehabilitation Services, because in my role when I was at Workforce Solutions, we were doing similar things. So instead of reinventing the wheel, let's have a stronger partnership with Texas Workforce Solutions and the Workforce Solutions Vocational Rehabilitation Services. So I think it was a great partnership that was very necessary, because people with disabilities need not just skills, but they need the opportunities. So bringing them two together was
a perfect match. Is that the first job you had out of college?
My first job is really interesting because I moved here from Oklahoma, and my first job was as a diversity and employment specialist with a local magazine in Oklahoma, in Tulsa, Oklahoma. And when I moved here, that was one of my first jobs when I moved to Houston, Texas area. So
talk to me about Tulsa, Oklahoma. That's where I went to college. And,
oh, yeah?
I grew up in the western part of the state in Alva.
Oh, yeah.
Where'd you grow up?
I'm from a small town still in Jackson, Mississippi. They gained a little more notoriety with Jackson State University and Deion Sanders bringing that attention to the Jackson State University. So I grew up in Jackson, Mississippi, and I moved to Oklahoma to seek a degree in theology. And so I went to Rhema Bible Training Center there. And I didn't want to be a minister, but I wanted to have the understanding of God. And so that was an opportunity for me to transfer there and do that.
So you're able to express those interests in your current position.
Oh, yes. And that's another thing that NASA is doing, because we do have employee resource groups, and one of the newest employee resource groups are focusing on the different theologies and the different religions around the world that we deal with. And that's one of the things that, you can't be welcoming in an environment, say everybody come welcoming, and not think about their religious background. That has to be something that you have to consider. So my experience with that was also one of the things that led me into getting a job at NASA.
While you were in Tulsa, did you familiarize yourself with Tulsa University and Oral Roberts? And I guess Oklahoma State has a big presence there now too.
Oh yeah, most definitely. I'm a graduate of Oklahoma State.
From that campus at Tulsa?
The Tulsa campus, yes.
Wow.
And it was a little big world to me. It was, I'm feeling fresh out of high school and going down there and experiencing all that. So it was a great experience at Oklahoma State.
Yeah.
And I also tried to go to Oral Roberts University because a lot of the credits that I received from the theology was also transferring over to Oral Roberts University. So I attempted to go there, but their campus wasn't as accessible as I would like it to.
I got to tell you, man, when I broke my neck in 1967, in 1968, I applied to go to ORU, and it was the most accessible campus west of the Mississippi. but they turned me down because I used a wheelchair, and they didn't want anybody in a wheelchair on their campus. So it was kind of an interesting dilemma there.
Yeah.
Let's just say I graduated from TU and came to U of H.
Well, both good schools, so can't complain about that. But yeah.
So the education out of the way, you started working and worked in Houston.
Yes.
And worked for Workforce Solutions, and then moved to NASA.
Yes.
Was that a big change for you?
It was. It was taking some getting used to, more so the federal side of things. Because working with Workforce Solutions, I was working more with the nonprofit side, but going over to the federal, there's so many different nuances, and one of the largest gaps I had to face was understanding the different acronyms that they use. NASA use acronyms for everything, so they have a whole book on acronyms, and so just learning those acronyms and how the federal government moves, it was an adjustment.
What about one-on-one? When you worked for Workforce Solutions, you had a group of clients,
right?
I suppose you worked for.
Right.
Same thing happened at NASA?
No, NASA I still deal with certain employees. A lot of my focus is dealing with employees and making sure that the employees who work there have what they need to be successful. For instance, if someone has an accident and they may need to change their workstation, they would contact me and I would review their workstation and see what accommodations they need so that they can continue to do their job at the level that they did it. And so that's one of the things, that's the only thing that I do one-on-one with people, is if they contact me and say, hey, I need a reasonable accommodation, something happened, and I need someone to make sure that I can do what I do.
Now, a lot of people would be ashamed or afraid to apply for accommodations.
Right.
You find that at NASA or not?
The funny thing about it is when it gets to a point that they feel like their job is in danger, then they will oversee their need for an accommodation or their disability. And one of the things I want to encourage people to do, if they have a disability, not to wait until you need an accommodation to ask to let people know that you have a disability. So even when people come in, they're hiring for a position, we encourage them, if you're applying for a job, there's advantages to letting people know that you have a disability. So that we can accommodate you before you have to ask for an accommodation.
I want to visit about that with you a little bit more. But first we're going to take a break from Focus, and we're here with Cornelius Booker from NASA, and we'll be right back with more after this break from Focus on Abilities. Please stay tuned.
When your goal is to save time and money, book online with EcoPark and EcoPark 2. Now that's a smart game plan. Travel smarter, park smarter. EcoPark and EcoPark 2 at IAH.
Houston 311, now available as a mobile app. Take a photo, enter your location, report an issue. The quick and easy way to report non-emergency issues or request city service information. Download today on the App Store or Google Play.
Houston First Corporation introduces Lynn Wyatt Square in the Houston Theater District with oak trees, water features, and programming open to the public. LynnWyattSquare.com.
At Metro, your safety is job one every day. And we're committed to making your ride even safer. With security cameras on our transit vehicles and live monitors on many of our buses. Blue light call boxes at our bus and rail facilities. Metro Police, providing peace of mind. And MPD Connect, the app that lets you report suspicious activity instantly to Metro Police. Metro is building a safer transit system, so you can drive less and do more.
Grease and wipes clog pipes. In fact, clogs from these items are the main cause of sewer overflows in Houston. Learn more at protectourpipes.org.
You're watching Focus on Abilities on HTV. And by the way, if you all want to watch some other shows, some other episodes, check out YouTube. We got a YouTube channel, and we'll put the link on a future break. So right now, today, we're talking to Cornelius Booker from NASA. And Cornelius, you've talked about some of the issues you run into in your job, right, and mentioned that one of them is the issue of people who identify as having a disability generally after they actually need an accommodation. Now, we know the law, ADA and the Title V section, those laws require companies to provide reasonable accommodation. And people can get that whenever, I suppose. But if the agency and the specialist, in your case, you, know that person, if they're on your radar, you don't need to be having an active role in the case until they run into a barrier. Right. But if they fail to identify until they run into a barrier, then you're kind of behind the curve and you have to catch up. Right. Can you describe how that works? Yes.
What we want our managers to do is we encourage them to be vigilant to, if there is an issue, that they address it as soon as possible. Our campus is an old campus, so we do have a lot of barriers already on site to the building access and things like that. And so we encourage managers to be vigilant and be proactive in your reasonable accommodation. When you hire people, make sure that the entire area is accessible so nobody has to ask for it. And one thing we're doing at NASA is we're doing a revamp of all the furniture and make sure all the furniture is accessible. So
that's cool.
So it'll be minimum cost if somebody asks for a reasonable accommodation that it's already done.
I'll tell you something. I'm on an advisory committee for United Airlines, and they're concerned about people who get off a plane and their cushion is deflated or their chair breaks accidentally or whatever, and they're providing chairs in the airports that you can transfer out of your chair and sit in the more comfortable recliner chair while somebody's working on your chair while they're patching the cushion, bringing you a new one or whatever. So there's a thought. I don't know if NASA has recliners or not. Probably in those spacecraft, right?
Yeah, they should have. With the money that we spend on those spacecraft, they should have everything that somebody would need. Especially myself, when I get into the spacecraft, I want to make sure that on the trip to Mars that I'm comfortable. So,
yeah. And you're planning on that, right?
Yeah, definitely.
Have you been in that centrifuge yet?
No, I haven't.
I think you got some training ahead of you, buddy.
Yeah.
You can probably handle the centrifuge, but what about the pool?
Oh, I can work on that. You know, the suits are really heavy, and so I'll be working out trying to get sure that I'm ready for it. So
that's good.
When you put it on me, I'm ready to go straight through it.
That's good. So you got your name on the list whenever they're recruiting new.
Of course.
Actually, one time when I was the chairman of the National Council on Disability, we forwarded an agency query to NASA to ask them, were they actively recruiting people with disabilities to go up in space? And at that time, and this made the USA Today newspaper, the NASA administrator said, we're ready to hire and train people with disabilities to go up to the circling spaceship now.
Yeah.
And after that, the European Space Agency heard it, and they actually have an active program. I think they may have set somebody with a disability already up there. So
really,
I guess NASA better be ready for competition.
Yeah, and they are. They have a program right now where they're allowing people. We're looking for astronauts right now, so. If anybody wants to apply, and I encourage people, anybody who you don't have to have a particular skill set to apply, you just have to have a degree in the STEM field to apply. And I'm encouraging everybody, I put it on my social media, to apply for NASA. The only thing they can do is take no. So
how do people look for your social media posting?
You can go onto my personal social media. I have a couple of them under Cornelius Booker. And also I have a new one called Life on Wheels Show. So I encourage people to check both of those out.
Now tell me about that Life on Wheels. You sent me a pre-copy.
Yes.
And I previewed it last night, and I almost laughed myself out of the wheelchair. I'm telling you, that is a professionally done piece. You've got a crew working on that, right?
I do. Thank you. Yeah, I have the whole thing. I got a producer, director, I got mic people. I mean, it's a whole production.
I noticed you're the executive producer and a writer. And somebody that looks a whole lot like you plays the role of Quinta Booker. So Quinta must be its stage name, right?
Yeah, it is. It is. It's a stage name. And
what possessed you to do a program like that?
Well, one of my focuses has been to inform the community about challenges that people with disabilities face. And it's easy for me to talk about people in wheelchairs, which Life on Wheels is actually focusing on people in wheelchairs because I've experienced it. And so I feel like I'm better to tell the story than anybody else. So I use my platform, my experience, my comedic experience to write a story that explains people the issues that people with disabilities face are the same kind of issues that everybody faces. So,
well, you have a great attitude. Some people with disabilities would be throwing things in that restaurant, let me tell you.
Yeah.
And we may get a chance to take a look at the clip.
May I have a sirloin, medium well, with potatoes, a side salad, and ranch. Okay, and for him? Our kids together.
You know what? I'll have the same. And instead of ranch, let me have Thousand Island dressing.
Okay, coming right up. Check like she don't say you.
No. I bet you see me when that check comes.
But I mean, if you actually go out to eat, are you cool like that?
No.
I am. I try to be because I've been dealing with situations for so long, but it's to the point now that I don't have to say anything. Let my wife do all the talking for me.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
All right, that's cool.
Yeah.
If the audience doesn't know what we're talking about, they can check out Life on Wheels. Yes. Available on YouTube, right?
Yes, the Life on Wheels show is available on YouTube. You can do a search for Life on Wheels show. Or you can look it on the Instagram, on the Life on Wheels show on my Instagram. And it'll also take you to the link on the YouTube as well.
Well, let me tell you, you got the Lex Frieden super tip on that.
All right.
I mean, that's worth an Emmy nomination, I guarantee you. That's nice work.
Thank you.
Cornelius, you mentioned people and identifying with disabilities. We have an issue. We've been doing some research at ILRU and the Southwest ADA Center, and we found that many people with disabilities don't like to identify as having a disability, particularly some people with mental health issues, some people who are on the spectrum, and cancer survivors. And when we ask them, they are concerned about stigma. They're concerned about managers who may not understand their condition and make up an attitude. What advice do you have for those people?
Yeah, there's definitely a stigma that has to be overcome. And one thing I would tell people is don't let someone else's idea of you change who you are. If there's opportunities that you feel like you apply for, that you feel like you qualify for, apply for the positions. And be informative. Don't be afraid to be your own advocate.
If somebody with cancer gets treated, they don't tell their boss what they're doing. They come back to work and they say, they've had chemo. They probably have a little stamina issue. May need to take frequent breaks or work flex time or whatever.
Right.
And their boss asks them why. They say finally cop out. They had cancer. What's your advice to that person? Not to worry about their boss taking an attitude?
I say, yeah, that's one thing. Don't worry about the boss taking attitude, but you don't have to disclose everything. If you tell your boss that I have a medical condition that requires me to take frequent breaks, they have to take you at their word. They can't ask you about what your diagnosis is or anything too personal. And that would also inform the people who come to our office needing a reasonable accommodation. They don't have to be personal about what their issue is to tell the manager that I need a reasonable accommodation or I need a change in my work environment.
If they feel like they're getting stiffed, where do they go?
That's also what come to me, or go to the many resources in the community, and just you can also do a Google search on advocates in the community. I know that
most companies will have an officer for that too, right?
Yeah. In my role, I also deal with complaints and issues like that. So each company should have someone who deals with disability services and be able to address those needs that they have.
Okay.
Especially if they're a large company.
All right. We'll try to provide some information for people online.
Yes.
Thank you, Cornelius. We're going to come right back. Taking one more break. Focus on Ability. Stand by.
You could eat every night of the week in Houston and only scratch the surface of all the different types of cuisines that we have here. There's so much to explore. The best way to take it is just neighborhood at a time. Each neighborhood has its own specialty, and there's just so much to learn. It's one of the best things about food is that you can never learn it all.
Downtown is an art lover's dream with more than 65 pieces of public art. Sam Houston Park is picturesque with waddling ducks and 9 frozen-in-time historic buildings.
We are a city of collaborators who build on one another's inspirations, strengths, and cultures to shape a future we all can share. We are more than 7 million ingredients that make something that cannot be discovered, tasted, or invented anywhere else.
Grease and wipes clog pipes. In fact, clogs from these items are the main cause of sewer overflows in Houston. Learn more at protectourpipes.org.
Thank you all for watching Focus on Abilities, and we've got a short segment here where we're going to talk with Cornelius Booker, stage name is Quinta Booker, about working at NASA. Cornelius, you went from a good job to a better job.
Right.
And a lot of people would say, nobody's going to hire me at NASA. There's no way through because they have so many very well accomplished applicants.
Yeah.
And, I'm curious to know, do you keep track of the proportion of people with disabilities working for the agency? And further, and perhaps more significantly, how did you get on at NASA?
Oh, yeah. Definitely we keep track of the different demographics that we have at NASA, and one of them being people with disabilities. And one of the federal government's goal is to hire a certain number of people with disabilities at every government agency. And NASA is on track to meeting that goal, and they try to continue to meet that goal. And for me to get on, one of the ways they encourage people to apply if you do have a disability is going through your vocational rehabilitation services and apply using what we call a Schedule A document. And what the Schedule A letter, which is how I actually became employed with NASA, is NASA's able to hire you on a non-competitive basis where you don't have to go through the entire process to get employment. Once you identify as a person with a disability and there's a particular position that you're interested in applying for, go ahead and apply and inform them that you have a Schedule A. And that allows people to hire you directly instead of having to go through the normal means of sending your resume.
So if a manager is looking for somebody to work for them,
yes,
there are a couple of issues here. Number one, they can look at that Schedule A list,
yes,
and look at your credentials and interview you without the need to do a competitive search and go through and bring in people and interview them and go through a long process.
Right.
So it's an advantage to the manager to use Schedule A if they need somebody in that seat quickly, somebody's capable, somebody who can work. And because of that, the federal government provides this option for managers and for applicants. And this applies to anybody with a disability who can apply under Schedule A. And when you make an application for any position, you can inform them that you have a disability and you're eligible for Schedule A employment.
Yes, and I encourage people to do that. Take advantage of the Schedule A opportunity if you have a disability.
People still get jobs through the competitive process too.
Oh yeah.
But it's quicker and more assured.
Right.
Yeah, and you'll be working for a manager who already knows the deal going in, right?
Right. And they're able to accommodate you because they know that someone that comes on may have a disability and may need an accommodation.
So what kind of accommodations are we talking about? Are we talking about raising the desk so you can fit under it in a wheelchair, or making the trash can bigger so you can put your trash across the room, or what? What are we talking about?
Yeah, we have all types of accommodations. We do have standing desk if you are not able to sit for long periods of time. We have remote work. If you're unable to come into the office, you can telework and ask for that accommodation. You're able to change your schedule if you need frequent breaks, then they're allowed you to take frequent breaks. So whatever your accommodation needs, if you need a special computer, they can get that for you. So one of the things when you're talking about reasonable accommodation is they can't consider financial situation because NASA has a lot of money. So you can't say, that's too expensive for us to accommodate. Whatever your need is, we'll try to accommodate you. If you need a new computer, a new desk, or whatever we need, we can try to accommodate.
So that really is an option for any government agency.
Yes.
And the private sector also required to meet accommodations, but there's not an equivalent Schedule A, is there?
No, there's not a particular Schedule A. Is pretty much designated for the federal government. But there are initiatives of hiring people with disabilities that people can take advantage of as well.
Okay. Cornelius, any last advice for people?
What I would encourage people to do, especially if you have a disability, is don't hide from your disability or be ashamed of what your limitations are. Because one thing I've learned is everybody has some limitations. So don't think your limitations are what's holding you back. Usually it's a mental thing that's holding you back. So push forward. Don't let your physical limitations stop you from being successful. And that's the mindset that my mom instilled in me, so that's what I want to instill in other people.
Good advice, Cornelius. Thanks to your mom and thanks to you.
Yes.
Thanks for being our guest today on Focus on Abilities. We hope everybody tunes in and checks out Life on Wheels.
Yes, sir.
Cornelius Booker and Quinta Booker on Facebook, and we hope you all will tune back in to watch another episode of Focus on Abilities. We've had Cornelius Booker here with us today, and next time we'll have a great guest. I appreciate you watching the municipal channel HTV, and thank the producers here for their hard work. This is Lex Frieden. Come back again for another Focus on Abilities.
This is Michelle from the Houston Public Library.
Hola a todos, bienvenidos. Me llamo Valentín y soy parte de la Biblioteca Pública de Houston.
Welcome to STEM Time. Today we're making water bottle race car.
Bienvenidos a esta actividad de STEAM. Hoy vamos a hacer un carrito con una botella de agua.
For the supplies, you're going to need an empty water bottle.
Para este proyecto vamos a usar una botella vacía.
4 bottle caps for the wheels.
4 tapitas,
a balloon,
globo,
a skewer,
un palillo de madera,
2 plastic straws,
2 popotes,
and a pair of scissors,
tijeras
and scotch tape.
y cinta adhesiva.
Okay, so we're going to begin by putting the bottle caps on your skewers and use them as wheels.
Vamos a comenzar volteando las tapas y las vamos a utilizar como llantas y vamos a usar
And you will use the pointy end of your skewer, poke right through the middle of your bottle cap.
Vamos a usar el palillo y le vamos a hacer un hoyo en el medio de la tapadera.
Be very careful because the pointy end of the skewer can be kind of sharp. If you need help, have an adult help you with this step.
Tengan mucho cuidado porque la punta está muy puntiaguda y si necesitan ayuda, pregúntenle a un adulto.
Once you have the holes made, go ahead and place the bottle cap all the way to the end of the skewer.
Cuando hayan hecho los hoyos en la tapa, vamos a meter la primera tapa y lo vamos a meter hasta el fondo, hasta el último.
Leave a little space so your wheel doesn't fall off. Grab a straw and cut it in half.
Agarra el popote y lo cortamos a la mitad.
Insert your skewer into the straw.
Vamos a meter el popote en el palillo.
Place the other cap onto your skewer.
Y después metemos el siguiente tapa en tu palillo.
And do the same thing for the other side as well.
Y vamos a hacer uno por el otro lado con cuidado de no picarse.
The straw. If your straw is too long, cut it a little bit.
Si tu popote está largo, lo vamos a cortar un poquito.
And the last cap.
Y metemos la última tapa.
There you go. And now you can break the skewer right in the middle in half. You can use scissors to help you to cut it, or as an adult to help you.
Vamos a cortar en el medio. Pueden usar las manos o pueden usar las tijeras. Si van a usar las manos, piden ayuda a un adulto.
There you have the 2 axles, one for the front wheel and one for the back wheel. The next step is you're going to squish your water bottle a little bit and cut a hole on top.
El siguiente paso vamos a cortar, vamos a aplastar nuestra botella y vamos a cortarle un hoyito.
And grab your whole straw, the long straw, and insert through the hole and out towards the front of the bottle opening. It's a little bit tricky, but take your time.
Aquí puede estar un poco difícil y traten de tomar su tiempo.
Now make sure the top of the straw is pointing upwards, and the part where it's coming out of the bottle, make sure it's pointing straight through. And you can use tape to secure the straw, hold it in place.
Recuerden que se aseguren de que su popote esté apuntando horizontalmente y vamos a asegurar con el tape que esté apegado.
And then we're going to put our wheels on the bottom of the bottle. And you can use tape to help you secure it, hold it in place.
Lo próximo va a ser que vamos a poner nuestras llantas y vamos a usar cinta adhesiva para pegarlo abajo de la botella.
That's the back wheel, and then we're going to do the front wheel.
Estas son las llantas delanteras y ahora vamos a poner las llantas de atrás.
Kind of take your time and make sure the wheels are balanced. That will help your car to go far.
Y tomen su tiempo para poner las llantas para que estén balanceadas y para que su carro pueda ir más lejano.
Okay, and the last step is we're going to cut the balloon just a little bit towards the tip.
Y la siguiente paso va a ser que vamos a cortar un poquito de nuestro globo. Ahí vamos. Y en esta parte, si necesitan ayuda de un adulto, pídensela.
And then you're going to stretch your balloon right over the upper part of your straw. Maybe have someone help you hold the water bottle so it doesn't move. And grab some tape and tape the lip of the balloon securely so it's closed and does not leak air.
Y vamos a poner tape alrededor del popote con el globo para que no se le salga el aire.
Okay, there you go. Your race card is ready to go.
Y allí lo tienen, ahí está su carro. Ahora para probarlo.
And to make your car run, simply blow into the straw. This will blow up the balloon.
Y para que su carro corra, le vamos a echar aire al globo.
The air you breathe out stretches the rubber. The rubber pushes back on the air. As the rubber pushes the air back towards the straw, the bending the straw changes the direction of the air travels, so it escapes horizontally. As the air escapes, it pushes the car forward. The more air passing through the straw, the greater the force pushing the car, and the faster your car will travel.
Ok, so ¿cómo funciona? Cuando soplamos aire en el globo, el aire hace que el globo se expande. El hule empuja para atrás el aire y el aire trata de escaparse, y la única forma que puede hacerlo es por un hoyo. Cuando el aire se topa con la curva del popote, hace que rebote y cambie dirección para que escape horizontalmente. Cuanto más aire pase, más fuerza tiene para empujar el carro.
So once you have the air in the balloon, use your finger to hold the air in and place your car on the floor and simply let go.
Le metemos aire al globo y simplemente lo dejamos ir. ¿Listos?
Voila! I hope you have fun with this experiment. Thank you for tuning in to STEM Time at the library. We'll see you next time.
Espero que se hayan divertido y que hayan disfrutado de esta actividad de STEM. Lo vemos próximamente. Y si tienen amigos y amigas, recuerden, pueden acercarles con sus carros. Los esperamos. Adiós.
Hello, my name is Guadalupe Hernandez. My work deals a lot with going back and revisiting these places of my childhood in Mexico and documenting them.
The influx of so many different people arriving here in Houston from around the world is very impactful on my palette as well as my canvas as an artist.
Mainly for me, just all the art that was in Houston was a big influence on me. It really got me serious about making my own.
In Houston, we make tomorrow together.
But first, we make dinner together. We mix ingredients and cultures. We create excitement you can taste.
And experiences to savor.
Join us in Houston.
Let's make tomorrow together.
Throughout the COVID-19 pandemic, Metro has been there for you, getting medical center employees and other essential workers to their jobs during lockdown. We're also improving your customer experience, from more frequent cleanings to security monitors on vehicles. We've launched free Wi-Fi and installed over 3,000 new accessible bus stops, all to make your ride better. Visit ridemetro.org to learn how you can drive less and do more.
to STEM with Houston Public Library. I'm Jonathan.
This is Michelle.
And today we are making color changing milk. This activity is intended for all ages. For this activity, you will need food coloring,
Milk,
a shallow dish,
cotton swabs.
and dish soap.
First, pour enough milk to cover the bottom of your dish.
And then put a couple drops of your food coloring. So once you are ready, grab your cotton swabs, dip them into the dish soap, submerge it into the milk, and watch the magic happen. Now make sure to keep the cotton swabs as still as possible.
The reason for this reaction to happen is because the fat and proteins in the milk are sensitive to changes. Dish soap weakens the chemical bonds that hold them together.
And then the soap's polar end dissolves in water, and its hydrophobic end attaches to fat globules in the milk. The molecules of fat bend, roll, and twist in all directions as the soap molecules race around to join up with the fat molecules.
The food coloring makes this reaction easier to observe. As the soap becomes evenly mixed with the milk, the action slows down and eventually stops. Thank you for joining us today. We hope you enjoyed this video.
Thank you for joining STEM with the Houston Public Library. We'll see you next time.
Welcome to Professor P's STEM Lab at the Houston Public Library, and I'm Professor P. And assisting me today is Cody. Today we'll be making paper bridges. This activity is intended for ages 5 and up. The supplies you'll need will be 2 sheets of paper, 4 books of equal size, and lots of pennies. How many pennies will your paper bridge hold before it collapses? Today we'll learn how to make a bridge using a strong bridge with the right support. The challenge today is to use 2 pieces of paper to make a bridge. The books have to be 6 inches apart and no tape can be used. Bridges are structures that need to be built to withstand external forces and last for decades to centuries. Let's go over 2 different types of bridges. The arch bridge is a curved design which does not push loaded forces straight down, but instead they're conveyed along the curve of the arch to support each end. The pillar bridge supports the flat plank structure with columns to help compress and keep the whole bridge supported. Now, Cody's going to try out a bridge design.
Okay, so for the first design, it's going to be just 1 sheet of paper. We're going to put it like this between the 2 stacks of books and see how many pennies it holds.
Okay, let's try with 1 first. Oh, we almost made it, but didn't quite make it. The reason the structure fell because the paper was very flexible and strong in tension, but it's weak in compression. Paper is so flexible not because it's soft, but because it's so thin. Now, Cody, don't forget you can use 2 pieces of paper. So try another bridge using the 2 sheets of paper.
Okay, so for the second design, I'm going to take off the first 2 books, place 1 sheet of paper in the middle, replace both books, and I'm gonna slightly pull. That way it kind of creates an arch in the middle, and we gotta make sure the arch is in the middle. And the second piece is gonna go right on top. So we have the arch under, and then we have the second one, which is going to act as the main bridge. And we're going to see how many pennies this one holds.
Okay, so now let's see. Now, the reason that this failed is because the compression went straight down, and you know, with the arch, all the support is on the sides. So Cody, now let's attempt to do one last bridge design.
Okay, so for the last bridge design, it's going to be 3 pillars. So I'm going to take my one piece of paper, I'm going to fold it in half, right down the middle. And then from here, what you're going to want to do is tear it into sections of 3. So 1, 2, and 3. Okay, so I have my 3 pillars here, and I'm going to just stack them one by one right in the middle, like so. And then I'm going to take my second piece of paper, put it on the top, and now we're going to see how many pennies this bridge will hold.
A handful of pennies. Now, this structure worked because of the 3 pillars up underneath is giving support to the plank on the top, or the top of the bridge. Now, how does this relate to STEM? Here we're practicing engineering. We're building structures for people to cross in a car or on foot. Here we learn that failure is a big part of the engineering process, and that it's common for you to fail the first attempt. Sometimes you're going to have to fail numbers of times to improve on whatever it is you're trying to create. So each time you fail, you're going to have an opportunity to improve that project. Thanks for attending Professor P's STEM Lab at the Houston Public Library.
Hello, my name is Guadalupe Hernandez. My work deals a lot with going back and revisiting these places of my childhood in Mexico and documenting them.
The influx of so many different people arriving here in Houston from around the world is very impactful on my palette as well as my canvas as an artist.
Mainly for me, just all the art that was in Houston was a big influence on me. It really got me serious about making my own.
In Houston, we make tomorrow together.
But first, we make dinner together. We mix ingredients and cultures. We create excitement you can taste.
And experiences to savor.
Join us in Houston.
Let's make tomorrow together.
Throughout the COVID-19 pandemic, Metro has been there for you, getting medical center employees and other essential workers to their jobs during lockdown. We're also improving your customer experience, from more frequent cleanings to security monitors on vehicles. We've launched free Wi-Fi and installed over 3,000 new accessible bus stops, all to make your ride better. Visit ridemetro.org to learn how you can drive less and do more.
Welcome to Professor P's STEM Lab at the Houston Public Library. I'm Professor P, and the STEM we'll be doing today is tic-tac-toe math, and my opponent will be Chris. Now, this is intended for ages 7 and up, and the supplies you will need are Now, let me tell you how to create the game. You need 9 squares, and we're going to write numbers 1 through 9 on the squares. Then we're going to create the game board, which is the tic-tac-toe board. Now, the directions to play the game it's just like tic-tac-toe, but there's a twist to it. It must equal up to 15. So you can do it vertically, horizontally, diagonally, but the exception is you cannot play 5 in the center. If you play 5 in the center, the person that plays 5 automatically wins. So now, let's get started. Let's play. Now, we're going to play the game, but you have to decide who's going to go first. You can determine by age, you can determine by flipping a coin, or you can do rock, paper, scissors, shoot. Today, we chose to do rock, paper, scissors, shoot. So, Chris, you ready?
Ready.
Here we go. Rock, paper, scissors, shoot.
Oh, you win.
Okay, so I'm going to start. So I'm going to play, let's see. I'm going to play 3 here.
Okay. I'm going to play 6 in the middle.
And then I'm going to play 9.
Okay. I'm going to play 4.
I'm going to play 5, tic-tac-toe. Now, let me tell you how I won the game. 4 plus 6 is 10. 10 plus 5 is 15. You can play it as many times as you want. How does this relate to STEM? This is M, which is mathematics. We did addition today. Thanks for attending Professor P's STEM Lab at the Houston Public Library. Hi, welcome to Professor P's STEM Lab at the Houston Public Library, and I'm Professor P. And Cody will be assisting me today. Today we're going to make the DIY flashlights. This is intended for ages 7 and up with adult supervision. Now, the supply list that you're going to need LED lights, lithium battery, a popsicle stick, binder clips, copper tape, and scotch tape, and scissors. Now, we need to prep before we get started with our DIY flashlight. We're going to take a popsicle stick, cut it in half, and it's going to look like this. Then we're going to take our LED light, and let me give you a quick lesson in this. If you notice, the LED light has 2 legs, and they're in different sizes. One is longer than the other. So the reason that this is the longer end is positive and the shorter end is negative. This is very important when creating your flashlight. Okay, let's turn this over to Cody. Now, Cody, take your copper tape and cut it in half. And I want you to take one of your halves and cut it in half. Now you'll notice that there's a white background to your copper tape. That's the adhesive of the tape, so make sure you take that off before creating your flashlight. Now, Cody's going to take the longer end of the copper tape and put it on the positive leg, the longer leg. Then we're going to flip it over and put the shorter end on the shorter leg, which would be your negative. Now, after we do that, we're going to add a little Scotch tape to the top, and it would go around your popsicle stick. Now, Cody, we're going to take the battery, and I want you to know it's two sides. It has a negative and a positive. You want to put the positive towards the positive. So we're going to put the binder clip on the end. We're going to slide the battery, and you'll notice it has a plus on the front of the battery. We want that to touch the copper. So we're going to put that in the, slide it into the binder clip. Then we're going to take the two legs of the binder clip and pull them up. Now, we're going to take the positive side down and leave the negative side up. Now, your flashlight is actually complete. Now, you may have to wiggle it a little. You're going to have to put pressure on the battery, and you may have to kind of bend it toward you, and you'll notice the flashlight comes on. Isn't that cool? You just created a DIY flashlight. How this relates to STEM. This is technology. We did a simple circuit. A simple circuit is the flow of electricity. The copper tape acted as a conductor to carry the charge from the power source, which was our battery, to the LED light. The binder clip helped complete the circuit and acted as a switch, allowing you to turn your flashlight off and on. Thanks for attending Professor Pete's STEM Lab at the Houston Public Library.
Chair recognizes.
I don't see her.
Who are you looking for?
Thomas?
No, I'm doing it for her.
Huh? Oh, you're doing it for her? Okay, Mayor Pro Tem.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor. On behalf of Councilmember Thomas, it is my honor to introduce today's guest for the invocation, Bishop Ricky L. White. He's the senior pastor of Agape Christian Fellowship Church in Houston, of course, in District F. Bishop White is a lifelong Houstonian whose ministry has spanned more than 5 decades. He has faithfully served the people of our city through pastoral leadership, biblical teaching, community outreach, and compassionate service to those most in need. Throughout his ministry, Bishop White has demonstrated an unwavering commitment to strengthening families, empowering youth, and uplifting communities. Under his leadership, thousands of families and students have benefited from educational programs, food distribution efforts, youth sports initiatives, and support services for individuals experiencing hardship and homelessness. Bishop White serves as the senior pastor of Agape Christian Fellowship Church alongside his wife, Pastor Deborah White, who is here with him today. He continues to lead with integrity, compassion, and a vision centered on service, unity, and faith. Please join me, Council and Mayor, in welcoming Bishop Ricky L. White as he comes forward to deliver today's invocation. Bishop White.
Thank you to Mayor Whitmire, to Martha Tatum, Mayor Pro Tem, to the council members, and to all of our leaders. I want to begin by saying thank you so much and for inviting me, to Tiffany Thomas for inviting me to come and do this. I consider this a privilege and an honor to be able to stand before you. With that in mind, let's pray. Almighty and everlasting Father, we come before you with grateful hearts, acknowledging the privilege and responsibility of public service. We thank you for the city of Houston, for its people, its neighborhoods, its diversity, and the opportunities to build stronger communities together. We ask you for your wisdom and guidance upon our mayor, city council members, and our city leaders, and all who serve this great city of Houston. Grant them discernment to make decisions with integrity, courage to address challenges, compassion to always remember the needs of the people they serve and represent. May their conversations be marked by respect, their actions by justice, and their leadership by a commitment to the common good. Help us to seek solutions that bring hope, safety, opportunity, and unity throughout Houston. Bless the residents of our city, protect our families, strengthen our communities, and inspire each of us who serve one another with humility and kindness. May we always be reminded that true leadership is found not only in authority, but in service. In the name of Jesus, we pray. Amen.
Thank you, Pastor. Please rise for the pledge. Please call the roll.
Mayor Whitmire.
Present.
Councilmember Peck.
Here.
Councilmember Jackson.
Here.
Councilmember Panzarello.
Here.
Councilmember Evans Shabazz. Councilmember Flickinger will be absent. Councilmember Thomas will be absent. Councilmember Huffman will be absent. Councilmember Castillo will be absent. Councilmember Martinez will be absent. Councilmember Pollard. Councilmember Castex Tatum.
Here.
Councilmember Ramirez. Here. Councilmember Davis. Here. Councilmember Carter. Councilmember Salinas. Here. And Councilmember Alcorn.
Here.
We have 9. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. We have 9. We have 9.
Need a motion to adopt the minutes of June 9th and 10th and June 16th and 17th.
Castex Tatum move.
Second.
Motion's made and seconded. All in favor say yes. Those opposed, nay. Motion passes. Any procedural motions? Councilmember Alcorn.
I move to suspend the rules to put Melanie Kanya, Julie Thobe, Joe Bailey, Kristen Schlemmer, Chris Valdez, and Tatiana Rapinski at the top of the 3-minute non-agenda list.
Motion made and seconded. All in favor say yes. Those opposed, nay. Motion passes. Councilmember Davis.
Thank you, Mayor. I move to suspend the rule to add
Tamara Bell to the list under the non-agenda, the 3-minute list under the names of the last person under Councilman Sally Alcorn.
Motion made and seconded. All in favor say yes. Those opposed, nay. Motion passes. Anyone else? If not, Ms. Secretary, you call the first speaker.
Kim Weller. To be followed by Tim Traver from Spring.
Good evening. Thank you. This is my first time here. I appreciate the opportunity. My name is Kim Weller. I'm in District C, so welcome, Councilman Panzarella. I'm here with my neighbors. We live on the 2000 block of Bernard. We were part of the 72-inch water line that was installed for about 2 years, completing last year on August the 11th. That was an interesting experience. If there's anyone here from Public Works, I would love to speak to them afterwards. We're still dealing with the ramifications of that. I personally had a significant gushing water leak that took 4 cases by me, a plumber, and a sprinkler person to get the city to acknowledge it, and then end-to-end 3 months to get it fixed. My neighbor who is here is currently dealing with an identical situation. It's been happening for 2 weeks while they've been out of town, flooding into the street, flooding into their yard. We're here in Beam, and so they also have significant flooding underneath their home. So that's been a bit challenging. We're here just asking for help to resolve the continued issues from the very significant project by the city. By the way, thank you for investing in the infrastructure. We do appreciate that. The second part of what I wanted to share was just around the 311 experience. It's a fantastic initial experience when you open a case. You can upload the media and you can provide your comments. If you as a citizen are trying to give additional information after that about that case, potentially something that can help you as a city manage the quality of the contractor that you're dealing with, it's very difficult. You have to make a phone call or send an email to add any notes. Currently, my neighbor has 12 cases open for their flood leak, not by them, by other people in the community. Today, when I spoke to someone, he asked me to mention Sal is on it, so we do have communication as a result of me signing up to speak here. It was unclear to him which of those 12 cases to go get information for me. So I'm in IT. I work on app development and web development. If there's any kind of citizen panel that can give you feedback on 311 and how it can be better, I would love to be on that. But I think that could make everyone's experience more positive and help us be informed as you're trying to solve these issues and for us to give you updates in an efficient way. Thank you.
Very good. Councilmember Panzarella.
Just wanted to say thank you for being here. I understand the concern, and I know it's been difficult to get that worked through, but I understand that it's being resolved, and I just want to say thank you for sharing your voice and for being here today.
Yeah, we appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Next.
Tim Traver of Spring, to be followed by Melanie Kania.
Okay, he's passing things on. Ready? Okay. Is it on? You got it. Okay. My name is Tim Traver. I'm an owner of 306 Cody Street. I respectfully oppose the right-of-way variance request for 4210 Fulton Street, where the applicant proposes a mixed building use for a massage parlor and a restaurant right next to our property. The variance requires a demonstrated hardship and a clear public benefit. The property's been vacant since 2008. It was taken from us by Metro. It was part of our family who had owned that property since 1930. The property's shape did not create a hardship. Metro plotted it, and the variances were clearly stated. It's been through 2 investors, and the last investor says, oh, we want to build something, but we need variances. And the approach on the variances, they have to demonstrate a hardship. It's been that way since 1930. I don't understand what has changed. They made an investment, and if they can't fit it on the property, that's their problem. Anyhow, a variance cannot be granted solely for economic gain, which they're trying to salvage their investment. A lot could be developed as either a business, a massage parlor, or a restaurant, but in a 20-foot building, they're trying to put two things on it. I've got attachments. I'm probably going to run out of time. Granting the variance provides no clear public benefit. It actually hurts us because the decrease in our property values is going to be over 50 grand. And they only paid $90,000 for the land. So why are you taking money out of our pocket and giving it to them when they haven't demonstrated any need at all that justifies a variance? I know that's not the way Planning Commission works. It's you have something, you need something. If we can accommodate you, we will.
Your time has expired.
Did you finish, sir?
No, that's fine.
You can go ahead.
I've given you the things. There's other points. If you have questions, feel free.
Very good. Thank you.
I want to follow you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next.
Melanie Kania, to be followed by Julie Toby.
Hi, everyone. Good evening. Thank you for the opportunity tonight. This is also my first time here. My name is Melanie Kania, and I serve as the first Vice President and Public Affairs Chair of the Old Sixth Ward Neighborhood Association. And I'm here this evening alongside fellow residents to represent our community and respectfully request your support for the proposed 90-day administrative hold on permitting and construction of gas stations within 200 feet of residential lot lines. Earlier this week, our association submitted a letter of support outlining this position. Our community is requesting this because of the recent results from the Houston Health Department's preliminary pilot where benzene levels were elevated. Given that benzene is a known carcinogen, these findings are understandably concerning for our neighborhood and for our communities across Houston. While this issue first surfaced in our neighborhood, it has clearly resonated more broadly through continued engagement. We've seen alignment and growing support across Super Neighborhood 22 and other community groups across Houston, all asking for the same thing: the opportunity to better understand the risks and ensure the right safeguards are in place. For me, this is also personal. I have a 2-year-old. We spend a lot of time out in the neighborhood and in the community, and I understandably care deeply about the environment our children grow up in. As parents, we are concerned about the potential health risks associated with benzene exposure. And to be clear, this is not about stopping development. It's about taking a targeted 90-day pause to gather the facts, evaluate the findings, and determine whether additional safeguards may be warranted. We've also seen this kind of measured approach before, including in the 5th Ward, where development was paused to allow for further health-related study. Therefore, we feel a similar step is warranted here. And before I close, I'd like to thank Council Members Castillo, Alcorn, and Salinas, along with their staffs, for their continued engagement and support and partnership on this issue. Thank you for your time and consideration.
No question.
Very good. Thank you, ma'am.
Julie Toby, to be followed by Joe Bailey.
Hello, everyone. I'm also from the Old Sixth Ward, and my name is Julie Toby. I'm here to register my support for an administrative hold. We understand there is a mechanism for that, a hold on this gas station project at 1909 Washington. The Health Department, and I thank the council members who initiated a Health Department study of emissions from gas station pumps. The preliminary study showed that there were elevated benzene at the fence line. It's a known carcinogen. The temporary hold will give the city the time to study other gas islands to see if the benzene levels actually show elevation in other situations. I count on the city to fill-in development is rampant here, and people are fitting gas stations on small properties. In this case, it's a very small property. The 1909 Washington is on the edge of our neighborhoods. I live right behind, there are 3 of us that live right behind where this will be. So we will literally be about 25, I'll be maybe 35 feet from fueling of cars, vehicles, and also the loading of the fuel into the storage tank, which will be right behind our fences from the plans we have seen. There are children that live next door to me. One is 4.5, one is 9. They play in their backyard. Other concerns are, well, can we even grill hamburgers safely in our backyard? Fire concerns. Of course, after it's built, we would be dealing with things like light pollution and noise, which I also consider to be health hazards. Please, since there is a mechanism for a hold while the study is being done by the health department, I hope that you all will do what you need to do to put that in place. And thank you all for your time and support. It's something that we're concerned about, not just for our neighborhood, but for the city at large. It has happened all over where people are trying to protect a quality of life that Houston has been known for, and we feel as though we're losing it. So thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. Next.
Joe Bailey. To be followed by Kristen Schlemmer.
Thank you, Mayor Whitmire, and thank you, Council, especially members Alcorn, Castillo, Salinas, and staff who have encouraged our inquiry into these issues. I'm Joe Bailey. I live in the Old 6th Ward. My neighbors live in protected historic landmark homes 4 feet from a proposed 24-hour gas station. I'm an attorney, and I co-directed a documentary on fire science. Gasoline vapor is heavier than air. It pools in low spaces, the open crawl spaces in historic cisterns beneath 1800s wood homes. If vapor ever found a spark or a fire started just feet away, radiant heat alone without any direct flame could ignite these wood walls, and balloon frame houses burn very fast. Troubled by that adjacency, I turned my attention citywide and found a gap. Most cities keep operations like this at a safe distance from homes through zoning. Houston doesn't zone, so our fire code and the fire marshal's judgment are the only safeguard residents have. The code already assigns her a plan review duty, but under our current process, she isn't brought into fuel operations review at the plan stage at all, only at the end when the choice is to condemn a finished station or approve one that should never have been built where it can't operate safely. That isn't fair to anyone, not to residents, not to the first responders we'll call, and not even to the station owners who could build at real expense only to face an operation that can't lawfully run. So we asked for a focused administrative hold on new fuel islands proposed within 200 feet of homes, while the health department finishes its benzene study and the fire marshal and council build the process to apply a duty our code already requires. Thank you. I really appreciate your consideration.
Councilman Alcorn.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Joe, for coming. There's some more speakers on this issue, and it has been something I know Councilmember Castillo has been working on for some time. We met with and Councilmember Salinas too, and myself. We met with the health department, Mayor. As you know, they're doing this study. They did find elevated benzene levels at the fence line. We've gotten information that one fence line does not make a new ordinance. They have to, of course, continue this at other places, other homes, and they're already in contact with homeowners that have a residence near a gas station, and those results won't be until October. So we all the district council members know of this issue. This is a tough issue. We don't have zoning. We have rules in place. Like you said, the fire marshal doesn't come till the very end of everything. Joe has worked a lot on this. He's done a ton of research, and I learned a lot about the fire code part of this too, not just the carcinogen. Very interesting stuff. Definitely something we need to be taking a look at. I, of course, would be in favor of holding on this one on Washington. I've been told by legal, and I'll let Randy opine, you know, and I've run into this in other issues around the city. Once somebody buys a property, has their plat approved, gets their permits, it's like you can't change the rules. But I'll let Randy, if you don't mind, Mayor, if he can kind of explain that to.
Sure, and I've been in touch with Randy and Arturo and all the proper departments, and right now we're being told we just legally do not have a pathway to hold it up, but we're not giving up. We're going to continue. It's a citywide problem. We know that. I see our friends from Third Ward that we've researched how to block that. We've talked to the landowner, we've talked to the developer, we thought about the tourists doing a retention pond, so we understand, but as the council member mentioned, without zoning, we really have a wall before us getting over.
Yes, sir.
So we'll continue. Would you?
That's fine, unless the city attorney wants to, okay.
No, I mean, the mayor's absolutely correct. We've looked at this, planning's looked at it, we have looked at it, and they're in compliance with our code and all the other laws. There's just nothing at this point that we could find that would allow us to prohibit them moving forward with the construction.
Well, I'll let you go. I'll let you talk, Joe, in a second. But I mean, obviously, this is a serious issue that you know, we've got to find some relief for residents that are, I mean, 25 feet or whatever. I mean, that's crazy. Go ahead, Joe. Finish.
Yeah, I think my concerns is that nobody's looked at the operations for the fuel transfer and whether those will actually be compliant with local, state, and federal law. And in my view, you know, and what I've been able to determine, it's not clear to me that the applicant has demonstrated that kind of proximity will allow for consistent operations that are in compliance with all of those code requirements. And that has to do with the operations and the delivery as much as with the building of it.
Councilmember Davis.
Councilmember Davis.
Thank you, Mayor. Mr. Bailey, thank you for coming and expressing a question for you. In regards to this issue around stations, this is not a new issue. This issue has come up before in other communities just a few months ago, particularly in the neighborhood in Riverside where I live in. There's someone else who was going to speak to that. So this is really not nothing new. But along with that, there are other issues pertaining to what comes in communities, whether it be private property, people bringing in junk, yards and all that kind of thing. So diversity in terms of this problem is not just centered on service stations, but also residents that undergo a lot of things in their community that should not be brought in. So my question to you, is you bringing this up on this matter, how do you feel about zoning?
Right.
Would you vote for zoning?
Would I personally?
Yeah.
I don't know. I'd have to look at it.
Yeah.
Hard.
See, that's one of the that's one of the issues right there. In regards, as you just heard from the mayor as well as the attorney, the zoning issue is a dilemma that all of Houstonians at some point in a particular thing face. So I just wanted to take a survey about the people addressing it, how they feel about zoning.
I would definitely consider it. I don't know.
Very good.
I'd have to listen to everybody.
Good deal.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilmember Salinas.
Thank you so much for coming. If you haven't already, would you mind either now or sending to our office the specific local regulations that you think would be at issue for the transportation? Because we'd love to explore together with legal if there's an alternative avenue to go.
Absolutely.
And then my other just comment, I know we're discussing particularly the gas station at Washington Avenue, but I know there's been a separate discussion about just a general moratorium on any gas stations that the study is undertaken. And I just want to say that issue is still something we're discussing internally. I know I have a lot of questions and, having a very collaborative dialogue with legal. So I think we're continuing to see, obviously there's a question of can we stop this particular gas station? That seems like a harder burden to overcome, but the bigger question of can we stop other gas stations that we have not yet approved is something I think we're still trying to figure out internally. But so grateful to you for all of your advocacy on this issue. And if you have any creative ideas, please don't hesitate to give our office a call and share.
Thank you so much.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you very much for raising this issue, and to the council members that have been working on this. A couple of years ago, we looked at if there was any opportunities for us to try to put a moratorium on some of these gas stations, because I know in District K, almost every corner has a gas station. When there's a vacant lot, guess what's coming? A gas station. And the residents are very frustrated with having a gas station on every corner, and we tried every avenue. Texas is such a strong property rights state, but I'm curious to know from you, Randy, when we talk about benzene and the hazardous things that come from gas stations, I feel like we should have some kind of legal standing to at least do the study.
Well, it's my understanding that the health department is looking into that right now. I think they're already conducting a study.
So,
the study is being conducted.
If they are conducting the study, can we hold up the permit until we get the results of the study?
So it is my understanding that, without getting to specifics, we don't think we have enough yet to hold anything up. They've only done a very, very small study, and they feel like they would probably have, if I understand health correctly, I'm speaking for health, but they think they'd have a better grasp on things closer to October. They've only looked at, as my understanding, one location, and that's it.
So, and has there been a conversation with the owner to wait for the study? Did we ask the owner, can they wait for the study?
Of you about the location on Washington?
Yes.
I do not know that, but I can find out.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for being here, and we'll continue, the council members will continue to work on it.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next.
Kristen Schlemmer. To be followed by Chris Valdez.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Council. I'm Kristen Schlemmer. I'm an environmental attorney, an old Sixth Ward resident, and a parent to a 7-year-old who was just trying to come up here with me. Today we're asking for an administrative hold on gas station permitting for any permits that are being issued for residences within 200 feet of residences. I appreciate the discussion about the 1909 project in particular, but that is what motivates me to be here. But what we're asking for is for an administrative hold on all permitting if the permit is for a gas station within 200 feet of a home. And the reason we're asking for this has been a problem that has demanded a solution that's been really lacking. We've been spending more than a year on this issue with respect to the 1909 Washington gas station, and we've encountered so many dead ends at the local, state, and federal level. So we've been really, really appreciative of the council members who have met with us and have helped us come up with solutions that will benefit not just us, we hope, but also the city as a whole. And the reason,
Let me question. So you've been meeting, so looking for a solution, and obviously I've met with the directors. What is your concept of an administrative hold?
It would be that
if legal says there's no pathway legally to do that, and certainly violates property rights. So obviously I look to the legislature, but what is let's all make sure we're using the understanding of the right term. What in your vision is an administrative hold?
I think to answer this question, I want to clarify. I did see analysis by the legal department around 4 o'clock today. And to me, that analysis was specific to the site on 1909 Washington, but wasn't directly answering this question of an administrative hold on other permits that have not been issued. And so I think that, my reading of the legal department's memo is that there is a basis for an administrative hold. And I'm really interested. It sounds like that the legal department is still reviewing the question with regard to gas stations as a whole when they're in that 200 feet threshold. And I look forward to hearing their answer on it.
Sure.
Yeah.
Well, we have, as everyone knows, this has been an issue for years. We have a new, very aggressive health department director, and there's obviously a new public works director and permitting, so we're all putting our heads together, but I was just seeing if you had a recommendation or a new concept that hadn't been explored.
No.
And what you think an administrative hold consists of?
No, and in terms of the city-wide administrative hold, no. I think it would just be the city is not going to issue permits for new gas stations if they fall within this 200-foot threshold. And the reason for that isn't just to have a hold, it would be so that the city can then come up with those long-term solutions. The reason the health department is doing this study is partly to evaluate whether there can be an ordinance solution to this. And my understanding is the legal department has 2 draft ordinances before them that they're considering. And this, the completion of this study will show whether adopting one of those ordinances would be, have a legally sound basis.
Thus far, they've advised us they haven't found one that they think is legal, but, we've got some good minds right around council, and we'll use your knowledge. So just thank you for being here, and we're working. I want you to know that.
Okay. Thank you. I really appreciate it.
Councilmember Ramirez, another legal mind.
Thank you, Ms. Schlimmer. Question for you. Do you know of any other Texas cities that have a 200-foot distance requirement?
I know San Antonio has a more generous foot requirement, but I don't know the number off the top of my head. My neighbor, Tatiana Rapinski, is here and can probably answer that question.
And does San Antonio have a zoning ordinance?
They do.
Yeah, okay. If anybody's aware of a Texas city that doesn't have a zoning ordinance where you've got a distance requirement, I'd be interested in hearing about that.
Just say, I'll let you come back up in a moment, but I don't think we can have a discussion from the pews. Yes, ma'am.
So to answer your question, or not to answer your question, but just to address the zoning question, San Antonio zoning didn't take care of this issue. They had to pass an ordinance that went beyond their zoning. I think the way it's structured does relate back to their zoning, but I don't think that that's a barrier here. I think actually our zoning means it's even more important. Like that is how this council can address the issue, is to pass an ordinance because we don't have zoning. It's a problem that we're already seeing a basis for it in this preliminary study. And this preliminary study that the health department is doing isn't just, it's based on sound science. There's other studies that have been done nationwide that show that gas stations emit benzene and that that's harmful to health. And what this health department study is doing is grounding that in Houston, like looking at what's happened in other places and making sure that it's true here. And so far it looks like what they're finding is what's happening in Houston is totally consistent with what these studies of other places have concluded already.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Very good. Thank you, Joe.
Councilmember Davis. Sorry, just.
Councilmember Davis.
Thank you, Mayor. Just question again, would you support?
Well, for this issue, I don't think it matters, but I think so. I think I would support zoning. I, of course, would want to look at any proposal that came before me as a voter, but if it protects the health of me and my neighbors, I'm here for it.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Joe, I know you're dying to say something, so I'm not going to deny you. Come on up. But
No, I appreciate it. So Kristen,
well, wait till you get to the mic, okay?
Yes, sir. So Kristen was able to say exactly what I was about to say. So basically, San Antonio their zoning was patchwork, and so zoning didn't help, so they passed an ordinance. So,
Yeah, it's okay. We're looking at all of our options. Thank you for your work.
One more, sorry, sir.
Councilor Ramirez.
Thank you, Mayor. In point of order, Randy, do you know if a city without zoning like Houston could pass a 200-foot distance requirement?
You know, off the top of my head, I don't. Presumably, with enough intense studies showing, and this is me, we do have some authority as a home rule municipality to pass our own ordinances, so we'll start there. Presuming there is nothing that would, in state law, federal law, that would preempt us, and we could show a sound, perhaps health reasoning behind it, possibly yes. I can't say definitely. I've never looked at this particular issue. I know that we do have some other types of businesses that we regulate with distance, but many of those are based on a state statute. So how close you can have alcohol, sell alcohol, I think like related, how close it can be to a church. So I can't think of any that we have done necessarily related to health, but I know we are looking at it. We're working with health to try to find an avenue to address this.
And do you know if we could rely on studies done by other cities that have enacted, a distance requirement like that?
That I can't say. I would think that the studies would have to relate to your local municipality to show the harm is in your local municipality, not generally speaking. That would be my off the top of my head.
Yeah. Thank you.
Councilor, I think we have to go to the legislature, and it's listed the exceptions to those property rights being alcohol, adult entertainment. So I don't know why we wouldn't get, with the support that is demonstrated for an exception to gas stations near property lines, and certainly use new studies to support it. Yes, sir.
Yeah, and I just would point out as well the police power of the city with regards to fire safety is a mechanism, I think, that would be pretty strong.
All right. Next.
Chris Valdez, to be followed by Tatiana Rapinski.
Good evening, everybody. First and foremost, I want to say happy birthday, Joe, who's taken his birthday time to be here with us today, so I appreciate that a lot. Second, I also want to acknowledge the contributions of Councilmember Jackson, who brought this subject up last year back in May, if I'm not mistaken on the dates, and through those efforts, we've been able to move into new exciting places and territory on this subject. I want to say that you've heard from a lot of folks from my neighborhood today. Obviously, you can see that it's very important to our neighborhood. But what I'd like to turn our attention to now is the packet that I passed out before, which is, as you all have said from your own experience, it demonstrates that this issue is a citywide issue and something that people all across the city care about. That would be evidenced by the long list of supporters that we've been able to gather across super neighborhoods, civic associations, and neighborhood associations in just 4 to 5 short days. So I will endeavor to make this brief, but I feel like it's important, and I told these people that I would acknowledge their support today at City Council. And so in District B, we have super neighborhoods 48, 55, 49, Carver Estate Civic Club, Claremont Place, East Houston Civic Club, Groveland Terrace, Habitat Wood Glen, HOA, Northwood, Pleasantville, with ACTS with Miss Bridget Murray, Progressive Fifth Ward, Riverwood Estates, Verdi Forest Section 1, White Oak Terrace Civic Club. District C, they came in, they rolled in today, tons. We had Super Neighborhood 22, which is our super neighborhood, Super Neighborhood 31, the Super Neighborhood 28 at University Place. We got Camp Logan, Crestwood, Cottage Grove, Linkwood, Magnolia Grove, Rice Military, University Place Association, WHAM, which is personally my favorite civic association name, Westwood Grove Civic Club, West End Civic Club, Woodcrest, all in support of an administrative hold on gas stations that fall within a 200-foot of the residential lot lines. I know Councilmember Evan Shabazz is not here, so I will not go into detail there, but suffice to say we have 4 super neighborhoods from District D that support this cause. In Districts F and Huffman, I know Councilmember Thomas and Councilmember Huffman are not here, but we have support from Super Neighborhood 17. Then in District H, thank you, Councilmember Castillo, who has been very supportive across the months that we've been working on this. Our Super Neighborhood 2255, East Sunset Heights Association, First Ward Civic Club, Lindale Park Civic Club, our own neighborhood association in 6th Ward, and Segundo Civic. We have support in District I and in District J. I know those council members are not here today. In District K, Councilmember Cassix Tatum, we have support from just in Super Neighborhood 32. That's Braeswood. We appreciate their support and the support of Ms. Cheryl O'Brien. And the list goes on. If I may, I share all of this today to say that your support of an administrative hold should come easily, and come easily with the knowledge that people across this city are in support of a hold, and probably further measures to protect our safety and our health. So thank you.
Councilmember Panzarella.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you for being here today. I have had some conversations with different residents in District C. It's my understanding that there are 4 different gas stations kind of in the works on Washington Avenue. I think this is an opportunity when we talk about building a city with intention to recognize that this is a moment to do that, and to understand that maybe we don't want this many gas stations in the city and this many gas stations near residents. So this is really important. I'm not sure what the legal mechanism is just yet, but I would be in support. Thank you.
Thank you for your support.
Council Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor. I think we all would, traditionally agree that we don't want gas stations or any hazardous things, near people's homes. My question is for Randy. I know that we have land use authority in the city. We've used that land use authority to kind of determine setbacks and those kind of things. Could we not use?
Well, we've already looked at that, and they're in compliance with all of our code already. When they made all the requests, they complied with everything. My understanding is they've complied with everything they were required to comply with at the time. And so that's the issue that we're facing, that one. They did everything they were supposed to do on the front end correctly.
Okay. Thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Tatiana Rapinski, to be followed by Tamara Bell.
Hello, thank you. Tatiana Rapinski. I'm also from the 6th Ward. Wanted to extend a thank you to Councilmember Castillo, Alcorn, and Salinas for your ongoing support. I did want to address 2 questions that came up. One is what exactly is administrative hold? And what we saw is how it was applied in 2024 in the cancer cluster in the 5th Ward is it was a pause on any new permit numbers. So that was the specific mechanism, a pause on any new permit numbers in that area in 2024. And so we're asking for a similar type of mechanism, ideally that could also apply to construction as well. But that is the mechanism that was used in 2024. Another question that came up was, has Houston done something like this before in terms of setting a number of feet? And I think one example is sexually oriented businesses. There's a set number of feet required in that particular type of business. So the administrative hold we're asking for, it is a temporary measure. As I said, it's a mechanism that the city has deployed in the past in 2024 in some form. And again, it gives the city time to hear from their own experts on matters that have to do with health and safety. No one wants to live next to a development that might make them sick or make their children sick. And while the health department is only getting started with the study, the elevated levels of benzene that was recorded is concerning, and it should give us all pause. It aligns with findings from peer-reviewed literature and actions other jurisdictions have taken, like San Antonio, regarding gas stations next to homes. And because, again, the City of Houston did this administrative hold in 2024, in response to the cancer cluster. We know the mechanism as a temporary measure exists, and we urge you to find a path to apply it in this situation to protect residents. And yeah, thank you. Thank you for your time.
Councilman Alcorn.
Thank you, Mayor, and thanks for clarifying that, because I think we all remember when we did the hold, Mayor, in the cancer cluster permitting. So what was the basis for that hold as opposed to what we have now? Just not enough study or not enough? I mean, what makes this different than when we did do the Fifth Ward administrative hold?
Well, it was my experience that when we were dealing with the cancer cluster, they were giving building permits in the exact area that we were asking people to move from. And I made that an issue that made no sense for a city to be giving building permits at the same time we had a program
when we
of
were
relocation.
Buying them out. Yeah, okay.
And so I don't recall it being, and in fact, I was wondering when you said it was used in some form, I was going to ask you.
That was it, I guess.
We're not familiar with the holding up the permits in some form in 24.
Well, that was it. When we put that was the situation, right? When it was the buyout areas that we were letting people get permits. Mm-hmm. And you were like, that doesn't make any sense. And so we didn't do permits at that. Or did we? I don't know.
Yeah, I think we were. They were building them as we talked.
So there was not an official hold on that?
No, it was my expression of how nuts it was that you'd be having a program of relocation, and that's the reason the people were not willing to relocate. They thought it was a land play because not only were permits being issued, Metro was out resurfacing the streets and building bus stands, and it looked like a revitalization instead of a relocation. So all I can say is, I was at the East Side Fire this afternoon at 3 o'clock. I left there wondering how in the world, in a metropolitan setting that we all live in, that you had a recycling location with thousands of tires endangered the entire community. Thank goodness for our first responders. So I think we just have to have a discussion. I do not believe that this is isolated detriment to our health or our community. Literally, my eyes have been burning since I left the fire location. They're running tests there, TECQ, our health department, EPA. So I think Councilman Davis has raised the question several times. Meeting a mint. What is the big picture discussion about zoning and how we protect our neighborhoods? It's a gas station now. It'll be a recycling location next. So I appreciate the work that's gone into this, but I haven't heard yet, other than an administrative block of the real solution. I think it's in the legislature that you list the prohibition that we do alcohol. At the Circle there in Washington, someone tried to put a liquor store, and we blocked it because it was within 250 feet of Memorial Elementary. So we do know that neighborhoods are protected by legislative acts, and I just am kind of surprised, and the Lord knows I spent my whole adult life down there, but I've never seen the initiative that we're witnessing today taken to our senators and state representatives, because it's no doubt a statewide problem as well as a citywide. So I think we have a lot of work to do, but we certainly, I think this is productive. And
yeah, thank you.
Appreciate you being here.
Appreciate your comments, and I think there are many angles where solutions can come from, and I think we need to attack it from all those angles, including here at the city level. And appreciate all your time. Thank you.
Councilman Carter.
I just had a comment, and thank you all for coming down today, and certainly I would be in support of this measure. But, week after week, and the whole time I've been here, we've listened to our friends out on the east side talking about the Gold Star medals on Dockel Road. And we finally got the air monitoring, Air Alliance put a monitor out there for us. But, you know, like, again, this organization is operating in a there are residents right across the street, and not only that, they don't have a certificate of occupancy. We issue citations. I went to court to see if they show up. They don't show up. They pay the fine and keep moving. And they continue. I mean, we hear them, and we've heard them for 3 years now. And so to Councilmember Davis's question, you know, it is the big picture of zoning, and as long as we don't have the zoning, this is the problem that we have. And, you know, with respect to the work going into it, there is so much work around, you know, gas stations, recycling, you know, all these centers that are right in the communities in which we live. So I think everybody around the Horseshoe hears you loud and clear, all of you, and certainly agree. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Tamara Bell, to be followed by Melinda Gleghorn.
Good evening. It's not my first time here, probably my last time coming at night, because I was not ready for the traffic by any stretch of the imagination. I was beyond unprepared. But I want to applaud all of the people who came before me who said this was their first time coming here. I've been coming here for almost 30 years. And one of the things that I'm hearing is that you all are looking at the air, but you're not looking at the water. The city of Houston is under consent decree with the federal government, who proved that we have been negligent for decades in older communities. I can assure you, 6th Ward is one of them. 3rd Ward is one of them. 5th Ward was one of them. Before the creosote surfaced to the top, they had videos of people who could take matches and put it up to their faucet and it was set on fire. I can assure you these gas stations adjacent to resident community, if somebody tested that underground water and saw those aged pipes, I promise you that is a serious health issue. It may be in the air, but I promise you it's in the water. So we need to be looking at the soils as well. And you ain't got to ask me about zoning. I was one of the people battling Barry Klein, God rest his soul, back then when they didn't want to do zoning, because I told them, and I didn't want to be a prophet, but I told them if we didn't do zoning, we were going to have cities build up all around us where people know they could go, and a whole house and a liquor store would not come next door. And that's how you got the Pearlands and the Sugarlands, and you got the Wonderlands all around us. Because when you invest in your home, most people, that's the biggest investment they make. So they have value of it. You want it protected. You want the city to protect it along with you. So I'm absolutely somebody who would be for zoning. But you all have not looked at the water. We are under a consent decree. I don't care what they do in Dallas. I don't care what they do in San Antonio. We are an anomaly. We have been proven by the federal government to have neglected our infrastructure for decades. I can assure you, I don't drink the water at my house. I live in McGregor. I don't drink the water there. I do not. My neighbors, they all, if they don't have a filter system, the filter don't even work for me. I buy water. I absolutely buy water. There is no way you all are going to tell me that you all are doing this and you have not done a water study around this. I can assure you, and think about it. Why are they only putting it in brown and black communities? Because they know ain't nobody watching or give a damn. So I promise you, you can do this administrative hold while you're doing this health study. Because I promise you, go over there at the corner of Southmore where we, praise the Lord, killed the one in Riverside Terrace where they already have 3, and take a soil sample and you see what you come up with. Test the water over there. You can look, I promise you, this doesn't make any sense. And that fire at that illegal recycling plant that was still existing should have never happened, because you don't just give a red tag. When somebody is operating illegal, we are a city that has a dangerous building ordinance. We'll tear you down or shut you down. They should have been shut down a long time ago. You don't allow them to continue. Yeah, they don't show up at court, they pay their fine and keep moving. So you've got to protect us. That's why we elected you all. I could have ran for office a million years, but I ain't got enough bail money. So I ain't gonna run, okay? I just don't have it. But that is why we have you all here. You all have to protect us. I'm not kidding. Only the grace of God, and I mean that wind didn't blow to the FIFA Fest. I'm serious. My son lives 5 blocks from there. He lives in Edo. That could have been a master disaster. So do not just tell these people, oh, we can't do nothing. We tried everything. No, it's a lie. You can. Flint, Michigan didn't happen in a day. It happened in decades. Don't allow this. You all need to continue and test the water and the soil around these gas stations, and I promise you it exists. Thank you.
Do we know if there has been any testing of the water? I know they said about the benzene. Do we know if the health department's looking at the water?
I don't think they, well, as part of the study, I think they were only looking at benzene levels, that's my understanding of it. I don't think they looked at anything else.
Okay. And then my other question, I was just kind of looking at some other stuff. How did we get the ordinance for livestock not to be within 100 feet of a home?
To be candid with you, Councilmember, I've never heard of that ordinance, so I'd have to look. But it could be under health or it could be under state law. Like, for example, the liquor store can only be within so many feet of a church or school. That's all under state law. Sexual-oriented business under a state law. I can look, but I imagine it's either state law or perhaps many, many years ago, we did some sort of study.
Okay.
No.
Jackson.
Just one question for legal. Since we're looking at different ordinances, can we look at the halfway house ordinance? I know it's a halfway house ordinance to where you can't have a halfway house next to a park or a school. And so looking at those different ordinances, I mean, we're talking gas stations, we should be really concerned. That should be like high on our list, making sure the gas stations are not next to neighborhoods. So if you can look at that, thank you.
The permit was approved, then planning and City of Houston Planning requests Houston Public Works issue a stop order for the property. The planning department and legal departments are conducting a review of the permit application to ensure it complies with City of Houston codes and ordinances. So it looks to me like it's being held up as we talk for a review.
The legal department has communicated to us that they don't think they can hold up the Washington permit, and the only open question is whether or not we can put a moratorium on all future gas stations.
Futures. And that's why we're waiting for the health department. Okay. Sounds good. Next.
Next speaker.
Yes, ma'am.
No.
Joe, we're fine, Joe. Go ahead. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. I'm going to start my timer. Good afternoon, Mayor Whitmire, Mayor Pro Tem, council members, staff, and congratulations to Councilmember Panzarella for winning in our district. We're super excited. So my name is Mo. I'm here today to request that the Public Works Department, in particular planning, permitting, code enforcement, provide a plan to address the flooding in Oak Forest Section 16 and surrounding areas by the new 38-acre development. If we don't know where the ball was dropped on this project, it's going to happen again like we see it happen every day in our neighborhood. For over 2 years, a group of approximately 100 residents have been working diligently to mitigate the safety, environmental, and potential flooding issues caused by the sale of a 38-acre green space. The property was cleared, built up about 10 feet, and completely covered in concrete. We understand that in no zoning Houston, that's how the cookie crumbles. We know our air quality will decrease while our temperature increases, that wildlife will die off and be replaced with the noise of tractor trailers and the smell of their fumes. The kids walking home from school, brown and black children, of course, are going to be playing Frogger with these trucks now. Flooding was the only issue out of these that we were assured by the city and all parties involved that could be prevented, barring a I can't say Harvey, it's traumatic. Hurricane Harvey-like event. Last week certainly was not that. However, in the first rain, first of all, I'll go back to last October, October 2025. In one of our community meetings, we had about 10 members from Public Works. At that meeting, we were assured and heard things like I've heard tonight. The permits are in place. All the engineers have looked at it. Civil engineers, the city, the SWPPP folks, everybody's looked at this. It's fine. You guys just don't understand the math here. Fast forward 6 months, first rainfall that we get, and we flood. It pours out of the retention pond. It pours off of the property, exactly what we spent 2 years and thousands of areas telling the city would happen. So after that last meeting, never heard from the city again. They stopped responding to our emails the day after the meeting. We learned yesterday that the builder, out of his own words, didn't intend to finish one of the detention ponds until after they complete construction. So if a city inspector had been by over the last 6 months, they would have clearly seen that the southeast detention pond was not hooked up to any drainage system. Even if the water's miraculously kept on property, it goes into our already overwhelmed drainage system with the city that flows down to Mangum Manor and then floods Brick House Gully. So the fact that this has happened is bad enough, but the fact that we were told again and again and again that you guys would take care of this, and here we are. So
Your time
I would
has
appreciate
expired.
a response from the city, and I do have to say, I did start getting responses when I signed up to speak. So better late than never, I guess.
Councilmember Panzarella.
Thank you, Mayor. Did you have more you wanted to say before I give some comments, or?
Yes, it's a pervasive issue in our neighborhood. It's not just this build. There are certain builders who repeatedly don't build to code, and then they go through this 2 years of trying to figure out who's on first and getting referred to 311, who we know cannot help. The people from Public Works referring us to 311 know it's not the right place when they send us there. So our homes are flooding, the neighborhood's flooding, and there seems to be no oversight and no recourse. And I'll tell you what, today I looked up for the first time, and Texas does have the largest dollar amount spent on campaign contributions by commercial construction in the entire country. So I think it needs to open a discussion about what we're doing right here in permitting Public Works and how we're taking care of our neighborhoods.
The notes show, ma'am, that inspectors were there June 18th, 2 inspectors.
Yes, so the inspectors
So all
went
I'm
out.
saying is we're on it and we're appealing even the inspector's decision, but it's not like the city's not out there trying to hold people.
They
to
came
code.
out on the 18th because I called them. And had I not signed up to speak, their decision, and I don't know if you've spoken to
I'm going by the
yeah,
notes.
I don't know if you've spoken to code enforcement, but it was going to be closed on the 18th. It was 3 days after the event, so obviously the waters have receded.
Sure.
So that was going to be the end of it, according to his own words to me, because he started out the conversation like, oh, I was out there the 18th, nothing wrong. And I said, we're not doing that. We're not going to do that. So that's why I signed up to speak here today.
All right, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
I'll just add real quick, sorry to.
Councilman Panzarella.
I just want to say thank you for coming, thank you for expressing your concerns here. I know my office has requested a site visit with Public Works, and so we're going to be setting that up, and we'll be sure to reach out to schedule that soon.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next.
Justine Powell, to be followed by Alexander Balderas of Cyprus.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor and Council. Thank you for letting me speak to you today. I am a resident of Clear Lake and have lived there since 1989. I'm a member of the Pine Brook Neighborhood HOA Board and also a member of the Association of Clear Lake Communities, so I have a very large vested interest in our community. A light at Hickory Knoll Drive on El Dorado Boulevard was requested via community input, but was not installed due to traffic metrics not being met. Instead, crosswalks were installed at Larkfield Drive, Hickory Knoll Drive, and Dunmore Drive. The points I'm going to make have some insight into the situation that may not have been addressed by the traffic study. Sight lines are poor at the Hickory Knoll intersection due to lack of mowing, overgrown vegetation, and neighborhood entrance markers that hamper visibility. Trying to cross 4 lanes of traffic is difficult as the esplanades are narrow along this stretch of El Dorado, making it next to impossible to cross 2 lanes, wait in the median in an area, a clearing, and then cross the other 2 lanes. Nighttime visibility is also hampered as there's not sufficient lighting. We have temporary single lights only on the northbound side of the road. The installation of the permanent lights is still pending. I personally have contacted the City of Houston multiple times and have emails dating back to 2004 regarding lack of streetlights and poor nighttime visibility. Hickory Knoll is frequented by school buses and daycare vans, creating a dangerous situation for those vehicles, especially those making left turns. Motorists do not abide by the posted speed limits and often drive at excessive speeds. Crosswalks that they installed are not warranted as there is little to no foot traffic along this stretch of El Dorado, and daring to cross the street is dangerous considering the speeds of the vehicles traveling. The signage at the crosswalks is also distracting, and it confuses things more. Several of the signs block the posted speed limit signs, and I printed some pictures, and you can see here, I'll pass them around if you want. Here are all the signs at the crosswalks. You cannot see the speed limit sign. Here's another picture here. You can see here all the crosswalk signs. You can't see any of the speed limit signs. At the intersection of Dunmore, there are 7 signs. At Hickory Knoll, there are 13 signs. And at Larkfield, there are 18 signs. 18 signs at the intersection. Crossing signs, school zone signs, warning to stop in the middle of the intersection. The installation of the crosswalks has caused damage to neighborhood HOA's irrigation systems at their entrances, and these crosswalks were installed as a Band-Aid and a feeble attempt to slow down traffic. A light, as we requested at Hickory Knoll, could protect motorists and slow down the traffic. And occasionally, they'll post an officer there, and when the officer's there, people slow down. But our officers have better things to do.
Councilman Alcorn.
Thanks for coming, and appreciate you detailing all that. I'm going to grab that piece of paper from you. Your council member Flickinger's not here, but
I know that. I'm very disappointed about that.
I'll work with him. I'm sure he's on city business or some kind of business, but I'm happy to work with him to get
that
some
would be awesome.
resolution. So
like,
I'll
like
grab
I
that
said,
from
we've
you.
been going round and round for this over 2 years.
Okay. Thank you.
Next.
Alexander Balderas of Cypress, to be followed by Marie Traver of Spring.
Thank you, City Council members. I'm very privileged and very honored to be here to speak in front of all of you today. As a student at the University of Houston, I use the metro system quite a lot as one of the ways to get to campus. And so I'm urging tonight not to talk about my own commute here, but I'm urging to talk about the investing and the expansion of metro services across the city of Houston and the greater Houston area to not only improve the system, but improve the lives of many of the Houstonians who use the system, such as myself. I fear that, that not a lack of funding may cause the service itself to degrade in quality, and as a major supporter, I hope that does not happen. Last year, I had the privilege of visiting the great city of Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, and I was able to ride their public transportation system, SEPTA, the Southeast Pennsylvania Transportation Authority, and it really blew my mind how when a city does commit to funding its public transportation service, how easy and how great the lives of the members of the city can be improved by such things. It does pain me that the city of Houston, being the 4th largest city, is not on that level just yet. But I hope and I have confidence that in this city and in its continued expansion of these services, that it will grow. And I think although that we have services like bus rapid transit, I do believe that more rail infrastructure is what Houston desperately and I think critically needs. The red line and the purple line, as well as the green line, I think are all great additions to the University of Houston and to the Houston area itself. But I'd love to see these services expanded and funding for future rail projects secured, and that way we can have expansion of these services. One of the arguments that I'd like to make here tonight is that a lot of people find that expanding the services of public transportation, comes at a mute and very debated topic. And I'd like to counter that point by saying a lot of people don't argue about the profitability of services like the USPS. They don't argue about the profitability of, the fire department. You've never heard someone say that I think that the Postal Service should be, criticized for not making as much money as it does. Imagine that if you were trying to get some critical mail, say like a new credit card or information about a recent Memorial Hermann visit, and the service was denied because the company deemed it as not profitable. So I think that the expansion of these services would be greatly beneficial to Houstonians for generations. I think it would benefit a lot of just the general population. As you know, the FIFA World Cup has been down here at the NRG Stadium, and the expansion of the services and the longer running of like the park and ride services, I thought has been fantastic.
Councilor Panzarella.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for being here, and I appreciate the sentiment. And you hit it right there at the very end. Throughout the FIFA World Cup, Metro has extended services, not just for the park and ride, but for the Red Line and for just the general bus system in general. It's something that I love to see throughout the summer, and I'd like to see it expanded well after the World Cup as well. So thank you for being here and speaking up.
Thank you.
Next speaker.
Marie Traver.
Marie
Spring,
Traver.
to be followed by Jose Vega.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Maria Traver, and I respectfully oppose this variance request for the vacant lot at 4210 Fulton Street. I own 3 lots on Cody Street adjacent to the subject property. My family has owned this land since the 1930s, and the vacant lot under consideration was part of our property until Metro acquired it in 2008 for the rail project. My concern is whether this particular project fits in with the surrounding neighborhood. Applicant believes a variance is necessary to make the lot developable. I support efforts to put vacant lot into productive use. However, the proposed 2-story structure combines a commercial use on the first floor with a residential unit above, including a total 8-foot overhang. This does not fit in with other developments in the neighborhood. The overall design and scale of this project do not reflect the character of the surrounding areas. I provided a copy of the project elevations. It's a small building on the first floor with a larger building hanging out the sides of the top second floor. This property is on a high visibility corner. Whatever is built there will become a prominent feature of the seascape and will influence how residents, visitors, and future investors view this part of the neighborhood. Our neighborhood is currently experiencing positive reinvestment. Within a couple of blocks, new homes are being built and older homes are being renovated. This trend is strengthening the neighborhood's character. I provided a copy of 2 sample homes that have recently been renovated. As the owner of the adjacent 3 properties, I must also consider the effect this project may have on the future development, potential, marketability, and value of my property. We had been receiving quotes and bids on renovating that, but I may have to reconsider that now. I hope that the interests of the neighboring property owners receive the same consideration as those of the applicants, since we all will have to deal with the after effects of this development. In conclusion, planning has indicated that denying the variance is not in the public interest. I maintain that in granting the variance, it's not in the best interest of the neighborhood. All neighbors have signed a petition against the variance. and the building of this development. Councilman Davis, other than gas stations, I think small massage parlors are probably next in line. This is the third one on that street now. Given that and what we have gone through this last 3 weeks, figuring out what's going on with this project and how we're going to address the future value and stuff of our property, I will certainly vote for zoning if that comes up. Thank you for your consideration. I request that you deny this variance, but I'm realistic, so thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you for being here. Next speaker,
Jose Vega.
Jose. Thank you. Next speaker.
Robin Sanders of Spring.
Robin Sanders. Next speaker.
Rasheem Mohammed. Are you Robin?
Rasheem Mohammed.
You're Robin.
Oh, Robin.
To be followed by Rasheem Mohammed.
Good evening. Festival Face proposal is on file with Controller Holland's office. I'm here on a different subject. We have a organized crime ring in the city. What they do is they break into your home, they steal your identifying documents, lock you out of your accounts, steal your corporate documents. You don't have access to work, you don't have access to your emails, I don't have access to my payment accounts. They are hidden in plain sight. I spoke with a representative of the mayor's office last week, and I realized the call never came because they're blocking all of my devices. The only way that I was able to file a report was I've been going down to HPD for the last couple of months, but they don't do paper contracts. I met a guy there who was able to do a paper contract so I can get an incident number. So I know there are others out here who are struggling through the same thing I'm going through. So I just want to let them know what you do is you go down to HPD on Dallas and Travis, get an incident number, upload it to Facebook because they're not going to let you email their incident number because you have to take a picture with your phone. Get an incident number, upload it to Facebook, and then send an email to your office because they have completely blocked me out of moving forward with my companies. And I have no recourse. I have a call out to a federal agent in Minneapolis, Agent Donato, because I saw him on television who he was able to bring in and stop an organization like this in his area. All I want is a contact at our local federal agent office of organized crime so I could let him know what's going on.
Renee, can you help her get a contact to organized crime? Renee's going to help you get a contact so you can get the assistance. And we do have an HPD officer in the chamber today
Yes,
that can help.
I spoke with him, but I realized that the call never came in. They're not going to let me get that call. That's why I need a phone number to call someone directly.
Okay, can you talk to them and see if they can help you?
Yes, thank you.
And if they don't help you, let us know. We'll try to find somebody else that can help you.
Okay.
Okay, best wishes to you. Next speaker.
Rasheem Mohammed.
Rasheem Mohammed.
To be followed by David Swanson.
Hello, Mr. Mohammed.
Hello again. How's everyone doing this afternoon? I'm Rasheem Mohammed, the founder of EDS Tech. Just want to say thank you to the Mayor Pro Tem, Councilman Davis and Shabazz and others. We have been able to actually get an ecosystem together of partners to want to develop in the city, and we look to leverage the new market tax credits to do so. And we would like to expand some conversations with any other city council members that may be interested in this. We've reached out to Houston Food Bank. They're interested. We have Sustainable Energy Partners and Hampton Ventures Rose that's going to actually put up funding and opportunities for us to do this. I just want to talk to a few of the council members to say, hey, yay or nay, is this a project good in your area or not? and look forward to try to see how we could get that done in the near future.
So might I suggest that you contact the individual council members' offices and try to set those meetings up? It would be easier for you to set those up individually as opposed to kind of around the horseshoe. If you go to the city's website, everybody's email address is on there. And I know that there are some council members that would be interested in a sit-down and conversation to explore.
Okay, I've done it already.
Oh, we didn't. Did you email us?
Yeah, she called me back.
Huh?
Yeah, they called me back. Your office called back.
Did they set up a meeting?
Yeah, we had a meeting set for last week, but it was rescheduled. I haven't got a rescheduled date on it yet.
So we have a meeting set up?
I haven't got a date yet.
Okay.
So, I mean, the board members and stuff are on board and ready to go. I just need a date and time so I can actually get out the programs to speak with the individuals.
So might I suggest that you talk to Joe, because he sets my calendar, and he'll set a date for us to meet.
Yeah, yeah, I know Joe.
All right.
So I'll go back and get in contact with Joe.
Okay.
All right.
Councilmember Jackson.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I'm curious, what type of program are you offering?
It's the food distribution centers, healthcare accessibility, housing, and workforce development through EV infrastructure. We actually were awarded funding, and again, I was going to tell the mayor, thank you. We won the funding this year again for EV infrastructure for the city.
Okay.
So it's the workforce development.
And what neighborhood, what side of town are your organization located?
We're in Acres Home.
Acres Home.
You represent us, yeah.
Okay, yeah.
So
have you reached out to my office, to the district?
A couple of times I have.
Okay.
I've reached out a couple of times. We met and talked. Most people who probably saw me, I've reached out and talked to you or talked to your staff. So.
Okay. All right.
So I will tell you, I just got a text message from the office that said that you invited our office to your Zoom meeting, and Dee Dee tried to attend but could not join because the link didn't work. So maybe we can try again, and then we can try to get on and have that conversation.
Was it my fault? Thank you.
No, I'm just telling you.
It just didn't work.
Sir.
So.
Okay,
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Yes.
Oh, wait, one more, Councilmember Davis.
Councilmember Davis.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Sheen. Thank you for coming and make your presentation. We did have a conversation in regard to the program that you are alluding to. So I would do just as Mayor Pro Tem say, just pursue all of the council members, and they'll be more than happy to have a.
So should I do it individually or should I do it as a group?
No, you probably need to do it individually.
Got it. Okay. Thanks, Mayor Pro Tem. Thanks.
Thank you.
Councilman. All right.
Next speaker.
David Swanson,
David Swanson.
to be followed by Claudette Rochelle.
I appreciate the opportunity to speak. Sometime in the last week, your day may have begun similar to mine. At approximately 7 a.m., you begin hearing a faint buzz in the distance, a buzz that quickly gets louder as more sources of the noise are added to the number. Windows that were open for air or to avoid AC are closed to minimize dust and noise. You bike or drive to work and likewise see teams producing that same buzz, clouds of dust also being blown into the air. Those in cars can be thankful, but not everyone is. While the discussion could be had about the excesses of lawn care, here we focus on the lowest utility of lawn and park care equipment, leaf blowers. A study in 2023 showed that lawn care pollution in this city is the highest nationally. The concern with leaf blowers are threefold: noise pollution, emissions pollution, and dust pollution as particulate, sand, and mold on the ground are made airborne. I'm here to highlight the influence of these concerns on human and occupational health, all occurring while accomplishing precisely nothing with the activity. In a high proportion of leaf blower use cases, one of a few categories applies. A, less than a few, if any, leaves are even being blown. B, what is blown is simply directed at adjacent property and not into a leaf bag C, street and sidewalks are cleared, which offer a superficial sense of order and cleanliness, only to return to disorder at the next breeze. Because of growing anti-leaf blower sentiment, Texas passed a law in late 2023, effectively making city bans illegal. To the extent bans are proposed across the nation, it usually is taking the form of banning gas-powered equipment in favor of electric, with a focus on reducing greenhouse emissions. I don't think that goes far enough and doesn't recognize the lack of utility of blowing and danger of dust and particulate to worker and resident health. I propose to the council that city use of leaf blowers on city property be ceased, and if used in a small subset of cases, restricted to months where leaves actually fall. I'll close with an anecdote. While recently on a trail at Buffalo Bayou, a city worker was blowing up an enormous cloud of only dust, no leaves, on a trail. No doubt he'd been directed to blow the trail clean after lawn mowing. At least part of the problem, however, was that the trail was already spotless. Still more, he was additionally blowing off the grass, leaves, and clippings, God's slow-release fertilizer, with which one can otherwise be much less reliant on synthetic alternatives. 30 more seconds. He was wearing a scarf as a makeshift mask to protect himself from the dust. As I passed, I pointed to the trail to him and how it was clean. He smiled and shrugged his shoulders. In good faith, he was simply doing his job. City Parks needs leadership that can distinguish between tasks worth doing and those not. What we currently see is nothing more than humanity's reminder to itself that it can make noise, cause problems, and therefore exists. It is existential angst manifest and utterly without thought or intention. No one is hurt by ceasing leaf blower use on city property, and workers and residents win. I hope you agree.
Thank you very much for your comments.
Thank you.
Next speaker,
Claudette Rochelle,
Claudette Rochelle.
to be followed by Geneva Colbert.
Good afternoon.
Would you speak right into the microphone?
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mayor Pro Tem and City Council members. I am Claudette Rochelle, and I am so very grateful to be here. It's really a blessing to be truthful with you. So I'm here to speak on the topic, the importance of youth mentorship programs for girls in the community. So the community impact is what I wanted to speak about. And the name of the mentorship is Determined to be Pure, Youth Mentorship. So Determined to be Pure is a program that's more than a school, after-school activity. Okay, it's vital. It's a vital intervention for youth girls in our communities. And so by addressing character development, literacy, life skills, we're actively at this time trying to change the trajectory of our mentees' lives. So currently in the zip code area of 77053, between Fort Bend County and Harris County, we're looking at the stark reality of girls ages 15 to 19, for example. This program is for girls ages 8 to 18. So we're looking at the regional disparities. For example, in Harris County, the zip code, they face teen birth rate of 1.95%, which is, according to the data, is 3 times higher than those in Fort Bend County. Also, we're looking at the state level challenges, and I won't go into the statistics, but there is proof that the power of mentorship, according to the national data, it shows that youth that receive mentorship are more likely to set higher goals and avoid these risky behaviors, and also maintain a positive vision of their future. Now, in our program, we have 5 components to the curriculum. There's reading and writing for a pure heart, as well as purity movement arts, and then also evangelism and life skills. I'm just going to say a few things about life skills, which is very, very dear to my heart. Life skills where girls are having, they're experiencing sexual intercourse at an early age, and they're getting STDs. They're also getting pregnant, and sex trafficking is another issue. I'm sure we're all aware of that. So we just want to address certain areas as well as, prevent these type of risky behaviors. And then there's another part of the Life Skills Program, which is projects that we use. We offer seniors pen pals, where girls go to a nursing home. And one of our girls, she's already been adopted by one of the seniors, and they write each other back and forth. And then basically, we just want to make a difference. Thank you so much, and I appreciate you guys' time.
Thank you, Ms. Rochelle, for coming. I know you're doing that great work in Fort Bend, Houston. And I did want to let you know that many of the council members have after-school programming funding through Case for Kids, so that may be an opportunity for you to look for partnerships for after-school programs in the city of Houston.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
All right, best wishes to you. Next speaker.
Geneva Colbert.
Geneva Colbert. I don't see her.
I don't know.
Next speaker.
Christopher Graham.
Christopher Graham. Christopher Graham. Next speaker.
Jay Bustos.
Jay Bustos.
To be followed by Loretta Sampson Bates.
Hello, Jay.
Hello. Somebody left the. Oh, okay. Okay. All right. Hello, everyone. My name is Jay. I'm your fellow neighborhood Houstonian. Apologies for missing last month's meeting. Overall, this city, which entails that this council should be striving each day or progressing with each meeting on to the limitation of collaborations with ICE, trying to get around Abbott's immoral and corrupt alignment with ICE. It comes to no surprise that ICE, as well as ICE supporters, are plain bigots, un-American, and as well simply an immoral organization. Not only are they immoral, they are also a group of essentially mercenaries committing illegal activities and disregarding human lives. No cities or actual law enforcement should have associations with them. And it's kind of truly disgraceful to see, Houston law enforcement, such as our HPD union president, trying to align themselves with them, as well as any fellow councilman or woman as well, trying to align with themselves with this truly terroristic organization. I state all this because this is not a state of opinion. This is a fact. There are countless evidence of them committing illegal activities, as well as continues, because simply we have leaders that are too scared to do right by Houstonians or right by humanity. I mean, if this is not correct, simply try to prove Houstonians wrong. We need the voices of our leaders. I state all this because obviously there's a rise of bigotry and hatred and racism in the city, or nationwide, and even more than there already was. Not to ignore the past. Even with the most recent evidence of just this week alone of a unlicensed massage therapist out from Conroe that's been making social media news about confronting two Muslim women about going back to their country and stating that Islam is a terrorist organization. Despite her getting fired, pertaining to her anti-Islamic rants, she's getting funded by supporters, fundraisers, giving her money for this. But I state that just because this is just that week alone. This is just a regular person, but that this bigotry is still seen in a local, state, and even national level. This is starting to feel like bigots have a safe space, especially in this era, especially during this administration. But where are our leaders? Our president, he laughs and enjoys this hatred, thinks that this is some sort of reality show, takes enjoyment.
Your time has expired.
I say just
You want to
one-
go ahead and wrap up?
Yeah, just one little statement that I would like to see the positive change in the city. Love for us to just speak up, our leaders to speak up. We can just start with just at least ending non-safety traffic stops. At least we could start with one step. Thank you.
Thank you for being here, Jay. Next speaker,
Loretta Sampson Bates.
Loretta Sampson
I don't
Bates.
think she's here.
Next speaker.
Michelle Eigenbohr. To be followed by Nathaniel Leonard.
So thank you for giving me time to speak today. And I'm going to repeat what I've been saying weeks before, but just giving more context. Through the legal extension of the definition of a terrorist through this private framework is what we have. What is now being reported to be a black budget project being facilitated through this structure. And if that is found to be true, would be responsible for the intelligence findings being produced out of this framework. And not only the intelligence findings, but also the alleged victims, now women, with actions and coordinating measures to the reported illegal activity to their accounts that go far beyond inappropriate surveillance. And when all you have is the burden of the allegation from the victims to a structure operating without proper oversight, accountable checks, and legal authority, reliance on integrity to the backdrop of these allegations doesn't really hold. It doesn't calm or substantiate concern or alarm. Respectability, to the contrast of the allegations coming out about an unaccountable structure, doesn't make you mark out the allegations, but rather to confirm substantiation by formalized parties by an investigation, which is why we're asking for congressional inquiry. And I didn't mention this before, but these reports are ranging from the access to private homes for the viewing outside of counterterrorism, summing it up voyeurism, inappropriate behavior, and actions through intimidation to some of these reports that have gone even further than that. Additionally, when I say that allegations and reports to this extent about an informal structure of enforcement against citizens deserves immediate attention in a formal review. That's it.
Thank you so much for being here today. Next speaker,
Nathaniel Leonard.
Nathaniel Leonard. Next speaker. Oh,
He's coming.
I see you there, Nathaniel.
I have to say again to Mayor Whitmire, wow, a council of justice. I used to know what that meant because I was a part of one that was right, of righteousness and right, education, justice, and hard work and education, and people who cared. So that's what y'all are. Now again, I got some information Mayor gave to me and stuff to be seeing Ben Crump about a situation of bigotry with a sheriff. That did not happen, and I would like to get that clarified with the correct information and address. Though Mr. Crump does have other locations in other states, I would just like to say all this information I got was nothing. So I'm asking to get that straightened out and get me to Ben Crump and my address, and also identify him and also verify that address. Don't just give me something, look at him and also verify that address
Your time
before
has
I get
expired.
there. And if I need to get there, help me get there if it is not in Houston, Texas. But for now, they've been saying that it is in Houston. If it's not, get me there. So that's what I have to say.
Thank you for coming today.
Okay.
We
well,
appreciate you being here.
Last time, the mayor did give me a counselor, someone to help me to take care of this.
So Renee's here, and Renee can help you get Mr. Crump's address. You gave it to him?
It's not. This is not correct. This is a bunch
We'll
of BS.
verify.
Oh, you
We'll
will?
verify it.
Thank you.
You're very welcome.
Thank you, Ms. Whitmire.
You're so cute. Good luck to you. All right. Council, we stand in recess until tomorrow at 9 a.m. That's cute.
In Houston, we don't just wait for the moment. We show up ready for it. And when the world comes to our city, you'll see it in the way the city moves and the people who keep it moving. All across Houston, something's been taking shape. You can feel it. Making space where it matters, creating places that connect, opening the city in new ways. Not one thing, everything. Moving forward.
A city working together, investing in Houston's future.
Across Houston, in every direction, something big is underway. With more than 200 projects and $500 million being invested to improve the city we love. The world is coming here, and what they'll experience is something that